10 years ago, the Sun family of the Chang'an Marquisate was exiled to the northern frontier. Now, with the ascension of a new emperor, the Sun family is permitted to return to the capital. On their journey back, Shen Fei, a biologist and a complete novice in practical life, experiences an explosion in her laboratory, which inexplicably propels her into the body of a evilly pregnant woman, thrusting her into motherhood unexpectedly. The original occupant of this body had been shamed for conceiving a child out of wedlock, with the identity of the father shrouded in mystery, resulting in her expulsion from her family home. Addressing the infant, Shen Fei laments, "What shall we do? In this ancient era, I can barely sustain myself, let alone care for you." Determined to confront her predicament, Shen Fei resolves to seek out the child's biological father and compel him to take responsibility. Chapter 1. Birth in a Ruined Temple. Within the dilapidated temple, torrential rain cascades from the sky, while the northern winds howl ferociously, as if intent on uprooting the entire structure. "Push. Harder. Quickly. You're almost there," a voice urges. Shen Fei feels a wave of agony, as if something is writhing within her, accompanied by a sensation akin to being torn apart. What is happening? Is someone assaulting her? The pain is unbearable. Once again, the feeling of tearing grips her. It hurts. Suddenly, te sharp wail of an infant beer is te air. Wah. Just as she feels a release beneath her, the pain dissipates, replaced by the sound of a baby's cries. What is transpiring? Is she truly giving birth? No, it cannot be. She must be dreaming. A matron's voice rings out. She has given birth. She has finally given birth. The middle-aged woman deftly cuts the umbilical cord and gently cleanses the newborn's small body. Upon merely casting a glance at the infant, Shen Fei succumbed to unconsciousness. Having completed her tidying, the middle-aged matron placed the babe beside the young woman, a pitiable child. Indeed, she murmured with a sigh. Subsequently, the matron returned to the main chamber of the dilapidated temple, where the surroundings were noticeably more agreeable and meticulously arranged. "Ma, is that wretched girl deceased?" A rather acerbic voice inquired. A glanced over. "Son's kin, regardless, that is still your child. Can you truly be so unfeeling as to not even spare a glance?" A flash of vexation crossed Chen's countenance. That wretched girl was banished from our household. We have no such shameless daughters. That little hussy has disgraced our Sun lineage. Expect me to acknowledge her? Never." At that moment, a youth of perhaps 16 or 17 years interjected. "Mother, pray, cease such coarse language." Chen, upon beholding her eldest son, dutifully fell silent. The young man was none other than Sun Zhangpeng, Chen's eldest son. He found his mother's current demeanor utterly distasteful, unable to comprehend how, in a mere decade, she had transformed into such a boorish woman, devoid of her former grace and refinement. In a hazy state, Shen Fei sensed droplets upon her face. Initially, they were but minute trickles, yet gradually they intensified. With great effort, she pried open her eyelids. Her gaze was met once more by the dilapidated dwelling, and the substance descending upon her face was, in fact, rainwater. Shifting her position, she was met with a sharp wave of pain throughout her body, accompanied by the sensation of fluid escaping from within. What was happening? Her hand instinctively reached down, only to discover blood. The throbbing agony served as an undeniable reminder that this was no mere dream. It dawned on her that the birthing episode she had experienced was not a figment of her imagination, but a stark reality. Turning over, her gaze fell upon a small, purplish face. Startled, she realized it was an infant. Recalling the recent childbirth, it struck her that this must be her offspring. Its appearance, however, was far from appealing. A wave of dismay washed over her. Driven by the desire to escape the relentless rain, she mustered her strength and began to maneuver her body away from the leaking area. Gathering the reddish, monkey-like infant into her arms, the little one seemed to respond to the warmth, stirring slightly. Cradling the child, she resignedly began to reflect on the exasperating turn of events that had befallen her. To her astonishment, she had been transported to another time. The tattered garments she wore, the antiquated style, and the archaic surroundings of the house confirmed her suspicion. That she had traversed into ancient times. Alas, she couldn't discern which dynasty she had landed in. She had never anticipated that a simple laboratory mishap could result in such a cataclysmic explosion, propelling her into this bygone era. As a prodigious young woman from the year 2280, she had already earned her doctorate in chemistry at the tender age of 20. It was incomprehensible to her, as she believed she had lived an upright life, never intentionally causing harm to anyone. On the contrary, she felt she had made valuable contributions. Through her diligent research into human genetics, significant advancements have been made. She has also developed numerous high-tech pharmaceuticals aimed at enhancing human longevity, improving physical constitution, and even enabling regeneration. Who could have anticipated such misfortune being transported to another world? Not only that, but she found herself in the predicament of childbirth that, in her era, the labor of childbirth was rendered obsolete, with artificial wombs nurturing life, liberating women from the pains of delivery. Shen Fei thought of her cutting-edge botanical and zoological research laboratory. Feeling a pang of sorrow, she was on the verge of breakthroughs, and now it all seemed to vanish into thin air. As she lamented her fate, she contemplated the memories of her predecessor, eager to glean more information about this new epoch. The memories fused with her consciousness. The rain from the heavens intensified, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly above the dilapidated temple. When Shen Fei peered through the gaps where rain leaked in, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shen Fei managed to open her eyes with great difficulty. She initially thought that she had just crossed over and was subsequently struck dead by lightning. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she realized she had survived. Suddenly, she felt a burning sensation between her eyebrows, and as she gently pressed her hand against it, a sharp pain shot through her mind that in that instant, her high-tech botanical and zoological research laboratory materialized vividly in her consciousness. Shen Fei was overjoyed. Could it be that her laboratory had come along with her? This truly was an unexpected delight. In the future, Shen Fei finds herself immersed in the realm of online literature, which has flourished remarkably. She has perused numerous novels, each filled with fantastical elements, such as spatial realms and intricate systems. Yet, she ponders the nature of her own situation and how to navigate it. Determined, she begins her exploration. "I must enter," she exclaims, "Open sesame. System. However, there is no response, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Could it be that this phenomenon is merely for observation, not for utilization? Casting a glance at the infant in her arms, whose little face appears pallid, she wishes fervently for the laboratory's potions to be at her disposal. With those elixirs, her child's constitution could be improved otherwise. Given the harsh environment of this era, their survival would be precarious. Suddenly, 2 vials of potion materialize on the ground before her. Shen Fei rubs her eyes in disbelief, eager to ascertain the authenticity of this occurrence. Upon the appearance of the potions, the laboratory shelves visibly lack 2 vials intended for enhancing physical constitution. Without hesitation, she reaches for 1 vial and drinks its contents. Having conducted the research herself, she is acutely aware of the effects it will yield. Just after giving birth, she is still expelling remnants of the pregnancy. The dreadful conditions have led her to worry about excessive bleeding. Soon after consuming the potion, she feels her body accelerating towards recovery. Glancing at her child, she swiftly opens the 2nd vial and brings it to the infant's lips. The baby, likely famished after enduring the chaos of her unreliable mother, who had fainted twice without feeding him, instinctively begins to suckle as the liquid drips onto his TI. New York mouth, Shen Fei gradually and meticulously administered the medicine to the little one, drop by drop. Chapter 2. Directly becoming a mother at last. A vial of medicine had been administered, yet the little one appeared still unsated, emitting soft whimpers. Shen Fei surmised that the infant might indeed be hungry. Glancing at her frail form, she was uncertain whether she possessed the ability to nourish. Perhaps the effects of the potion were manifesting, as she felt a peculiar fullness and discomfort in her bosom, startling her into quietly lifting the fabric to take a glance. At merely 20 years of age, having never been married nor given birth, Shen Fei was wholly unacquainted with the phenomenon of lactation. Sensing the changes within her, she adjusted the infant into a more suitable position and endeavored to breastfeed. It seemed that the instinct to suckle was inherent, as the diminutive creature naturally latched on. For the first time, Shen Fei experienced the profound reality of motherhood. The tiny being cradled in her arms was her child. As she nurtured the infant, her thoughts wandered back to her former life. In her previous existence, Shen Fei was an only child, with both parents holding secure positions as civil servants, earning respectable salaries. She had never known hardship, having been exceptionally intelligent, consistently advancing through her studies, and by the age of 20, she had already attained a doctorate and was employed at a research institute. Her numerous contributions to scientific endeavors had significantly benefited the nation, garnering her ample accolades and financial rewards. Life had been devoid of worries, blissfully comfortable. Who could have anticipated that she would find herself in such a scenario? Thrust into motherhood, she gazed down at the pitiful little one. What shall we do, my dear? She pondered. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and the sky gradually darkened. The sounds of the adjacent temple began to resonate, prompting Shen Fei to perk up her ears, eager to discern their discourse. The sound of table tennis echoed, accompanied by discussions about rice and flour, leading Shen Fei to surmise that the individuals were preparing to cook. Shen Fei had already absorbed the memories of the original owner, a young girl named Sun Mingxia, aged merely 14. Due to an unwed pregnancy, her family had cast her out, deeming her a disgrace. Her fiancé, upon discovering her loss of virtue before marriage, promptly annulled their engagement, now gazing upon her with the animosity reserved for an enemy. The thought of the original owner's tender age incited Shen Fei's indignation. Who could be so cruel as to act upon such a young girl? In the 21st century, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a minor. Yet, this was an ancient era, where many girls were wed at the tender age of 13 or 14. Their presence here was due to their journey from the northern lands to the capital. Just half a month prior, the Sun family had received word of the new emperor's ascension, which included a general amnesty. They, as exiles, fell within the scope of this pardon, and the new emperor had reopened the case of the Sun family, potentially restoring their noble title. Once, they belonged to the esteemed Chang'an Marquisate. Had it not been for the old marquis's entanglements and the enmity of the late emperor, they would not have faced such disgrace and exile. At last, they could leave the harsh northern lands, and the entire Sun family was brimming with joy. Shen Fei, the pregnant girl who had brought shame upon her family, accompanied them on their return. It remained a mystery why Sun Hung and his wife acted as they did. Though it was said that Shen cared for her daughter, she had often subjected her to beatings and scoldings. If she truly cared, why not leave her heavily pregnant daughter in the north during this journey back to the capital? Along the way, they occasionally provided some provisions and water, yet the food always bore an odd taste. As Shen Fei contemplated this, a wave of nausea washed over her. Coincidentally, it was raining today, and they had stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. Little did she expect that she would give birth here. Shen Fei was uncertain whether the original owner had reached full term. But inexplicably, she had found herself transported here during childbirth, becoming an unexpected mother. After the child had nursed and taken some medicinal potion, its complexion improved slightly, becoming less alarming. The tiny bundle was now peacefully asleep. Shen Fei surveyed her surroundings. This room appeared to be a side chamber, and given her circumstances, it was likely that others had refrained from entering. After all, in ancient times, confinement rooms were often deemed inauspicious. It was tranquil in her corner, and thanks to the effects of the medicine, her body had regained strength, and her spirits had lifted considerably. Glancing at her tattered garments, she felt a pang of frustration. The conditions were truly harsh. Moreover, her child was merely swathed in a thin, ragged cloth, looking exceedingly pitiful. Gingerly, Shen Fei attempted to rise, exploring the side hall until she discovered a nook that was dry. The child remained asleep, and Shen Fei noted that this little one was relatively easy to care for, not prone to frequent cries. She gathered some cleaner straw and arranged it in the corner, planning for the two of them to nestle there for the night. She chose not to seek assistance from the main hall, having gleaned from the original owner's memories that she was not favored in the Sun family, likely due to being a girl, and had endured much hardship from a young age. Ultimately, her unwed pregnancy had led to her being scorned by the Sun family. At this moment, within the main hall of the dilapidated temple, the Sun, Lin, and Wang families were resting in the main hall, each divided into 3 groups. Each of these families had their own distinguished background. The Sun family hailed from a marquis household, representing the highest status among them. The eldest of the Lin family was also a third-rank official, belonging to a lineage of scholarly renown. The Wang family, though somewhat lesser, had Wang as a 6th-rank official in the capital. During the years of exile, many lives were lost along the way, yet a decade had passed, and all 3 families had welcomed numerous children. Sun Hung was the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Chang'an. Fortunately, during the exile, his family did not suffer the loss of any children, as both Sun Zhanping and Sun Mingxia had survived. However, Sun Hang's 2 legitimate brothers were not as fortunate. Their eldest sons had perished, and the oldest child now was merely 7 or 8 years old. 7-year-old Sun Zhanxiang was deeply concerned for Shen Fei, having been almost raised by her. Reflecting on his elder sister's fate brought him sorrow. He quietly approached Madame Chun and whispered, "Mother, shall we go visit sister? Why has there been no news since she gave birth?" Madame Chun shot him a sharp glance and retorted, "I have told you, she is not your sister. Mind your own business." "Mother, how can she not be my sister? We are blood siblings. Please, help her," Sun Zhanxiang implored, his heart aching for Sun Mingxia. They all claimed that his sister was of loose morals, having had a child before marriage. Yet, he knew well that she had harbored affection for her future brother-in-law, Lin Yuhuan. Their bond had always been strong, having been betrothed in childhood. It seemed implausible for her to suddenly turn to another. There must be a reason behind it all, he believed, sensing that his sister was burdened by unspoken troubles. The father and mother regarded their eldest daughter as if confronting a formidable beast, unleashing a torrent of venomous words. Chun, ignoring her younger son, approached her husband, Sun Hong. My dear, Xiang has remarked that the girl is behaving oddly. It has been quite some time without any news. Should we not go and check on her? Sun Hong, weary and famished, was reluctant to move. Once the third young master of the Marquisate, though born of a concubine, he had enjoyed considerable favor. Despite the hardships endured in the northern territories over the years, this prolonged journey on foot had taken a toll on him. He glanced at the blisters on his feet and grumbled, that wretched girl, why should I concern myself with her fate? He sighed, lamenting that had it not rained today, they would have had no time to rest. Chen's mind raced. She pondered for a moment before leaning closer and whispering, my dear, we cannot allow her to perish. If our family is to restore its noble title, what shall become of that child in the capital if she dies? Sun Hong recalled this as well. Then you go and see if she is alive, and also check on that illegitimate child, boy or girl. Sun Hong harbored a deep-seated wish for Shen Fei's demise. Yet he understood that it could not be at this moment. It must wait until they reached the capital and change their household registration. Therefore, her life must be preserved for the time being. With her husband's consent, Chen rose, took a jug of water, and made her way toward the side chamber. Sun Zhanxiang trailed behind her like a small shadow, his concern for his sister evident. Upon entering the side chamber, Chen was immediately struck by a pungent odor of blood. Chapter 3. Threat. Chen pinched her nose and surveyed the room, exclaiming, I truly should not have come here. It is far too ominous. At last, Shen Fei was seen seated in a corner, cradling something in her arms. Chen Shi was taken aback by her daughter's spirit, astonished that she could still move about so soon after giving birth. Sun Zhanxiang, noticing the bloodstains on the ground, was startled. He glanced around and hurried over to the corner where Shen Fei sat. Sister, how are you? Shen Fei looked at the child rushing towards her and recognized him as her original self's younger brother, Xiang Guer. Sun Zhanxiang, gazing at the child in Shen Fei's arms, could hardly believe his eyes at such an unattractive infant. Sister, is this your child? How is he so ugly? Shen Fei examined her offspring closely and had to concede that he was indeed not pleasing to the eye, resembling a little monkey, all wrinkled. Once he grows up, it will be better. Haha. At that moment, Chen Shi approached, inquiring about the child's gender. A boy. Chen Shi curled her lip, reminded of her purpose for being there. She handed Shen Fei a jug of water and a flatbread. Eat. Don't starve yourself. Also, when the rain stops tomorrow, we shall depart. Do not expect us to wait for you. Shen Fei had little hope of that. She did not wish to travel with him anymore. You all may leave tomorrow. I need to rest for a few days. Having just given birth, she understood the necessity of confinement after childbirth. She was aware that if a woman did not properly observe her confinement, she could easily fall ill. No, you must accompany us on the journey tomorrow. Chen Shi firmly countered, insisting that Shen Fei could not remain behind while they returned to the capital. Shen Fei cast a curious glance at Chen Shi, pondering whether this woman was indeed her biological mother. If she were her true mother, surely she would show some degree of tolerance, even if her daughter had erred. However, given her current state, she was in no condition to travel. If you wish to leave, do so. I shall remain here, Shen Fei insisted. Chen Shi surveyed Shen Fei from head to toe, sensing something was amiss with this insolent girl who dared to contradict her. With a derisive laugh, Chen Shi warned, I advise you to come along with us obediently. Your household registration and travel permit are in our possession. Should you refuse to accompany us, you will be considered an illegal resident and a runaway slave, subject to capture. It dawned on Shen Fei that she was indeed bound by the absurdities of the current system. So her personal freedom had been stripped away. How unfortunate. Chen Shi, noticing Shen Fei's silence and stern expression, felt a surge of pride, thinking that she would soon bring her rebellious daughter to heel. Finding the birthing room to be ominous, she declared, Xiang Guer, let us depart. Sun Zhanxiang discreetly slipped 2 candies into Shen Fei's hand before following Chen Shi out. Shen Fei felt a pang of regret. After all, she was not yet married, and her household registration remained with the Sun family. In this ancient era, unmarried women could not establish independent households. This predicament was troublesome, as she was fully at the mercy of others. Glancing at the tiny child in her arms, she wondered what would become of his household registration. At this moment, lacking identity meant she would be unable to claim her share of land, let alone participate in the imperial examinations in the future. No, she could not allow herself to be constrained by the Sun family. Nor could she let her child suffer indignities. She yearns for an identity, or perhaps to bestow one upon her child, an identity that would enable them to find their place and purpose within society. Alas, the identity of the father remains a mystery. If only she knew, they might seek him out and partake in better fortunes. In the modern world, Shen Fei is akin to one who has never faced hardship. Her current circumstances resemble nothing less than a hellish ordeal. It is imperative to devise a plan. From the adjacent room wafted an enticing aroma, and Shen Fei discerned that the meal was prepared. She strained to listen as footsteps approached. An elderly woman, known as Ma Posey, entered with a bowl of soup and, upon noticing Shen Fei seated in the corner cradling her child, exclaimed, "Girl from the Sun family, you are awake." Shen Fei recalled this woman. She was a servant of the Wang family and had assisted in her childbirth. A smile graced Shen Fei's lips as she attempted to rise and pay her respects. However, Ma Posey quickly interjected, "Child, do not move just yet. Sit down. You have just given birth, so please, drink some warm soup." At this moment, Shen Fei felt an immense sense of gratitude. Among the three families in the dilapidated temple, the Sun family were her kin, yet they chose to neglect her. The Lin family belonged to her former fiancé, who likely wished for her demise. Only the Wang family, with no ties to her, extended a helping hand. "Thank you, Ma Posey," Shen Fei expressed sincerely. "Had it not been for you, I might not have survived." Shen Fei pondered that the original owner of this body may have succumbed due to extreme weakness and the toll of childbirth. After all, it was commendable that a heavily pregnant woman could endure such a long journey. This tenacity was truly admirable. Now that the original owner has departed, fortune has smiled upon her, granting her the opportunity to continue living. The old midwife chuckled, saying, "Oh, dear child, why such formality? This is a skill honed through experience. Back in the north, I assisted many women in childbirth. Come, drink this broth." Shen Fei placed the infant aside, feeling quite famished. The cakes sent over by the Chen family were exceedingly dry, and she found them impossible to consume. With the broth now available, she could indulge a bit. Upon seeing Shen Fei set her child upon the straw, the midwife picked up the baby, for she had delivered him and held a certain fondness for him. "Come, let me grandma have a look," she said while playfully engaging with the child. "You have no idea, my dear girl, how worried I was that you might not deliver. At one point, I thought you had lost all strength, and I feared a tragic outcome. Yet, unexpectedly, you regained your vigor, and lo and behold, the baby was born." Shen Fei smiled softly, for indeed, it was true, the former Sun Mengxia had truly perished. As Shen Fei sipped her broth, the midwife cradled the child, waiting for her to finish so she could reclaim the bowl. Thus the two engaged in light conversation. In the main hall of the dilapidated temple, the Sun family was enjoying their meal. The Dowager Lady Dou glanced at Sun Heng and his wife, and with a proactive tone inquired, "How is that girl? Is she alive or dead?" The Dowager Lady Dou had once been a prominent matron in the Marquis's residence, enjoying considerable prestige in the capital. Having relished a life of comfort, she never anticipated suffering such hardships in her old age. Fortunately, after enduring much, a brighter future awaited them. The Sun family's return to the capital heralded a promising beginning, albeit the restoration of their noble title remained uncertain. Since the journey began, Lady Dou has been in remarkably high spirits, radiating vitality. The only source of her distress is the reckless behavior of a certain girl from the Sun family. Having prided herself on her dignity throughout her life, Lady Dou cannot tolerate the dishonor brought upon the Sun household. Thus, she harbors a strong desire for the demise of this illegitimate granddaughter. Sun Heng, eager to appease her, gently remarked, "Mother, the girl still draws breath." Noticing Lady Dou's glare, he hastily leaned closer and whispered, "Rest assured, let her live until we reach the capital. Thereafter, you may handle her as you see fit." Though Lady Dou was unaware of the true intentions of this illegitimate son, the notion of being able to dispose of the girl as she wished eased her tension. "Very well, let her accompany us to the capital," she conceded. Sun Heng, eager to placate her, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, mother." However, upon returning to their humble dwelling, the smiles faded from Sun Heng and Chen's faces. He cast a scornful glance at Lady Dou, inwardly cursing, "You old hag. If our fortunes are restored upon entering the capital, I shall regard you as my mother. Otherwise, you may as well find solace elsewhere." Sun Heng's aunt did not survive the journey, yet Lady Dou remained remarkably robust, persisting until they reached the northern lands. Each time Sun Heng reflected on this, he couldn't help but resent fate's cruelty. The Sun family comprised 3 branches, with the first and second both being legitimate, and Lady Dou's biological sons. In the absence of the late Marquis's favor, Sun Heng found himself at the mercy of his 2 brothers. Fortunately, in the northern territories, all were exiles. and the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate sons were rendered moot. All were treated equally and required to labor. The Sun family had enjoyed several years of harmonious living. However, upon their return to the capital, the distinctions of legitimate and illegitimate birth became of paramount importance. Sun Hung resumed his efforts to ingratiate himself with the elderly Lady Doe, flattering her and currying favor. At this moment, Chen inched closer to her husband and whispered, "My dear, do you have any notion of whose child that wretched girl is?" Chen had long harbored curiosity. Since discovering Shen Fei's pregnancy, she had inquired about the child's father, yet the girl could only weep, revealing nothing. Sun Hung pondered. Considering the frequent incursions by the Hu people on our northern borders, it is possible that the child is indeed theirs. Chen had encountered the Hu before. They were tall and robust, yet the girl's offspring resembled a frail kitten, lacking any strength, though its cries were undeniably loud. Chen narrowed her eyes, lamenting that this unfortunate situation had tainted their family's reputation. Sun Hung did not contest Chen's assertions. Had they not received news of the imperial amnesty, they could have continued their lives in the north and unceremoniously cast the girl out to fend for herself. Yet, the circumstances had changed. "Oh, I hope we reach the capital swiftly so we can resolve this matter," he sighed. "For now, we must allow her to linger a while longer. There is no rush. We shall address it upon our return." Chun, her heart aflame at the prospect of finally escaping their impoverished existence, declared, "I will heed your wishes, my husband." Meanwhile, Lin Yuhuan, though holding a book and attempting to read by the dim light of the fire, found that not a single word registered in his mind. Upon learning that Shen Fei was giving birth next door, he felt a wave of anxiety, and his countenance darkened further upon discovering that she had delivered a boy. The betrothal between the original protagonist and Lin Yuhuan had been arranged in the Northern Territories. At that time, both families were embroiled in criminal activities, rendering them equally undesirable. And coincidentally, the two were of a suitable age, leading to their engagement when the protagonist was merely 10 years old. It was initially intended that they would wed once she reached maturity, but unexpectedly, a few months prior, the protagonist discovered her pregnancy. The Lin family, though now fallen from grace, had once been esteemed scholars and, despite their current predicament, still held on to their dignity. Consequently, they hastily called off the engagement. Following this, the protagonist was cast out from her home, yet her vitality proved resilient, allowing her to endure until childbirth. Lin Yuhuan harbored complex feelings toward her, a blend of compassion and resentment. Observing her son engrossed in a book without turning a page, Lin's mother remarked, "Huaner, it is growing dark, do not strain your eyes." Lin Yuhuan quickly set the book aside, narrowly avoiding an incident where he nearly burned it, replying, "Yes, mother." As the sky darkened and the rain intensified, a steady stream of individuals sought refuge from the storm in the dilapidated temple. The main hall had become crowded, leaving the newcomers with no option but to retreat to the side chamber. Shen Fei, cradling her child, sat in a corner. The newcomers, surprised to find her and her infant, were curious about her solitary presence in the room, especially given the lingering scent of blood. However, with the torrential rain outside, they had little choice. Some settled in the corner to escape the downpour. At that moment, Shen Fei noticed a woman, elegantly attired, entering the space. She observed the bloodstains on the ground, frowned slightly, and softly called out, "Ping'an, come here and clean this up." The young servant Ping and promptly darted in from the main temple, responding, "Yes, Aunt Fong." His movements were swift. It was fortuitous that it was raining outside, making it convenient to fetch water. Soon, Ping'an had cleared away the bloodstains within the dilapidated temple, which pleased Aunt Fong immensely. Only then did she enter the main temple, where Shen Fei beheld her supporting a gravely ill young gentleman as he stepped inside. Shen Fei, cradling a child, was perplexed upon seeing the man, who was laboring to breathe even while walking. She thought it unwise for him to venture out in such a condition. Surely, it would be better to remain at home. Shen Fei regarded the young gentleman with a tinge of sympathy. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. Or maybe the young gentleman's eyes were simply astute, for he soon noticed Shen Fei in the corner. Upon realizing she was a soiled woman, he averted his gaze. He produced a handkerchief and gently pressed it against his nose, as the scent of blood was rather overwhelming. Aunt Fong replied quietly, "Young master, I am uncertain why there is blood here. Perhaps someone was injured. For now, you must bear with this place to avoid the rain. Your health cannot afford exposure." This dilapidated temple was the only refuge from the rain in the vicinity. The young gentleman nodded and then gestured towards Shen Fei, saying, "Assist me over there." The young gentleman was none other than Tang Ziling, the third young master of the Duke's residence. Shen Fei's position was the farthest from the bloodstains and the only dry spot within the crumbling temple. As she watched the man approach step by step, she scrutinized him closely. With each gradual advance, a sense of familiarity washed over her. However, she should not know him. Could it be that the original owner was familiar with him? Otherwise, how could one explain this? Shen Fei meticulously rummaged through her memories, yet found not a single clue. Aunt Fong spread a soft tiger skin mat on the grass, and Tang Ziling slowly sat down. He did not seem to mind Shen Fei's presence. Instead, he simply closed his eyes to recuperate. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Fei appeared utterly disheveled, her tangled hair sticking to her small face. At merely 14 years of age, she was still quite petite, dressed in rags, and cradling a similarly tattered infant in her arms, a truly pitiful sight. Even beggars seemed wealthier than her. When Tang Ziling opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of glistening, tearful orbs gazing at him, causing a jolt in his heart. Had he seen those eyes before? No, that seemed unlikely. Shen Fei looked enviously at Tang Ziling's attire and the luxurious mat beneath him, silently wishing that such clothing could be bestowed upon her little one, for she was indeed dreadfully impoverished. Chapter 5. An attack at midnight. Shen Fei could only harbor her envy within. She could hardly bring herself to ask for anything, as she lacked the audacity to do so. Tang Ziling initially thought the woman was observing him, only to realize she was instead coveting his garments, her envy plainly evident. Witnessing her embarrassment, Tang Ziling exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Fong. She had long felt a pang of compassion, yet without her master's command, she dared not act. Now, with an umbrella in hand, she hurried towards the carriage outside, where the young master's belongings awaited retrieval. Shen Fei was unaware of Tang Ziling's arrangements. She was currently examining her spatial laboratory, although she was eager to experiment and discover whether she could enter. The presence of numerous people in the dilapidated temple made her hesitant to attempt it lightly. She knew that she could retrieve items simply by concentrating on them, causing the contents of her laboratory to materialize before her eyes. However, she wondered if it were possible to place external objects inside. With nothing else to occupy her mind, Shen Fei began her experiment. Holding a blade of grass in her hand, she silently willed it to be placed inside. To her astonishment, the grass vanished from her grasp, only to reappear within the laboratory. A surge of excitement coursed through her. She was now eager to test whether she could enter herself, and whether her offspring could do the same. Yet, she recognized that this was not the appropriate moment. Restraining her excitement, she felt an added confidence in facing her current predicament. Tang Ziling, noticing Shen Fei's flushed face, mistakenly assumed that she was feeling unwell due to her thin attire. Observing that Aunt Fong had not yet entered, he unfastened his cloak and offered it to her, saying, "Here, we wouldn't want the child to catch a chill." After speaking, he coughed a few times. Seeing him extend the cloak and hearing his cough, Shen Fei politely declined. "No, thank you. You seem to need it as well. Please keep it for yourself." Tang Ziling was taken aback by the crispness of the woman's voice and her refusal of his kind gesture. Reflecting on his own condition and the fact that Aunt Fong had stepped out to fetch something, he retrieved the cloak once again. Aunt Fong was swift in her movements, returning not only with a thin blanket, but also with a piece of her own clothing. "Dear girl, this is my clothing, if you do not mind. Please take it and wear it. Additionally, here is a small quilt, which can also be used to wrap your child." Upon seeing Shen Fei and her baby, Aunt Fong felt a warmth in her usually indifferent heart, for the sight of the two was truly heart-wrenching. This time, Shen Fei did not refuse. After accepting the items, she began to express her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Aunt." In truth, Shen Fei was inexperienced in caring for a child, a novice mother struggling with the delicate task, especially since the tiny infant was indeed challenging to manage. Fortunately, the little one was not prone to crying and had taken medicine, allowing him to endure thus far. Otherwise, given the current weather, he might not have survived for long. Mr. and Mrs. Sun had harbored the intention of letting the infant succumb to the cold, thinking that as for the adult, they were nearing the capital, with only a few days' journey left, and she should be able to endure. This was also the reason why the Sun family had offered no assistance after Shen Fei's childbirth. Aunt Fong, noticing Shen Fei's clumsiness and the fact that the infant was not even wrapped in a diaper, merely lying exposed in tattered cloth, felt a pang of sorrow. This little baby reminded her of her own child who had passed away too soon. "Dear girl, you cannot do this. The child is not even wrapped in a diaper." Shen Fei felt a bit embarrassed, for she truly did not understand these matters. She scratched her head and said, "Aunt, could you please teach me how to do it?" With no choice left, Aunt Fong stood up again. "Wait here, I will fetch some items." With that, she hurriedly left. Shen Fei and Tang Ziling exchanged awkward glances, while the little one on the tiger skin mat kicked his frail little feet, his tiny form facing Tang Ziling. Tang Ziling cleared her throat awkwardly and used a tattered cloth to cover the little one's modesty. Shen Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment as well. The child had been sent over by Aunt Fong. It seemed inappropriate to move now, so she decided to wait for Aunt Fong to arrive. When Aunt Fong entered, she immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere between the two, yet upon noticing the infant's vigorous kicking, she chose to ignore the adults. This time, she had brought along a soft fabric that she had originally intended for making undergarments for the young master, which was now fortuitously repurposed. With deft hands, Aunt Fong quickly cut a few pieces of cloth, holding one up and saying, "My dear girl, pay close attention to how you wrap it." Shen Fei watched intently, understanding the importance of securely wrapping the baby's belly and paying special attention to the umbilical cord. As Aunt Fong demonstrated, she provided Shen Fei with essential tips, for which Shen Fei was immensely grateful, given her lack of experience in caring for an infant. "Thank you, Aunt," she expressed sincerely. After receiving the freshly wrapped little one, Shen Fei noticed that he no longer appeared to shiver. It seemed he was now warm enough. "Take these pieces of cloth as well, and use them to change the baby frequently to prevent any discomfort from wetness. The skin of a child is quite delicate." Shen Fei nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Observing this, Tang Ziling found it quite amusing. It was his first encounter with a newborn. The two older brothers in the household had been married for years without any children. Yet even if they had, he would not have felt inclined to approach them. At that moment, he felt the wonder of life. Despite the hardships faced, this mother and child had survived, and he found no reason to give up. Tang Ziling covered her mouth with a cloth, stifling her cough. Upon noticing, Aunt Fong hurried over, urging, "Young master, you should lie down. You need to rest here tonight. It's dark now, so please get some rest." Tang Ziling did not protest and laid down on the tiger skin mat, wrapping himself in a cloak for warmth. With Aunt Fong's assistance, Shen Fei's urgent predicament was finally alleviated. At least the child would not suffer from the cold. Although it was merely the onset of autumn, the temperature fluctuations between day and night were quite significant. While the daytime might not feel chilly, the nights were undeniably frigid. Shen Fei curled up, draping the clothing Aunt Fong had provided over her, while a small child slept beside her. In her drowsy state, Shen Fei heard the sounds of a struggle outside, accompanied by the clashing of weapons. Startled, she sat up and wondered what was happening. The others in the dilapidated temple were also awakening. The servant pinged and stood up, eager to discern the situation outside. Just then, a figure clad in black suddenly fell from the roof. Shen Fei clutched the child tightly, her eyes wide with shock. Goodness, this era does not seem particularly safe. Having grown accustomed to the peace of modern times, she felt a surge of panic when confronted by these dark-clad figures. The black-clad person swiftly regained composure, scanning the ruined temple before racing towards Shen Fei. What is going on? Why is this person coming towards her? Chapter 6. The splash of sulfuric acid. Shen Fei held the child closely as the figure in black approached with alarming speed. Ping shouted urgently, "Wuyang, Wudon, come protect the young master." Aunt Fong cried out, "Young master, be careful." Tang Ziling and Shen Fei were positioned closely, leading her to believe that the cloaked figure was targeting her. However, upon hearing the servant Ping Yin's exclamation, she realized that she was not the intended victim. Nevertheless, the young master seemed to possess a commendable character, and having rendered assistance to both her and the little one, it was imperative that she did not remain indifferent in their time of need. Shen Fei hastily thrust the small child into Tang Ziling's arms, urging him to hold on to the little one. She then retrieved a glass vessel containing a vivid yellow liquid and splashed it directly onto the masked man's face. "Ah, my face, my eyes." The cloaked figure collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Cradling the child, Tang Ziling gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene, trembling as she inquired, What is this? How is it so potent?" Observing the black-clad figure's anguished cries, Shen Fei felt a surge of triumph. "Anyone who dares approach shall taste this acid." Just then, the guard Wuyang rushed over and swiftly subdued the writhing assailant. "My lord, I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me as you see fit." Ping Yin was rendered speechless, having witnessed the unknown substance corrode the man's face, causing it to dissolve and emit wisps of smoke, an image that was truly terrifying. Tang Ziling dismissed his apologies with indifference. No matter. His gaze remained fixed on Shen Fei, sensing that this woman was far from ordinary, possessing a ruthlessness that could disfigure a person irreparably. Shen Fei, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts in this harsh world. Survival was the foremost concern. It is merely an ordinary potion. At this moment, Wuyang raised his head to glance at the young master and the filthy woman, his mind swirling with questions. However, upon noticing the child cradled in the young master's arms, his astonishment deepened, leaving his mouth agape. The young master was indeed holding a baby. Shen Fei promptly approached Tang Ziling, reclaiming the little one, remarking that there was no need for thanks, as they were even now. Tang Ziling understood Shen Fei's implication and nodded in agreement. Just then, Wu Dan entered, announcing that the assailants had been subdued. At this juncture, Ping interjected, insisting that Wu Dan and Wu Yong thoroughly interrogate the black-clad captives. He patted his chest, exclaiming that he had been terrified moments earlier, believing he was on the brink of demise. Fortunately, the quick-witted woman had directly saved both the young master and himself. The commotion also roused others within the dilapidated temple. As dawn began to break, some individuals, having witnessed the assault by the black-clad figures, had already fled with their belongings. Tang Ziling, no longer inclined to remain in the ruined temple, instructed Ping to prepare for their departure, eager to return to the capital. Very well, young master. I shall gather our things at once. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Ziling departed in a carriage, accompanied by the captured assailants. Meanwhile, Shen Fei, cradling the infant, found a secluded corner of the temple to nurse the child, utilizing the garments provided by Aunt Fong for modesty. The temple had already accommodated numerous travelers seeking refuge from the rain, resulting in a diverse crowd. Despite her youth and the dirt that clung to her, Shen Fei possessed an allure that captured the attention of several men. There are also those ne'er-do-well men who scrutinize Shen Fei and her child. Now, having witnessed Shen Fei's formidable prowess, all have abandoned any intentions. Who would dare approach such a malevolent figure? This woman possesses a celestial aura capable of elevating one to the heavens. They had all seen the man's visage, which emanated heat. The citizens of Dayu dynasty could solemnly swear they had never encountered such a scene before. Those within the dilapidated temple, some fled in a panic, while those who remained kept their distance from Shen Fei, too fearful to draw near. Unaware of the peculiar gazes directed her way, Shen Fei understood she too must prepare for departure. She had little to gather, having already inspected her belongings. She found that the only valuable item she possessed was a jade pendant around her neck. Everything else was devoid of worth. After changing the infant's diaper, she wrapped him up once more. Utilizing the garments bestowed by Aunt Fong, she secured the child to her chest for ease of movement. After wrapping the child's soiled diaper in a piece of yesterday's old cloth, she set out to find a place to clean it, carrying the soiled fabric with her. Alas, Shen Fei gazed at the sky while holding her child. Why must she endure such torment? She was still but a child herself. Tears welled in her eyes as she longed for her parents. After walking for over 10 minutes, she arrived at the riverbank and began to wash the diaper. However, the yellowish excrement proved quite difficult to cleanse. Shen Fei recalled that she typically kept some personal items in the laboratory. Seeing that the area was deserted, she silently resolved, I shall enter. Yet, she remained by the river, undeterred by the passage of time. She glanced at the small creature beside her, unfastened it, and placed it a safe distance from the riverbank. Then, with a silent resolve, she declared her intention to enter. In an instant, she vanished, appearing directly in the laboratory. Shen Fei was overwhelmed with joy. Her curiosity piqued as she explored her surroundings with great enthusiasm. After a moment of exploration, she remembered her purpose for coming here. The laboratory was spacious, exceeding 100 square meters, though much of the area was occupied by large experimental apparatus. Shen Fei hurried towards the living quarters, which housed a few of her personal belongings. However, the supplies were scant, intended only for temporary use. Fortunately, she did find some essential items: laundry soap, facial soap, and hand wash, basic necessities indeed. There were also 2 packs of tissue paper and 3 large packages of sanitary pads. Aside from these rudimentary items, there was little else of use. Shen Fei felt a twinge of frustration. What was the purpose of this space laboratory if it served merely as a storage area? Moreover, it seemed that no other living beings could enter this sanctuary apart from herself. On the bright side, she could observe the outside world from within. As she heard footsteps approaching in the distance, she quickly seized a bar of soap and exited the space laboratory. With great swiftness, Shen Fei scooped up the child and gently patted its back. The little one, perhaps feeling the chill of the ground, began to whimper. Shen Fei continued to soothe the child, rocking gently until it was calm. Once settled, she secured the child on her back, bent down by the riverbank, and swiftly cleaned the child's soiled diaper. A middle-aged woman approached, but upon noticing Shen Fei carrying a child, she turned and departed. Initially, she had been washing vegetables downstream when the sound of a baby's cries drew her over. Chapter 7. The hostility of a cousin after finishing her chores. Shen Fei made her way back and observed several families washing vegetables in the river downstream. Shen Fei felt a wave of unease and hurried her pace. Unable to meet their gaze, she had just spotted members of the Sun family among them, and though she was uncertain if they would offer her breakfast, she resolved that even if they did, she would decline. It was a meal laden with implications. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, she encountered Qin Shi, who exclaimed, "You wretched girl, where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you." Chen Shi had also heard the sounds of conflict and had taken refuge, too fearful to approach. Once the commotion subsided, she ventured over to check on Shen Fei and her child, but to her dismay, found no one there. Concern began to rise within her. She could not afford to lose them at such a critical moment. Only upon catching sight of Shen Fei did she breathe a sigh of relief. Hadn't she been on the brink of death last night, unable to rise? How was it that she could walk today? I always knew this girl was merely feigning. Shen Fei scrutinized Chen Shi's features, searching for any semblance to the original owner of her body. Earlier, by the river, she had taken a moment to tidy herself and realized that the original owner possessed quite a pleasing appearance. Her features were delicate and refined, not strikingly beautiful, but rather reminiscent of a fragile flower, one that would evoke tender feelings in a man. However, in reality, Shen Fei's personality is quite different. She possesses a somewhat extroverted nature, reveling in playfulness and mischief, and she enjoys indulging in a bit of coquettishness in front of her parents. Her pursuit of scientific research stems from genuine talent and a passion for the field. Chen Shi feels uncomfortable under Shen Fei's gaze and retorts, "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Shen Fei strives to delve into the memories of her predecessor and discovers that Chen Shi has seemingly harbored a dislike for her since childhood, treating her brothers with kindness while subjecting her to scoldings and beatings. The original owner believed that being a girl was the reason for Chen Shi's disdain. Nonetheless, Shen Fei holds a different perspective. She approaches Chen Shi and discreetly plucks a strand of hair from her head, teasingly asking, "Mother, are you concerned about me?" Chen Shi, taken aback by Shen Fei's sudden intimacy, hurriedly recoils, exclaiming, "What do you mean getting so close, you little brat?" After a brief pause, she adds, "All right, once you're ready and have had breakfast, we shall set off." With that, she hastily departs. Shen Fei gazes at the hair in her hand, murmuring, "Let us proceed." The strand is then placed into the vessel within her spatial laboratory. Shen Fei plans to conduct a DNA experiment on both Chen Shi and the original owner when no one is around to unveil the truth. Upon entering the laboratory that morning, she had already confirmed that the equipment was functional, which pleased her greatly. I wonder what the future holds. Will the Sun family truly take care of the two of us? She muses, feeling a sense of worry. Despite having attained her doctorate at the tender age of 20 in the modern world, she still finds herself quite reliant on her parents in daily life. It appears that individuals tend to excel in certain areas while exhibiting deficiencies in others. Although she possesses a high IQ and has achieved considerable success in research, in her personal life, she is rather inept and lacks essential skills. At home, her parents take care of her, and in the laboratory, she is supported by professors and senior students. Now, suddenly tasked with caring for a small child, she finds herself in a rather challenging predicament. Determined not to remain passive, Shen Fei resolves to take proactive measures. Since the Sun family is, in essence, her own, she cannot allow them to indulge in leisure. She must take responsibility for this daughter. In such extraordinary times, one must adopt a thicker skin. With the child on her back, Shen Fei boldly made her way to the main temple. Guided by her memories, she began her search, soon encountering a familiar, aged face. Alas, this must be her cantankerous grandmother. This elderly woman is not the biological grandmother of the original owner, and thus, she had never treated her kindly. It seems that after arriving in the northern lands, as the original owner grew, she was coerced into assisting with numerous tasks. The Chen family also showed no affection for the original owner, resulting in her suffering considerable hardships under this woman's authority. Though the elderly Lady Do has yet to return to the capital, the esteemed demeanor of the Marquise matriarch can already be observed. At this moment, her eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Ru Yen of the Lu family, was bringing her a basin of water for washing her face. After Lady Do finished cleansing her visage, her murky, triangular eyes landed upon Shen Fei, filled with disdain. "Who permitted your presence? Keep your distance from the Sun family." Lu Ru Yen also cast a glance at Shen Fei, her eyes flashing with annoyance. "Mingxia, you have been cast out of the family. Do not return." Lu's daughter, Sun Minxue, is but a year younger than the original owner, now at the tender age of 13. She has long harbored affections for Lin Yuhuan, back in the northern lands. Upon learning of the impending union between the Lin and Sun families, she had fancied it might be herself destined for him. Her heart was a tumult of anticipation and shyness, for she hailed from the prestigious first branch of the Chang'an Marquisate. Even in exile, her status far surpassed that of the lesser-born daughters from the third branch. However, to her dismay, the Lin family had set their sights on that wretched girl, Sun Mingxia. After their engagement, Sun Mingxia seethed with indignation for quite some time, though later inquiries by Lu revealed that the Lin family sought a capable wife to assist Lin Yuhuan in the arduous northern environment, and thus favored the third branch's daughter. This only deepened Sun Mingshue's resentment. Yet, fortune smiled upon her, for that insufferable girl met an ill fate, having been sullied by some rogue. This served as a balm to her wounded pride. Now, with her engagement to Lin Yuhuan annulled and a child born out of wedlock, it seemed that any future with him was irrevocably severed. At that moment, Shen Fei felt a burning gaze fixated upon her. Turning around, she encountered the schadenfreude glimmering in Sun Mingshue's eyes. "Cousin, what are you staring at?" Sun Mingxue, taken aback by Shen Fei's sudden inquiry, dismissed it with a nonchalant reply. "Oh, just some irrelevant individuals. They ought not to come to our home, bringing their shame." Shen Fei discerned that the original owner's family held her in disdain, not merely due to her reputation, but for reasons yet undisclosed. Among the Sun family, only the 7-year-old Sun Zhanxiang seemed to regard the original owner with any semblance of affection, as he cheerfully approached her, clutching a steamed bun. "Sister, here, have a bun." Shen Fei held onto the cold steamed bun, realizing it must have been made the day before. She accepted it, knowing she would not have consumed one made this morning, as the water might have contained remnants from the little ones. "Thank you, Xiang Gur." Sun Zhanxiang playfully nudged Shen Fei, saying, "Sister," squatting down. "Let me see if my little nephew has grown a bit." Shen Fei found this amusing, after all. This younger brother was the only one from the Sun family who had shown her kindness. She smiled and replied, "All right. Sister will squat down so you can see your little nephew." At that moment, the small child was fast asleep, his eyes tightly shut, his skin still flushed. "Sister, he hasn't become any more handsome. He's still quite ugly," Sun Zhanxiang expressed with a hint of disappointment. Chapter 8. Unabashed Shen Fei found it amusing, stood up, and gently ruffled Sun Zhanxiang's hair. "He's still young. In time, he will look better." "Really? That's wonderful. I hope my nephew resembles me a bit." "Isn't it said that nephews take after their uncles?" Sun Zhanxiang said innocently. Shen Fei observed the youthful roundness of Sun Zhanxiang's face, noting how closely he resembled the Sun family. The men of the Sun family possessed a square face, exuding a sense of masculinity. However, if women bore such features, it was often not considered attractive, at least not associated with beauty. Although Sun Mingxue was a girl, she too exhibited the distinctive traits of the Sun children. This further fueled Shen Fei's suspicions about her own appearance, which bore no resemblance to either the Qin family or Sun Hong. Shen Fei was immensely curious about her identity and wished to validate her speculations in the laboratory. However, the current gathering was far too crowded and unsuitable for such inquiries. From a distance, Chen observed her young son running towards that wretched girl once again, and her frustration boiled over. Despite her countless admonitions, the boy remained obstinate. She called out sharply, "Xiang, come here for your meal and disregard those irrelevant individuals." Sun Zhanxiang felt a twinge of discomfort and cast an apologetic glance at Shen Fei. "Sister, I must return now." "Very well, do hurry back," she replied, noticing that everyone was engrossed in their meal. Shen Fei felt the weight of their indifference towards her and her son. She decided to walk into the woods alone, while Chen mistakenly believed Shun was merely seeking a secluded spot. After all, with Shun's household registration and travel permits in her possession, she was unlikely to cause any disturbances. Once Shen Fei had distanced herself, she gently set down the infant, wrapping him in her garment and hanging him on a tree branch to prevent any insects from crawling in. Swiftly, she entered the laboratory, collecting a strand of Chen's hair and plucking one from her own head to commence her DNA experiment. Her movements were swift, and the visibility of the outside world from the lab provided her with a sense of security. At last, after half an hour, the results emerged. Shen Fei couldn't help but marvel at her intuition. The truth was undeniable. She was not Chen's biological child, and there was no blood relation between them. Shen Fei's delicate, oval face contrasted sharply with the square faces of Sun Hong, Sun Zhanpeng, and Sun Zhanxiang. Even Chen, who bore a slight resemblance, was unrelated to her. This revelation clarified everything. She was not a child of the Sun family. In this era, a woman's purity holds great significance, particularly among noble families or those of high-ranking officials. However, the Sun family had already fallen from grace. If they truly cherished their offspring, such matters would be of little concern. After all, in the northern territories, incursions by nomadic tribes were frequent, and merely surviving was a blessing. Some women had suffered indignities at the hands of these invaders, yet they continued to lead their lives. In the face of life and death, societal norms and etiquette lose their weight. Shen Fei emerged from the laboratory, securing her child to her back, and slowly made her way back to the dilapidated temple. At that moment, the three families had finished their meals, with their belongings already loaded onto the mule carts. The Sun family possessed only 2 carts, one for luggage and the other for the elderly and children. Adults like Sun Hung had no choice but to walk. Disregarding the peculiar gazes of others, Shen Fei boldly took a seat on one of the carts. Sun Mingxue could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "You shameless woman! Who gave you permission to sit on the cart?" Old Lady Dou, with her squinting eyes, interjected, "Mingxue, soon you shall be the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household. You must mind your words and refrain from speaking to those beneath you." She then turned her attention to Madame Lu, the head of the family, asserting that once they reached the capital, Mingxue must adhere to the proper decorum. Old Lady Dou was utterly dismissive of Shen Fei's presence, treating her as if she were invisible. Such disregard is the most demeaning of all. Whether through verbal attacks or expressions of dissatisfaction, it still acknowledges the other's existence. Should this indifference have been directed towards the original owner of this identity, she might have pondered it further. Yet, Shen Fei remained unfazed. She cared little for the identity of the old woman. She is acutely aware that having just given birth, she must travel by vehicle, and she has no desire to jeopardize her health. Holding the child, Shen Fei shifted inward, taking a seat in the very middle. Old Lady Dou was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Shen Fei would become so brazen, her audacity now unparalleled, for she had not been this way in the past. Previously, despite her burgeoning belly, she had insisted on trailing behind the carriage, yet now she boldly ascended into the vehicle. "Chen, why aren't you stepping in to manage this?" Old Lady Dou, disdainful, chose not to engage Shen Fei directly, instead wishing for Chun to intervene. Chun was equally displeased. She herself had no carriage to ride in, and here this young girl dared to indulge in comfort. "Sun Mingxia, how dare you sit in a carriage? Your audacity knows no bounds. Get down. That vehicle is not meant for you," Chen scolded without hesitation. Shen Fei scanned the surroundings, noting that although the other two families were busy packing their belongings, they too were listening intently, likely eager to witness the commotion surrounding the Sun family. Turning to Chen, Shen Fei enunciated deliberately, "Mother, are you certain that I am Sun Mingxia?" Upon uttering this statement, a profound silence enveloped the carriage. The children, puzzled by the sudden stillness following the elder sister's remark, could only observe. Old Lady Dou's countenance darkened, casting a fierce glare at the third couple. Chen's heart raced with unease. Could this girl have unraveled some truth? With a somewhat evasive retort, she snapped back, "You insolent girl, what are you saying? If you are not Sun Mingxia, then who else could you possibly be?" Yet Chen's words lacked conviction. The matriarch of the first household, Lu, and the daughter-in-law of the second household, Xiaodou, regarded Chun with disapproving glances. "Oh, really? I thought I was not a child of this family. Otherwise, how could the Sun family be so cruel to me?" Shen Fei replied with a calm demeanor. Sun Mingxue had long since disregarded Shen Fei, retorting, "Is it not your own lack of decorum and shamelessness that led to your abandonment by the family?" Chun Shi interjected, "Your second sister speaks the truth." Shen Fei cast a glance at the two, her tone still indifferent. "Oh, is that so? Tell me. If the emperor were to discover that your Sun family once exchanged a child for exile, what grave offense against the throne would that be? Do you believe the emperor would still grant clemency to the Sun family? The titles you wish to restore might just vanish in an instant." As Shen Fei spoke, she gestured, inciting fury among the members of the Sun family. Chen Shi's heart sank. Old Lady Dou's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. "Silence. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Shi cast a deep glance at Shen Fei, attempting to mediate. "Mengxia, your temper is too fierce. How dare you make such reckless conjectures? This is a capital offense." She continued, "Enough. If you wish to sit, then sit here." Chapter 9. The old lady covered in filth. Shen Fei chose not to linger on the matter, comfortably settling into the carriage. Although Old Lady Dou refrained from further opposition, her mind was already concocting ways to eliminate Shen Fei. Initially, she had presumed the girl to be frail, unable to endure the trials of childbirth, thus not needing to intervene. To her surprise, Shen Fei's resilience proved formidable. She had managed to persevere. Moreover, there were others returning to the capital, including the Lin and Wang families, with countless eyes upon them. Without a plausible strategy, it would indeed be unwise to act hastily. The eyes of the elder Lady Dou darkened. The girl Shen Fei must be eliminated. If she were to accompany them to the capital, what would become of the dignity of the Chang'an Marquisate? How would the old acquaintances perceive her? At this thought, the elder Lady Dou's complexion turned ashen. No, this girl must not survive the journey back to the capital. Regardless of any plans or secret schemes that the third couple might harbor, they were of no consequence. In comparison to the reputation of the Chang'an Marquisate, nothing else mattered. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, her pseudo-grandmother had already harbored murderous intentions. Meanwhile, she sat leisurely in the mule cart, munching on a steamed bun. Indeed, one could not deny that this white bun tasted increasingly sweet, especially when one was hungry. Beside Shen Fei sat a few little ones, including Sun Zhanxiang. The 6-year-old Sun Zhanxi from the first household, and the 5-year-old son Zhanqing from the second. Among the daughters-in-law of the Sun family, Qin's status was the lowest, yet her health was the most robust. Both Lu and Xiaodou had suffered during their exile, their health deteriorating, and it took several years to recover enough to bear these two children. Son Zhanqi, being the only boy from the first household, was greatly cherished by Sun Bin. Should the Marquisate's title be restored, Son Zhanqi would become the future heir. Lu had conveyed this notion to Son Zhanqi, instilling in him a sense of superiority even at such a tender age. "Cousin, what are you eating? Is it delicious?" Son Zhanqi inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. As Shen Fei's enjoyment of the bun was quite apparent, Shen Fei cast a glance at the little brat, choosing to ignore him. Did he truly wish to seize her bun? Son Zhanqi, feeling a tinge of irritation as Shen Fei ignored him, recalled his mother's words and boldly remarked, "Cousin, once we arrive in Kyoto, we shall reside in a grand house, and I shall have you evicted. However, if you were to share half with me, I would refrain from sending you away." This young boy, during mealtime, was unable to eat properly. Now, observing Shen Fei relishing her steamed bun, he felt a pang of envy. He found his cousin's bun to be distinctly more aromatic than the one he had that morning. Shen Fei paid him no heed, quickly finishing the remaining morsels and stuffing them into her mouth. Son Zhanqi was left speechless. He felt that Shen Fei had changed significantly. She used to be very kind to him, often entertaining the three of them and granting him whatever he desired. Being but a child, he felt profoundly aggrieved. Sun Mingxue, unable to bear the sight, took her younger brother into her arms, scolding, "You little rascal, what is so enticing about a mere bun? You wouldn't even eat the one I offered you this morning." "But Cousin S bun is different. It's not like the ones at home," Son Zhanqi retorted. Sun Mingxue shot a glare at Shen Fei before attempting to soothe her brother. Meanwhile, old Madame Dou, feigning sleep, stirred slightly upon hearing the commotion. Son Zhanqi immediately fell silent, too intimidated to continue his fussing. At that moment, the little one in Shen Fei's embrace awoke, letting out a loud wail. Lacking experience in caring for children, Shen Fei began to rock him gently, hoping to calm him down. However, his cries only grew louder, causing old Madame Dou considerable discomfort. "Can't you just check to see if the little one needs a change?" she suggested. With a sudden realization, Shen Fei smacked her forehead. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. In a flurry, she hastily unwrapped the baby's blanket and unfastened the diaper. Instantly, a foul odor wafted through the air, and the diaper was saturated in a vivid yellow, the baby having relieved itself profusely, the mess liquid and oozing. The children in the vehicle instinctively shifted away. Shen Fei, feeling somewhat repulsed, clumsily began the task of changing the diaper, one hand still gripping the soiled garment. Unbeknownst to her, a pothole on the ground caused the cart to jolt, launching its occupants momentarily into the air. The diaper slipped from her grasp, soaring through the air, and, by sheer misfortune, landed atop the head of the elderly matriarch, Madame Dou. The baby's yellow excrement cascaded down her face. Madame Dou emitted a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, her cries echoing, "Ah, ah." Son Zhanqi shouted in alarm, "Grandmother, your face is covered in filth." Son Zhanqi echoed the sentiment, "Indeed, it's all dripping down." Unable to endure the humiliation, Madame Dou fainted. The mule carts from the other two families came to a halt, curious to ascertain the commotion. Sun Bin, who had been driving ahead, rushed over, perplexed and anxious. "What is happening? Who is shouting?" Upon seeing his mother in distress, his concern intensified. He glared fiercely at Shen Fei. "Niece, was this your doing?" Shen Fei promptly removed the soiled diaper from Madame Dou's head and replaced it with a fresh one, gently wiping her face. "Uncle, I assure you, it was unintentional. The uneven ground caused the cart to jolt. It was merely an accident." The matriarch's visage bore traces of yellow as well. It is well known to all what this is. Neither the Lu family nor the Xiao family dared to approach, fearing that their husbands might demand they wash the old lady's face. Sun Bin, upon seeing his mother's face smeared with excrement, was infuriated. "Sun Mingxiao, can you not clean properly?" Shen Fei, feeling guilty, pleaded, "Uncle, please do not be angry. I need you to fetch some water so I can clean her face thoroughly." Shen Fei truly had no intention of allowing the old woman to become so dirty, despite her personal disdain for her. Due to this unfortunate incident, the mule cart had to come to a halt, and Shen Fei, carrying a child, took it upon herself to wash the old lady's hair and face. After 3 attempts, the others finally deemed her clean. At that moment, the old lady awakened, and, upon seeing Shen Fei still hovering before her, bellowed, "Get out! Roll away from me!" The old woman's roar was indeed heart-wrenching. Shen Fei covered her ears and exclaimed, "Grandmother, I truly did not mean to. Get away, disappear from my sight at once." The old lady's eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury. Realizing she could no longer remain in the cart, Shen Fei looked around and decided to pull her luggage towards the front of the mule cart, which was driven by Sun Bin. After rummaging about, she plopped herself down, saying, "Uncle, I shall sit here. Grandmother is angry, and I cannot ride in that cart anymore." Sun Bin responded, "I have never encountered anyone as thick-skinned as you." Chapter 10. The child was replaced back then. The mule cart resumed its journey. Although the brief interlude had caused a slight delay, the overall impact was minimal. At this moment, Lady Doe cast a fierce glare at the mule cart ahead, her eyes glinting with venom. This false granddaughter could not be allowed to remain. She must be eliminated before their arrival in the capital, and it must be done discreetly. The thought that the girl had just given birth crossed her mind. If she were to experience sudden hemorrhaging, it would not be implausible. In such a case, neither the Wang family nor the Lin family would suspect anything amiss. With this notion, Lady Doe's lips curled into a smile. However, she needed to tread carefully around the third Masteress family, as they were eagerly anticipating their return to the capital to reclaim their legitimate daughter. Naturally, they would wish for this little wretch to survive. Sun Mingxia was not. In fact, a child of the Marquis' household. She was the offspring of her wet nurse's family. During the upheaval of the family, Qin and the wet nurse had exchanged the children. The original child was merely 4 years old at the time and had no recollection of the events. Sun Hong was not the biological son of Lady Doe, and thus, he paid no heed to whether his daughter had been swapped. By the time Lady Doe became aware of this matter, it was too late. They were already en route to exile in the northern territories. Consequently, the members of the Sun family had to maintain the facade, and all the adults were privy to the fact that Sun Mingxia was not a child of the Sun family. Only the younger children, born later, remained oblivious. At this moment, the child in the cart dared not utter a sound. They had all been sternly warned not to provoke their grandmother's ire, and certainly not to laugh aloud. Lady Doe turned to her second son and commanded, "Second, go ahead and summon your elder brother." Sun Su nodded affirmatively, responding, "Yes, mother," and promptly scampered off. Little Doe was Lady Doe's niece, and she maintained a good rapport with her aunt. This was also a time when the venerable Lady Doe was asserting her authority, primarily due to the service of the Liu and Qin families. Being her own niece, she was reluctant to issue commands. "Mother, do you truly intend to spare that wretched girl?" Young Lady Doe felt a pang of envy towards Shen Fei, who was able to ride in the mule cart. She had witnessed the girl's audacity firsthand. Had she known earlier, she would have wished for a thicker skin herself. Lady Doe had her own plans, which she could not divulge to others, and thus she replied dismissively, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. I have my arrangements." Young Lady Doe could only obediently fall silent, though her eyes darted about, clearly plotting her own schemes. At that moment, Shen Fei was cradling a child, soundly asleep. The sun was warm, and the gentle swaying of the mule cart lulled her into slumber. Having just given birth the previous day, she was fatigued, compounded by the distress of last night's ambush, leaving her in dire need of rest. Now, she was afforded the opportunity to reclaim her sleep while seated in the cart. Sun Bin observed Shen Fei, lost in her deep slumber, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. His ire was not solely due to her mockery of his mother, but also her threatening words. Should she return safely to the capital, the Sun family would remain under her threat. Although it was the third branch that had committed this foolish act, treason against the emperor was a grave offense, and the Sun family could not afford any missteps at this juncture. After all, only the dead inspire confidence. When Shen Fei awoke, twilight was fast approaching. This time, the three families did not lodge in a dilapidated temple but instead found accommodations in the county town. Shen Fei was exceptionally fortunate to have her own private room, a situation she found quite astonishing. After all, the Sun family had shown unexpected kindness this time, a courtesy she had never experienced before. When the three families were in the north, they were still exiles. Regardless of their once noble status, their circumstances had drastically changed, and their financial resources were limited. Consequently, the accommodations they secured were of the lowest standard, with men and women assigned to separate rooms, and those unable to fit had to sleep on makeshift bedding. However, Shen Fei received preferential treatment, being allowed to occupy a room alone with her child, which incensed Sun Mingxia. "Why is grandmother and Sun Mingxia allowed their own rooms while we must crowd together? I refuse to accept this." Sun Mingxia harbored a dislike for her cousin and was inclined to contest any matter. A sharp glance from the Dowager Doe silenced Sun Mingxia, causing her to shrink back in fear and refrain from further protest. "Very well, we shall proceed as I instruct," the Dowager declared. The members of the Wang and Lin families found the situation peculiar but chose to remain silent, recognizing it as a private affair of the Sun family. Although they deemed the circumstances unusual, it was not inherently detrimental, leading them to refrain from questioning it. Over the years, they had each tended to their own affairs, leaving the matters of others untouched. The Dowager Doe, of course, had her own plans and considerations. Today merely marked the first step in her scheme, ensuring that the initial groundwork was thoroughly laid. Shen Fei, cradling her child, sat on the bed in the inn, her mind filled with uncertainty. This elderly woman did not seem as benevolent as she first appeared. Her demeanor had shifted remarkably. However, Shen Fei had little time for further contemplation, as her infant began to wail in hunger. Indeed, Shen Fei proved to be rather negligent as a mother, believing that 3 meals a day sufficed for her. Thus she nursed her baby merely 3 times a day. The little one, by nature, was not prone to excessive crying. However, the rations had been delayed for quite some time, prompting a call from her to remind Shen Fei that it was time to feed the little one. With no other option, Shen Fei directly fed the infant, who devoured the milk with an insatiable hunger. Shen Fei felt as if all her strength was exerted in this feeding, a sentiment that resonated deeply. Yet, the little one remained nameless. Calling it little one felt rather too casual. After some contemplation, she addressed the infant, saying, "You are my little treasure. I hope you will be blessed in the future. So I shall name you Fu Bao, shall I?" It was rare for Shen Fei to playfully engage with the infant. Fu Bao, Fu Bao. Do you like the name your mother has given you? Little Fu Bao, however, showed no reaction, continuing to drink milk voraciously, as if fearing the prospect of an empty stomach. Chapter 11. The arrival of the laboratory base. After Fu Bao finished nursing, he fell asleep once more, and Shen Fei gently placed him on the bed. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" "Dear guest, I have come to deliver your meal," announced the servant. The elderly lady in the neighboring room mentioned you preferred to dine privately. Though Shen Fei found it somewhat peculiar, she opened the door, saying, "Young man, I would like a basin of clean water." The servant placed the dinner on the table and respectfully replied, "Please wait, I shall bring it right away." Shen Fei sensed that the elderly lady might feel embarrassed by her presence and preferred not to encounter her again. Thus, she chose to avoid any discomfort, finding greater ease in the company of Fu Bao. Sitting at the table, she began her meal. Her body had already been enhanced by the potion, rendering her unafraid of any potential poison in the food. Before long, she had polished off every dish on the table. The waiter once again knocked on the door with a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. Upon entering, he deliberately cast a glance at the empty plates on the table. "Sir, the water you requested has arrived." "Very well, place it down," she replied. The waiter collected the empty containers from the table, then closed the door behind him as he departed. Shen Fei observed the waiter's actions and slowly began to assess her own body, discovering no peculiarities. Could it be? Had she been overly cautious? She decided to take things one step at a time. Swiftly, she used water to clean Fu Bao, and after washing the urine pad, she turned to enter the space laboratory. Having slept excessively during the day, she found herself far from weary. She made her way to the bathroom, and, upon gazing into the mirror, was taken aback by her own disheveled appearance. After indulging in a hot shower, she realized her clothes were equally soiled, so she washed them right there in the bathroom. Subsequently, she donned a sterile lab coat to cover herself. In the laboratory, she could observe the outside world, which afforded her some comfort as little Fu Bao slumbered alone on the bed. Shen Fei was now deeply intrigued by how this laboratory had accompanied her. Their research facility was dedicated to the study of flora and fauna, with her senior colleagues pursuing various subjects. Her primary focus was on humanity, developing potions aimed at human application. Senior brother Fong Nua concentrated on animals, particularly poultry, as people's dietary requirements continued to evolve. The array of domesticated animal breeds had also expanded, all reliant on technological advancements. For instance, pig feed had been enhanced to ensure pigs grew robust and plump. Senior brother Fong Nua was particularly fascinated by this. She recalled that the research facility had a significant stock of such feed. There is also Sister Huiyin, who specializes in plant research, focusing on agricultural agents for crops, including those for pest and disease control, weeding, and enhancing yields. She covers every aspect of pesticides. As Shen Fei gazed at the laboratory door, she approached it, took a deep breath, and then pushed the grand door open. She was uncertain whether only her laboratory had arrived or the entire base had come along. With a sigh, she pondered whether her senior brother and sister had been affected by her presence, especially since their laboratories flanked hers on either side. She wondered if they had remained in the modern era or had accompanied her here. Upon opening the door, Shen Fei was astonished to see the experimental base had indeed followed. She leaped with joy, exclaiming in laughter, "Ha ha ha, now there's nothing to worry about." As she entered the laboratories of Fong Nua and Lu Enhui, she found them empty. It was only natural. After all, this was her own space, and her seniors would not be present here. Their experimental base stood 3 stories tall, complete with a large playground in front where they often exercised. The subjects of Shen Fei's research were not particularly applicable in this ancient setting, yet those of her seniors were highly relevant. She hurried down to the first floor to check the storage room. She recalled that the first floor storage was filled with fertilizers. Upon opening the door, she discovered a substantial amount. One side contained feed for poultry, along with medications for treating animals. She remembered her senior brother mentioning that animals were also susceptible to mild ailments, making these medications indispensable. The other side was lined with an array of seed fertilizers, a veritable cornucopia. Shen Fei was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, but she believed these items might prove useful. Shen Fei, filled with joy, stepped out into the open space, donning her freshly laundered attire. Having utilized the dryer in the laundry room on the first floor, she felt utterly delightful. With only one minor disappointment, her little Fu Bao could not accompany her. The following day, Shen Fei exhibited no signs of discomfort. Upon rising, she found herself unable to style her hair in the fashion of this era, so she merely fashioned a thick braid. After feeding Fu Bao, she swaddled him snugly against her chest. Upon the early morning arrival of old Madame Dou, she cast a squinting glance at the intact Shen Fei, then seemingly disregarding her presence, turned and departed. Sun Zhanxiang approached Shen Fei, inhaling the fragrant aroma of her body wash, and remarked, "Sister, you smell delightful." Shen Fei, having grown accustomed to her own scent, was momentarily oblivious. "Really? I hadn't noticed," she replied. Madame Chun, observing Shen Fei's tidy appearance, harbored dissatisfaction. That wretched girl, has she been secretly taking water? Last night, the daughters-in-law had all sought to cleanse themselves, requesting several buckets of hot water for bathing, but that miserly old crone had denied their pleas. Now, it incensed her that this girl had gotten ahead of them. "Xiang Gooder, come here, ignore the irrelevant." Sun Zhanxiang glanced at Shen Fei, then at his mother. Before hastily departing, Shen Fei, too, wished to distance herself from the Sun family. Once they arrived in the capital, it would be best for the two families to part ways. At that moment, old Madame Dou inquired of her eldest son, Sun Bin, "What is the matter? Did not the second son say that girl devoured all the food yesterday? How is it that she appears so lively?" Sun Bin was somewhat perplexed. "Mother, could it be that we have administered too little of the medicine, causing the reaction to the safflower to be sluggish?" Lady Dou expressed her dissatisfaction. "We must increase the dosage of the meals and medicines today. We cannot allow her to enter the capital in good spirits." "Yes, mother." In the following days, Shen Fei shamelessly remained seated in the mule cart, refusing to walk even a step. She was wise enough not to provoke Lady Dou, choosing instead to sit alone with the child amidst the luggage. However, she appeared to be in perfect health, showing no symptoms whatsoever, which incited Lady Dou's quiet resentment. She suspected that the medicine had lost its potency due to the passage of time. Sun Bin found himself in a dilemma. He could not possibly eliminate Shen Fei in front of the Wang and Lin families, as that would spell disaster for the Sun family, making it impossible to restore their normal status in the capital. That night, in the city of Chang'an, several horse-drawn carriages arrived at the gate of the Duke's residence. Ping'an dismounted and went directly to knock on the door. Upon opening, the doorkeeper announced, "The third young master has returned." The doorkeeper hurriedly opened the door, recognizing the servant Ping'an, and promptly informed those inside, "Quickly go tell the madam, the third young master is back." The old woman rushed towards the back courtyard. Chapter 12. The Tang family of the Duke's residence in the outer courtyard. Lu Pozi received the news and quickly relayed it to Madame Lu in the inner courtyard. Upon hearing the announcement, Mama Fong hurriedly reported, "Madam, the third young master has returned." Madame Tang, Lu Ruiying, who was preparing to rest in front of her bed, paused in surprise. How could that sickly child return so soon? Mama Fong was not entirely certain and replied, "Madam, the third young master has just entered the courtyard. This old servant will go inquire further." Madame Tang nodded, indicating that there was no need for him to go personally. It sufficed to send a clever servant girl. "Understood," replied Mama Fong, bowing her head in acquiescence. Madame Tang's thoughts turned to Tang Ziling, her heart seething with anger. After being ill for so long, how had he not perished outside? In her heart, she harbored deep resentment. Meanwhile, Tang Ziling disembarked directly from the carriage and returned to Chi Feng Pavilion in the western courtyard. His residence. The Tang family was a noble house, bestowed with their estate by the emperor. In the main courtyard resided the matriarch of the Tang family, the old lady, who was also the legitimate mother of the Duke of Tang. The old lady had but one surviving daughter, Tang Rong, who had married the Prince of Jing as a secondary consort. Aside from the Duke of Tang, the male heirs of the estate consisted solely of the four young masters of the Tang family. Tang Ziling was the illegitimate third son of the Duke. Tang Zhishuan and Tang Ziyi were both legitimate sons, born of the Lu family. Tang Ziling and Tang Zijin were both born out of wedlock, with Tang Ziling being a child taken from outside, his mother's identity shrouded in mystery, thus marking him as the Duke's illegitimate offspring. For this reason, Madame Tang looked down upon Tang Ziling, whose status paled in comparison to that of the fourth young master, Tang Zijin. Nevertheless, the Duke of Tang held Tang Ziling in high regard, a fact that irked Madame Tang deeply. Fortunately, Tang Ziling had been frail since childhood, unable to threaten the position of the heir, Tang Zhishuan. Thus, Madame Tang had refrained from eliminating him, allowing him to survive to this day. Now, Tang Ziling had just reached the age of 18. Fortunately, as he grew older, there were fewer domains under Madame Tang's control, aside from interfering in his marriage. She had little else to wield against him. As everyone entered Chi Feng Pavilion, Aunt Fong sprang into action. "Young master, you must be hungry. I will go to the kitchen and fetch you something to eat." Tang Ziling nodded in agreement, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Fong." At that moment, Ping'an had already prepared hot water. "Young master, the hot water is ready." Tang Ziling was a man who valued cleanliness immensely. After days of traveling, he had endured the discomfort of not being able to wash frequently, reaching his limit. Satisfied, he nodded, "Wonderful." He stepped into the room, disrobing to reveal his slender physique. With steady strides, Tang Ziling approached the bathtub and gently lowered himself into the warm water. In this moment, he appeared far less fragile than during the day. Closing his eyes, he suddenly recalled the woman and the infant he had encountered a few days prior. A pang of familiarity struck him as he tried to remember where he had seen her before. He gently pressed his temples, a fleeting pain coursing through him. "Ah, when will this headache cease, and when will I recover the memories of that lost half-year?" Just then, Ping'an announced, "Young master, the Duke has arrived." Tang Ziling immediately sat up and began to rise from the tub. After donning his inner garments and draping an outer robe over himself, he stepped out. He found Duke Tang already seated, sipping tea. "Father, you are here," Tang Ziling greeted, followed by a soft cough, resuming the guise of a frail young master. "Third son, you have been away for quite some time. Where have you been?" Duke Tang inquired casually. "Father, I heard there was an esteemed doctor in Wui Mountain and wished to seek him out, hoping to cure my ailment." "And what was the outcome?" Duke Tang responded with a question, and Tang Ziling, feeling helpless, shook his head, realizing there was no remedy. Even the physician was at a loss. Coughing softly, he lamented that his illness seemed beyond recovery. Tang Ziling, seizing the moment, began to cough as well. Upon witnessing this, Duke Tang's expression subtly shifted, appearing to exhale a breath of relief. This slight change did not escape Tang Ziling's notice. "Given your frail health, you should refrain from venturing out too often. In the future, when you do go out, ensure that Exile accompanies you. With him by your side, I can rest assured," Tang Ziling advised. To which he nodded in agreement, "Yes, father." After attending to the matters at hand, Duke Tang departed from Chi Feng Pavilion. At that moment, Aunt Fong dared to step forward, saying, "Young master, I have prepared some chicken soup for you. Please enjoy it while it is warm. There are also some pastries." But the kitchen staff has already retired for the evening, so... Her voice trailed off, growing softer until it was nearly inaudible. Tang Ziling, unconcerned, replied, "It's of no consequence. I shall have a bit of soup, but I cannot manage anything else." Exile promptly approached, saying, "Third master, allow me to serve you the soup." Tang Ziling shook his head, "No need for that. It is getting late. You all may retire." Ping'an shot Exile a disapproving glance, thinking, this old fellow only knows how to complain, and then firmly grasped Exile, leading him away. Once Aunt Fong closed the door behind her, she too took her leave. Tang Ziling sat alone by the window, revisiting the confines of this prison, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Reflecting on the futility of this endeavor, he sighed, realizing that he would have to seek another opportunity. The following day, Shen Fei awoke early. Today, they shall reach the grand city of Kyoto. And thus several families arose early, their spirits heightened with anticipation. They had approximately 10 miles remaining. Sunbin approached the venerable Lady Do, stating, "Mother, that girl appears rather peculiar. Despite consuming a significant amount of poison, she seems entirely unaffected." Lady Do harbored her own doubts, pondering whether it was possible for all the toxins to lose their potency simultaneously. "Let us not dwell on her for now. Our priority is to enter the capital without further complications," she concluded. Sunbin nodded, feeling hesitant to confront his niece. Not only had she ingested poisoned food without any ill effects, but even the infant, who had also consumed it, remained unscathed and alive. Moreover, he had noticed a strange phenomenon in recent days. The child seemed rather dull-witted. Logically, one would expect an infant to cry, yet aside from a few whimpers at birth, the child had remained silent. Regardless of his niece's erratic behavior towards him, the infant displayed no response whatsoever. As Sunbin contemplated this, a smile crept upon his face. Indeed, there was some reaction, for his niece appeared even more foolish than before. Once a sprightly young lady, adept and industrious during their time in the northern lands, she now seemed utterly inept, spending her days solely on eating and sleeping. If she is indeed dull, perhaps it is for the best. As she will refrain from speaking recklessly, he mused. He then shared his suspicions with Lady Do. Mother, I believe that girl has ingested too much poison, and it has rendered her somewhat simple-minded. Is that truly the case? Lady Do inquired. Sun Bin affirmed. You need only observe her to see that she is entirely different from her former self. After all, we have employed several kinds of poison. Chapter 13. The foolishness revealed in their gaze. Shen Fei was unaware of the past deeds of Sun Bin and his companions. At this moment, she sat in the mule cart, eagerly gazing outside. As they drew closer to Chang'an, the excitement among the three families intensified, prompting them to walk more briskly. By noon, they finally arrived at the Guanghua Gate, located in the northwest of Chang'an. The mule carts of the three families formed a lengthy queue, awaiting entry into the city. Shen Fei was deeply intrigued by this era. Her eyes seemed unable to take in enough of the sights. Even the little treasure in her arms, Xiao Fubao, gazed curiously outside with wide, round eyes. At this time, Shen Fei had her hair styled in two intricate braids, which cascaded down on either side. Though her hair differed from that of women in this time, her beauty, coupled with her youth, rendered her exceptionally pure and lovely. Particularly, her eyes sparkled with innocence, presenting no semblance of threat. After being reminded by her eldest son, old Madame Do observed Shen Fei for quite some time. She realized her son's words rang true. The girl was indeed quite naive. The lack of worldly experience and the foolishness evident in her gaze were truly hard to behold. Satisfied with her conclusion, old Madame Do shifted her attention from Shen Fei to the imposing city walls. Madame Lu wiped the corners of her eyes, exclaiming, Mother, we have truly returned to Chang'an. Young Do's eyes brimmed with tears as she echoed, Yes, Mother, we can return to our family home. I wonder how Father is faring. Young Do's words stirred a pang of longing in old Madame Do's heart. Indeed, after a decade of separation, they had finally returned. Chun and Sun Hung were filled with anticipation, now closely following the venerable Lady Do. The reason was simple. Sun Heng's mother was a purchased concubine, leaving him without external support. Furthermore, if the title of the Ho family were to be reinstated, it would inevitably fall upon his elder brother, necessitating a careful courtship of both his brother and the legitimate matriarch. Should the title be abolished? Aligning with the legitimate matriarch would still allow for an alliance with the Do family, presenting another avenue for survival. Hence, the closer they drew to the capital, the more reverent Sun Hung and his wife became towards Lady Do. The elderly matriarch was quite pleased with this, having enjoyed prominence in Chang'an for half her life. She was finally returning. The pride of a noblewoman remained intact, as she was determined not to lose her grace. Before long, the members of the Sun family underwent scrutiny. The inspectors, upon examining Sun Bin and his companions' household registrations and travel permits, recognized them as former exiles and did not pose any difficulties. The prominent families were intricately connected, and who could predict when these individuals might rise again? The minor officials at the city gate dared not complicate matters, especially regarding those who had been exiled en masse and were still allowed to return. Such individuals commanded a certain respect. Seeing Sun Bin tuck away the household registration, Shen Fei inquired, Uncle, my child is yet to be registered. Can he be included under the Sun family as household? Shen Fei was deliberately posing a challenging question, hoping that this would facilitate her later request for a separate registration. Upon hearing Shen Fei's query, Sun Bin's expression darkened immediately. They were in Chang'an. And how could the Sun family have an unmarried daughter bearing a child? That would be an undeniable scandal. It was out of the question for her to be registered under the Sun family. Lady Do, too, disapproved, her brow furrowing tightly as she considered the implications of this troublesome child. Upon witnessing this, Shen Fei immediately suggested, Uncle, how about we say, I am an outsider married woman whose husband has perished in the northern lands, taking advantage of this opportunity to change my household registration. Why not establish me as an independent entity? Sun Bin, observing Shen Fei's coherent line of reasoning, felt a flicker of doubt within. Could it be that her foolishness came and went in waves, and now she was lucid once more? Nonetheless, her proposal held merit. Just as Sun Bin was about to acquiesce, he heard Chin's voice of dissent. No, that girl's household registration cannot be altered at this moment. Chin was still pondering the retrieval of her biological daughter. If Shen Fei were classified as an outsider married woman, upon her daughter's return, it would render her a widow, a notion unacceptable to Chun. Even Sun Hung vehemently opposed the idea, insisting, No, we cannot separate her. Brother, we must retain the same household registration. However, old Madame Do found merit in Shen Fei's suggestion. She believed it prudent to expel her from their sight entirely. By casting her out, they could allow her to fend for herself in the world. A woman of modest beauty, without financial means, would likely vanish from Chang'an within 3 days. The more old Madame Doe contemplated this, the more satisfactory it seemed, as it would not reflect poorly on the Sun family. Let us not bicker. We shall discuss it further at the magistrate's office, she declared. The others fell silent, wary of further protest. Shen cast a resentful glance at Shen Fei and Fu Bao, her heart seething with anger. Sun Hung grasped Shen's arm. Do not be hasty. Let us first reach the magistrate's office. I sense that girl has been behaving strangely lately, appearing rather foolish at times, and her gaze vacant. I fear she may not have much time left. Shen was taken aback. Is it truly that dire? However, she has recently exhibited peculiar behavior, seemingly experiencing a decline in her abilities. It is hard to believe that she was once quite diligent. Shen Fei is unaware that her current lackadaisical attitude leads others to perceive her as somewhat foolish. In modern times, Shen Fei is, in essence, a naïve, having been coddled throughout her upbringing. Aside from excelling academically, she possesses little else in terms of practical skills. From an early age, she skipped several grades, making her classmates significantly older than her, thereby rendering her the youngest in her class. Her peers were quite protective of her. Now that she has arrived here, despite having given birth and embraced motherhood, she remains oblivious to her responsibilities. She continues to behave as she did before, with Xiao Fubao receiving only sporadic care, feeding him when she remembers and neglecting him when she does not. It is indeed a miracle that Xiao Fubao has survived thus far, thanks to the medicinal concoction that has improved his constitution. Finally, they arrived at the county office of Chang'an, where the 3 families disembarked from their mule carts. Upon seeing the household registration document presented by Sun Bin, the constable called out, "Wait, I shall summon our clerk at once." Although Sun Bin was displeased that the constable was merely calling for a lowly clerk, he recognized that times have changed and he was no longer the heir of a marquis. Thus, he nodded in acquiescence, saying, "Very well, I appreciate your effort." The Wang, Sun, and Lin families returned to the capital together, but at that moment, both the Wang and Lin families had relatives awaiting them at the city gate, accompanying them to the county office. This left the Sun family, with no one to receive them, feeling particularly embarrassed. Old Lady Doe also felt a profound sense of shame, uncertain whether her natal family had failed to receive the news or were merely avoiding the Sun family. At this moment, she pressed her lips tightly together, revealing not a hint of joy, nor did she retain the anticipation she had felt upon entering Chang'an. Sun Hung and Shen looked at each other, hesitant to speak, akin to quails in their timidity. Shortly thereafter, the county clerk of Chang'an emerged, stating that everyone had been kept waiting for too long. The clerk, a man in his 30s, appeared frail, with 2 wisps of mustache at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of shrewdness. His name was Wang Quan, a tactful individual favored by the county magistrate, Yao Sibo. As the head of the Lin and Wang families approached, they exchanged pleasantries with Clerk Wang. "Thank you for your efforts, Clerk Wang." Concurrently, representatives from both the Wang and Lin families, related by marriage, also came forth to engage in cordial conversation with the clerk. Consequently, the exchange of household registrations proceeded expeditiously. Once the registrations were completed, both families departed alongside their respective attendants. Now, only the Sun family remained. Sun Bin, once a noble heir, found himself slighted upon his return to Chang'an, feeling the sting of neglect from the junior clerk, which naturally dampened his spirits. At this juncture, the elderly matriarch of the Doe family approached, inquiring of Clerk Wang whether the Sun family could proceed with their household registration, and if the emperor had any further directives concerning them. Sun Bin, regaining his composure, adopted a much more humble demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, what he had considered a normal attitude was perceived by others as presumptuous. Regardless of past status, without an updated household registration, one was deemed an exile. Moreover, Clerk Wang was already aware that although the emperor had pardoned the Sun family's transgressions, their title of marquis would not be restored. The decree had long been issued, awaiting the Sun family's registration for its formal communication. It is absurd that Sun Bin still maintains his arrogance. Thus, the magistrate Wang first attended to the Lin and Wang families, leaving Sun Bin utterly humiliated. It turns out to be the venerable Dowager Doe. "I shall promptly arrange for your household registration changes," and His Majesty has graciously consented to return the Sun family's residence on Chongqing Lane. Upon hearing this, Sun Bin was profoundly disheartened, for the property on Chongqing Lane was merely a modest 3-courtyard dwelling. Sun Hung and his wife were equally disillusioned. Not only was their property not to be restored, but their nobility had also been stripped away, the Grand Marquisate that had been conferred upon them now ceased. Even the likes of the Liu family were greatly disappointed. The Sun family's original title was an esteemed hereditary one. Since the late emperor had unjustly rebelled against the esteemed Lord Sun and his family, It seemed only fitting that the title should be reinstated. Why was it not returned? The members of the Sun family were engulfed in profound disappointment. Observing this, Magistrate Wang could not help but silently scoff, imagining the scenario to be idealistic. Dowager Doe. Here is the deed to the residence on Cha-Ching Lane, along with the updated household registration. The Sun family, taken aback, made no move to accept the deed and registration. At that moment, Shen Fei approached, cradling her little treasure. My Lord Wang, may I inquire about something? As an outsider married into the family, my household registration remains in one place. Can it be separated? The Sun family had already registered upon their departure from the northern lands, and thus, upon their return. The county office of Chang'an had directly settled them at the Cha-Ching Lane residence. The sudden arrival of an outsider seeking a fresh household registration complicated matters. Consequently, Magistrate Wang inquired further about why the household registrations in the northern lands had not been separated. The Sun family, preoccupied with their lament over the lost Marquisate, had no time to attend to Shen Fei. Even Sun Hung and his wife did not intervene. With the loss of their noble title, there was no need for further action. After all, changing parties entailed risks, especially since the Lin family was previously betrothed to Shen Fei and both families resided in Chang'an. If they were to take the risk of switching individuals, it would essentially be an admission to the emperor that they had deceived him. The risks were simply too great to be deemed prudent. Thus, neither Sun Hung nor his wife uttered a word. Shen Fei explained. The child's father and his entire family were slain by the Hu people before the child was born. At that time, I was a wandering exile, making it difficult to alter my household registration. The registrar, noticing Shen Fei's tender age and the small infant cradled in her arms, felt a pang of compassion. Reflecting on his own young daughter at home, he remarked, I can grant you a separate household registration, but without any male heirs. It is impossible to establish a household solely with a woman. Shen Fei promptly lifted her infant's diaper, revealing his male anatomy. Sir, look, my son is indeed a boy. The registrar paused. Well, this certainly is a little man. However, he pondered where they would establish the household given their lack of land and property. Noticing the registrar's frown, Shen Fei inquired, is there something amiss, sir? You have no land or property. How do you intend to establish your household? Shen Fei's eyes sparkled with realization. Ah, but we could acquire property. It is just the two of us. Despite her limited experience in the outside world, she was not foolish. She gazed eagerly at the registrar and asked, Sir, might I be allotted some land? As you can see, it is only the two of us. The registrar contemplated for a moment, feeling sympathy for the young woman who had given birth at such a tender age and was now widowed. Come with me. I will arrange a place for you. Thank you, my lord, Shen Fei said cheerfully as she hurriedly followed behind. The members of the Sun family were left in disbelief. Sun Bin looked incredulously at old Madame Doe, his mother, and that girl Mingxia, wondering if perhaps his thoughts trailed off. But old Madame Doe understood the implication. She squinted her cloudy old eyes, questioning whether she had indeed misjudged the situation. Sun Bin felt duped as well. That girl was merely feigning innocence, diverting his attention from his true purpose. Did she somehow discern his intentions? This thought only soured Sun Bin's mood further. Old Madame Doe regarded her eldest son, deciding that the matter concerning that girl was not worth her concern. The pressing issue at hand was reclaiming their household registration, assessing the political climate in the capital, and exploring the possibilities regarding their noble titles. Sun Bin promptly set aside thoughts of Shen Fei. Indeed, even if he were to eliminate his niece, he would still not be a marquis or heir. What good would it do him? At that moment, he observed Shen Fei emerging with Wang Zhubu, both engaged in lively conversation. Shen Fei held the new household registration, bowing repeatedly as she exclaimed, Uncle Wang, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly a benefactor to my mother and me. From now on, you shall be regarded as my dear uncle. Wang Zhubu, flattered by Shen Fei's effusive praise, burst into hearty laughter. I never realized you possessed such eloquence. Very well, I shall accept you as my dear niece. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Sun Bin and his family, aware of their disdainful attitude towards him, the former heir of Chang'an Marquis. But what did it matter? In the present, Sun Bin was merely a commoner, while he, even as a humble clerk, held a position of authority that surpassed Sun Bin's. Alas, the Sun family has yet to perceive the changing tides. A decade has elapsed, and myriad circumstances have transformed. Truly, not even a single young girl possesses such clarity. Lady Doe, here are your new household registration documents and property deed. Should you have no use for them, I shall reclaim them. The words of Magistrate Wang roused the Sun family from their stupor. Sun Bin approached, taking the documents with a dry expression, murmuring, Thank you, Sir Wang. Magistrate Wang waved his hand dismissively, stating, Very well, I am occupied with affairs of state and must take my leave. With a flourish of his sleeve, he departed for the county office. At that moment, Sun Zhanxiang rushed to Shen Fei's side. Sister, will you not return home with us? Shen Fei placed the household documents into the confines of her spatial laboratory. These items were of great significance, signifying her freedom. Chapter 15. The clinic's vigil. Shen Fei knelt to meet Sun Zhanxiang's gaze. Xiang Guer, I am now an outsider, married into another family. Henceforth, we shall be separate households, and I will no longer live with you. You must take good care of yourself. Sun Zhanxiang, who had always been quite attached to Shen Fei, reached out to grasp the hem of her garment. Sister, how can you live alone with just your little nephew? Please, come home with us. If we part ways, I shall no longer see you. What shall I do if I miss you? Though young, Sun Zhanxiang displayed a maturity beyond his years, aware of Shen Fei's financial constraints, which left him uneasy. Shen Fei rose and affectionately tousled his hair. Xiang Guer, there is no need for concern on my behalf. Besides, we are both in Chang'an. Once I am settled, I shall invite you to visit me. At last, a smile appeared on Sun Zhanxiang's face. Very well, sister, but you must keep your promise. At this moment, the Sun family had come to terms with reality and decided to return to Chang'an Alley to settle down before making further plans. Chen called out loudly. Xiang Guer, are you not coming? We are leaving. Upon hearing his mother's call, Sun Zhanxiang bid farewell to Shen Fei and hurriedly ran off. Shen Fei did not say goodbye to the other members of the Sun family. She simply shouldered her child and departed. In the northern regions, since Shen Fei had discovered her pregnancy, she had been cast out by the Sun family. At that time, she was left to fend for herself. It was only when Sun Heng and his wife decided to return to Chang'an that they brought Shen Fei back with them. Now, having abandoned the idea of restoring their biological daughter's status, the couple no longer cared where she went. Sun Bin watched Shen Fei's departing figure and approached old Madame Doe, asking, Mother, what shall we do about that girl? The old matriarch did not wish to see Shen Fei lingering in her sight. Let her be for now. She has no money and carries a child. She won't last long. Chang'an is rife with informants, and there is no need for us to soil our hands for her. Our immediate concern is to investigate the matter of our family's title and see if there are any other forces obstructing us. We also need to visit your uncle's house to discern what is amiss. Why have they not come to our aid? Sun Bin nodded, replying, Mother, I will heed your words. After they reached an agreement, Sun Bin hurriedly drove the mule cart towards Chang'an Alley. Shen Fei did not leave the city immediately to check on her land. Wang Zhubo had registered Shen Fei's household in the nearest village to Chang'an, located in Changlu village to the west of the city. This village is in close proximity to Yinping Gate and not far from the county office of Chang'an. The distance from Changle village to the city of Chang'an is merely 2 kilometers, which is indeed quite near. The household of Shen Fei and Shen Fubao consists solely of the two of them, although Shen Fubao is a male. He is still too young and must wait until he turns 18 to receive his share of the land. Fortunately, Shen Fei has declared herself a widow and the head of the Shen household. Thus, she has been allocated 20 acres of arable land and 20 acres of permanent farmland. However, the prime plots near Chang'an have long been claimed, and the land allocated to Shen Fei consists solely of inferior fields that others have rejected. The clerk, Wang, did not deceive Shen Fei. He had clearly explained this to her during the allocation process. Shen Fei responded with a cheerful smile and readily accepted. After agreeing to settle and receive land from the county office, she became a genuine farmer, no longer a lady of the official household. Nevertheless, the future of the Sun family remains uncertain. There is no regret in severing ties with them. Shen Fei is now quite grateful for her child, for without this child, she would not have been able to extricate herself from the Sun family. The Chen couple are not her biological parents. If she were to continue living with them, she would merely be a free servant girl, lacking the ease and freedom she now enjoys. Therefore, the clerk Wang's arrangements have brought immense satisfaction to the impoverished Shen Fei. For the first time, she feels a sense of pride in being a farmer. In addition to the fields, Shen Fei has also been granted a plot of land for a homestead, measuring 2 acres. However, that area remains barren, and Shen Fei has no intention of returning just yet. Carrying Shen Fubao on her back, she began to explore the West Market. With no money to her name, she set out to seek opportunities for earning a living. Her greatest asset is the potions she has developed. Currently, this is the only thing I can exchange for money. However, the streets are crowded, and I cannot simply approach someone to inquire about their health. Moreover, her potion is exceedingly precious, not something just anyone can afford. I must seek affluent buyers. With the child on her back, Shen Fei made her way directly to the most renowned medical establishment in Kyoto. In Chang'an City, the most prestigious clinic is the Daisheng Medical Hall, known for its connection to the Song family, who have served as imperial physicians. At this moment, Shen Fei was utterly fatigued. The two braids she had woven were beginning to unravel, and her tattered clothing rendered her scarcely distinguishable from a beggar. She sat on the roadside to rest, keeping a watchful eye on the individuals emerging from the clinic as she searched for her target clientele. There is indeed a certain finesse in selecting clients. She sought those who appeared affluent, of sufficient age, and suffering from sufficiently grave ailments. Only such individuals, beset by dire diseases, could truly highlight the miraculous nature of her potion. At this juncture, Shen Fei's appearance was undeniably disheveled. The attendants at Desheng Medical Hall had long since noticed the shabby girl sitting outside. She had been observing the establishment for nearly half an hour. The young master of the clinic, noticing that attendant and Nan was fixated on the door, spoke in a low voice. "And Nan, what are you staring at? You've been peering for quite some time." And Nan pointed towards Shen Fei, replying, "Young master, look at that woman. For some reason, she has been intently watching our clinic." Song Yin glanced over and beheld a frail girl with something strapped to her back. Observing her occasional swaying, a sense of peculiarity arose within Song Yin, who suspected that the girl might be a beggar. She appeared quite young, frail, and delicate in stature. He instructed, "Annan, please head to the kitchen and fetch a few buns to deliver to that young lady." Annan nodded, responding, "Yes, young master." Song Yin was the young proprietor of Desheng Medical Clinic, known for his benevolence. He often extended a helping hand to those in dire straits, particularly the impoverished, and on occasion, he would waive medical fees. Consequently, Desheng Medical Clinic enjoyed an excellent reputation in Chang'an. Bored and waiting, Shen Fei suddenly noticed a pair of shoes appearing before her. As her gaze ascended, she recognized it was Annan, one of the staff. Tilting her head, Shen Fei inquired, "What brings you here?" Annan, having noticed the child on Shen Fei's back, felt a surge of sympathy and bent down, saying, "Please take this bun, and do not linger in our clinic." His intentions were genuine. He wished for Shen Fei to accept the bun and savor it in privacy. However, his words inadvertently led to a misunderstanding. Furrowing her brow, Shen Fei declined, "Thank you, but I am not a beggar. I have matters to attend to here." Chapter 16. The promotion of remedies. Realizing that Shen Fei had misconstrued her words, Annan hastily clarified, "Please do not misunderstand, miss. I did not imply that you are a beggar. This bun is a gift from our young master, and if you are hungry, you may eat it to ease your hunger." Understanding her mistake, Shen Fei's expression brightened. "Oh, in that case, please give it to me, as I am indeed feeling hungry." Shen Fei took the cake, and, observing in Nan's amiable demeanor, inquired, "Young man, with such a large medical establishment, why are there no prominent figures seeking treatment?" Shen Fei had been waiting for quite some time, noticing that the comings and goings were predominantly ordinary individuals. In this ancient time, affluent families boasted opulent carriages, yet all she had seen were those of modest means. And Nan found her question amusing and replied, "My dear lady, you must be from afar. Though our Desheng Medical Hall is well known, in Chang'an, those with a bit of wealth tend to summon doctors to their homes when ill. The so-called dignitaries you mention are no exception." At that moment, Shen Fei grasped the reality. The customs of this era differed significantly from those of the modern world. This place was not a typical medical clinic. Rather, it resembled a pharmacy primarily focused on selling remedies. "Ah, so I have been waiting in vain," Shen Fei murmured to herself. She felt disheartened, realizing how absurd it was to be standing outside in the sweltering heat. And Nan chuckled at her predicament. "What are you waiting for, young lady? Speak up, and perhaps I can assist you." Casting a glance at Nan, Shen Fei responded with a hint of disappointment. "I possess a certain medicine that is particularly effective for those who are gravely ill. Even those on the brink of death can extend their lives by 2 years after consuming it." And Nan was taken aback by her bold claim, exclaiming, "Miss, such grand assertions should not be made lightly. None of us at Desheng Medical Hall would dare to speak so recklessly." Aware of his skepticism, Shen Fei refrained from further argument. Recognizing that lingering here was futile, she took out the cake and took a bite. "It seems today is not promising. Perhaps it is best to first satisfy my hunger." As I munch on a pancake, my thoughts drift to little Fu Bao, who has not been nursed in quite some time. Today, I have been outdoors all day, with no opportunity to feed him. I turned to Nan with a smile and said, "Young man, my child has not nursed for a while. May I borrow a room to feed him?" And Nan nodded in understanding. Her request was reasonable, and he presumed the young master would likely agree. He replied, "Follow me." I tucked the unfinished pancake into my embrace and quickly followed Nan into the medical hall. When Song Yin noticed Nan delivering a pancake, he was surprised that he had brought someone inside. Upon seeing me enter, he felt that this young girl seemed even smaller than before. And Nan then spoke, "Young master, this lady wishes to borrow a room to nurse her child." "Greetings. I am Shen Fei." I introduced myself. Song Yin, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? So young, and already has a child? His mouth fell agape in astonishment. Due to a lack of proper care and nourishment throughout my childhood, I had grown rather petite, standing at less than 5 feet tall. And Nan awaited the young master's response, noticing Song Yin in a daze. Young master? Song Yin snapped back to reality. Oh, that is fine. I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. And Nan led me into the inner chamber. As Song Yin observed my retreating figure, his lips twitched in disbelief, murmuring, "Who on earth is this? How could this girl possibly have a child at just 13? Shen Fei was oblivious to Song Yan's musings. Upon entering the room, she gently laid down the little treasure and promptly changed his diaper, sending the soiled cloth into the spatial realm. Afterward, she retrieved a fresh cloth and dressed the child anew. After a few days, Shen Fei had become quite adept at this task. Once completed, she unfastened her garment, allowing the little one to drink eagerly. Outside the room, and Nan was attempting to mimic the young master's speech. Young master, that woman is not particularly old. Yet her claims are quite grand. She even asserts that she possesses a remedy capable of saving those who are gravely ill. Young master, do you not find this amusing? Haha. Song Yin did not deride Shen Fei. He understood that the world was full of wonders. One should not look down upon outsiders merely because their family operated a medical establishment. Moreover, there were indeed many renowned folk doctors. He thought of his grandfather, who had once served as a court physician, possessing remarkable skills. However, due to health issues sustained in his youth, he had become beyond the reach of medicine. Perhaps it was worth exploring. At that moment, Shen Fei emerged from the room, cradling the child, and upon seeing Song Yin, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Young master. Song Yin scrutinized Shen Fei's attire, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Miss Shen, you claim to have a remedy for the gravely ill. Is that truly the case? Shen Fei nodded earnestly, as she was in dire need of funds. Indeed, I possess such a remedy. However, it does not come cheaply. A single vial costs 3,000 taels of silver. And Nan gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, You dare to ask such a price? Unperturbed, Shen Fei replied. Then may I inquire about the price of your century-old ginseng? The price of ginseng was casually stated by Nan. For a 50-year-old ginseng, it would cost 500 taels of silver, while a century-old specimen would demand 2,000 taels. Shen Fei, continuing her inquiries, asked, What about a 500-year-old ginseng? And Nan shot her a glance, perceiving her words as mere bravado, and remarked that such an ancient ginseng would fetch at least 30,000 taels of silver. Shen Fei felt a pang of regret, realizing her ignorance of current market prices. Her own medicine was indeed more valuable than the 500-year-old ginseng. Yet she only priced it at 3,000 taels, which felt like a significant loss. And Nan mused to herself about the audacity of those who would boast so recklessly. Hearing Shen Fei's bold pricing reassured Song Yin, for it was only those possessing true skills who would dare to quote such figures. Moreover, she was confident in the efficacy of her medicine. Without hesitation, Song Yin declared, Miss Shen, I will take this medicine. Please sell it to me now. Shen Fei nodded promptly and feigned rummaging through her small bundle, while in reality, she retrieved a vial of potion from her spatial laboratory. This potion was neatly packaged in a transparent glass bottle, reminiscent of the packaging for Huixiang Zhengqi liquid, albeit with a striking blue liquid within. Upon seeing the small bottle containing the azure liquid, Song Yin was taken aback. Miss Shen, is this the potion you mentioned? Shen Fei affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Song Yin found himself in a predicament. Not only was the potion undoubtedly expensive, but its peculiar appearance and vivid color raised doubts about its suitability for his grandfather. Upon encountering Song Yin, Shen Fei hesitated for a moment before speaking up. If you have doubts, I can accompany you. Once the patient has benefited from the treatment, you may compensate me. Chapter 17. Overacting Song Yin felt a surge of gratitude. Is that truly acceptable? If so, it would grant him considerable peace of mind. Shen Fei's return to the Song residence would, in essence, render her a hostage. Although Song Yin was the eldest son of the prominent Song family, the family was divided into several branches, with numerous sons of the esteemed old Dr. Song. Naturally, both legitimate and illegitimate offspring existed, leading to inevitable conflicts among the branches. Thus, even if Song Yin managed to persuade his family to administer the remedy to his grandfather, it would require considerable effort. Shen Fei nodded eagerly. Of course. Let us depart at once. Her willingness stemmed from 2 reasons. She was indeed in dire need of funds, and the expansive Song family's medical institution could surely provide her with sustenance. She resolved to muster her courage. Otherwise, both she and little Fu Bao might face starvation. Song Yin, pleased, replied, Very well, let us be on our way. And Nan observed as Song Yin took Shen Fei's leave and shook his head, muttering, The young master is too naive, believing such nonsense. and Nan felt that Shen Fei bore little resemblance to a renowned healer, nor did she appear to belong to a family of one. Primarily, the young woman seemed far too impoverished. A healer's family would surely be affluent. Oh well, perhaps the young master will learn from this experience. At that moment, Shen Fei cradled her child, seated alongside Song Yin in a grand carriage. The Song family, well regarded in Chang'an, was indeed a notable lineage, as they hailed from a long line of medical practitioners. Even the most illustrious families would not dare to offend a physician, let alone a royal doctor, who can guarantee that they will never fall ill. In this era, many physicians are still held in high regard, particularly those proficient in their craft. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as the two exchanged glances. To break the silence, Song Yin initiated a conversation, noticing the child and inquiring, "Is this child a boy or a girl?" "A boy, just 4 days old," came the reply. Song Yan's expression shifted to one of suspicion as he regarded Shen Fei. Which family allows a woman who has just given birth to wander about so recklessly? As someone knowledgeable in medicine, he frowned at Shen Fei's apparent disregard for her health. Mission: it is imperative for a woman to rest properly during her confinement. Do not take your youth for granted and neglect your well-being. Shen Fei felt a surge of frustration. If I had the means, do you think I wouldn't wish to rest? She gazed at Song Yin with hope. Young master, this is precisely why I require you to purchase my potions. To be candid, I am utterly destitute at the moment. Noticing that only Shen Fei was with the child, Song Yin inquired, "Where is your husband?" With a heavy sigh, Shen Fei wiped her eyes, only to realize they were dry. She had overdone the pretense. With a sorrowful expression, she lamented, "Alas, I am indeed unfortunate. My husband has passed away, leaving just the two of us." Song Yin felt a pang of sympathy and resolved in his heart that even if the potions proved ineffective, he would offer Shen Fei some silver coins to assist her. Upon noticing the child in Shen Fei's arms struggling slightly, Song Yin extended his hand and said, "Allow me to take a look. I shall examine him and feel his pulse." Shen Fei did not hesitate and promptly handed the child over, adding, "Little treasure hasn't bathed in quite some time, so please be understanding. The past few days have been arduous, and Shen Fei, while caring for the child, had indeed been somewhat neglectful." Song Yin, however, bore no disdain as he took the child into his arms and began to check his pulse. To his astonishment, he discovered that although the infant appeared frail, his health was remarkably robust. "This is peculiar," Song Yin mused, feeling the pulse once more. "Your child clearly was not born at full term and experienced nutritional deficiencies while in utero, yet his pulse is so vigorous and healthy. This is truly astonishing." Shen Fei smiled and replied, "Young master, both my son and I have consumed the elixir. Otherwise, we might have perished by now." Song Yin scrutinized Shen Fei closely, observing her complexion before hesitating briefly and asking, "Miss Shen, may I take your pulse as well?" Without any reluctance, Shen Fei extended her arm and said, "Please, do examine me too." Song Yin had initially assumed that Shen Fei, having recently given birth, would be in a state of physical depletion. However, to his surprise, her pulse was equally strong and vigorous. Apart from being somewhat slender and in need of nourishing food, she appeared completely well. "Miss Shen, you are in excellent health," he remarked. Shen Fei nodded gleefully. "Now do you believe me? My elixir is indeed effective. We have both partaken of it." Although Song Yin was deeply curious about the composition of the elixir and why it manifested as a blue liquid, he refrained from voicing his questions. At this moment, knowledge is monopolized, seldom disseminated freely. It serves as a means of resource domination by prominent families. Each year, the majority of those who participate in the imperial examinations and ascend to official positions hail from such esteemed lineages. Rest assured, Miss Shen, regardless of the circumstances, I shall procure your potion." Shen Fei nodded with a smile, affirming, "Very well." After taking the child into her arms, Shen Fei gazed out the window. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace as she admired the bustling city of Chang'an, observing the throngs of people and absorbing the vibrancy and clamor of the place. Although Shen Fei had only recently arrived in Chang'an, she was aware that this world belonged to the Dayu dynasty, a period that never existed in the annals of Huagua's history. The Dayu dynasty arose after the fall of the later Tang, veering off the course of historical progression. This dynasty has now endured for over a century, following the demise of the old emperor and the ascension of a new one. Observing Chang'an up close, Shen Fei noted that many areas resembled small grits. Out of curiosity, she inquired, "Young master, why are the houses in Chang'an enclosed within these small grits?" Song Yin, recognizing Shen Fei's origins from afar, explained, "These are called fangs. Aside from the eastern and western markets, the remaining grids comprise residential areas. There are 54 in the east and 55 in the west, with more high-ranking officials residing in the eastern section. The fangs are highly enclosed. each surrounded by walls and gates, facilitating management. Larger fangs possess 4 gates, while smaller ones have 2, overseen by the Fang chief, who opens them at dawn and closes them at dusk. Within the Fang, there are streets and alleys leading to each household. Remember to be mindful of the opening and closing times. Shen Fei nodded gratefully, deeply appreciative of Song Yan's introduction. As the carriage traversed a broad avenue, Shen Fei recognized it as Zhuke Street and excitedly inquired, "Young master, is this Zhuke Street?" Song Yan affirmed, "Indeed, also known as Tian Street. Observe. It stretches straight from the south gate of the imperial city, through the Zhuke Gate, and culminates at the Mingda Gate of Chang'an. Such a wide thoroughfare. Indeed. It spans 120 meters. Shen Fei, aware that to the west lay Chang'an County, asked, "Young master, is all of Chang'an under Chang'an County?" Song Yan shook his head. "No, to the west lies Chang'an County, while to the east is Wanyan County, both governed by Jingzhou Prefecture." Thus, Shen Fei gained her initial understanding of Chang'an. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and the driver announced, "Young master, we have arrived at Yonglulang." Chapter 18. A roar of confusion. Could it be that Song Yin is the father of my child? Shen Fei, cradling the baby, followed closely beside Song Yin as they entered the Song residence, drawing the attention of various family members, particularly Song Yan's mother, Lu, with her eldest son yet to marry. She felt a mix of concern and apprehension upon hearing the news from the servants. "Oh dear, has this boy returned with some scandalous affair?" Lu began to pace restlessly within her chamber, fretting about the situation and uncertain of the girl's origins or temperament. "Madam," suggested Aunt Fong, "perhaps we should meet this woman first." Lu clenched her fist, realizing that worry would avail her nothing. "Very well, let us go at once." At this moment, Song Yin was escorting Shen Fei towards the Chunhui Hall of the Lu family. Being a young woman, it was indeed inappropriate for him, a man, to look after Shen Fei. Moreover, persuading his grandfather to take his medication would require some time, and during this period, Shen Fei would need to stay at the residence for a few days. "Miss Shen, once we arrive at my mother's courtyard, you can settle in comfortably. She will arrange suitable accommodations for you." Song Yin had already informed Shen Fei of his reasons for wanting her to stay. Naturally, Shen Fei felt a surge of joy, as she was eager to share a few more meals. She was aware that her boldness was somewhat inappropriate, but in her current state of hardship, she had little choice. With not a single coin to her name and both herself and her child relying on survival, she understood through Song Yan's explanations that having been allocated land was not entirely advantageous. The land could not remain fallow, and taxes would still be due during the autumn harvest. For instance, prime land could be rented out if one did not wish to cultivate it. However, her land was of inferior quality, and there was no one willing to lease it. As autumn had already arrived, she would soon face tax obligations in a couple of months. Shen Fei's situation had become quite challenging. Not only was she without money, but she was also in debt. Therefore, she needed to ensure the success of the Song family's business. With a smile, she nodded, "Rest assured, young master, I have no objections and will follow your lead." Upon arriving at Chunhui Hall with Shen Fei, they unexpectedly encountered several members of the Lu family. "Mother, I was just looking for you. I have someone to introduce to you." Lu's heart sank at that moment. The very worries she had been harboring were about to materialize. This mischievous boy, despite being presented with numerous fine young ladies from respectable families, has chosen such a Mrs. Lu's gaze drifted past Shen Fei and directly locked onto the round, glistening eyes of little Fu Bao. Upon seeing those eyes, and then glancing at her son's similarly large ones, she couldn't help but notice the resemblance. "Oh dear, oh dear." With a serious expression, Mrs. Lu cast a glance at Song Yin and commanded, "Follow me." Song Yin was bewildered by his mother's sudden anger. Could it be that his younger sister had misbehaved again? In any case, it was not his fault. Shen Fei, observing Mrs. Lu's stern demeanor, began to doubt her own intentions, wondering if the lady had discerned her desire to mooch off the Song family. Oh, this could be troublesome. Immediately, Shen Fei feigned meekness, cradling little Fu Bao in her arms, attempting to diminish her presence. The three of them, each harboring their own thoughts, remained oblivious to one another's musings. Once inside, Mrs. Lu dismissed the maidservants and elder women, instructing, "You all may leave. Bai Ji, you stand guard outside, and permit no one to enter." Bai Ji nodded, "Yes, madam." Song Yan, perplexed, remarked, "Mother, this is not a serious matter. There is no need for such urgency." Upon hearing her son's words, Mrs. Lu grew even more incensed and slammed her hand onto the table, producing a sharp crack. Little Fu Bao, who had been curiously observing his surroundings, was startled by the sound and burst into tears. Seeing the child's tear-filled, grape-like eyes, Mrs. Lu's heart softened. After all, the little one had already been through enough. She gently soothed, "Little darling, Do not cry. Grandmother did not mean to frighten you. Song Yin was taken aback. Mother, what nonsensical words are you uttering? Shen Fei exclaimed, what is happening? Could it be that Song Yin is the father of my child? She immediately turned to scrutinize Song Yin. Mother, what are you saying? Lu Shi, feeling displeased, responded, you have brought the person back, and now a child is involved. What more can I say? She felt quite aggrieved herself. You rejected the one I chose for you. Now that you have brought someone you fancied, why wait until a child arrives to introduce him? At this moment, Shen Fei had successfully calmed the little treasure, who now looked considerably fairer. Yet tears glistened in his eyes, making him appear quite pitiful. Lu Shi promptly approached Shen Fei and took the child into her arms. Let me see, my dear grandson. Shen Fei did not stop her. She too harbored doubts. Could this man truly be the wild lover the original owner had sought? Yet, how could the original owner possess no memory of the child's father? It was perplexing. Song Yin interjected. Are you jesting with me? Mother, you are mistaken. Miss Shun and I have only met for the first time today, and this child is not mine. He then turned to Shen Fei. Miss Shun, would you not agree that today is our first encounter? Shen Fei ambiguously replied. If you say so, then so it is. Song Yin pondered. What is happening? Is this Miss Shen attempting to entangle me? A sense of unease settled within him. Mother, listen to me. This is truly the first time I have encountered that mother and child. They bear no relation to me. Upon hearing Song Yin refer to them as a mother and child, Lu Shi discreetly loosened the infant's diaper, revealing a small appendage. Instantly, she felt a surge of joy. However, the little one's body emitted an odd odor. A thorough bath was in order. Baiji, please summon Lu Momo, she commanded. Baiji promptly responded, yes. Madam. At that moment, Shen Fei interjected, young master, have you ever traveled to the northern regions, particularly in Liaodong Prefecture? Song Yin, perplexed, replied, I have indeed. Visiting last October to gather medicinal herbs. The ginseng there possesses remarkable potency. Why do you ask? What a coincidence, she mused, as the timeline seemed to align. Perhaps it would be prudent to verify. After all, there was little else to occupy her time. Shen Fei scrutinized Song Yin with an intensity that left him increasingly anxious. Alas, this was a grave miscalculation. It appeared this young woman might truly be intent on entangling herself with him. She took a few steps closer, reaching out to grasp a strand of Song Yan's hair. Noticing her approach, he instinctively recoiled in fear. Shen Fei managed to snag only the tip of a strand. Upon inspection, it was evident that it was not from the root and lacked a follicle, rendering it useless. Disappointment washed over her, and she attempted to seize another strand. But Song Yin retreated further, realizing it was futile to clarify matters here. Mother, in any case, the situation is not as you perceive. The child is not mine. So please do not overthink it. If you truly wish to cherish him, perhaps consider adopting him as a godson. With that, he hastily departed. Chapter 19, Madam. Remain calm at this moment. Lady Lu completely disregarded her son, who had fled, and instead held on to little Fubao tightly. Why she soon brought an elderly nanny. Madam. Nanny Lu has arrived. Lady Lu immediately spoke. Nanny Lu, please come and examine my dear grandson. Baiji, quickly fetch a basin of warm water. Upon receiving the order, Baiji promptly dashed out again. Nanny Lu was an experienced caregiver, responsible for looking after newborns in the household. The Song family hailed from a lineage of medicine, with Song Yin as the eldest legitimate grandson, and his father serving in the Imperial Medical Bureau. However, Song Yin's aptitude for medicine was rather lacking. Despite studying since childhood, he could not compare to the talents of Song Bai from the second branch. Thus, as Song Yin grew older, he began managing the Dashing Medical Hall in Chang'an, overseeing the procurement of medicinal herbs. Lady Lu had no objections to her son's choices. Yet the fact that he had reached the age of 20 without marrying troubled her greatly. Therefore, upon hearing that Song Yin had returned with a woman and a baby, she was quick to jump to conclusions. The slight resemblance of the infant to Song Yin only deepened Lady Lu's suspicions. After examining little Fubao, Nanny Lu remarked, Madam, the child is quite healthy, but the care has been somewhat inadequate. Just look at the child's red bottom. It is a consequence of prolonged confinement. Nanny Lu articulated numerous shortcomings in the child's care. With each remark, Lady Lu cast a glance at Shen Fei, who felt increasingly guilty, shrinking under the weight of each disapproving look. Upon hearing the final words, Shen Fei felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. Miss Shun, how do you care for the child? Lu glanced over and finally discerned Shen Fei's appearance. Her attention had been focused on the small infant, but now she noticed that Shen Fei was quite frail, seemingly only 13 or 14 years old. It dawned on her that Shen Fei must have been even younger when she conceived. Lu had only 2 children. After giving birth to her eldest son, she had to wait 8 years before becoming pregnant again. She had not anticipated that the ordeal of childbirth would have taken such a toll on her health, preventing her from bearing more children. Song Yin, aside from his legitimate sister, had two half-brothers. Lu harbored hopes that Song Yin would marry and have children soon. Yet he often ventured out to gather medicinal herbs, sometimes being away for 3 to 4 months at a time. No amount of urging on her part seemed to make a difference. Now, seeing Shen Fei, who appeared to be of similar size to her youngest daughter, she inwardly chastised her son for his lack of responsibility. Miss Shen, how old are you this year? 14, and I will turn 15 during the new year. Shen Fei replied. Lu nodded, acknowledging that she indeed looked younger. It was not uncommon for someone of this age to bear children. As Shen Fei responded to Lu's inquiries, she watched old Madame Lu bathe the little treasure. Observing the elder's deft movements, she hurriedly attempted to learn. Shen Fei felt that her hold on the child had always been incorrect, and seeing old Madame Lu support the infant by the neck, she inquired, Old Madam, why do you hold him by the neck? Old Madame Lu patiently explained, one must be particularly cautious with the infant's head. He is still very small, and his neck lacks strength and support. Care must be taken when holding him. Shen Fei listened intently. Upon encountering Shen Fei, Lu Shi exhibited the curiosity of a novice mother, diligently endeavoring to learn from Lu Momo, thus relinquishing her inquiry into household registrations. Shen Fei, upon realizing Lu Shi would not pursue further questioning, felt a wave of relief wash over her. The intricacy of Lu Shi's inquiries proved daunting, as there were numerous matters to which Shen Fei had no answers. She lacked the memories of the original owner and the child's father. Ignorant of whether the original owner had suffered amnesia or if the child had been an unexpected occurrence, these were matters beyond her verification. Moreover, she could not disclose her own lineage, aware only that Sun Hung and his wife were not her biological parents. The identity of her true family remained a mystery. Yet, she dared not speak of this, knowing well that the Sun family's child-swapping incident had once deceived the crown. Shen Fei pondered the potential ramifications should this secret be unveiled, fearing the consequences could entangle her once more. Having painstakingly escaped the stigma of a banished identity, she was reluctant to revert to that status. At this moment, she sought to divert Lu Shi's attention. Observing the stains upon Shen Fei's garments, Lu Shi commanded, Bai Ji, please escort Miss Shen for a cleansing, and arrange for others to be settled in the Qing courtyard. For the next few days, heed Miss Shen's instructions. Yes, madam, Bai Ji replied dutifully. Embracing the child, Shen Fei departed with Bai Ji from the Chunhui Hall. At this juncture, Lu Momo interjected. How can the madam be certain that this child belongs to the eldest young master? We must not allow lineage to be muddled. Momo, observe the child's eyes. Do they not resemble yin heirs? Lu Momo responded. In this vast world, there is no shortage of uncanny resemblances. Moreover, although she was occupied with tending to the child, she was keenly aware of the conversation between Shen Fei and Madame Lu, thus naturally discerning the several questions that Shen Fei was deliberately evading. Madam, this matter is not trivial. We must await the eldest master's perspective and observe the situation further, cautioned Lu Mama, fearing that Madame Lu's eagerness for her grandson could lead to hasty decisions. Madame Lu's mind had also grown clearer. She realized that she may have acted somewhat rashly. Ding Xiang, please summon the eldest master to Chunhui Hall for dinner this evening. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, madam. At this moment, Shen Fei, cradling the child, followed Bai Ji swiftly to the Qing courtyard. Bai Ji had meticulously arranged everything, even preparing a change of clothes for Shen Fei. After enjoying a refreshing hot bath, Shen Fei emerged to discover a sumptuous spread laid out on the table for dishes and a soup, a veritable feast. Feeling quite famished, she eagerly indulged in her meal. After finishing, she lifted little Fu Bao and fed him again, recalling Lu Mama's advice that the child, being so young, required frequent nourishment. Remembering the vial of medicine and the expenses for it, Shen Fei stepped outside and called, Sister Bai Ji, could you please invite the young master to come here? Bai Ji, momentarily taken aback by Shen Fei's polished appearance, noted the transformation in her demeanor. Certainly, Miss Shen, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the young master at once. Shen Fei placed little Fu Bao on the bed and lay down herself, murmuring a hope that the young master would bring the silver promptly. Meanwhile, Song Yin had not anticipated that bringing Shen Fei home would lead to such considerable trouble. At this moment, he was lamenting to his friend Tang Ziling. Ziling, I have truly been ensnared by someone. I have unexpectedly become a father. Tang Ziling cast a casual glance at Song Yin, asking, what is the matter? Please elaborate. At this juncture, Song Yin produced a small blue glass vial. It is because of this. This blue elixir led me to meet a mother and her child today. The woman claimed she possessed a remedy that could cure all ailments. Chapter 20. This potion appears to be quite effective. Allow me to have a look. Tang Ziling took the small glass vial, examining it closely, and finally recalled something. When Song Yan had initially revealed it, she had sensed a hint of familiarity. She had indeed seen such a bottle in that dilapidated temple. Its peculiar design had compelled her to pick it up from the ground. Now, tell me about the physical characteristics of those two individuals. Song Yan looked at Tang Ziling in confusion. Do you know that woman? His curiosity piqued. After all, this friend had only just returned to Chang'an. He was eager to know where she had encountered her. Nevertheless, he did not withhold any details and recounted how he met Shen Fei, how he had brought her to his home, and how the misunderstanding had unfolded. And that is the situation. Both the adult and the child are at my residence. However, this elixir costs 3,000 taels of silver, and I am uncertain whether I should give it to my grandfather. Tang Ziling inquired. Are you doubtful of the efficacy of this potion, or is it something else? Song Yan expressed his confusion. Initially, he held some belief in the situation. Having taken the pulse of the mother and child, he reasoned that they should not appear so healthy so soon after childbirth. Thus, he was inclined to trust the efficacy of the potion, thinking it would suffice to convince his family. However, with the woman seemingly intent on entangling herself with him, he began to hesitate. Tang Ziling, having stored away the potion, decided to relinquish it to him, presenting 3,000 taels in silver notes. Song Yan was taken aback by Tang Ziling's decisiveness. Do you truly believe that woman's words? Wait, how do you seem to know that mother and child? He queried, voicing his doubts. Tang Ziling, without reservation, recounted her encounter with Shen Fei at the dilapidated temple. I believe what she said is likely true. I observed an empty vial of the potion there, which suggests that the mother and child must have personally tested it. Previously, Tang Ziling had been afflicted with chronic poison. Although the toxicity had largely been alleviated, some residual effects persisted. However, the Tang family remained unaware of her condition, believing her to still be in peril. Thus, Tang Ziling felt compelled to maintain a facade within the Tang household. Song Yan accepted the silver notes, conceding that as acceptable, the mother and child are indeed pitiable. I shall provide them with the funds. Tang Ziling nodded, absent-mindedly toying with the blue potion. Without a moment's hesitation, she unscrewed the cap and consumed it in one swift motion. Song Yan was left speechless, realizing it was too late to intervene. For Tang Ziling had not afforded him the opportunity. Why didn't you seek someone to test it first? He stammered, bewildered. Tang Ziling chuckled softly, questioning whether the situation could indeed worsen than it had been in the past. Song Yan recalled the time when Tang Ziling had suffered from poisoning and promptly fell silent. Their acquaintance had begun when Song Yan happened upon the ailing Tang Ziling while collecting medicinal herbs. It was then that he had administered his crafted antidote, successfully rescuing Tang Ziling from his dire state. During his affliction, Tang Ziling had been in a haze, disconnected from reality. How does it feel now that you consumed it? Song Yan inquired anxiously. At that moment, Tang Ziling grasped his chest, attempting to quell the turmoil in his stomach, and suddenly expelled a stream of black blood. Brother Tang, what's wrong? Is there an issue with the medicine? Song Yan felt a pang of guilt for not having trusted the woman's words. Yet, after expelling the dark blood, Tang Ziling experienced a sense of relief. Song Yan, do not worry. It seems the medicine is effective. Song Yan swiftly seized Tang Ziling's wrist to take his pulse, meticulously assessing his condition. Oh, it appears to be true. Brother Tang, the poison within you has indeed been purged. Hailing from a family of physicians, Song Yan may not possess the same prowess as his cousin Song Bai in healing, but unbeknownst to them, his true passion lay in the formulation of poisons, which naturally included the creation of antidotes. Over the years, he had frequently traversed the country under the guise of herb gathering, a fact that contributed to his mother, Lu, being unable to secure a marriage for her son despite her pressing urgencies. Tang Ziling was astonished at the immediate effectiveness of the antidote. Song Yan, please inquire at home if there are any more of these medicines. I would like to procure 2 more. With the eager assistance of his good friend in testing the medicine, Song Yan felt a surge of excitement. All right, I shall return and inquire immediately. After parting ways, he hurried back to the Song residence, heading straight for the Chunwei Hall where Lu Shi was. Mother, Miss Shun, which courtyard have you arranged for her? Lu Shi shot him an exasperated glance, recalling how he had slipped away when she had invited him for dinner. Her irritation was palpable, stemming from an unresolved matter weighing heavily on her mind. Oh, now you're concerned? Did you not previously deny any interest? Song Yan smacked his forehead in realization. Mother, Miss Shen is recently widowed. Please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Lu Shi's anger intensified as she hurled a cup in his direction. Why? Why did you not mention this sooner? How could you not say anything? The memory of having lost face earlier filled her with frustration, and she found herself equally upset with Shen Fei for not having firmly refuted any misconceptions. Mother, Would you have me declare her a widow in front of others? Lu Shi was momentarily silenced, her face flushing with embarrassment. Then what is the purpose of bringing her here? You have brought a young woman and a child into our home without reason. Who would not misunderstand? I dare say the entire Song residence is likely abuzz with speculation. With a huff, she glared at her eldest son. She is in the Chang'an courtyard. I do not care what your intentions are. But you must send her away by dawn. Song Yin recognized his rashness, although his reputation was of little consequence. The thought of implicating Miss Shen in any scandal weighed heavily on his conscience. All right, mother, I shall ensure they leave by tomorrow. With that, he dashed away. At this moment, Lu recalled that Shen Fei was a lady residing in the Chang'an courtyard. It was indeed inappropriate for her son to visit alone at such a late hour. She hastily instructed, Aunt Fong, Ding Xiang, you must follow him at once. Yes, madam. The two hurriedly set off in pursuit. Lu then thought of Xiao Fu Bao and felt a twinge of regret. The child was rather endearing. Meanwhile, Shen Fei was feeling quite bored. Although she wished to enjoy some food and drink, it was not her home, and she felt somewhat uneasy. Furthermore, having heard from Bai Ji that Song Yin had gone out with no indication of when he might return only heightened her anxiety. Miss Shen, Song Yin called loudly from outside the courtyard. Shen Fei abruptly sat up from her bed. It was Song Yin. Had he come bearing gifts? Upon arriving at Chang'an courtyard, Song Yin remembered that Shen Fei was a lady and that it was somewhat disrespectful to seek her out at such a late hour. However, with lingering questions in his mind, he could only stand at the courtyard entrance and call for her. Chapter 21. Shen Fei's frustration. Young master, you have returned. How splendid. Let us speak inside. Shen Fei eagerly opened the courtyard door, wishing for Song Yin to enter and converse. Song Yin quickly shook his head. Miss Shen, here are 3,000 taels of silver. Please accept it. Shen Fei was taken aback by Song Yan's straightforwardness. Have you managed to persuade your grandfather to take the medicine? Did it prove effective? Song Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Miss Shen, I must apologize. I sold the bottle of medicine to a friend of mine. He had been severely poisoned in the past, and to my astonishment, your medicine was able to cure him. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing that the potion could neutralize toxins, Shen Fei was taken aback. She was unaware of this aspect. However, she was well aware that this elixir could enhance one's physical functions, restore health, and even extend life, proving to be most beneficial in the face of severe bodily trauma. With each benefit she articulated, Song Yan's eagerness intensified. While it was true that Tang Ziling was his dear friend, his grandfather's well-being outweighed all else. He cautiously inquired, Miss Shen, do you have any of this potion left? I wish to purchase 4 vials. My friend requires 2, and my family needs 2 as well. Shen Fei was somewhat intimidated by the fervor in Song Yan's gaze. Indeed, possessing such a precious item without the means to protect oneself was perilous. She knew she could not reveal too much. Having already secured 3,000 taels of silver, she felt her immediate crisis was averted, and with a hint of reluctance, she replied, Young master, this potion is exceedingly rare, acquired through fortuitous circumstances. There are only 5 vials in total, and just 2 remain. Though Song Yin was a touch disheartened, the knowledge that 2 vials were still available eased his mind, albeit at the expense of his friend's hopes. He intended to reserve 1 for his grandfather and the other for his own research. Excellent. I shall take them all. Please wait here. I will fetch the money right away. Shen Fei's smile illuminated her face as she eagerly nodded. Thank you. Thank you. Song Yin moved swiftly, and by the time the pursuing Aunt Fong and Ding Xiang arrived, they only caught the tail end of the conversation, something about returning to fetch money, but little else. With the eldest master now departed, Aunt Fong led Ding Xiang back to Chunwei Hall. Lu Shi inquired, so, what transpired between those two? The old face of Granny Fong flushed slightly as she murmured, Madam, when I went over, I saw that the young master had already departed. He did not enter the Chang'an courtyard. They merely exchanged a few words at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Lu nodded in satisfaction. That is good. It seems that young man knows his boundaries. Granny Fong recalled Song Yan's mention of money and spoke up. Madam, I arrived late and did not hear much else. But I did catch wind of something regarding money. This matter warrants your inquiry with the young master. Lu's brow furrowed once more. All right, I understand. You may leave. Lu pondered over the plight of Shen Fei and her child, realizing that Yin must feel reluctant to expel them the following morning. Well, they are indeed pitiable. If I were to send them off with a few taels of silver, it would not be unreasonable. Lu dismissed the matter from her mind. At that moment, Song Yin arrived at the Chang'an courtyard, holding a sum of 6,000 taels in banknotes. Shen Fei had not left. She had been waiting there while Song Yin went to retrieve the money. Miss Shen, I apologize for the wait. Please count. This is 6,000 taels in banknotes. The denominations of the notes were modest, with the largest being 2,000 taels and the smallest 100 taels. This sum was derived from the proceeds of his latest sale of medicinal materials, which had not yet been accounted for, thus resulting in such a considerable amount. Song Yin had a penchant for concocting poisons, and consequently, his expenditures on materials were considerable, leaving him with little savings. He was truly acting on impulse. Shen Fei carefully counted the notes. Yes, this is perfect, no issues at all. Then, from her sleeve, she produced 2 vials of blue elixir and cautioned, "Young master, this potion is exceedingly precious. It must be applied judiciously." Song Yin responded with a hint of irony. "Applied judiciously? You and your child have already consumed 2 vials. It seems rather contradictory, does it not? Yet, who would not value their life? I comprehend." Reflecting on her mother's admonitions, Song Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, hesitating to voice her thoughts, as it would be impolite to dismiss someone. Shen Fei, clutching a substantial sum, sensed that the Song household was not particularly secure and deemed it prudent to depart at the earliest opportunity. If not for the encroaching darkness hindering her escape, she would have already fled. "Young master, since your friend has already tested the potion, I presume you are aware of its effects. I intend to leave by morning. May I?" Upon hearing this, Song Yin was elated and replied, "Of course." Shen Fei noted the swiftness of his response. Was he perhaps concerned that she might cling to him? Observing the resemblance between his eyes and those of her little treasure, she feigned indifference and reached out, exclaiming, "Oh, a mosquito." Swiftly, she plucked a few strands of Song Yan's hair and discreetly stored them away. "Ouch! Miss Shen, what are you doing?" Song Yin found her behavior rather peculiar. My apologies. I mistook your hair. My hands are rather coarse, and I grazed them." Song Yin thought to himself, "Does this woman take me for a fool? Surely, such a handful of hair was intentional. You claim to leave of your own accord. I merely acquiesced too readily." Shen Fei silently reproached her own feeble excuses, continuously apologizing, "I am truly sorry, young master." Song Yin waved his hand, hastily distancing himself from Shen Fei. "Miss Shen, I shall come by tomorrow morning to escort you and your child." Shen Fei thought to herself, how anxious he is. Perhaps he fears being left behind. "Very well. I hope it can be sooner. I too am eager to depart." The two of them reached a mutual understanding, and Song Yin swiftly took his leave. Upon returning to her room, Shen Fei cast a glance at her little treasure, who was soundly asleep. Observing the sparse hair atop the child's head, she gently plucked a strand. "Wah wah wah, wah wah wah." The little one instantly erupted into tears. Shen Fei inwardly blamed herself for her impatience, realizing she should have waited until the child was awake before attempting such a thing. After soothing the baby for a while, he finally drifted back to sleep. Feeling relieved, Shen Fei quickly slipped into her space. The laboratory within the space was perpetually illuminated, and she remained perplexed about the source of the electricity and how the space operated. She promptly conducted experiments on Song Yin and the little treasure. Half an hour later, the results revealed that they were, indeed, completely unrelated. Shen Fei found the situation rather amusing. Having acquired wealth, it seemed unnecessary for her to seek out the child's father. It was absurd to think she could simply test the DNA of anyone who bore a resemblance to the child. The entire situation struck her as somewhat ludicrous. After exiting the space, Shen Fei lay down on her bed, cradling her child, and soon fell into slumber. The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to break, Shen Fei was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Knock, 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 knock. When she beheld Song Yin standing at the entrance of the courtyard, she found herself utterly speechless. Gazing up at the starlit sky, Shen Fei felt an urge to curse. Chapter 22. No change. "Young master, you are here quite early." Shen Fei took the initiative to greet him. Song Yin appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Am I too early?" Shen Fei quickly shook her head, her disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, and smiled. "Oh, not at all. The timing is just right. Please wait a moment while I tend to the child." "All right, I shall wait here for you." In a flurry, Shen Fei dashed back, eagerly lifting the little treasure into her arms. After thoroughly checking the room to ensure nothing was left behind, she finally exited. "Young master, shall we depart?" Hearing Shen Fei's persistent address, Song Yin felt a bit awkward. "Please, refrain from calling me young master. Simply refer to me as Brother Song." He believed that since they had already acquainted themselves, such formalities were unnecessary. After pondering for a moment, Shen Fei concluded that they were not yet sufficiently familiar. "Then, I shall call you young master Song." "Song Yin." "Very well." It seems this woman is intent on establishing a boundary, unwilling to entangle herself with him. Perhaps he had been overly concerned. The recent change in address was a deliberate test on his part. If she intended to rely on him, she would surely adopt a more affectionate title. Unbeknownst to Song Yin, Shen Fei had already conducted a paternity test and was aware of their lack of connection. Thus she would not forge any ties with him. Soon, Shen Fei appeared at the entrance of the Song residence with the child in her arms. And Song Yin summoned a carriage. "Miss Shen, allow me to send you off with the carriage driver." Shen Fei resolutely declined, stating, "No need. I can leave on my own. Furthermore, young Master Song, once my potion is sold, it cannot be returned." Song Yin did not anticipate Shen Fei's response. Yet he nodded in understanding. "Very well, I comprehend this principle. Rest assured, Miss Shen." Embracing the child, Shen Fei departed from the Song residence. Although the day was still early, the townsfolk from outside the city had already begun to arrive, bringing their homegrown vegetables and other goods to sell. As Shen Fei traversed the bustling streets, she reached the territory of Chang'an County, a place she greatly favored for its vibrant market atmosphere. Wanyan County lay to the east of Chang'an, where the affluent and powerful were more abundant. In contrast, Chang'an County to the west was predominantly inhabited by common folk, along with some foreign merchants. Thus, the air was filled with a richer ambience of daily life, making it all the more lively. At that moment, several food stalls had set up shop, and as Shen Fei gazed upon a steaming wonton stall, her appetite was piqued. With her tousled hair bobbing, she hurried over, inquiring, "Sir, how much for your wontons?" The stall owner looked up to find a young girl, clutching a small infant, with a modest bundle slung over her shoulder. Evoking a sense of pity, mistaking Shen Fei for a beggar, and seeing no other customers, he replied, 5 won per bowl." Shen Fei, recalling that the smallest denomination of her money was 100 taels in silver notes, found herself in a predicament. She knew the vendor would not be able to provide change for such a bill. "Alas, I have no small change. What am I to do?" she lamented, realizing that she would need to visit the money exchange to obtain some silver and copper coins. At that moment, Shen Fei felt exceedingly embarrassed due to her lack of change. The proprietor observed Shen Fei rummaging through her belongings, yet found not a single coin. "Little girl, never mind. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Please eat quickly, and once you've finished, hasten away from my stall." Shen Fei, oblivious to the underlying tone in the proprietor's words, expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you so much. You are truly a kind-hearted person." Seeing Shen Fei, a naive young girl still accompanied by a child, the proprietor's initial discomfort dissipated. After all, it's merely 5 coins, he mused, thinking that he could easily earn them back. Having performed this act of kindness, he believed that good fortune would surely come his way. As he busied himself preparing the wontons, he reassured himself. Shen Fei sat by a small table, eagerly awaiting her meal. The proprietor worked swiftly, and once a bowl of wontons was presented, he kindly cautioned her, "Little girl, these wontons are quite hot, so do take your time." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shen Fei recognized that she had encountered a truly good soul. While savoring her wontons, a somewhat familiar voice broke through her thoughts. "Boss, I need 4 bowls of wontons. Please pack them up." "Certainly, esteemed customer, just a moment." Turning her head, Shen Fei, with her disheveled hair, came face to face with Sun Zhanping. A memory stirred within her. He was the eldest son of Sun Hong, and also her elder brother, albeit one who had never treated her kindly. She suspected that Sun Zhanping's disdain for her was rooted in the knowledge that she was not his biological sister. After all, during their exile, she had been too young to recall events clearly. Yet, Sun Zhanping was 3 years her senior, and children in ancient times matured quickly. By the age of 7, they were already capable of remembering. Sun Zhanping also noticed Shen Fei, observing her disheveled appearance with her hair resembling a bird's nest as she clumsily devoured her wontons. A sense of bewilderment washed over him, pondering the source of her funds. He frowned tightly, as if confronted with something unsightly. Shen Fei remained silent, choosing to disregard him, and turned her back to continue her meal. Sun Zhanping harbored considerable discontent towards her. It seemed this girl had grown audacious enough to dismiss him entirely. He resolved to discuss this matter with his mother upon returning home. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Where had she spent the night? Surely, she hadn't taken refuge in a beggar's den. The mere thought filled him with disdain. "Boss, could you please expedite the process?" he called out. The wonton vendor wiped his brow and hurriedly assured him that it would be ready shortly, requesting the young man to hand over the food container. Sun Zhanping complied, passing the container before turning his gaze back to Shen Fei. At that moment, she sensed a penetrating stare from behind her and instinctively knew its source. She speculated inwardly whether the Sun family residence was nearby. However, she was certain that they could not rival her newfound wealth. With 9,000 taels of silver now in her possession, she felt a sense of calmness. Yet, she pondered whether to reside in Chang'an or in Chang'an village. A visit to Chang'an village was essential, as she needed to meet the village chief and the headman. Moreover, She had to familiarize herself with her family's land. These were tasks that must be accomplished. "Boss, how much do I owe?" she inquired. 21, came the reply. Sun Jianping retrieved his money pouch, counted out 21, and placed it on the table. "The money is right here," he stated, with the food container in hand. He made his way back to the residence in Changqing Lane. The members of the Sun family gathered in the residence located on Changqing Alley. Compared to their previous living conditions in the northern region, this place offered a significant improvement. However, it still fell short when compared to their former life in the Ho residence. Upon returning yesterday, the matriarch of the Dou family barely settled in before hastily taking the first and second branches of the family to her maternal home, leaving the small courtyard to only Sun Hung and his family of 4. As Sun Jianping rushed into the courtyard, he called out eagerly, "Mother, mother, guess whom I just saw?" Chapter 23. Turning hostile, Sun Hung and his wife had already chosen their residence the day before. Understanding that the main courtyard would certainly belong to his stepmother, Sun Hung wisely selected the western courtyard in the second yard for their family. When Sun Jianping burst in, he began to shout. Naturally, Chen heard him and, along with Sun Hung, hurried out to inquire, "Hunger, what is it?" Sun Jianping placed the food box on the table and exclaimed, "Mother, I just ran into my little sister at the wonton stall." Chen was taken aback and asked, "Your little sister, your biological sister?" Sun Jianxiang curiously interjected, "Whose biological sister?" Sun Hung shot a glare at Chen, admonishing her, "What nonsense are you spouting? Please be quiet." Sun Jianping clarified, "I mean that girl, Mengxia." Sun Hung furrowed his brow, impressed. "She came back to the house?" Chen's displeasure was evident as she remarked, "That wretched girl, since she has left, she should not expect to return." "Humph. Eldest, how is that girl faring now?" Sun Jianping recalled Shen Fei's unique hairstyle and replied, "Mother, she is not so bad. She must have been dealing with the beggars last night." Upon hearing this, Chen was pleased. Sun Hung, too, had no desire to concern himself with Shen Fei. Now that she had married out, she was no longer connected to the family. From now on, if you encounter her, simply pretend not to know her. Do you understand? Sun Jianxiang, however, found this difficult to comprehend. He sensed that the family harbored a certain disdain for his sister. Instead of voicing his objections, he quietly slipped out of the house, hoping to find Shen Fei at the wonton stall. Alas, by that time, she had already departed. Dejected, Sun Jianxiang returned home. Sun Hung and his wife had already enjoyed the takeout wontons. "Xianger, where have you been? Come, it's time for dinner." Chen soon realized the inconvenience of the situation. With no servants in the house and Shen Fei absent, she found herself without anyone to command. Her younger son was too small, her elder son was reluctant, and her husband was timid. She had become the lowest in the household hierarchy. After sending Sun Jianping away, she arranged for Sun Jianxiang to have breakfast before pulling Sun Hung aside. "My dear, we should seek out Yin Yang and see how our Mengxia is faring." Sun Hung had always been quite kind to his wife and children. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to her request to exchange children. Yet, after a decade, he wondered how difficult it might be to locate Yin Yang. "Do not fret. I shall set out to search for her at once. The only uncertainty lies in whether her hometown has moved." Chen fell into deep contemplation. "I recall that Yunnan's husband's family resides in a village surrounding Chang'an, perhaps called Chang'an Village. Yunnan's family name is Shen. You ought to investigate this thoroughly." Sun Hung nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall go today. You stay at home and await the return of that old woman. Exercise some patience. Her temperament is quite unsettled at the moment, so we should refrain from provoking her." Chen nodded gravely, lamenting, "Alas, it is all due to that old woman's excessive stinginess. When visiting her brother's family, she did not bring us along, while they, in contrast, enjoy a life of plenty over there." Sun Hung scoffed, "I wouldn't be so certain. If the Dou family were truly considerate, they would have sent someone to greet us at the city gates, just as the Lin and Wang families did for their relatives. Yet, not a single soul from the Dou family has appeared." Chen was taken aback. "My husband, is it truly so? The Dou family is rather ruthless." A twinge of schadenfreude flickered within her, but she soon worried. "My husband, does this mean we shall not benefit from it?" Sun Hung shared her concern. "Let us proceed cautiously, one step at a time. I will first gather information and investigate the matter of the title. What exactly is going on? If it truly no longer exists, we might consider separating our household." Chen pondered. "Very well, my husband, I shall heed your direction." Sun Hung felt a sense of satisfaction at Chen's deference to him. The couple exchanged murmurs for some time before he finally rose to depart. At that moment, Sun Jianping entered, asking, "Mother, when shall I be able to return to school?" The Sun family, after all, was originally of noble descent. Although Sun Hung lacked scholarly pursuits, he had received some education, and with Sun Bin being the heir of the noble house, he possessed knowledge as well. Thus, Even though the Sun family had fallen into disgrace, Sun Jianping was still able to continue his studies. During that time, the children of Sun Bin and Sun Su had tragically passed away on the path of exile, which endeared the elder Sun Jianping to the men of the Sun family. Even the elderly Lady Dou treated Sun Jianping with great kindness, for he was the sole male heir of the Sun lineage. Consequently, Sun Jianping's early education and later studies were regarded with considerable importance. Later, when Sun Mingxia became engaged to Lin Yuhuan, the Lin family and the Sun family were united as in-laws. The Lin family, once a scholarly household, was filled with learned individuals, and Lin Yuhuan's father, having achieved the highest degree, could naturally impart knowledge to the two children. Over the years, Sun Jianping and Lin Yuhuan had maintained their academic pursuits diligently. Upon hearing her son's inquiry, Chen was somewhat troubled, as the academies in the capital were quite costly, and the family's savings were limited. Penggu, do not fret. We must await your grandmother's return to see if she can bring back some silver, she advised. Mother, she is not my biological grandmother. Can she truly care for me? I have little hope of relying on her, he replied. Chen was somewhat disheartened by his words, pondering that the old woman might be contemplating expelling their family. At that moment, Lady Dou and others at her natal home were also experiencing hardship. Lady Dou's brother had passed away several years prior, and now the head of the family was the nephew of the elderly Lady Dou. After receiving Lady Dou's letter, Lord Dou did not feel any joy. Rather, he was apprehensive about her request for money. It turned out that after the confiscation of the Chang'an Marquisate's assets, there were still some hidden treasures. Lady Dou, placing her complete trust in her brother and fearing that they might be seized during their journey through the northern territories, entrusted these valuables to Lord Dou. Now that Lord Dou has passed away, his eldest son is reluctant to acknowledge this arrangement. The thought of relinquishing such a substantial sum is quite painful, especially since the Dou family has fallen into decline over the years, and much of that wealth has already been spent. There is hardly any money left to repay the Sun family. With her cloudy eyes narrowed, Lady Dou questioned, Longbow, will you truly not acknowledge that sum? Lord Dou's eldest son dared not meet his aunt's gaze and stammered, Aunt, what are you saying? His wife, Madame Ma, chimed in. Aunt, when you visited our home yesterday, we treated you well. How could you come today asking for money, fabricating such absurd excuses? Sun Bin, witnessing his cousin's demeanor, instantly turned pale with anger. In the past, when he was the heir apparent, this cousin had acted like a sycophant, constantly hovering around him. Now, however, he displayed such arrogance, daring to confront him. Cousin, you truly do not wish to acknowledge even your own relatives, do you? Sun Bin asked coldly. Chapter 24. Fate's caprice. Upon observing Sun Bin's expression, Lord Dou realized that he had incurred his ire. However, Sun Bin is nothing now. He is no longer the heir of the Marquisate. To think he would still dare to act with such presumption is utterly ridiculous. Master Dou contemplated the past, reflecting on how he had once humbled himself to curry favor with his cousin Sun Bin. Now, he harbored a deep-seated resentment, wishing fervently that his cousin's family had never returned to Chang'an. Cousin, he mused, I believe I have extended my utmost kindness towards you. Should you continue to covet what does not belong to you, do not blame me for severing ties. At this juncture, Miss Dou interjected, Elder brother, you are my own brother. Will you truly draw a line between us? Is your resolve so unyielding? Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. She was genuinely heartbroken. Upon returning, she had first learned of her parents' passing, and now her elder brother's ruthless demeanor was beyond her comprehension. Lady Dou then spoke up, Eldest, gather your belongings. We must depart. Upon hearing Lady Dou's intent to leave, Madame Ma felt a surge of joy. She had long been weary of this aunt, who, in her former glory as the wife of a marquis, had exerted undue influence over her natal family. Now, in her fallen state, she still dared to impose her presence upon the Dou household. Truly, she was lost in her own delusions. The Sun family, who had arrived at the Dou residence with high hopes of assistance, now left in disgrace. Sun Su and Sun Bin stood before Lady Dou, anxiously inquiring, Mother, what shall we do? Sun Su had always followed his mother and elder brother without much thought, but now he felt a sense of trepidation. Lady Dou, witnessing his distress, glared furiously at her second son. Her gaze passed over Lu Shi, recalling that the sisters of the Lu family had married well. Lu Shi, I recall that you have a sister who married into the Tang family. She must now be a lady of the state, correct? Lu Shi stiffened at the mention. Indeed. Her half-sister, Lu Ruiying, had wed into the esteemed Tang family. However, at that time, she married the illegitimate second son. Who could have anticipated that the heir of the duke's residence would meet with misfortune, and now the current duke is indeed the second son. Consequently, her half-sister has also ascended to the status of the duchess. What a twist of fate. In her youth, she adorned herself in a splendid bridal procession, marrying the heir of the Marquisate, basking in glory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and the circumstances of both herself and her half-sister have undergone a complete reversal. Alas, it is true that human calculations cannot rival the will of heaven. Seeing Lu Shi unresponsive, the old lady Dou bellowed, Lu Shi, Lu Shi? Lu Ruyan finally came to her senses. Mother? Lu Shi, have you grown so audacious as to disregard my words and ignore me? The sharpness of the old lady Dou's voice cut through the air as she began to reprimand Lu Ruyan. She had bottled up her frustrations for too long within the Dou family and was eager to find an outlet. In this household, Lu Ruyan was the only outsider, making her the primary target for the old lady's ire. The old lady Dou had long since lost the composure of her former self and openly chastised her daughter-in-law in public. Is this how the Lu family raises their daughters? Allowing you to be so disrespectful and insolent towards your mother-in-law? Your utter lack of manners truly tarnishes the reputation of a daughter of the Lu family. After a lengthy tirade, the old lady finally vented her pent-up anger, feeling a sense of relief. Lu Shi, humiliated before the crowd, felt her face burn with shame. Chang'an, vast in its expanse yet small in its confines, harbors numerous young women from the Lu family who have married out. Therefore, the old lady Dou's scathing words today would undoubtedly bring trouble to Lu Shi in the future. Upon witnessing her husband Sun Bin's unresponsiveness, Lu's heart sank. Her husband did not utter a single word in her defense, and even their own daughter, Sun Mingxue, stood among the Sun family crowd, indifferent. Their youngest son, Sun Zhanqi, merely 6 years old, could be excused for his youth, yet their eldest daughter, at 13, also chose to ignore her mother. Lu had never felt such despair during her time in the northern lands. Mother, please refrain from such remarks. No matter how you chastise me, it is unacceptable to tarnish the reputation of the daughters of the Lu family, who are well-educated and dignified. Lu's words struck a chord with old Madame Dou, who realized she may have overstepped. This was not the North. No one here knew her, and she could not reprimand her daughter-in-law at will within her own courtyard. Having lived in the North for a decade, old Madame Dou had adopted the behaviors of the elderly women there. Sun Bin also recognized the weight of his mother's words. Mother, let us return home. Feeling humiliated, old Madame Dou swiftly entered the mule cart, yet still lingered, as if her embarrassment was not sufficient. Sun Su hastily drove the cart away from the Dou family gate. Just as they departed, a young maid, who had been eavesdropping, rushed to inform Madame Ma of old Madame Dou's scolding of Lu Ruyan. Madame Ma was elated upon hearing the news, laughing heartily. What a delightful turn of events. This is an opportunity. Overjoyed, she began to twirl in excitement. Xiaoxi, take some silver and ensure that within 3 days, every street and alley of Chang'an hears this tale. Do you understand? Xiaoxi nodded eagerly. Madam, rest assured, I shall see to it. Mrs. Ma was in exceptionally high spirits, perceiving her aunt to be quite muddled. At the entrance of the Dou residence, she reprimanded her daughter-in-law, which was, in fact, a veiled attack aimed at her. The elderly woman, having vented her frustrations on Mrs. Lu, was oblivious to the fact that, although she felt temporarily relieved, she had alienated the only relative she could rely upon. Meanwhile, in the carriage, the Dou matriarch recognized her own impetuosity. Chapter 25. Real estate in Chang'an. After expressing her gratitude to the wonton stall owner, Shen Fei departed directly, carrying her child. Her first destination was to exchange money. She made her way to a money exchange, converting 100 taels of silver notes into 5 10-tael ingots, followed by 5 5-tael coins, and the remainder into copper coins, totaling 25 strings of copper coins. The shopkeeper, noticing she was alone, inquired, "Young lady, how do you intend to carry this money away?" In truth, Shen Fei could have discreetly stored it in her spatial pouch, but she could not do so in front of the shopkeeper. Therefore, she opened her cloth bag and began to pack. With nimble hands, Shen Fei swiftly placed the silver ingots and copper coins inside before leaving the exchange. Now that she had money, she had no intention of depriving herself. Her next objective was to either rent or purchase a residence, although she was uncertain about the property prices in Chang'an. Carrying her child, Shen Fei proceeded directly to the Rifeng Dental Hall. Upon seeing her, the dental assistant mistakenly assumed she was there for more than just an inquiry, asking, "Young lady, are you here to sell yourself? How much silver do you intend to fetch?" Shen Fei stood in astonishment, her mouth agape. Was it possible that such indiscreet individuals existed in ancient times? To be so direct, who did they look down upon? Who would sell themselves? She was merely seeking a place to rent. The landlord's demeanor remained unyielding as he scanned Shen Fei from head to toe. What is your budget for renting? The housing prices in Chang'an are not inexpensive. Do you have the means? Shen Fei felt the landlord's attitude was utterly unacceptable. Forget it. I shall not rent from you. She huffed, turning on her heel and departing in a huff. The landlord spat as he watched her retreating figure. scoffing at the audacity of a mere beggar woman hoping to rent a home. How naive. Casting a glance at her own worn attire, Shen Fei recognized that it was indeed too shabby, making her an easy target for disdain. Resolute, she turned and headed to the fabric shop. Good sir, I wish to purchase several sets of ready-made clothing. The shopkeeper, a kindly middle-aged woman, assessed Shen Fei's figure and promptly recommended a selection of suitable garments. Madam, may I change into the new clothes in your shop? Shen Fei inquired. The shopkeeper smiled and nodded, of course. With that, Shen Fei cradled her child and made her way to the back room. Moments later, she emerged, looking refreshed and quite lovely in her new attire. The shopkeeper, taken aback by Shen Fei's transformation, remarked on her newfound beauty. Please, tally up the cost for me, Shen Fei requested. I would also like to purchase 2 blankets and some clothing for infants, along with a few small quilts. The shopkeeper, pleasantly surprised to encounter such a valued customer, replied. Certainly, we have a wide variety of goods available. At last, Shen Fei emerged carrying 2 hefty bundles, the 2 quilts occupying a considerable amount of space. She had spent a total of 38 taels of silver at the fabric store, which made her acutely aware of the preciousness of money. The cost of living in Chang'an was undeniably high. In a secluded area, Shen Fei stored the quilts within her spatial dimension. Subsequently, she sought out another pawnshop, where the demeanor of the pawnbroker was significantly more amiable, perhaps influenced by Shen Fei's improved attire, which no longer suggested a beggar's plight. Without hesitation, she inquired, Sir, what are the housing prices in Chang'an? The pawnbroker responded with a warm demeanor, Young lady, in which district do you wish to purchase a home? And how many courtyards are you considering? A large 3-courtyard residence would typically range from 5,000 to 8,000 taels. This was still in the common area of the West City. However, in the Eastern District, a 3-courtyard house could exceed 10,000 taels. Shen Fei, with a more modest budget, replied, Sir, I only require a 2-courtyard residence, preferably in the West City and close to the Yinping Gate. The pawnbroker pondered for a moment and then affirmed, Indeed, we have options. Both Jiahui Lane and Daixien Lane have available properties. We can go and take a look. Shen Fei nodded enthusiastically. Wonderful, let us proceed. Thus, she rode in a carriage, following the pawnbroker to view the houses. After a thorough inspection, she found herself particularly fond of the residence in Jiahui Lane. Sir, I would like to acquire this small courtyard in Jiahui Lane, she declared. The pawnbroker smiled and nodded. Young lady, you possess discerning taste. Jiahui Lane is directly opposite the county office of Chang'an, ensuring a very secure living environment. Shen Fei was indeed considering this aspect. But she wondered, could the price of that residence be any lower? The tooth merchant shook his head, saying, My dear girl, that house is indeed quite affordable. A 2-courtyard residence costs merely 500 taels, which is remarkably cheap. Shen Fei shifted her gaze and replied, Uncle, it cannot possibly remain at that price without any concession. Otherwise, would you be so kind as to gift me a servant? Gift you a servant? What do you mean? The tooth merchant inquired. Uncle, surely your establishment also employs servants. Could you not spare me 2? The merchant contemplated this proposition, realizing that this transaction could indeed be profitable. The cost of a servant's indenture is relatively low, with many young maids fetching only 3 to 5 taels. Very well, I shall provide you with 2 servants. Come with me to select them, he agreed. Shen Fei nodded vigorously. Excellent, uncle. Let us depart at once and aim to complete the formalities today. Observing Shen Fei's determination, the merchant felt no hesitation and hastily drove the mule cart towards his establishment. Due to the nature of this arrangement, the servants brought out were not particularly well-groomed. Shen Fei noticed one individual limping and felt a twinge of disappointment. However, since it was a free acquisition, she held her tongue. At that moment, the tooth merchant spoke directly. Young lady, should you wish to purchase these individuals to serve you, do ensure they perform admirably. Carrying the child on her back, Shen Fei began to search among the servants. Suddenly, she spotted a tall young woman and inquired, What is your name? The robust young woman stood approximately 1.7 meters tall and weighed around 180 jin, exuding a powerful presence. Before she could respond, the tooth merchant beamed and introduced, My lady, this is Erin I. Just look at her stature. She is capable of heavy labor. Shen Fei observed the exuberant Zhang Yurun with a hint of perplexity, wondering if the girl had some peculiarities. Sensing Shen Fei's bewilderment, Zhang Yurun elucidated, Erin I is wonderful in every aspect, save for her rather hearty appetite. How much can she consume in one sitting? Shen Fei inquired. Before Zhang Yurun could respond, Erin I interjected, I require merely 5 bowls of rice per meal. Yet, she modestly understated her capacity. If permitted to indulge freely, she could easily devour 10 bowls. Previous buyers had dismissed her due to her voraciousness, causing Er and I a twinge of anxiety, for Zhang Yuren had indicated that her continued presence would result in his financial loss. Dear lady, please purchase me. I possess great strength and am capable of any task. Shen Fei reached out her slender arm and pinched Er's bicep, noting its firmness. Very well. I shall take you. The sight of Er and I instilled in Shen Fei a profound sense of security, and having such a maid in her household would undoubtedly be a boon. Chapter 26. A home at last. Continuing her exploration, Shen Fei encountered a woman with a scarred visage. Though the scars were alarming, the woman maintained a pristine appearance. Her clothes, though faded from washing, were tidy, and her nails were impeccably clean. Can you cook? Shen Fei inquired, posing the pivotal question. The woman, taken aback by Shen Fei's inquiry, paused momentarily before nodding. I can. Are you capable of caring for children? Shen Fei pressed. The woman glanced at Shen Fei once more and affirmed with a nod. Yes, I can. Shen Fei then turned to Zhang Yuren, declaring, I shall take these too. Zhang Yuren's eyes squinted with delight, as Shen Fei had seemingly resolved a significant dilemma for him. Both individuals were notoriously difficult to sell, and upon their initial acquisition, not much silver had been spent. There was a lingering fear that they would become a burden. The woman cast a glance at the limping boy and implored, Miss, I beg you, I have another son. Could you purchase him as well? Turning her gaze, Shen Fei beheld a boy of around 10 years, the very same who bore a slight limp. She addressed Zhang Yuren. Uncle, the individuals I have chosen are those you find hard to part with. Please, let me have that boy as well. Zhang Yuren hesitated, expressing his reluctance. That won't do. Giving you both is already a loss for me. Shen Fei, lacking the skill for haggling, made a concession. Then I shall add 501. What do you say? Zhang Yuren scoffed. 501 for a person? Has this girl lost her senses? That is far too little. Shen Fei glanced at the woman again, noting the desperation in her eyes. Very well, I will increase it by another 501, offering you 1 tael of silver. If you are willing, we can finalize this deal. If not, I shall seek other options. Considering the determined expression on Shen Fei's face, Zhang Yuren calculated internally and realized that he was not incurring a loss, but rather gaining. Observing the robust figure of the woman, the scarred visage, and the limping boy, he resigned himself, thinking that this batch of goods was, after all, difficult to sell. All right then, it's a deal. Wait here, I will retrieve the contract of sale. Shen Fei addressed the three, saying, All right, you three, come along with me shortly. The three individuals nodded in unison. Yes, Mississippi. The timid, limping youth cast a fleeting glance at Shen Fei before hastily lowering his gaze. Shen Fei inquired, What is your name? The young boy remained silent, prompting the woman to respond. Miss, my family name is Xie, and my son is called Xieyu. I am Li Caiha. Then I shall address you as Aunt Li from now on. Aunt Li nodded. Very well. I shall heed the Mississippi. Zhang Ye's actions were swift. He quickly procured the contract of servitude, but did not present it directly to Shen Fei. Miss, let us proceed with the formalities. Certainly, that is agreeable. Thus, the group made their way to the Chang'an County office. The processing of the paperwork was remarkably efficient. Zhang Ye had acquaintances within the office, which spared them any difficulties. Shen Fei had hoped to encounter Wang Zhu, yet discovered he had left with the county magistrate, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Shen Fei held deep gratitude for Wang Zhu. Now that she had acquired wealth, she wished to repay him. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and opportunities would abound in the future. After completing the payment, Zhang Ye handed over the contracts of servitude for the three individuals. Shen Fei, holding the keys, declared, Well then, you are now in my service. Let us return home. Xieyu followed closely behind Aunt Li, limping as he walked. Shen Fei asked, Aunt Li, has Xieyu seen a doctor for his foot? Aunt Li shook her head. No, we have not sought treatment. The agent is unwilling to spend the money. Shen Fei retrieved 5 taels of silver from her bosom and offered them to Li Caiha. Aunt Li, please take this money and accompany Xieyu to find a physician. He is so young, we cannot allow him to suffer a limp. After uttering these words, Shen Fei proceeded ahead, prompting Er and I to hastily follow. She had discerned that this master of the house possessed a kind heart. Miss, wait for me. The woman, under the alias Li Caiha, clutched the silver tightly as she grasped Xieyu's hand. You see, we have found a benevolent benefactor. At his tender age, Xieyu had shed his earlier timidity, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Aunt, let us take up residence here for the time being. Aunt Li nodded in agreement. Yes, let us return to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings before venturing out again. Xieyu replied nonchalantly, All right. Thus, the two began to follow Shen Fei and the plump girl at a leisurely pace. Though Shen Fei's residence lay directly across from the county office, Jia Weifang boasted only 2 entrances, oriented to the east and west, making the distance quite considerable. Shen Fei's modest courtyard was confined to 2 sections. She unlocked the main gate with her key and declared, "Come, this will be our home. I have only just moved in and have yet to prepare anything. You may choose any room in the front courtyard, while the back courtyard is my private space. Do you understand?" Aaron and Aunt Lee exchanged a glance. "Yes, Mississippi." Shen Fei then handed another 5 taels of silver to Aaron. "Take this money and procure 3 sets of bedding. The rooms are quite bare. Arrange them as you see fit." At that moment, Aunt Lee spoke up. "My dear, we need to purchase some rice, flour, and oil for the household. These are essential daily necessities." Shen Fei took out 5 taels of silver and handed them to Aunt Lee, saying, "Please take this money and prepare accordingly." However, Aunt Lee did not truly wish to receive the money. She merely intended to remind Shen Fei, "My dear, I do not seek payment. I am already grateful to have been able to offer 5 taels for Xiaoyu's medical treatment." Although Shen Fei had consumed the medicinal potion, she had only given birth 5 days prior and was indeed feeling fatigued. "Aunt Lee, I have just recently delivered. I am rather exhausted, and I need you to take on more of these responsibilities." Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Aunt Lee became more attentive. "Then you should return and rest well. I will handle the remaining matters." Shen Fei gazed at Aunt Lee's scarred face, feeling a sense of regret. Had she not been disfigured, Aunt Lee would undoubtedly have been a beautiful woman. "Very well, I appreciate your help." Shen Fei cradled her child and returned to the courtyard to rest. She retrieved the bedding stored in the space and hastily wiped down the bed before laying the bedding upon it. After unwrapping the small quilt from her baby, she changed the child into a clean outfit. Once everything was in order, she breastfed her little one. The child, known as Little Fubao, was remarkably easy to care for, accompanying Shen Fei around without frequent cries. Gently stroking Little Fubao's cheek, she exclaimed, "My dear, you are truly wonderful." Now free from the confines of the quilt, Little Fubao became lively, kicking and playing. Observing her child, Shen Fei smiled. "Ah, at last, I have a home." Chapter 27. Song Yan's defense. Shen Fei had intended to tease the child, but unexpectedly, she fell asleep. Perhaps she was genuinely fatigued after traversing this area for several days. Continuously on the move and later bustling about Chang'an, purchasing both property and people, her mind had never truly relaxed. Now, with her heart finally at ease, she succumbed to profound weariness. By evening, Aaron had already returned with her purchases and had selected her own room. She was delighted to have a space to herself. Sold by her parents at a young age due to her voracious appetite, her family could no longer support her. Consequently, she was passed through several owners for the same reason, each time being resold. Upon arriving here, witnessing the simplicity of the household and the kindness of the master, Aaron was determined to make a good impression. At that moment, Aunt Lee had prepared dinner and approached Aaron, saying, "Aaron, please check the backyard to see if the young lady has awakened. It's time for dinner." Aaron nodded. "All right, I will go call her." Earlier in the afternoon, Aunt Lee had taken Xiaoyu to the medical clinic to examine his leg. It turned out that his leg had suffered from a poorly healed fracture, which, if left untreated, could result in a permanent limp. Now, his leg had been rebroken and properly bandaged. Their rooms had also been chosen, situated next to each other. He hopped out on one leg and called, "Mother, has that woman awakened?" The way Xiaoyu called her mother felt awkward, but it was the only way he could address her for now. Aunt Lee wiped her hands on her apron and replied, "Ugur, why are you out? Be careful not to hurt your leg." At this moment, Xiaoyu spoke up, "Mother, I shall address you in this manner henceforth. Furthermore, refrain from calling me Ugur. I am not the young master of a wealthy family, and such a title may raise suspicions." Aunt Lee nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall call you Xiaoyu from now on." Xiaoyu nodded. "Agreed. I shall also refer to you as mother." Aunt Lee wiped the corners of her eyes, sighing softly. At this juncture, Aaron had already arrived at the backyard. When Shen Fei entered, she had not locked the courtyard gate. Aside from the main house, the backyard featured 2 side rooms, albeit with a limited number of chambers, 3 on each side. The courtyard was quite austere, barren and devoid of any decorative elements. Aaron gently knocked on the door, thud, 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 yet there was no response. With her robust frame, Aaron leaned against the door crack to peer inside. Shen Fei was lost in slumber, dreaming of being with her family, still the cherished little princess in her parents' hearts. Free from any worries, the family was blissfully together, and Shen Fei felt immense joy in her dreams, as if the past few days had been nothing but a dream. She was not a single mother, nor had she borne any children. She was living the carefree life she once knew, immersed in her dreams. Shen Fei was reluctant to awaken. Miss? Aaron knocked again. "If you do not rise, I shall enter." Shen Fei, in a state of muddled consciousness, sensed a persistent noise at her ear. Upon finally awakening, she noticed the room was shrouded in darkness, while a glimmer of light came from outside. Suddenly, she became fully alert. "Miss, I am coming in." As Shen Fei gazed out the window at the tall figure, she recalled her portly maid, Erin. "Erin, please come in," she called. Upon the door being pushed open, Erin entered, announcing, "Miss Bentley has prepared dinner. Shall I set the table?" Shen Fei's eyes brightened at the mention of food. She was indeed quite hungry. "Yes, please bring the dishes in. I shall dine here," she replied. "Certainly," Erin exclaimed, turning swiftly to fetch the meal. Watching Erin's agile form as she departed, Shen Fei couldn't help but reflect on the delightful irony of her situation. She had indeed embraced a life of servitude. Thus, Shen Fei indulged in this comfortable existence for several days, akin to a period of convalescence, replenishing her vitality. Little Fu Bao, under Aunt Li's attentive care, had noticeably plumped up and appeared much healthier. Shen Fei couldn't help but marvel at Aunt Li's culinary skills and her adeptness at childcare. During this time, Xiaoyu observed Shen Fei seemingly languishing in bed, which caused him some concern. He discreetly expressed his worries to Aunt Li, saying, "Mother, do you think there might be an issue with the way the miss is living?" Aunt Li understood Xiaoyu's apprehensions. She too did not wish to be sold off. In this household, it seemed the miss had no assets, and there were just the three of them as servants. Erin consumed an unusually large amount of food, leading both Aunt Li and Xiaoyu to fret over the household's finances and whether they could sustain themselves. Meanwhile, Shen Fei remained blissfully unaware of such concerns, thoroughly relishing her current way of life. In contemporary times, apart from her passion for research, she indulges in food and leisure, experiencing no stress whatsoever. Consequently, there is no longer any anxiety from Aunt Li and the others. For quite some time, little Fu Bao has been under Aunt Li's care, leading Shen Fei to feel that motherhood is not as exhausting as she had anticipated. She finds this lifestyle quite delightful, while Shen Fei enjoys a serene existence. The situation for Song Yin is rather tumultuous. At this moment, Dr. Song gazes sternly at Song Yin, pointing at the blue medicine bottles on the table, and exclaims in anger, "You spent 6,000 taels of silver on just these 2 bottles? It is true that the Song family possesses a medical clinic, but such expenditures are not made frivolously." Song Yin cannot divulge the matter concerning Tang Ziling, nor can he admit to having consumed the medicine. For Tang Ziling's position within the Tang family is quite precarious, and she has also suffered from poisoning. These could all be the machinations of the inner quarters, and he cannot betray his friend. "Father, this medicine is truly exceptional and absolutely worth the price. I specifically purchased it for grandfather." Upon hearing this, Dr. Song's ire intensified. "You rascal, not only are you squandering money, but you also dare to target your grandfather? It seems that a lesson must be imparted." Dr. Song was genuinely enraged. With a half-brother lurking enviously, this lad dared to tamper with the family funds so recklessly. Even if it was merely for show, Song Yin needed a reprimand. "Someone, fetch me the rod." At that moment, Song Sanyi presented the rod and stick he had prepared in advance, saying, "Elder brother, this is for you." "I had it ready all along," Dr. Song replied. "Damn it, I just wanted to put on a show. Everything is such a headache." Master Song San coolly remarked, "Brother, you have been excessively lenient with Ziling, allowing him to act recklessly even at this advanced age." Song Yin sighed and shot a glance at Master Song San. "Third uncle, I assure you this is genuinely for grandfather's sake. There are only these 2 vials of divine medicine left, which I have reserved. If our family does not want them, many would eagerly seize the opportunity." Master Song San was entirely unconvinced. "Ziling, do not attempt to deceive us. If you require funds, simply say so. It is quite unscrupulous to covertly use public funds, and fabricating such a feeble excuse is unacceptable." Chapter 28. The courage to test the medicine. Master Song San's words were rather impolite, essentially an accusation directed at Song Yin. At that moment, Lady Lu entered, supported by her maid. "Third brother, such words should not be spoken lightly. Arda Lang is acting in the best interest of his grandfather. This is indeed a miraculous medicine. Furthermore, a mere 6,000 taels of silver is insignificant to our main branch." Lady Lu cast a fierce glare at Song Yin before producing 2 silver notes. "This is the 6,000 taels. Our main branch will procure this medicine." Master Song San harbored a strong disdain for his sister-in-law, who hailed from a merchant background, particularly disapproving of her approach to resolving matters with money. "Sister-in-law, the issue at hand is not solely Ziling's purchase of counterfeit medicine, but also his misuse of public funds, which cannot be tolerated." Song Yin promptly defended himself. "Third uncle, let me emphasize that this medicine is indeed miraculous and exceedingly rare. Consuming it not only detoxifies but also provides immunity against other potent poisons in the future." Upon hearing Song Yan's words, Lu felt an urge to roll her eyes. She as a mother, could hardly believe what her son was saying. Nevertheless, the peculiar-looking concoction did not appear to be of good quality. Yet the Lang would never jest about family matters. Even if it did not cure ailments, it should not be lethal. Song Yin continued, explaining that on that day, he had resorted to using funds from the palace due to his insufficient finances, a decision made in a moment of urgency, particularly as the medicine was intended for their grandfather. Thus, it was not unreasonable to utilize such funds. Song Sanyi scoffed, questioning whom he intended to deceive with such an odd remedy. Lu, unwilling to heed any further, declared, "Third brother, I shall ascertain the efficacy of this medicine myself. The Song family is aware of my ailment. Allow me to demonstrate." Song Tai attempted to intervene, but Song Yin restrained him. "Father, let mother drink it," he insisted. Lu retorted, "What a troublesome child." However, reassured that Song Yin, being her own son, would not wish her harm, she grasped the blue potion, uncorked the vial, steeled herself, and drank it down. Song Sanyi did not even lift his eyelids. It seemed the family was engaged in a theatrical performance. Finally, Song Er-yi, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "All right, brother. Since sister-in-law claims this miraculous medicine was purchased by your branch, it rightfully belongs to you. Conveniently, sister-in-law has also consumed a dose. The money she brought shall be ours." Song Sanyi, seeking to reprimand Song Yin through this opportunity, was halted by a tug on his sleeve from Song Er-yi, leading him to relent. He fell silent, departing the study alongside Song Er-yi. Ignoring his two younger brothers, Song Tai approached his wife with urgency, inquiring, "How do you feel? Why such impulsiveness? Do you not sense something amiss?" However, Song Yin abruptly seized Lu's hand and began to take her pulse. Lu shook her head, asserting that there was nothing wrong, feeling rather at ease and in splendid health. Upon listening to the vigorous heartbeat, Song Yin nodded, confirming her assertion. Song Tai pushed his son aside, insisting, "Let me have a look, step aside." Song Yin, scratching his nose, graciously made room for Song Tai. The elder physician examined the pulse closely and listened intently, exclaiming, "Indeed, it seems there is truly nothing wrong. Dalong, do you truly believe this medicine can render one immune to all poisons?" Song Yin, feeling somewhat uncertain, suggested, "Mother, why not try my poison? Rest assured, I possess the antidote, one that guarantees absolute safety." Lu shot her son a disapproving glance. Yet upon hearing that this miraculous remedy could provide immunity to all toxins, she became intrigued. Aware of her son's penchant for dabbling in frivolous matters, she cautioned, "Bring me the most reliable poison you have." Song Yin promptly assured her, "Mother, I will handle it. You need not worry." With that, he dashed off to his quarters to retrieve the poison. Lu now regarded this medicine as a treasure, clutching the remaining vial tightly in her grasp. Song Tai, eager to further investigate, remarked, "Shuyun, do hand me that vial for research." Lu resolutely refused, stating, "This medicine is mine now. It was purchased with my dowry, and it has no connection to the Song family." Upon hearing this, Song Tai felt a pang of concern, realizing that his father-in-law's health was also precarious. "Isn't it necessary to take this to your family, Shuyun? You are not a doctor. This medicine is of no use and would be better suited for your father." Lu cast a disdainful glance at Physician Song. "Have you not heard the words of Song's second and third brothers? Do you believe they would allow you to administer anything to the old master?" Physician Song remained silent. He indeed lacked the confidence to proceed. The old master was now under the care of his stepmother. His second and third brothers were on high alert, wary of any attempts to provide the old man with medication, making it exceedingly difficult. Moreover, given the old master's advanced age, no mere remedy could guarantee improvement. Physician Song found himself wavering. At that moment, Song Yin approached with a vial of poison. "Mother, do try this poison." His enthusiastic tone left the maidservants outside in shock. Whispers circulated that the eldest son had lost his sanity. It appeared there was some truth to it, as he seemed so eager to poison his own mother. Lu accepted a small pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Each time Physician Song witnessed Lu's audacious actions, he felt compelled to shake his head. Having such a fiery and forthright wife was a challenge that most could not endure. The antidote lay nearby, ready to be administered should the need arise. Lu displayed no immediate reaction and uncertainly inquired, "Yin, what symptoms should I expect from this poison?" Uncertain if Lu had been poisoned, Song Yin replied, "Mother, this is the antidote. You must take it quickly. The poison will cause abdominal pain, lasting approximately 3 hours." Physician Song, overhearing, shot a disapproving glance at his son. "You reckless fellow, why not seek a poison devoid of ailments?" Song Yin disregarded the esteemed Dr. Song, hastily taking Lu's pulse, only to find it unyielding. "Mother, do you feel anything?" Lu shook her head, declaring, "I am quite well, not a thing amiss. Ha ha. This medicine truly works wonders. Bai Ji, Bai Ji." Quickly prepare the carriage. We shall make a trip back to the Lu residence. Clutching a small blue vial, Lu dashed out with exuberance. Uncertain of her intentions, Song Yin inquired, "Father, what does my mother intend to do?" Dr. Song, unable to intervene or assert his authority, replied, "The remaining vial of medicine was taken by your mother. It seems she intends to offer it to your maternal grandfather." Song Yin found himself at a loss for words. After all, they were his elders. Moreover, persuading his grandfather would prove difficult, such as fate. The second and third madams of the Song family, witnessing Lu's fervent exit, exchanged puzzled glances. "Sister-in-law, what on earth is happening? Has she taken the wrong medicine?" The second madam chuckled. "You remain unaware, do you? Sister-in-law must have consumed some miraculous elixir. I suspect it has adverse effects. This person may very well have lost her senses. Haha." Chapter 29. Chang'an village. Shen Fei continued to nestle at home for over 10 days, and little Fu Bao had also celebrated his first month. Now, having emerged from her confinement, and with Aunt Li indulging her with delightful sustenance, Shen Fei had gained some weight, no longer the diminutive figure she once was. Indeed, Ernie has put on considerable weight during this period, indulging in Shen Fei's postpartum meals. Today, Shen Fei has finally decided to venture out of the house. She plans to return to Chang'an village, as autumn has arrived, and it is time for her to visit the village. When Ernie awoke in the morning and saw Shen Fei looking quite polished, she inquired, "Miss, are you going out today?" Shen Fei's eyes lit up upon seeing Ernie, and she eagerly asked, "Ernie, can you catch a carriage?" Ernie shook her head, responding, "No, miss, I cannot." Shen Fei felt a tinge of disappointment, sighing, "I was hoping to purchase a carriage since it is inconvenient to go out without one." Ernie's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. "That sounds wonderful, miss. Let us buy one. I will learn." Shen Fei nodded emphatically, saying earnestly, "Ernie, if there is anything else you wish to learn, do not hesitate to tell me. I can arrange for a master to teach you." After pondering for a moment, Ernie shook her head, replying, "No need. I only wish for delicious food." The two of them continued their conversation filled with trivialities. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, holding little Fu Bao, furrowed his brow. One of his legs has nearly healed, and with a bit more time, he will be well. Currently, he sits in a chair, cradling little Fu Bao, who, despite being a child, wears an expression of worry that makes him appear rather elderly. At this moment, Aunt Li called out, "Miss, it is time for dinner." Shen Fei and Ernie hurried over, and Shen Fei asked, "Aunt Li, what delicious dishes have you prepared for breakfast?" Aunt Li appeared somewhat uneasy. "Miss, the silver I received last time was rather insufficient, so I prepared a simpler breakfast today." Shen Fei smacked her forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Oh, I completely forgot." She then produced 10 taels of silver from her sleeve and handed them to Aunt Li. "Here, take this money and purchase some food and vegetables." Aunt Li accepted the silver, responding with a cheerful, "All right." At that moment, Xiaoyu could no longer contain himself. "Miss, do we have any business in Chang'an?" Shen Fei shook her head, replying no. Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Isn't that akin to eating away our resources? How can we sustain ourselves?" During this period, he had discerned that this woman lacked practical knowledge of life, her concerns primarily revolving around food and amusement. "Miss, how will we survive? The cost of living in Chang'an is quite high." Despite his youth, Xiaoyu's expression bore an incongruous sorrow, which amused Shen Fei. However, she did not feel anger, recognizing that the child was merely worried about their family's welfare. "Little you, there's no need to fret. I possess fields in Chang'an village, just outside of Chang'an." The three of them turned to her in unison, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Miss, will we have grain this autumn?" inquired and I. "How many acres do we have?" Xiaoyu echoed, both questioning simultaneously. Shen Fei awkwardly shook her head. "I have 20 acres of subdivided land and 20 acres of perpetual land, but I have yet to visit the village to ascertain which plots they are." The trio was left speechless. Sensing their disappointment, Shen Fei gently reassured them. "Do not concern yourselves with such trivial matters. Today, we shall visit Changlu village to inspect the land." Xiaoyu finally displayed a hint of interest. "Very well. Let us take a look together and confirm our plans with the village chief promptly." What Xiaoyu did not voice was that Shen Fei, his master, was somewhat carefree. Shen Fei, reluctant to exploit child labor, brought Xiao Fubao along. "All right, let us first go and have a look. I believe we should rent a carriage," she said. And I, please go out and arrange for one." And I nodded. "Understood, Mississippi. I shall attend to it immediately." A quarter of an hour later, they all boarded the carriage. Shen Fei cradled Xiao Fubao, while Xiaoyu peered out through the carriage curtains. And I sat outside with the coachman, observing as he guided the horses. Chang'an village was not far from Chang'an city, and thus, the journey took merely 15 minutes. This carriage had been hired by Shen Fei, so the coachman would wait for their return. Upon entering Chang'an village, and I inquired with the villagers, while the coachman drove directly to the village chief's residence. Given that Chang'an village was in proximity to Chang'an City, the sight of a carriage was not unusual. Many affluent families from the city frequented the village. Moreover, some wealthy families owned estates nearby, piquing the villagers' curiosity about the relatives visiting the village chief. However, they observed from a distance, maintaining their distance. Shen Fei and Er descended together, with Aunt Li holding Xiao Fubao, her scarred face reluctant to show itself. As Xie Yu was still recovering and unable to alight, both remained in the carriage. Shen Fei, carrying the prepared pastries, called out to the village chief's home, "Excuse me, is anyone at home?" At that moment, the occupants within heard the call and emerged. A woman in her 50s appeared, asking, "Who are you seeking?" This woman was none other than Zhao, the village chief's wife. Shen Fei called out in a delicate voice, "Hello, Auntie. I have come to seek the village chief of Chang'an Village. Is this the chief's home?" Zhao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this is indeed the chief's residence. You have not come to the wrong place." She opened the door, saying, "Come in, old man. We have visitors." Shen Fei and entered. And Shen Fei presented a box of pastries, saying, "Auntie, I brought these treats for you." "Oh, I cannot accept this. It is too much," Zhao replied. However, Shen Fei placed the pastries in Zhao's hands, insisting, "Auntie, you seem very amiable. I feel as if you are family. Please accept these pastries as a sweet gesture." This kind sentiment delighted Zhao, and she graciously accepted the offering. Village Chief Wang emerged from the inner room and, upon noticing the pastries in his wife's hands, recognized the emblem upon them, signifying they were from the renowned Gaudian of Chang'an City. He realized the significance of the gift and felt his expression soften. "May I inquire who you are?" he asked. "I am Wang, the village chief of Chang'an. What brings you here?" Shen Fei quickly produced her household registration document, stating, "I am Shen Fei. Here is my registration. I am now a resident of Chang'an Village." Wang took the document and examined it closely. He had indeed heard of Shen Fei, as Wang Zhu, the chief clerk of the Long'an County office, had previously mentioned her, advising him to look after her. However, much time had passed, and he had begun to worry that something might have occurred. "Ah, it is Miss Shen. I had received word that you had not arrived, and I was concerned that something may have happened." Shen Fei smiled awkwardly and said, "Village head Wang, at that time, I was unwell and spent a period recuperating in the city. Now that my health has greatly improved, I have returned." Village head Wang nodded. "Your timing is fortuitous. In half a month, the grain tax will be collected. If you were absent, it would pose quite a challenge." Chapter 30. Let's adopt a brother, named Shen Yu. Without hesitation, Shen Fei directly inquired, "Village head Wang, where's my land? I wish to go and take a look. When the autumn tax is due, I will pay in silver." With Shen Fei's assurance, village head Wang felt a sense of relief. If the autumn tax were not fully collected, he, as the village head, would also face consequences. "Very well, I shall take you to see it now." Shen Fei was overjoyed. "Village head Wang, where's my homestead?" The village clerk, feeling sympathy for Shen Fei, a lone woman with no one to rely on, immediately allocated her 2 mu of homestead land. Village head Wang was already aware of this arrangement, and he replied, "The prime locations in the village have all been claimed. We must look towards the village outskirts. Let us go, and you can choose." Shen Fei eagerly nodded. "Thank you very much, village head Wang." Thus, Shen Fei and followed closely behind village head Wang as they made their way to the village's edge. Soon, they arrived at the rear of the village, where village head Wang pointed to a vacant plot of land and said, "Miss Shen, this is your parcel. Having never farmed before?" Shen Fei gazed at the vast expanse of land, overrun with weeds. The location was not far. It took about 10 minutes to walk there, so it seemed improbable that it had been left unclaimed. "Village Chief Wang, is this entire expanse of land all ours?" Village Chief Wang awkwardly nodded, observing Shen Fei's exuberance. He realized that the girl was unaware of the soil quality. The land here was exceedingly barren. "Yes, it is all yours. This is your allocated plot, while the Yongya field is a bit further away." "Oh, but this land doesn't seem as poor as what Wang Zhubu described. Just look at how level this area is." Shen Fei remained quite pleased. Ernie's family had cultivated land before and prior to being sold. She had helped with farm work at home. She crouched down and began to dig, soon discovering that beneath the layer of black soil lay yellow earth. "Miss, this land is not fertile." Village Chief Wang replied, "Indeed, this plot is not ideal. Otherwise, such a prime location would have been snatched up long ago." Shen Fei nonchalantly remarked, "This is already quite good." She then turned to Village Chief Wang and inquired, "Village Chief, where is the remaining land?" After walking for another quarter of an hour, they arrived at the Yongya field. Shen Fei was surprised to see that it included a small hill and asked, "Village Chief Wang, Does this small hill belong to the plot as well? Village Chief Wang cleared his throat and explained, typically, the Yongye fields are used for planting mulberry and jujube trees, so they often encompass small hills. From this side to that section, all of it is your Yongye field. Shen Fei, not fully understanding the distinction between the allocated plot and the Yongye field, asked Village Chief Wang. What is the difference between the allocated plot and the Yongye field? Village Chief Wang observed that Shen Fei was a young girl, similar in age to his granddaughter, and thus explained, the allocated land is designated for the cultivation of grains, which must be reclaimed upon the death of an individual or their relocation to another village. Such land is not subject to buying or selling. Permanent land, on the other hand, is used for planting mulberry, elm, and jujube trees. Surpluses from permanent land may be sold, while deficiencies can be acquired. Shen Fei nodded, comprehending the distinction. In essence, permanent land belongs to the individual, whereas allocated land is owned by the state. Upon witnessing the desolate permanent land, she felt a sense of familiarity. I understand now. Thank you, Village Chief Wang. Might I inquire about the location of my homestead? Is it mine, or does it belong to the village like the allocated land? The homestead is indeed village property. Village Chief Wang elucidated. Once your house is constructed, it can only be sold to villagers. Shen Fei nodded in understanding, realizing that it was not her own land, and thus felt relieved about not needing to invest in its construction. Initially, she had contemplated spending some money to build it well, but now it seemed unnecessary. As she and her companions made their way back, they paused at her allocated land. Village Chief, may I designate my homestead here? Seeing that this location was indeed quite a distance from the village, Chief Wang furrowed his brow and replied, My dear, this site is too far from the village. Constructing a house here would be quite unsafe. I recommend you choose a spot at the edge of the village instead. Shen Fei concurred. Very well, let us select a plot at the village's edge. Village Chief Wang nodded affirmatively, swiftly summoning his son to begin measuring the area. Shen Fei was perplexed, yet it was and I who possessed the stamina, accompanying Village Chief Wang and others to inspect the boundary. Village Chief Wang was an efficient man, promptly marking the measured area with wooden stakes. Sitting on the edge of the cart, Shen Fei sighed. There is indeed a vast expanse of land. Upon hearing her lament, Xiaoyu recalled the decrees of the Great Yu, which stipulated that land should not be squandered. Those who failed to cultivate it were liable not only for taxes, but also for fines. Shen Fei, upon hearing this, became restless. Xiaoyu, are you speaking the truth? Xiaoyu nodded, responding with a soft sound of affirmation. Shen Fei felt a twinge of regret, but I don't know how to farm. Nor do I wish to endure hardship. Xiaoyu had already discerned that this mistress was averse to pain and toil, preferring indulgence and leisure, somewhat carefree. She leapt down from the cart, pondering her options. Since she was reluctant to toil herself, perhaps she could hire someone. What if I rent out the land, Xiaoyu? What do you think of that? Xiaoyu replied coolly, your land is barren. No one would want to rent it. Moreover, you'll still have to pay taxes, which would not be worthwhile. Shen Fei gazed at the boy before her, recalling that those hailing from affluent families who passed the imperial examinations could be exempt from taxes. She glanced at Xiaoyu and then at the little one he cradled. The child was a decade younger than him. She could not afford to wait. Little Fu Bao was unwilling to remain inside the carriage, prompting Xiaoyu to emerge, holding the child in his arms. Feeling a bit uneasy under Shen Fei's gaze, Xiaoyu inquired, why are you looking at me like that? Shen Fei spoke softly, Xiaoyu, I find you quite clever. Have you considered taking the imperial examination? Xiaoyu's heart tightened. Could it be that this woman had discerned something? Even Aunt Li in the carriage was taken aback. Ignoring the injury on her face, she exclaimed, Miss, how can Xiaoyu, being a servant, possibly participate in the imperial examination? Shen Fei waved her hand dismissively, saying, what does that matter? I can return your contract of servitude, and that would make you respectable citizens. Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed together in silence. Shen Fei continued, however, I do wish for our family to produce a scholar or a successful candidate in the examinations, which could exempt us from land taxes. In that case, Xiaoyu shall take on the surname Shen. Let us name him Shenyu, as Yu sounds much more melodious than you. Shenyu, a splendid name. How about I participate in the examination as your brother? Just as Aunt Li was about to object, Xiaoyu held her back. All right, I agree to be your brother. Shenyu. Chapter 31. A conversation between master and servant. Aunt Li looked at Shen Fei with eyes brimming with gratitude. Unaware of Aunt Li's gaze, Shen Fei cheerfully remarked, wonderful. It's settled then. We shall return, and I will hand over your contract. Very well, from now on, I shall be called Shenyu. A newfound determination appeared on Shenyu's small face as he tightly clenched his tiny hands. He was resolute in reclaiming everything that rightfully belonged to him. Aunt Li's emotions were now quite complex. Their master was so generous, willing to return their contract, which was indeed a blessing. Yet, thoughts of their adversaries filled her with concern. At that moment, Eri and village chief Wang, among others, had already returned. She had walked for quite a while. Yet her stamina remained impressive. "Miss, I have returned. We have measured the land," she announced. Shen Fei looked at village chief Wang and a few others approaching, greeting them with a smile. "Village chief Wang, I am truly grateful to you." Village chief Wang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such politeness. We are all from the same village now." Shen Fei glanced at her homestead, then turned her gaze back to village chief Wang. "I wish to build a house in the village. Could you kindly introduce me to someone familiar with the process?" At this moment, Wang Shushan, the village chief's eldest son, spoke up. "Miss Shun, my uncle is quite skilled in construction. However, I am curious about your desired design." Shen Fei's eyes lit up with joy. "That is wonderful. Please ask your brother for me. I would like to build a house similar to yours." Wang Shushan was pleased to take on the task and assured her, "Very well. I shall inquire for you. However, Miss Shen, when do you plan to return?" "I will come back tomorrow," she replied. Village chief Wang observed the two reaching an agreement and felt quite satisfied. His eldest son seemed promising. Perhaps he could inherit his father's role as village chief in the future. After Shen Fei and her companions concluded their business, they boarded the carriage to return home. The sky had begun to darken, indicating they had been out for nearly a full day. While in the carriage, Shen Fei expressed her decision. "Eri, I wish to return your contract of servitude." Eri gasped in shock. "Miss, do you no longer want me? I promise to eat less from now on." As she pleaded, she clutched her round belly, appearing quite pitiful. Shen Fei gazed at Erini's expression and burst into hearty laughter. "Erini, that is not what I meant. I wish for Shen Yu to take the imperial examinations, thereby exempting our family's lands from taxation. Hence, I intend to return his contract of servitude to him. As you three are inseparable, I thought it only fair to return yours as well." Eri sighed with relief. "Miss, I would rather not. Please keep my contract safe." She harbored her own thoughts. With her contract in the Miss's possession, she essentially belonged to her. As a person under the Miss's aegis, the Miss bore the responsibility of providing for her. If she regained her freedom, what would become of her? She feared starvation and could not bear the thought of lingering beside the Miss. Thus, she resolutely declined. At that moment, Antly interjected, "Miss, let Shen Yu regain his freedom. I do not require mine either. The current arrangement suits me well." Antly believed that as a servant of the Shen family, she not only reassured her masters, but also justified her existence. Without being a servant, what grounds would the master have to support them? Seeing both Eri and Antly oppose her, Shen Fei relented. "Very well, we shall handle Shen Yu's situation separately. Let us return home. I am quite hungry." Eri immediately chimed in. "Indeed, I am hungry too. My stomach has been growling for quite some time." Antly observed the two with a smile. "All right then, I shall prepare a meal for you both upon our return." Shen Fei looked at the young Shen Yu. "From this moment on, you shall be my little brother. Shen Yu, you must call me sister from now on. Come, call me sister. I wish to hear it." Shen Fei began to tease the child. Shen Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment as she glanced at Shen Fei and stammered, "Ah, sister." Shen Fei chuckled with a silly grin. "All right, little brother." After a playful commotion among the group, they finally arrived home. Shen Fei paid the fare and guided everyone inside. She first retreated to her room to nurse the little treasure, who was indeed quite famished after their prolonged outing. However, such circumstances were unavoidable. In this unfamiliar place, Shen Fei lacked family ties. Despite having spent a month with the three companions who had come from her home, she felt uneasy leaving the child unattended. This highlighted the disadvantage of having no blood relatives here. As for her decision to acknowledge Shen Yu as her younger brother, Shen Fei had her own considerations. She sensed that Shen Yu was extraordinary. Despite his tender age of 10, he possessed an impressive understanding of the world and exuded a certain intelligence. Moreover, the woman known as Antly did not appear to be Shen Yu's mother. Their claims of being mother and son seemed unconvincing. Antly treated Shen Yu with utmost respect, a demeanor that starkly contrasted with the affectionate bond typically shared between a mother and her child. Cradling the little treasure, Shen Fei gently soothed him. Having entered this strange dynasty, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, with only the infant as her companion. Thus, she was willing to take risks and grant Shen Yu an opportunity, hoping he would not disappoint her expectations. In her previous life, Shen Fei had been exceptionally bright. Otherwise, she would not have advanced in her studies so swiftly, earning a doctorate at such a young age. While she lacked practical skills in daily life, having not devoted much thought to them, she was far from foolish. If others sought to deceive her by underestimating her intellect, they would ultimately fail. Shen Fei was aware of Shen Yu's background, though he had not been forthcoming about it. But who does not harbor a secret? As long as it does not endanger her safety, it is inconsequential. At this moment, Aunt Li and Shun Yu found themselves in the same room. Young master, do you truly intend to participate in the imperial examinations? Shun Yu, despite her tender age, exhibited a maturity beyond her years. Her earlier timidity from being sold, now a mere fade. Aunt Li, I shall avenge my father, but presently, I possess no means of support. I must rise to great heights to confront my enemies. Aunt Li sighed, lamenting her own inadequacy. It is my lack of ability that has caused you suffering, forcing you into servitude like myself. Shen Yu offered her assistance, and, do not speak so. I owe you my gratitude. Had you not risked bringing me out, I might have perished. Furthermore, we have now attained a measure of stability. Sister Shun is a good person. Aunt Li's tears transformed into a smile. Indeed, the young lady possesses a pure disposition and amiable temperament. I have never encountered a more agreeable master. Shen Yu sighed. Sister Shun is too innocent. At such a young age, she has borne a child and has a pitiable background. Now, she has bestowed upon me a new identity, and I shall look after her in return. Aunt Li nodded. The young lady is rather peculiar, not resembling a typical daughter of a wealthy family, too lively and restless, with a lack of proper etiquette. Yet, she does not seem like a child from a destitute household, as she remains unacquainted with many laborious tasks. Truly a mystery. Chapter 32. Buying a brother? Shen Yu too found the situation curious, yet she did not delve deeper, for every individual harbors their own secrets, herself included. Aunt Li, let us not concern ourselves with Sister Shun's matters. As long as she remains silent, we shall refrain from inquiring. Aunt Li nodded in agreement, saying, all right. After dinner, everyone settled down for the night. The following morning, after breakfast, Shen Fei brought 2 boxes of pastries and accompanied Shen Yu to the county office in Chang'an to seek out Clerk Wang. Upon receiving the message from the constable, Clerk Wang emerged and spotted Shen Fei. She hurried over, exclaiming, Uncle Wang, I have come to see you. I specially woke up early to buy these pastries for you. Please, do have a taste. Shen Fei smiled, her eyes crinkling in a delightful manner. Clerk Wang was already aware that Shen Fei had visited Chang'an village the day before. It is worth noting that the village head had a familial connection with him. They were both members of the Wang clan. He felt somewhat uncomfortable about having assisted Shen Fei in the division of land, only to see her delay in visiting. It left him with a sense of having extended a hand only to feel unappreciated. Oh, so you have found the time, he remarked. After a moment of surprise, Shen Fei sweetly explained, Uncle, you have no idea. When I entered the city that time, I had only just given birth 4 days prior. Alas, my fate has been tough. I delivered in a dilapidated temple. I had intended to visit Chang'an village immediately after you helped me with the land division, but my health did not permit it. I fell ill and required a month to recover. Just yesterday, I finally visited the village. The village head is a truly kind man. He has already allocated the land. Today, I am here to express my gratitude to you. Upon hearing Shen Fei's explanation, Clerk Wang realized that he had been overly sensitive. Taking the pastries from Shen Fei's hands, he replied, Oh, that's wonderful. I was beginning to think you were dissatisfied with the land I allocated to you. Shen Fei quickly waved her hand, saying, Uncle, how could that be? I am absolutely delighted. With great enthusiasm, Shen Fei endeavored to establish rapport with the steward Wang. Uncle, let me tell you. When I visited Chang'an village and saw the vast expanse of level land you assigned to me, I was truly overjoyed. Steward Wang pondered, what does this girl mean? Could she be speaking in sarcasm? Shen Fei continued her effusive praise. That plot of land is conveniently close to the village, making it easy to manage. It is simply too convenient. I have already decided what to cultivate, and when the harvest comes, I shall bring some to you. Shen Fei chattered on, her sincerity evident in her youthful face. Steward Wang finally realized that she was genuinely grateful, and his spirits lifted as he listened to her continued compliments, feeling quite elated. This niece of his was indeed somewhat useful. Her visits always brought joy. Uncle, since I am all alone, I have decided to acquire a younger brother. I came today to arrange for his household registration to be under my name. After a lengthy preamble, Shen Fei finally got to the crux of the matter. Steward Wang was taken aback, exclaiming, What? You bought a younger brother? He felt as if he had misheard. Is it truly possible to purchase a brother? A bought sibling shares no blood ties and is not family. What on earth is wrong with this girl's mind? Shen Fei nodded earnestly, acknowledging that her brother was indeed purchased. Originally, Shen Yu was acquired to serve her, but upon realizing the boy possessed a keen intellect, she decided to designate him as her brother. She mused that if he were to excel and attain the status of a scholar, their family's land would be exempt from taxes. With a naive expression, Shen Fei remarked, Isn't that clever? The clerk Wang was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. The girl's fanciful ideas were astounding. To devise such a scheme merely to evade taxes was indeed a stroke of genius. Noticing Wang's prolonged silence, Shen Fei pressed further. Uncle, what do you think? Is my idea flawed? Or does the Dayu dynasty prohibit the purchase of brothers? Wang hastily interrupted her wild conjectures. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It is permissible for you to acquire a brother. However, you must understand that should this child fall under your household registration, he will not be entitled to any land. Shen Fei nodded in understanding. That is perfectly fine. I merely wish for him to share my household registration. Once he becomes a scholar, we will be a family, and he shall be bound to me. Ha ha ha. Wang was again rendered speechless. He gazed towards the sky, marveling at the vastness of the world and its peculiarities, having encountered yet another extraordinary case today. This little girl truly regarded him as an intimate confidant, sharing all her plans openly. While Wang relished outsmarting others, he had little patience for others' machinations directed at him. Thus, Shen Fei's candid nature endeared her to him even more. Shen Yu was taken aback by Shen Fei's demeanor before the magistrate, as she treated him as if he were family, speaking candidly. Upon witnessing Shen Fei's behavior, the magistrate inquired, "Have you brought the contract for your servant? Come in with me." "Of course," Shen Fei replied sweetly. As Shen Yu's leg had yet to heal, Shen Fei prepared a cane for him. The magistrate, noticing the young lad's limp, leaned closer to Shen Fei and whispered, "My dear niece, your purchased brother is still limping. Your judgment seems rather lacking. A person with a disability cannot participate in the imperial examinations." Shen Fei feigned a sigh, responding, "Uncle, I understand your concerns. However, my resources are limited, and a fully capable individual is quite costly. This one only cost me a couple of silver coins. And I consulted a physician who assured me that his leg is not severely injured. With some care, he will recover." The magistrate nodded. "That is reassuring." Shen Yu, limping behind, overheard their conversation clearly and resolved to expedite his recovery. The remaining formalities proceeded smoothly, completed within a mere quarter of an hour. Shen Fei praised the magistrate profusely, bringing a smile to his face, and he personally escorted the two of them out. As Shen Fei and Shen Yu departed, a young clerk beside the magistrate inquired, "Sir, why do you treat that young lady so kindly?" The magistrate stroked his goatee and replied nonchalantly, "She brings me joy." In the county office, the position of the minor clerk, Wang, was scarcely regarded by anyone except for the common townsfolk, who, despite their lack of eloquence, acknowledged his existence. In the bustling city of Chang'an, where officials of varying ranks congregated, the county magistrate was considered insignificant. As for Wang, he often found himself in a subservient role when he ventured outside. Now, with the rare emergence of an articulate and flattering individual, he could hardly afford to overlook such an opportunity. Chapter 33, A Divine Elixir. Lady Song is with child. On the way home, Shen Yu's gaze remained fixed on Shen Fei. Turning her head, Shen Fei inquired, "What is it? Do you find me impressive?" Shen Yu, pouting, replied, "This sister is not as simple as I imagined. Dear sister," she continued, "you seem to hold that minor clerk in high esteem." "Ah, you do not understand." Shen Fei explained. "The county officials are less influential than those who manage affairs directly. If I sweeten my words a bit, Wang will likely show us leniency, which makes our tasks easier. Furthermore, the village head of Chang'an, he should be related to Wang. If we foster a good relationship, we will have support in the village." Shen Fei elaborated on the intricacies of the situation for quite some time. Shen Yu, however, held little regard for the minor clerk, recognizing him merely as a slightly elevated official, devoid of rank. She thought Shen Fei's enthusiasm was excessive. There was no need to go to such lengths for someone of Wang's stature. Shen Fei continued, "You know about the new land we were allotted, right? It was through my silver tongue that we secured it. Otherwise, as a woman with a small child, how could I so easily become a head of household and receive a share of the estate?" Shen Yu, upon reflection, decided to set aside her earlier flippancy. "Sister, I understand." By the time they returned home, Ernie and Aunt Lee had already tidied up. Today, the family would venture out together to Chang'an village to discuss the matter of constructing a house. Meanwhile, in the Song residence, after rising early, Lady Lu felt a heavy fog enveloping her mind, devoid of any energy. When breakfast time arrived, a sip of fish soup only exacerbated her nausea, leaving Bai Ji and Ding Xiang in a state of alarm. Bai Ji anxiously inquired, "Madam, how do you feel?" Lady Lu gently caressed her chest, a distant sensation stirring doubt within her. "Go, summon the eldest young master." Upon receiving her command, Bai Ji hurriedly departed. Just then, Nurse Lu approached, offering a cautious suggestion. "Madam, could it be that you are?" Lady Lu, contemplating her age, having turned 38 this year, realized that since the birth of her youngest daughter, there had been no further developments in that regard. Could it be that at the brink of becoming a grandmother, she was indeed with child once more? A sense of disorientation washed over her, mingling with embarrassment. Nurse Lu, do you think that is possible? Nurse Lu replied, it seems rather inappropriate to ask me such a question. However, I do hope for more offspring for the young lady, as having only 2 children is indeed rather few. Moreover, the eldest young master remains unmarried, becoming a source of jest within the Song household. Madam, let us await the young master's arrival to take your pulse. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, a rhythmic patter approaching. Mother, what is the matter? Song Yin rushed in, breathless. Having just heard from Bai Ji that his mother was unwell, he was filled with concern. Upon seeing Song Yin approach, Lu hurriedly called out, Yinner, come here and help your mother take her pulse. Song Yin placed his hand on Lu's wrist, and an expression of astonishment crossed his face. Mother, it seems that you might be pregnant. Song Yin could hardly believe it. At her age, could she truly be with child? What do you mean, might? You need to give me a definitive answer. Lu exclaimed in distress. If it is, then say so. If it is not, then say that as well. What do you mean by might? I told you to study medicine diligently, yet you have only learned a half-hearted amount. Frustrated by Song Yin's vague response, Lu began to complain. Song Yin, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, Mother, it's too early to tell. I cannot be certain right now. Let us wait until father returns this evening, and I will examine you again. Lu shot him an irritated glance, exclaiming, what a useless thing. Hurry along. Yet, Song Yin did not leave. Instead, he remained. Mother, I am 80% sure. At this, Lu's spirits lifted, her heart brimming with joy, truly a blessing from the deities. Song Yin continued to speculate, Mother, could it be that the divine medicine you took has improved your health? Lu pondered for a moment, then said, perhaps that is indeed true. Yinner, do you have any news of Miss Shen? Song Yin had been searching for Shen Fei and Chang'an for quite some time, but had received no information about her. Ever since Lu had administered the potion to her father, Lu Laoji's health had markedly improved, and he seemed more spirited each day. It was then that Song Yin began his quest for Shen Fei, hoping to uncover some information about the miraculous medicine. However, it was as if Shen Fei had vanished into thin air. Mother, I have sent someone to inquire, yet there is still no news. Alas, I was indeed in the wrong that day, hastily dismissing him before dawn. As Song Yin recalled that day, when she had sent him away before the break of day, a sense of guilt washed over her. Lu Shi, reflecting on Song Yin's actions, rolled her eyes in exasperation. I instructed you to see him off, not to expel him at such an unearthly hour. My dear mother, is it not your fault as well? Were it not for your belief that the child belonged to me, would I have been so fearful of provoking trouble and send him away so early? The mother and daughter began to undermine each other, creating a moment of palpable tension. Lu Shi, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Song Yin, urged her to leave. Enough. Be off with you. All you do is vex me. Lu Shi felt her temper was growing increasingly irritable, considering that her mother might be with child. Song Yin resolved not to provoke her further. Awkwardly, she touched her nose and said, very well, I shall take my leave. At that moment, the news of Lu Shi's possible pregnancy swiftly spread throughout the Song household. Madame Song San hurried into Madame Song Er's courtyard. Sister-in-law, have you heard the news? Madame Song Er, genuinely unaware of any gossip, replied, what news, sister-in-law? Madame Song San, in a flurry, exclaimed, sister-in-law, I have heard that elder sister-in-law is with child. What? You cannot be serious. Madame Song Er, incredulous, dismissed the notion. Years ago, Lu Shi had suffered a debilitating childbirth and could no longer conceive. This was common knowledge throughout their household. The idea that Lu Shi was pregnant was simply beyond her belief. Sister-in-law, I speak the truth, it is real. For Song Yin has personally taken her pulse. But Song Yin is not skilled in medicine. Could he have made a mistake? Madame Song Er, undeterred, inquired, second sister-in-law. Regardless of Song Yin's medical skills, he can still discern the pulse. You are aware that eldest sister-in-law consumed that miraculous medicine, correct? It is said that the effects of that potion are extraordinary. Eldest sister-in-law's father drank it, and has since greatly improved in health. I have heard that this divine elixir not only renders one immune to all toxins, but also rejuvenates the body. Just look at eldest sister-in-law now. Is she not expecting? Madame Song San began to elucidate her thoughts to Madame Song Er. It turned out that on that day, Song San Yi had recounted Song Yan's words to Song San with a tone of jest. Aware of Song Yan's proficiency in concocting poisons, she believed he would not harm his own mother and thus began to pay close attention. She exhibited an unusual concern for Lu's courtyard and did not overlook any news related to Lu's family. Upon learning that only 2 vials of the miraculous medicine existed, both of which had been consumed, she felt a profound sense of regret. Now, upon discovering that Lu might be pregnant, her envy intensified. Chapter 34. I am the young lady. Shen Fei and her companions made their way directly to Chang'an village, heading straight for the home of village chief Wang. After all, today was the day to discuss the construction of the house. Village chief Wang's uncle had already arrived. He hailed from the neighboring village. Last night, Wang Shushan had briefed his uncle on the situation. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, Shen Fei encountered Zhao Dakuai. Zhao Dakuai was taken aback to learn that the builder of the house was a young girl. After all, it was quite astonishing that such a young woman as Shen Fei, who was already a widow with a child, elicited much sympathy. Miss Shen, how do you wish to construct the house? Will it be a full package or a semi-package? Zhao Dakuai inquired. Uncle Zhao, how can one distinguish between the two? Is there a difference? Shen Fei pressed for clarification. Zhao Dakuai began to elucidate that a full package entails my procurement of materials and provision of labor. You merely need to render payment. In contrast, a half package requires you to source the materials while I offer guidance during the construction, and the cost for the latter option is slightly reduced. Shen Fei, unwilling to quibble over trifles, responded, Uncle Zhao, I am not well versed in these matters. I simply desire a house akin to that of the village chief, so I shall entrust the entire project to you. Please propose your price. Zhao Dakuai, pleased by her straightforwardness, recognized the prospect for greater profit. Very well, you are indeed forthright. To construct 5 brick and tile rooms will require 80 taels of silver. Shen Fei did not negotiate the price. All right, Uncle Zhao, I entrust this to you. How shall I make the payment? A deposit of 40 taels of silver will suffice. After reaching an agreement, Zhao Dakuai took his leave, having committed to completing the new house within 10 days. Shen Fei then settled this year's taxes with village chief Wang before departing in a carriage. As the carriage slowly exited Changlu village, the scene of Shen Fei boarding while cradling her child was inadvertently witnessed by 2 individuals. The onlookers were none other than Sun Hung and his wife, who had come to Changlu village to visit their biological daughter. My dear husband, look, is that not the girl in the carriage, Mengxia? Sun Hung squinted slightly, recognizing her. Indeed, it is she. What is this wretched girl doing in this village? Whom is she seeking? Moreover, how does she possess the means to hire a carriage? Sun Hung was equally intrigued, as they had not received any news of Shen Fei for some time and had even presumed her to be deceased. It was unexpected that she would be riding in a carriage. The 2 individuals gazed in the direction of the carriage, which was headed towards the city of Chang'an. Chen's eyes darted about as she inquired, Husband, do you think that girl has attached herself to some affluent family? Sun Hung pondered. That wretched girl can ride in a carriage now, while we had to walk all the way to Chang'an village. It is utterly preposterous. There is no need to rush. Let us inquire discreetly. As long as she remains in Chang'an, we shall certainly find her. At that time, we can question her about the source of her wealth. Moreover, she remains oblivious to the fact that we are not her biological parents. If she has come into money, we might just ask her for some silver. Chen nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right, husband. We shall proceed with this plan. Now, let us first visit the Shen family. Today is our daughter's day off, and it presents the perfect opportunity to see her. The thought of her own daughter, now a maidservant in a noble household, filled Chen with indignation. She recognized that harboring resentment towards Yun Yang was futile. After all, the sacrifice made at that time was considerable, as she had consented to exchange her own daughter for something greater. At least now, although her daughter was merely a lowly maid, she had not suffered indignities nor borne children out of wedlock. Chen and Sun Hung arrived at the gates of the Shen residence. Yun Yang, are you home? Yun Yang? Yun Yang emerged from within, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her former masters. The last time Sun Hung had visited, Yun Yang and Shen Lingxiang had yet to return, leaving him only in the company of Yun Yang's husband, Shen Fugui. Initially, the Shen family consented to exchange the children due to the Chun family's agreement to bestow a sum of money upon them, essentially purchasing the original owner and subsequently providing living expenses for their daughter. After all, the Chen family had previously offered 300 taels of silver to Yun Yang, a considerable amount indeed. However, in the present day, Yun Yang has shown little kindness towards Chen's daughter, instead taking her along to sell herself to the Duke's household. Currently, Yun Yang serves as the cook in the Duke's residence, while Shen Lingxiang has become a second-tier maid beside the Duchess. Mother, who is it? At that moment, a slender girl emerged from the house, adorned in fine fabric, her complexion rosy and skin as fair as snow. One might easily mistake her for a young lady from a well-to-do family. Upon seeing the girl, Chen could not restrain herself and rushed forward, exclaiming, my daughter, my daughter. Mengxia, Mengxia. Overcome with emotion, she embraced Shen Lingxiang. Who are you? Let go of me, you mad woman. Shen Lingxiang pushed Chen away, casting a disdainful glance at her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The moment Chen caught the look of contempt in her daughter's eyes, The tears that had welled up instantly retreated. Her own daughter, how could she find her so distasteful? Lingxiang, do not be rude, Yunyang interjected, feeling somewhat awkward. Madam, let us step inside and discuss this further. Shen nodded. Very well, let us go inside. Sun Hang also noticed Shen Lingxiang and her contemptuous gaze, and he surmised that this daughter might be irretrievable. With a somber expression, he followed them inside. Yunyang poured a cup of tea for both Chen and Sun Hang, saying, Madam, third master, please enjoy your tea. Upon hearing Yunyang's address towards the two, Shen Lingxiang cast a careful glance at them, unable to discern any signs of nobility. Throughout her years in the Duke's residence, she had honed her skills in reading people's intentions and expressions, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. Unsure of their true identities, she refrained from making any harsh remarks. Chen Shi accepted the tea and took a delicate sip, regaining her former poise. She still maintained a semblance of decorum, after all. A girl fortunate enough to marry into a marquis family could not be entirely ignorant of etiquette. However, after spending a decade in the north, she had gradually forgotten much of it. Shen Lingxiang observed Chen Shi's actions, gradually feeling disheartened, wondering if this person was truly masquerading as someone of humble origins. Alas, it had been an error in judgment. She should not have spoken so harshly. Sun Hang intended to be forthright about the purpose of their visit, directly inquiring of Yunyang. Yunyang, have you spoken to her about Lingxiang's origins? Shen Lingxiang's attention snapped towards Yunyang. Mother, what is happening? What origins do I have? At that moment, Chen Shi interjected. Lingxiang, no, you should be called Mingxia. You are our biological daughter. You are not a child of the Shen family. Shen Lingxiang was taken aback, as if struck by lightning. Could it be that she was the child of a prominent family? Her heart soared with joy as she turned to Yunyang. Mother, is what she said true? Yunyang sighed softly. Yes, it is true. You are not a child of the Shen family. You are the daughter of the third madam and the third master. They were once members of the Chang'an Marquis family. Shen Lingxiang was overwhelmed with elation. I am a child of the Marquis family. I am a young lady of high standing. Chapter 35. Heritage tears welled up in Shen Lingxiang's eyes as she gazed at Chen Shi. Are you truly my biological mother? Chen Shi nodded eagerly. Yes, Mingxia. I am indeed your mother. Shen Lingxiang rushed into her embrace, exclaiming, Mother, Mother. Yunyang observed the two, feeling a strange sensation within her. Before they could indulge in nostalgia, she interjected, Lingxiang, many years ago, the Chang'an Marquisate was exiled, and its master was banished to the northern territories. The lady, wishing to spare you from suffering, exchanged her child for mine. Now that she has come to reclaim you, let us return the children to each other. Lingxiang's body stiffened. What? Exile? The confiscation of property? She hastily distanced herself from Chen Shi, moving closer to Yunyang. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Seeing Lingxiang's distress, Chen Shi hurried to explain, My child, do not worry. The Marquisate has been vindicated. We have returned, have we not? Lingxiang's expression softened slightly. Vindicated? That is good, indeed. She gazed at Chen Shi with deep affection. Sun Hang observed his daughter thoroughly, having lost all hope. Knowing Lingxiang's temperament, Yunyang, who had raised her, spoke up. Lingxiang, you should accompany the third lady back. Although you are currently a maid in the Duke's residence, you have the option to redeem yourself and regain your freedom. Lingxiang no longer wished to remain a maid, thus she readily replied, Mother, I shall take my leave with them. I am sincerely grateful for your nurturing over the years. The thought of becoming a young lady of the filled her with exhilaration. With her change in status, she fancied that she might be worthy of the young master of them. Lost in her delightful reverie, she felt a sense of joy. Upon witnessing Yunyang's willingness to let her daughter depart, Chen expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Yunyang. It was at this moment that Yunyang finally spoke. Third madam, what? What about my child? Chen was at a loss for words, casting a glance at Sun Hang. Sun Hang turned his gaze away, letting out a sigh. That child, during our time in the north, faced the persecution of the Hu people and is no longer with us. Chen was bewildered by her husband's statement, yet chose not to confront him. Sun Hang continued, Years ago, we provided you with financial support, which could be seen as purchasing the child's life. The north is fraught with peril, and we barely managed to return alive. Yunyang's countenance bore no signs of anguish. She merely nodded lightly, saying, Very well, I understand. Chen felt a sense of appreciation for Yunyang's amiable demeanor, expressing, Yunyang, I am truly sorry for not taking better care of that child. With a cold expression, Yunyang sighed. It was merely the fate of that child. There is no one to blame. Without hesitation, Lingxiang gathered her belongings and departed alongside the couple, Sun Hang and his wife. After everyone had left, Yunyang sat down, reflecting on the rain-soaked night over a decade ago when she took the bold step of cradling that infant in her arms. She had never anticipated that the child's life was so fragile. Alas, it is all fate. No one can blame anyone. One can only lament the misfortune of one's destiny. Despite having such a promising background, she could only suffer the absence of fortune. While Yunyang was lost in thought, Shen Fugui entered, accompanied by their son, Shen Daba. Not finding Shen Lingxiang in the house, Shen Daba curiously inquired, "Mother, where is my elder sister? Why isn't she home?" Shen Fugui also turned to Yunyang, seeking clarification about the matter. "Where is the eldest girl?" Yunyang glanced at her husband and son, responding, "Lingxiang has returned home. The Sun family came looking for her. So I sent the child back." Shen Fugui paused in his actions, surprised by the news. "The Sun family has come again?" Yunyang nodded. "Yes, they just left." "What about the original child? Will the Sun family return her?" Yunyang shook her head. "That child had an unfortunate fate. She perished in the north." Shen Fugui paused again, choosing not to press further. "All right, I understand." Shen Daba, unaware of the full context, found the situation puzzling. "Mother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Isn't my elder sister a child of this family?" Yunyang looked at her eldest son, who had been raised within their home but had not been with them for long. "Daba, Lingxiang is not our child. She has gone to find her biological parents. Do not seek her out again." 11-year-old Shen Daba nodded. "All right, then I shall not concern myself with her." After Shen Fei and the others returned home, Shen Fei began to contemplate that the trivial matters at home were indeed too numerous to manage. She cannot manage everything on her own. "Everyone, come over. Let us convene a family meeting." Aaron and I and Aunt Lee gathered around, inquiring, "Miss, what is the purpose of this meeting? What constitutes a family meeting?" Without offering an explanation, Shen Fei turned to Shen Yu and asked, "Shen Yu, do you have the ability to select individuals, though small in stature?" Shen Yu possessed considerable understanding, far surpassing Shen Fei, who was rather inexperienced. "Yes, I have some knowledge," he replied. The Xie family was once a large clan, and he had been enlightened from a young age. Now at 10 years old, should no unforeseen circumstances arise, in a couple of years, he would be expected to court a partner. Shen Fei, with her modern mindset, simplistically regarded Shen Yu as merely a child. After all, a 10-year-old in contemporary society would not have graduated from elementary school yet. He was still very much a primary school student. Shen Fei sighed and said, "I believe our household staff is rather scant. I desire more individuals to attend to my needs." Aaron and I responded, "Miss, do you think I have been slacking off? I must strive to be more diligent." Aunt Lee added, "Is it that you find my cooking unsatisfactory and wish to seek others? I must learn some new recipes." Shen Yu was taken aback. Given the family's financial situation, how could one so extravagantly demand more? "Sister, I believe our household is adequately staffed." Shen Fei then presented a banknote of 500 taels of silver to Shen Yu, saying, "Take this money and heed my plans." Shen Fei aspired to be a hands-off manager, wishing to alleviate herself from any burdens. As Shen Yu accepted the banknote, he was astonished by Shen Fei's generous expenditure. However, having encountered greater wealth in the past, he was not particularly astonished. "Sister, what do you intend to do? Whom are you looking for?" Shen Fei began, "Firstly, I believe we need to appoint a steward at home. It is essential to have someone to manage affairs. Secondly, we require a bodyguard or a guardian to ensure our safety. You also need a young assistant to accompany you to school. And we ought to purchase a new carriage for the household." Aunt Lee did not oppose this time. Indeed, these individuals were necessary. The young lady was correct. Such arrangements needed to be made. Shen Fei felt pleased to receive affirmation. "I also require several skilled laborers for farming to tend to our fields. I hope you can select them swiftly." Chapter 36. A chance encounter at the tea house. Shen Yu nodded. "Very well. Aunt Lee and I shall go to the brokerage to choose individuals." Shen Fei added, "Additionally, please inquire about your schooling in Chang'an. I am uncertain of your academic progress. Once we have procured the necessary individuals, we should also find out where you can attend school." Aunt Lee concurred. "Rest assured, Miss, I will accompany the young master to select suitable candidates." "That is excellent," Shen Fei exclaimed, cradling the little treasure in her arms as she returned directly to the rear courtyard. After another outing, she felt a bit fatigued. The reason she entrusted these matters to Shen Yu was that she had discerned their capabilities. It seemed they were simply concealing their talents. She still recalled how they appeared when she first met them. After more than a month of interaction, she had come to understand that Shen Yu was quite astute and calculating. As for Aunt Lee, it is evident that she has spent time in a prominent household. On several occasions, she has noticed her own inappropriate behavior and has almost spoken up to offer a gentle reminder, only to hold back at the last moment. Consequently, Shen Fei has taken on the role of a carefree manager, disinterested in becoming a caretaker, burdened with the responsibility of overseeing every little matter. Such thankless toil is not for her. Her sole desire now is to procure the comforts of life. Sighing, Shen Fei gently unwrapped the little treasure from the swaddling cloth, granting him the freedom to move. She reclined on the bed in a relaxed posture, feeling somewhat disoriented in this new era. Uncertain of her purpose in this time, she found herself devoid of family connections, her only aspirations revolving around indulgence and enjoyment. Life to seem rather monotonous. Little Fubao, now over a month old, has become somewhat plumper and fairer, his cheeks and body showing signs of growth. My dear little one, don't you agree? It is dreadfully dull. Little Fubao responded with soft coos. Allah. As Shen Fei caressed the cherubic face of her little one, she mused, when will you grow up? In her mind, she began to calculate her age, realizing she was merely 14 years older than the child. Once Fubao matures, she would still possess her youthful beauty. The thought of young mothers parading their children on the streets in her previous life brought a smile to her face. With a sudden burst of energy, Shen Fei sprang up. If boredom was her plight, then it was time to venture out and explore. There was no need to remain confined at home like a lifeless figure. She donned a fresh outfit and wrapped little Fubao snugly once again. Come, my little darling. Let us embark on an adventure together. The little one let out a couple of cries, mistaking them for his mother's playful teasing, revealing a toothless grin. Shen Fei, dressed with a remarkable sense of efficiency, emerged to find that Shun Yu and I had already set out. She had instructed them to procure some goods, and they adventured to the tea shop. Presently, Chang'an City thrived with vibrancy, the streets bustling with activity on either side. Shen Fei's leisurely stroll this time was entirely different from her previous outing. She wandered aimlessly, with silver in her possession. She indulged in delectable treats as they caught her eye, relishing the freedom of the moment. At that juncture, Shen Fei held a candied hawthorn stick in her hand as she entered a tea house. The establishment was lively, filled with patrons, as an elderly storyteller regaled the audience with tales in the central hall. Shen Fei, eager to join the gathering, ascended to the second floor and selected a window-side seat. The young waiter, taken aback by the sight of a young woman accompanied by a child, eyed Shen Fei with surprise. Her attire did not suggest that of a lady from a wealthy household, and though the young girl appeared quite youthful, her hair was styled in a womanly updo. Yet, who among the young brides would bring a child to listen to stories? Shen Fei, unfazed by the waiter's astonishment, promptly requested, "Young waiter, please bring me a pot of tea." Noticing the exquisite pastries on nearby tables, she pointed to a dish on the adjacent table and added, "And a serving of that pastry as well." "Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment." Shen Fei settled into her seat, cradling the little one in her arms, playfully engaging him while attentively listening to the storyteller's narrative. Every day, patrons gathered to listen to stories, returning daily for the continuous narrative. When Shen Fei arrived for the first time, she found herself in the midst of the tale, naturally unaware of the preceding events. Yet, she remained unfazed. Her intention was merely to absorb the atmosphere and observe the lively scene. At that moment, the waiter brought forth pastries and a pot of tea, saying, "Please enjoy." Esteemed guest. Shen Fei nodded in gratitude, requesting an additional plate of sunflower seeds. Certainly, the waiter replied, departing once more. Shen Fei, cradling her child, appeared rather out of place among the predominantly male audience, as few women frequented such venues. Leisurely, she savored her candied hawthorn, reclining in her chair while her gaze wandered over the bustling crowd below. It evoked a sense reminiscent of a modern CAF, a delightful ambience that she decided she might visit more often to unwind. As she lifted a pastry to her lips, her little one, Fubao, watched with wide, eager eyes, occasionally letting out soft sounds as if to express a desire for a taste. Meanwhile, Tang Ziling strolled down the street, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Shen Fei on the second floor. Narrowing his eyes in curiosity, he marveled at how vividly her face lingered in his memory despite their brief encounter. He recalled the potion provided by Song Yin, which he surmised must have originated from this young woman. He had just received the latest news from Song Yin. His mother, having consumed that vial of potion, not only regained her health, but was, astonishingly, expecting again. Yesterday, Song Yin had shared this joyous news with him, expressing excitement over his mother's renewed pregnancy, which alleviated any pressure on him to wed. With a change of course, Tang Ziling entered the tea house and ascended to the second floor. Tang Ziling has now recovered, the poison purged from his system, yet he chooses to conceal this fact. This strategy serves to lull the people of the Duke's residence into a false sense of security. The young servant Pinyin, supporting Tang Ziling, ascended to the second floor and found an empty seat for him. "Young master, do you not seldom indulge in storytelling? What brings you here?" Tang Ziling lightly coughed. "Ahem. I grew weary from walking and came to rest. Please, go to Wu Zhai and procure some of my favorite pastries." "Young master, Will you be all right here alone? It is of no concern. Wu Yang is with me. You may go now. Very well, young master. I shall depart at once. Once Ping An was dismissed, Tang Ziling rose and made his way to Shen Fei's table. Miss Shen. Shen Fei looked up, her gaze falling upon Tang Ziling's pallid face. Oh, are you not that ailing young master? What a coincidence. Tang Ziling was taken aback, realizing the impression he had inadvertently left. Indeed, it is quite the coincidence that you were able to enjoy tea today, far better than the state you were in on that day. Shen Fei smiled brightly, nodding in agreement. To be candid, that day was my most distressing. It was quite fortuitous that you happened upon me. Chapter 37. The jade pendant. Tang Ziling's lips curled into a gentle smile as he gazed at the small child in Shen Fei's arms. Recalling the sensation of holding him on that day, he inquired, "May I hold him?" Without hesitation, Shen Fei placed the little one into Tang Ziling's embrace, advising, "Here, support his neck." Tang Ziling was inexplicably drawn to the infant, yearning for a sense of closeness with the child. The little one, surprisingly, did not fuss. Nestled in Tang Ziling's embrace, he gazed intently at the pastries that Shen Fei was savoring. Shen Fei chuckled, exclaiming with delight, "Oh my, you're already eyeing the treats at such a tender age. Alas, you lack teeth to indulge." Tang Ziling found her amusement infectious, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. Though raised in the Duke's residence, Tang Ziling had never truly relaxed. The years of vigilance imposed by his stepmother made him acutely aware of his father's favoritism, fearing that he might eclipse his elder brother's place in their father's affections. He found the couple intriguing, and thoughts of Duke Tang stirred a cloud of uncertainty within him. Shen Fei, noticing Tang Ziling lost in thought, paid it little mind. Regarding his reverie as merely a moment of distraction, no great matter. However, to the outside world, the perception was markedly different. Tang Ziling, after all, was a young master of the Duke's household. Though not the heir nor of direct lineage, the Duke's family held a status beyond that of ordinary officials. Thus, some recognized him as they sat by the window on the second floor, where passers-by could easily identify him. A young boy lightly tapped Tang Ziling, whispering, "Isn't that your ailing half-brother?" Tang Ziling lifted his gaze and spotted Tang Ziling, cradling a child in his arms. Overwhelmed with excitement, he swiftly folded his fan and dashed up to the tea house in a few quick strides. The young attendant, noticing a guest approaching, hurriedly called out, "Please, sir, do come in. What tea would you like?" Tang Ziling, feeling irritable, pushed the attendant aside and retorted, "Get lost." In a swift motion, he bounded up to the second floor. Upon arriving, he exclaimed, "Oh, who do we have here? Is it not my third brother? What a surprise. Are you feeling better? Can you now come to listen to the story?" Tang Ziling, taken aback by the unexpected presence of Tang Laosi, returned the child to Shen Fei. Observing Shen Fei with her hair styled in a matronly fashion and a child in her arms, Tang Ziling gasped, "Third brother, could this not be your child? Oh, wait, that cannot be. Your health is poor, and the doctor said it would be difficult for you to have offspring." Tang Ziling pondered over his stepmother's recent preoccupation with his marriage, selecting suitors who were hardly from respectable families. A flicker of intrigue ignited within him. Instead of declining, Tang Ziling responded coldly, "This has nothing to do with you." In the midst of his voice changing, Tang Ziling spoke with a peculiar croak, reminiscent of a duck's quack. Particularly when he laughed, it was a cacophony of ha ha ha. "Third brother, you wouldn't possibly have an eye for a married woman, would you? Just find a woman with children and step right into fatherhood." Tang Ziling's companion, Zhao Bo, chimed in, "Indeed, it's not a bad deal. You could gain a son for free, huh?" Tang Ziling feigned anger and began to cough. "Tang Ziling, stop your nonsense. Cough, 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 or I shall inform father." Observing Tang Ziling's demeanor, Shen Fei interjected, "Everyone is merely acquainted, having a cup of tea together. If you wish, you may also sit down and join us." Shen Fei felt that sharing a table was of little consequence, yet she overlooked the fact that they were in ancient times, where caution between genders was paramount. At that moment, Tang Ziling stood up and said, "Miss Shen, I apologize for the interruption. I shall take my leave." Shen Fei waved her hand dismissively, replying, "Oh, please, do as you wish," before returning to her leisurely enjoyment of sunflower seeds, exuding an air of complete ease. Tang Ziling indeed had a plan, but the time for discussion was not now. After he and Wu Yang descended the stairs, the servant Ping and rushed back, breathless, with pastries in hand, exclaiming, "Young master, I have brought back the pastries." Tang Ziling promptly boarded the carriage, instructing, "Let us depart. We shall enjoy the pastries on the way." Confused, Ping An replied, "Understood." The coachman then urged the horses onward. Wu Yang did not leave, for Tang Ziling had previously instructed him to follow Shen Fei and her child, wishing to ascertain their residence. At that moment, Tang Zijing had indeed taken a seat, and upon witnessing his action, Zhao Bo also settled nearby. Shen Fei nudged the sunflower seeds towards the two, saying, "Help yourselves. Listening to stories without munching on seeds feels lacking." Tang Zijing was taken aback by Shen Fei's demeanor. She displayed none of the coyness typically associated with young ladies. Though still youthful, she had already styled her hair like a married woman, suggesting that her husband permitted her to venture out with a child to listen to tales and enjoy tea. Shen Fei shot a glance at Tang Zijing, remarking, "Oh, you little brat, you certainly have a lot to say." Tang Zijing, feeling somewhat indignant, thought to himself, who is to say who is older? Nevertheless, he was eager to learn more about Shen Fei, inquiring, "Is this child yours?" "Indeed, my darling. Aren't they adorable?" Shen Fei candidly acknowledged. "What about your husband?" Zhao Bo inquired from the side. "He is deceased," Shen Fei replied succinctly. "So, are you not a widow now?" Tang Zijing exclaimed with excitement, having finally seized upon the frail third's vulnerability. He chuckled, for henceforth this fellow would be compelled to heed his words, lest he reveal the entangled affairs between him and the widow to the matriarch. Suddenly, Tang Zijing sprang to his feet, causing the jade pendant hanging from his neck to drop. Shen Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This pendant bore a striking resemblance to the one she wore. "Young man, where did you acquire the jade pendant around your neck?" she inquired. Tang Zijing hastily tucked the pendant back into his clothing, asserting, "All the children of the Tang family possess this pendant. Both boys and girls?" Shen Fei pressed further. Tang Zijing nodded. "Indeed, all the children of the Tang family." A glimmer of realization sparked in Shen Fei's eyes. Could it be that she belonged to the Tang family? "May I inquire which family you hail from?" Tang Zijing puffed out his chest, exuding the demeanor of a young master. At that moment, Zhao Bo interjected with pride. "This is none other than the fourth young master of the Duke of Tang's household, and I am the eldest son of the Grand Minister's family." Shen Fei, however, paid Zhao Bo no mind, and continued her inquiry about Tang Zijing. "How many branches does your duke's household have, and how many children are there? That jade pendant appears quite exquisite. Is it possessed by all the branches?" Zhao Bo, feeling slighted by Shen Fei's disregard for him, retorted somewhat brusquely, "What are you thinking? Such a fine pendant is undoubtedly exclusive to the children of the duke's household. Those from the collateral branches cannot possibly have such fortune." Tang Zijing felt increasingly pleased, considering that in our esteemed duke's residence, my father was the sole figure of authority, and thus his offspring were well represented. However, why do you inquire about this? Chapter 38. Suspicion. Upon witnessing Shen Fei's incessant questioning regarding the jade pendant, Tang Zijing began to harbor doubts. Shen Fei eventually reined in her curiosity, dismissing it as mere naivety and a thirst for knowledge. Tang Zijing's gruff voice resonated like a duck's quack, prompting Shen Fei to lose interest in further conversation. Matters concerning the Tang family could be unraveled gradually in due course. "Enough, the hour grows late. I must take my leave," Shen Fei declared as she gathered the child in her arms and called out, "Little Two, settle the bill." Little Two had been observing from a distance and hurried over at her summons. "Esteemed guest, the total is 3 taels of silver." Shen Fei promptly produced the coins, placing them upon the table before strolling off with the child in tow. Wu Yang, noticing Shen Fei's departure, silently followed in her wake. From the second floor, Tang Zijing watched Shen Fei leave and turned to Zhao Bo with a complaint. "Zhao Bo, was that woman just trying to extract information from me?" Zhao Bo scratched his head. "It seems so. That woman is far too cunning. Humph. When next I encounter her, I shall interrogate her thoroughly. Moreover, I find my third brother rather peculiar," Tang Zijing muttered. "Why does she persist in her inquiries about your jade pendant? It is quite unusual." Tang Zijing slapped his forehead. "Indeed, I sense something amiss. That woman is after my jade pendant. She must be plotting something. Ha ha ha, my third brother might very well be entangled with her." Tang Zijing relished the thought with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon returning home, Shen Fei discovered that Shen Yu and the others had already brought someone back. Erenai, upon seeing Shen Fei carrying a child, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Miss, where have you been? We were so worried when we returned and didn't see you." At this moment, Shen Yu wore a stern expression, disapprovingly stating, "Sister, you shouldn't go out alone while holding Fu Bao. I merely strolled around the vicinity of the house and visited a tea shop to listen to a storyteller. It was quite delightful," Shen Fei replied. Ernie's eyes brightened at this. "Miss, in the future, when you go out, you must take me along for safety." "Hiki." Shen Fei nodded, and then turned her gaze towards the individuals standing behind Shen Yu. "Shen Yu, are these people all purchased by you?" Behind Shen Yu stood a row of individuals, some appearing to be a family, along with 2 adult men and 3 youths. Shen Yu promptly affirmed, "Sister, this family consists of members who previously worked in a prominent household. This is Lu Sanquan, who was the steward of the outer courtyard, and his wife, Aunt Lu, who served in the inner courtyard, excelling in both needlework and culinary arts. This little boy is their son, Xiao Shuang, and this girl is their daughter, Xiao Shi. These three are from the Ma family, with Uncle Ma being an exceptional farmer. And this is the Li family. Uncle Li used to work at a bodyguard agency, but he is now retired. This is his son, Li Tiniu, who possesses some martial skills. Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Shen Yu had indeed found individuals according to her needs. Very well, from now on, you shall follow the arrangements made by the young master. There is still a place to stay, the front yard of the house, and you may arrange the rooms as you wish. Aaron, I and Aunt Li. You may reside with me in the backyard. Shen Yu nodded. Sister, my accommodations have already been arranged. I believe once our house in the village is constructed, Uncle Ma's family can move in and help tend to the fields. Indeed, your arrangements are splendid. Shen Fei expressed her satisfaction. The three sons of the Ma family were astonished. They had heard about the new houses being built in the village. The thought of living in a new brick and tile house was beyond their imagination. All right, you may all disperse now. Since you are newly arrived, take some time to acclimate. Should you have any questions, seek guidance from the eldest young master and Aunt Li. Wu Yang, who had been eavesdropping for quite some time, quietly departed from the Shun residence. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Tang Ziling had been waiting for an extended period. She dismissed the others, leaving only Wu Yang. Why were you gone for so long? Young master, after you left, Miss Shun, the fourth young master, and young master Zhao engaged in conversation for quite a while. Tang Ziling perked up with interest. Oh, what did they discuss? She was curious about the exchange between Shen Fei and Tang Zijin, as this was their first encounter. Wu Yang, with a stoic expression, recounted the contents of Shen Fei and Tang Zijin's conversation. It was merely that the fourth young master seems quite intrigued by Miss Shen. Tang Ziling then pondered a crucial question. Did they repeatedly mention the Tang family's jade pendant? Wu Yang nodded, affirming that Miss Shen had engaged in considerable conversation with the fourth young master after noticing his jade pendant. Upon hearing this, Tang Ziling narrowed his eyes slightly. Intrigued by the jade pendant, he recalled the one he had lost, fostering a sense of suspicion within him. Having recovered significantly from his ailment due to medication, fragments of forgotten memories began to resurface. A frail figure occasionally flickered in his mind, bearing some resemblance to Miss Shen. Tang Ziling felt a twinge of doubt, necessitating further verification. Wu Yang, where exactly did you find me? Wu Yang assumed the young master was experiencing another headache. My lord, we discovered you in Luqing County of the northern region. Tang Ziling murmured. Northern region, Luqing, quite a coincidence indeed. Where is Miss Shen currently residing? Miss Shen has purchased a modest two-courtyard residence in Jiahuifang and has recently employed additional servants. She is quite adept at taking care of herself. Wu Yang was at a loss for words in describing Shen Fei. The young lady was indeed unconventional. His sources revealed that she had also acquired a younger brother, registered under her household, ostensibly to prepare him for the imperial examinations and to secure tax exemptions for her family's land. Tang Ziling chuckled softly. How amusing. Have you investigated Shen Fei's background? My lord, I have yet to do so today. Very well. Ensure that you uncover all pertinent details regarding her by tomorrow, including her past identity and the circumstances surrounding the child, particularly the identity of the father, if possible. Understood, my lord. After Wu Yang departed, Tang Ziling sat alone by the window. Shen Fei, that intriguing woman, occupied her thoughts. Contemplating her stepmother's schemes, Tang Ziling's expression darkened once more. It seemed prudent to devise a strategy early on. Meanwhile, as Shen Lingxiang returned home with her husband Sun Hong, a chill pervaded her heart. She had believed that with the Sun family's return to the capital, their noble title would be restored. However, her hopes shattered upon gazing at the modest courtyard, leaving her profoundly disheartened. Mother, has our title in the Ho residence not been restored? Sun Hong, noticing the distress on his daughter's face, felt a pang of discomfort. This daughter, after all, was not raised by him. Their return was merely under the assumption that the family title had been reinstated. Mengxia. Titles are not so easily regained. For now, the fact that we can reunite as a family is already a considerable blessing. Chapter 39. Reporting in secret upon hearing Chen's voice calling her Mengxia, Shen Lingxiang felt a surge of discomfort. Mother, I now go by Lingxiang. Please refrain from calling me Mengxia. Chen fell silent, observing her daughter's countenance fall as she grasped their family's circumstances. Nevertheless, Chen still found Mengxia to be a more pleasing name, while Lingxiang sounded like that of a maid. Yet, she cherished her daughter dearly. Could it be that a child raised by servants has such a limited perspective, rendering her unworthy of prominence? Chen now experienced a twinge of regret. Had she not exchanged the two children, would her biological daughter have fared better by her side? Lost in thought, she failed to hear Shen Lingxiang's words. Mother, mother. Did you hear what I said? Chen's mind returned to the present. What? What? Please repeat that. Shen Lingxiang stifled the urge to roll her eyes. Mother. I would like to inquire about the situations of uncle and second uncle's households. Now that I have returned, should I also pay my respects to grandmother? Shen Lingxiang could hardly believe that in such a vast marquisate, there were no concealed means at play. Perhaps the old marquis had hidden away some treasures. At this juncture, Sun Hung interjected, Lingxiang, although we have acknowledged you as our own, your identity cannot yet be revealed. Shen Lingxiang felt a sense of dissatisfaction, thinking it was unnecessary to hide in such a manner, especially given that they were not from an esteemed family. Chun then recalled something and spoke softly. Lingxiang, listen to your mother. Initially, we were worried about you enduring hardships in the northern lands, which is why we exchanged children. However, the child we exchanged for has now become a married woman and a widow. What? A widow? I refuse to accept that. I will not change. Shen Lingxiang was adamant. Sun Hung clarified. It is not a matter of swapping identities. Even if you wish to, it is no longer possible. Shen Lingxiang, puzzled, inquired, oh, and why is that? Sun Hung explained, having lived in the north for many years, the Wang and Lin families who returned to the capital with us are well aware of the situation. If you were to change your identity, it would be impossible to conceal the matter of the child exchange from years ago, which would be a grave offense against the emperor. If this were to come to light, the safety of our entire family could be jeopardized. Shen Lingxiang had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Now that the marquisate had lost its title, she was not particularly concerned. Then let us not change it. It shall remain as it is. Chen embraced Shen Lingxiang tightly. My dear daughter, I have put you through so much. Shen Lingxiang was still unaccustomed to such intimacy with Chun, subtly shifting away. Mother, this is unavoidable. Besides, you are doing this for my sake, and I understand. Chun felt a surge of comfort. Very well, I shall have to trouble you from now on. Let us say you are my niece, shall we? Shen Lingxiang nodded nonchalantly. Agreed, then I shall address you as aunt. This way, others will not suspect. Her willingness to acquiesce stemmed not from any desire to reclaim her parents, but rather from the realization that there was little worth longing for in this household. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen nodded, very well, and it shall be. Yes. Although she spoke cheerfully, a tinge of sorrow lingered in her heart. Shen Lingxiang had to return to work at the Duke's residence the following day and said, Aunt, Uncle, I must go to work at the Tang residence tomorrow. I wish to rest now. Chun, recalling her daughter's position as a maid, felt a pang of sympathy. Xianger, how much do you need to redeem yourself? You should not remain a maid any longer. Shen Lingxiang had her own plans and firmly refused. Aunt, even if I wish to redeem myself now, it requires the goodwill of my superiors. We cannot act hastily. Chen acknowledged this reality, realizing that once sold, one could not simply leave at will. It depended on the favor of the master. Should one offend them, it could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, we must seek an opportunity. Alas, my poor child must endure. Chen's heart ached once more. Shen Lingxiang, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, hurriedly inquired, Aunt, which room will I be staying in tonight? Only then did Chen realize, Xianger, follow me. I have prepared a room for you. With that, she took Shen Lingxiang by the hand and departed. Sun Hung watched the retreating figures of the mother and daughter, his heart sinking. Unlike Chen, he could discern his daughter's reluctance. It was clear that Lingxiang wished to avoid any hardships. With this thought, Sun Heng's mood grew increasingly dismal. That night, Madame Tang, Lu Ruiying, glanced at the invitation in her hand and let out a light chuckle. Oh, I never expected my elder sister would wish to see me. She laughed heartily, pondering how the sister who had once looked down upon her had now found herself in such a predicament. Madame Tang's spirits remained high, especially since Lu Ruiying had come to the capital. Upon hearing Madame Tang's remarks, Mama Fong chimed in, Miss, you are mistaken. Ever since the Chang'an Marquisate was exiled a decade ago, the eldest lady is no longer worthy even to carry your shoes. The words of Mama Fong brought great satisfaction to Madame Tang, who laughed lightly. Indeed, we are no longer of the same world. I am the cloud, and she is but the mud. On what grounds can she compare herself to me? Madam, will you meet her? Mama Fong inquired, leaning back in her chair. Madame Tang responded, Of course I shall meet her. After all, it has been 10 years. If I were to refuse my sister's request, it would reflect poorly on my sentiments. Very well, I shall convey the message, Mama Fong affirmed. Madame Tang nodded, agreed. Then, recalling that Tang Ziling had left the house earlier that day, she inquired, Has that ailing one departed? Madame Fong is aware of this news, yet the specifics remain unclear. Madam, I shall go and summon him for a proper inquiry, she offered. Lady Tang nodded affirmatively. Yes, go ahead. Quietly, Madame Fong exited the room. perplexed by her mistress's unwavering attention on the third young master. Logically, given the third young master's frail health, he posed no threat to the heir's position, rendering such scrutiny unnecessary. After Madame Fong's departure, Lady Tang gently tapped the table. Her husband's recent behavior of returning home late was indeed suspicious. Was there someone outside the estate ensnaring him? With this thought, Lady Tang's eyes narrowed, recalling over a decade ago when her husband unexpectedly returned with an infant. Claiming the child was his and entrusting her with its care, a surge of anger flushed her face. However, she had not raised the child in vain, surely. It would not survive long. With a wicked chuckle, Lady Tang thought, Tang Zhizhong, you are unaware that your most cherished son has but a short time left. A glint of madness flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Madame Fong re-entered with the fourth young master, Tang Zhijin. Bow to your mother. Jeaner, what brings you here today? Lady Tang inquired eagerly. With enthusiasm, Tang Zhijin replied, Mother, I have made a significant discovery. Third brother has fallen for a widow. Lady Tang gasped, What? A widow? Tang Zhijin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mother, the woman also has a child. Madame Tang furrowed her brows in disbelief, convinced that if the third son were of sound mind, he would not be enamored with such a woman. Jeaner, are you certain you did not misjudge? Tang Zhijin shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Mother, how could I deceive you? You cannot fathom, when I arrived at the tea house, I witnessed with my own eyes third brother cradling that woman's child. Is it not peculiar? Upon hearing this, Mama Fong was equally astonished. I recall that the third young master seldom forms close connections. Could this woman and child indeed belong to him? Mama Fong ventured a bold hypothesis. Madame Tang's expression tightened further. This news was most unwelcome. The physician had explicitly stated that the third son's health was waning, and he was unlikely to have descendants. How could that child possibly be his? Tang Zhijin, startled by Mama Fong's conjecture, widened her eyes. Could it be that this woman is third brother's concubine? I suspected as much. She spoke casually with a stranger, unashamed, indicating a questionable background. Hearing Tang Zhijin's speculation, Madame Tang felt a slight alleviation in her heart. Jeaner, recount in detail your encounter with your third brother today. Tang Zhijin omitted no detail, narrating how she and Zhao Bo chanced upon Tang Ziling. Mother, it unfolded just so. I sensed that woman was no virtuous character. Upon seeing my jade pendant, her eyes lit up, and later, upon realizing I was a young master of the Duke's residence, she sought to ingratiate herself, even inquiring about matters concerning the Duke's household. Upon hearing Tang Zhijin's remarks, Lady Tang found herself engulfed in doubt, recognizing the peculiarities surrounding the matter. At this moment, Mama Fong disdainfully interjected, Fourth young master, what is so strange about this? In my humble opinion, that woman is merely one who favors wealth over poverty. Knowing you are the young master of the Duke's residence, how could she not be tempted? How could she not seek to ingratiate herself? Tang Zhijin nodded thoughtfully, pondering whether her relationship with third brother was genuine or feigned, and if third brother had been deceived. Lady Tang, however, had little desire to entertain Tang Zhijin's speculations. Enough, Jeaner. The hour grows late. You may take your leave. I am aware of your third brother's affairs and shall address them. Tang Zhijin, accustomed to heeding her legitimate mother's counsel, refrained from retorting. Very well, mother. I shall take my leave. Lady Tang nodded in affirmation. Go on, but do not forget your studies. Yes, mother. Tang Zhijin obediently exited. Lady Tang's demeanor towards Tang Zhijin and Tang Ziling was strikingly different. Tang Zhijin's mother, Madame Qin, was a concubine of Duke Tang, who was notably submissive to Lady Tang and possessed a simple nature. Despite her lack of favor in the Duke's eyes, Madame Qin cared deeply for Lady Tang, often adopting a humble stance. Even fourth young master Tang Zhijin was nurtured under Lady Tang's watchful eye, thus enjoying considerable affection within the Tang household. Lady Tang's two biological children were already married and posed no threat to the youngest, Tang Zhijin, in the matter of favor. Consequently, this illegitimate son enjoyed a far superior status compared to Tang Ziling. After Tang Zhijin departed, Madame Tang instructed Mama Fong, Please send someone to investigate the background of that woman. Mama Fong nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, my lady. However, do you truly wish to endorse the involvement of the third young master with that woman? Madame Tang chuckled lightly, saying, You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. The young master is of age and should be considering marriage. Since I have presented him with a suitable match from a respectable family, and he refuses, what more can I do? Mama Fong recalled the Duke of Tang, my lady. Dealing with the Duke may prove challenging. Madame Tang responded with a light laugh. There is no need for concern. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the woman's true identity. We must avoid any misunderstandings or mishaps. Mama Fong nodded. Very well, I shall attend to it at once. Once Mama Fong departed, Madame Tang rose to prepare herself. If he chooses not to return, so be it. He shall not blame me for selecting a widow for his beloved son. A hint of derision crossed Madame Tang's face. Ziling, come here and assist me with my grooming. The maid Ziling hurried over upon hearing the command to serve Madame Tang. Meanwhile, Shen Fei remained blissfully unaware that several parties had set their sights on her. She lay sprawled across her bed in deep slumber, utterly unburdened and enjoying her rest. As she turned over, she felt a dampness beneath her, her garments uncomfortably wet. Groggy, Shen Fei reached down to touch the fabric, wondering, could it be that I have wet myself again? Sitting up, she lit a candle and discovered an expansive map drawn across her bed. Shen Fei felt utterly helpless. This was a brand new quilt, and that mischievous little boy had soiled it again. She lifted her son, who was sprawled out in slumber, and expertly changed his diaper. At that moment, she couldn't help but envy the modern convenience of disposable diapers, which not only liberated mothers' hands, but also prevented the little ones from being overwhelmed. Truly a double blessing. Although Shen Fei had hired help, she harbored reservations about fully trusting them. Thus, during the night, she dared not let the servants tend to her child, as she had known them for only a brief time. After swiftly cleaning and feeding her little darling, she replaced the soiled bedding. The thought of the waterproof sterile suits in the lab crossed her mind, prompting her to quickly enter her experimental space. Instead of retrieving her own lab coat, she opted to borrow one from her senior, Feng Nua. Armed with a pair of scissors, she meticulously altered the coat before placing it beneath her son. There, that should suffice. He should be safe from any further mishaps. Having tidied up, Shen Fei fell into a deep slumber. While her days were filled with comfort, Song Yin was enduring quite the struggle. He had been searching for Shen Fei for quite some time, yet she remained elusive. Tang Ziling, who possessed information about Shen Fei, chose not to share it with Song Yin. The Song family was already aware of the news regarding the pregnancy of the matriarch, prompting the second and third masters to seek the remaining potion for the elder Song. However, to their dismay, that vial had already been sent to the matriarch's family, leaving the third master and others quite dissatisfied. In recent days, they have persistently urged Song Yin to procure another potion, much to his exasperation. However, he harbors a desire to locate Shen Fei, yearning to uncover the origins of her miraculous elixir, contemplating the possibility of seeking out the renowned healer himself. Should he ascertain the healer's whereabouts, he would not only seize the opportunity to venture outside, but also engage in earnest study with the master. Chapter 41. The flicker of love. In the subsequent days, Shen Fei remained indoors, choosing not to venture out. The reason for her confinement was the culinary prowess of Aunt Lu, whose southern dishes delighted her palate. Having roots in the south herself, Shen Fei cherished the tangy and spicy flavors, often finding the fare in Chang'an rather bland. Though she longed for spiciness, her nursing duties for little Fubao restricted her from indulging in overly spicy foods. Moreover, she had yet to encounter chili peppers in Chang'an. Upon learning of Shen Fei's circumstances, Aunt Lu prepared meals tailored to her needs, which kept Shen Fei contentedly at home for several days. Aunt Li had now assumed the role of steward within Shen Fei's household. While Aunt Lu managed external affairs, the internal matters required a different touch, necessitating the avoidance of potential risks. Aunt Li's demeanor towards Shen Fei was distinct. She was not only the first servant purchased by her, but also had a fondness for Shen Yu, whom she now regarded as a younger brother. Shen Fei entrusted the household chores to Aunt Li, while the three sons of the Ma family had departed for Changlu village, where the fields awaited their attention. Aunt Li observed that Shen Fei was ready and inquired, "Miss, are you heading out?" With a child strapped to her back, Shen Fei replied, "Yes. I wish to take a stroll. It has become somewhat monotonous after several days at home." Aunt Li nodded and suggested, "Miss, why not take Er and I along, and bring Tai Nyo as well?" After contemplating for a moment, Shen Fei agreed. "Very well, let us take these two." Er and I, delighted at the prospect of accompanying the miss, asked, "Miss, where do you wish to go?" Shen Fei, lacking a specific destination, responded, "I haven't quite decided yet. Are you familiar with Chang'an? Are there any enjoyable places we might explore?" Er and I shook her head, admitting her limited experience as she had only ventured to a few places within the confines of the inner residence. Thus, both turned their gaze towards Tai Nyo, inquiring, "Tai Nyo, do you know of any interesting spots?" Feeling somewhat bashful under the scrutiny of the two young ladies, Li Tai Nyo scratched his head. He recalled his father's words about how rare it was to find a girl as fortunate and plump as Er and I. At just 17, he was already quite robust and strong. Shen Fei rarely attended to matters in the front courtyard. Thus she remained unaware of how much Tai Nyo and Er and I could eat. Now, they had progressed from small bowls to using small basins for their meals. Shen Fei was also oblivious to the budding flames of affection that might be kindling within the household. Li Tai Nyo pondered for a moment before sharing, I have heard that the young masters and ladies in Chang'an enjoy watching polo matches. Intrigued, Shen Fei eagerly asked, Polo? Where is it played? She had only ever witnessed football in modern times, and even then, it was quite thrilling. Li Tiniu gazed at Shen Fei, hesitantly remarking, at Jingdongfang, there exists a remarkably large polo field. Shen Fei was intrigued. Although she could not ride, watching the matches would still be delightful. Very well, let us proceed there. Tiniu, please fetch a carriage. Eager to explore, Tiniu had never been inside before. Certainly, miss, I shall do so at once. Shen Fei and I enthusiastically boarded the carriage together. I had long grown accustomed to Shen Fei taking her child along on every outing. Even Aunt Li refrained from broaching this subject, as it was a mutual understanding among them. They could only strive to perform better in hopes of earning their mistress's trust. Seated within the carriage, Shen Fei pondered her own concerns. She felt it was unproductive to remain idle all day. Furthermore, the household funds had dwindled considerably. Initially, there were 9,000 taels of silver, a third of which had been spent on purchasing a residence. The remainder had gone towards hiring staff, constructing accommodations, paying taxes, and providing sustenance for the servants. In addition to disbursing monthly allowances, this represented a substantial expenditure, and Shen Fei realized she could not afford to be complacent. She needed to mobilize the household staff, ensuring everyone was engaged in their duties. Drawing back the carriage curtain, she observed the bustling streets outside and instructed, Tiniu, let us not travel too swiftly. I wish to relish the lively scenes along the way. Li Tiniu eased the pace of the carriage, allowing Shen Fei to take in the sights more clearly. I, curious, peered out the other side, asking, Miss, what are you searching for? I can keep an eye out for you. Shen Fei observed Ni's rotund belly and thought it prudent to assign her a task, lest she continue to gain weight. I have a task for you. What is it, miss? Please command me. I would like you to investigate which dining establishments in Chang'an City are the most popular and what dishes they offer. Make sure to gather all the necessary information. Ni's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Miss, will you take me along to indulge in the food? Even the carriage driver, Tainyo, perked up his ears, eager to learn the outcome. Shen Fei shook her head. No. I believe we should find a way to generate some income for our household. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, I immediately tucked in her belly. Reflecting on her own consumption, it was imperative to engage in a business venture rather than merely live off past resources. Miss, rest assured, I will uncover the details without fail. Shen Fei had already devised a plan in her mind as she gazed out at the bustling streets. Chang'an City, with its vibrancy, surely boasted numerous affluent and influential families. To earn their coin, one must employ strategy rather than brute force. The carriage swayed gently until it finally arrived at Jingdongfang. After disembarking, Shen Fei and her companions were struck by the opulence of the area, clearly a playground for the wealthy. The array of carriages parked outside indicated that those who frequented this place were either rich or noble. In ancient times, one could discern a family's standing merely by the type of carriage they owned. Shen Fei's carriage, by contrast, was quite ordinary, with a rather rudimentary canopy. Carrying her child and accompanied by I and others, Shen Fei turned her gaze towards the entrance, where a queue had already formed. Having never visited before, she was uncertain whether an admission fee was required. Is a ticket required here? Iron Bull inquired, though he had only heard about this place and had never been inside. So he was uncertain. Miss, I have never been here either. Please wait for me here while I go inquire, he suggested. Shen Fei nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead. We shall wait for you here. Despite Iron Bull's sturdy physique and seemingly honest demeanor, he possessed a keen intellect that belied his appearance. As Shen Fei was scanning her surroundings, a man suddenly flew through the air and landed with a thud, startling her. She looked up to see a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man standing at a distance, flanked by two guards. It was evident that one of the guards had propelled the man to the ground. The fallen man cried out, Lu Chuan. How dare you treat me this way? Shen Fei recognized the voice and lowered her gaze, only to find a familiar face staring back at her. She was taken aback to encounter him here, especially in such a disheveled state. What a surprise. Chapter 42. Sun Bin's misfortune. Sun Bin had just been kicked away and was already filled with frustration. Upon lifting his head, he was met with Shen Fei's amused expression. He scrambled to his feet and asked, What are you doing here? Shen Fei, uninterested in engaging with him, replied curtly, What does it have to do with you? With that, she turned and walked ahead, carrying the child. I followed closely behind, inquiring, Miss, who is that person? He seems to know you. Sun Bin, rubbing his sore backside, widened his eyes in shock upon hearing the plump maid address Shen Fei as Mississippi. What is the matter with this girl? How did she come into such wealth and even acquire servants? As Sun Bin was lost in thought, Lu Chuan approached him. Sun Bin, Do you even realize your current state? How dare you appear before me? Sun Bin cast a fierce glare at Lu Chuan and disdainfully spat. Lu Chuan, what are you? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Upon hearing Sun Bin's words, Lu Chuan burst into laughter. Sun Bin, do you still believe yourself to be the heir of the? Ever since your exile from your family, you have been nothing. How dare you try to assert your superiority here? Who gave you the audacity? Infuriated, Sun Bin began to speak indiscriminately. Ha ha ha, Lu Chuan. Have you forgotten how you once groveled before me like a lapdog? TSK, do your subordinates know of your former self? You are truly less than a dog. Ha ha ha. Lu Chuan's face cracked with anger upon hearing Sun Bin's taunts. As of the Lu family, he had never received much attention from his family. Back then, he had to curry favor with this prospective brother-in-law, often lowering himself before Sun Bin and laboring diligently for his approval. However, that was more than a decade ago. If Sun Bin had not appeared before him, he would have long forgotten those days. Now, Lu Chuan had already achieved the status of a jinshi, becoming a government official, albeit a lowly 6th rank one, yet still far superior to the common folk. He despised Sun Bin even more for exposing his past wounds in front of his subordinates. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Lu Chuan's eyes as he shouted to his followers, "Silence him. Do not let him speak nonsense. Teach him a lesson." Two subordinates swiftly approached and began to pummel Sun Bin with fists and feet. Sun Bin, cradling his head, shouted, "You wretched scoundrels! What do you intend to do in broad daylight? Is there no law left?" Fear began to gnaw at Sun Bin as he regretted his carelessness in provoking Lu Chuan's vulnerabilities. "Lu Chuan, remember, I am your brother-in-law. You must not treat me this way." Sun Bin's wife, Lu Ruyin, had long since returned to her parental home with their child, not having visited for quite some time. On one occasion, old lady Do publicly berated the Lu family, indiscriminately scolding all the daughters of the Lu clan. Sun Bin had stood by, silent and unhelpful to the Lu family's plight. Lu, having refused her parents' pleas for divorce from Sun Bin, chose to endure hardship in the northern territories, still harboring feelings for him. Yet, she had now come to a clear realization, having lost all hope in Sun Bin. Thus, she took her child and returned to her family. Initially, Sun Bin paid little heed to this, even contemplating sending Lu Ruyin back to gather news or seeking assistance from his father-in-law for the Sun family. However, someone maliciously spread the news of old lady Do's reprimands, and soon the entire city of Chang'an was aware. The Lu family learned of it and became enraged with old lady Do. When Sun Bin went to the Lu residence to retrieve his family, he was denied entry. Now, armed with a divorce decree demanding Sun Bin's signature, the Lu family found him unable to accept the situation and sought to meet Lu Ruyin. Yet, she refused to see him. In desperation, Sun Bin turned to his former subordinate, Lu Chuan, hoping for assistance, only to receive a beating instead. Lu Chuan, filled with rage at that moment, spat, "How dare you still claim to be my brother-in-law after the way you treated my sister? Take him away. Silence him." He had noticed several pairs of eyes directed towards him, and he certainly did not wish to suffer embarrassment. From a distance, Shen Fei observed the unfolding scene. Utterly perplexed as to whom Sun Bin had offended, Aaron and Tang stood behind Shen Fei like the legendary duo of Hung and Ha, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. After Sun Bin was carried away, Shen Fei wore a look of regret, secretly wishing that the others had been more severe in their actions. Her spirits were elevated, perhaps due to witnessing Sun Bin's misfortune. With a beaming smile, she turned to Tang, inquiring about the situation and whether tickets were required. Li Tang replied, "Miss, if you possess an invitation, you may enter directly. Otherwise, each person requires 31. Shen Fei calculated that 31 per person was not exorbitant, comparable to the price of a modern movie ticket. Aaron, however, found it somewhat steep, exclaiming, "Miss, this ticket is rather expensive. Perhaps you should enter alone." With a dismissive wave, Shen Fei replied, "Nonsense, let us proceed. I am not short of a few coins. We shall enter together." Although Aaron feigned disinterest, her curiosity was piqued. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Tang, too, was eager to witness the event, his anticipation heightened. Thus, the group made their way toward the entrance, with Shen Fei spending 91. Little Fu Bao was too young to require a ticket, although the ticket seller had never encountered anyone bringing such a small child to watch polo. This peculiar assembly featured a young lady, slender and delicate, yet sporting a woman's hairstyle, with a child strapped to her back. Two individuals dressed as attendants stood behind her, towering in stature, one male and one female, each possessing a girth twice that of a young maiden. The peculiar assembly of Shen Fei and her companions drew considerable attention as they entered. The polo grounds were bustling with visitors, many young women accompanying their brothers. In this ancient era, all significant gatherings served a purpose. Some families sought to make acquaintances and invited others to watch the polo matches, for the motives behind attending such events were often cloaked in social pretense. Courtship rituals. Incense offerings, flower-viewing banquets, and spring outings served as excellent excuses for matchmaking. Those who frequented the polo grounds hailed from affluent families, as the ticket prices were rather steep, making it an extravagant outing for common folk. Shen Fei eagerly strolled around the venue, where a considerable crowd had already gathered, in search of a suitable vantage point. At that moment, a group of young ladies from esteemed families congregated in the stands, engaged in lively conversation. "Sister Lu, who is this newcomer? I have not seen her before," one asked. Lu Wanner cast a reluctant glance at Sun Mingxue and replied, "This is my cousin, Sun Mingxue." Sun Mingxue, feeling somewhat apprehensive, was encountering these esteemed young ladies for the first time and feared saying something amiss. Why have I never heard of Sun Mingxue before? What does her father do? The question caused Sun Mingxue to stiffen, panic evident on her face. Chapter 43, Encounter. Sun Mingxue cast a pleading look at her cousin Lu Wanner, hoping for some assistance in deflecting the inquiries. However, Lu Wanner had no intention of providing such aid, having preferred not to bring her cousin along at all. She nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, her father is Sun Bin, who was once the heir of the Chang'an Marquisate, exiled to the northern lands a decade ago. Their family has only just returned from the north." Upon hearing Lu Wanner's words, the gazes of the young ladies shifted towards Sun Mingxue, their expressions now tinged with disdain. They subtly distanced themselves, clearly unwilling to engage with her. Sun Mingxue looked at Lu Wanner with a sense of grievance, perplexed as to why her cousin would treat her in such a manner. Despite their blood ties as cousins, why would she expose her in front of so many? Consequently, as the conversation progressed, no one expressed curiosity about the unfamiliar face of Sun Mingxue, as if she were invisible. Several times she attempted to interject into the discussions, only to be deftly sidestepped. Observing this, Lu Wanner smirked. At that moment, realizing no one was acknowledging her, Sun Mingxue's gaze wandered into the crowd. The polo match had yet to commence, and thus the area was not densely populated. The duo of Shen Fei and her companion was particularly striking. Sun Mingxue quickly spotted Erinai and Tang Yo, primarily due to their substantial stature and round faces. Her attention was irresistibly drawn to them, and as they moved, she caught sight of Shen Fei ahead. Shen Fei was accustomed to carrying little Fu Bao on her back, a sight Sun Mingxue had witnessed numerous times before, often finding it amusing. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and whispered, "How did Sun Mingxia get here? And who are those two giants?" While Lu Wanner chatted with her friends, she remained observant of her younger cousin's actions, noticing her gaze fixed on a particular direction. I was quite surprised and followed her line of sight. There was nothing extraordinary to behold. Aside from two hefty figures, nothing piqued my curiosity. At that moment, Sun Mingxue stood up and declared, "Cousin, I shall step outside for a moment." Without waiting for Lu Wanner's consent, she made her exit. Lu Wanner signaled to the maid beside her, who promptly followed suit. One of the young ladies from the Su family inquired, "Wanner, where has your cousin gone?" Lu Wanner replied nonchalantly, "She has just returned from the north and may not be familiar with our customs. Please do not mock her." The Lu family young lady gently dabbed at her lips with a handkerchief, wiping away crumbs, and remarked, "Wanner, it is quite normal for your cousin to be unaware of these things, especially with so many people around. We must ensure nothing goes amiss." The Lu girl, with her round visage, offered this advice with genuine concern. Lu Wanner discreetly shot a glance at Miss Lu, feeling that she was meddling unnecessarily. "Thank you for your reminder, Miss Lu. My servant has already accompanied her." Meanwhile, Shen Fei and her companions had finally found a suitable spot, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the polo match. Suddenly, a male voice, sounding somewhat like a quacking duck, exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Initially indifferent, Shen Fei thought little of it. With so many people present, it was unclear whom the voice was addressing. It wasn't until Erinai quietly called out, "Miss, that gentleman is calling for you." That Shen Fei turned to see Tang Zijin. "Oh, is that not young Master Tang? What a coincidence, you are here as well." Shen Fei greeted Tang Zijin with familiarity. Tang Zijin had come along with several close friends, among whom was Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo coughed softly and remarked, "What? Do you not see me, Zhao's eldest son?" The other young gentlemen were initially puzzled by Tang Si Gongzi's visit to Shen Fei, but upon hearing Shen Fei's tone towards Tang Zijin, their curiosity intensified. They gazed intently at Shen Fei, and when their eyes fell upon the child she was carrying, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. "Oh, you actually brought a child with you. He is so young. What could he possibly understand?" inquired the young master from the Dali Temple. Tang Zijin's companions were all offspring of prominent families in Chang'an, and like him, they were not born of the principal line. In this era, The disparity in treatment between legitimate sons and illegitimate ones was significant, leading to distinct social circles. It was rare for these two classes to intermingle, unless the family background was exceptionally prestigious, prompting a legitimate son of a minor official to seek favor with the illegitimate offspring of high-ranking officials. Among these youths, Tang Zijin, as a favored illegitimate son of the Duke of Tang, had his own entourage. Shen Fei regarded the questioner, who appeared to be merely 13 or 14, and chose to respond without hesitation. One must start nurturing talent from a young age. I hope my son can join you in playing polo in the future. She gently shook the little treasure, saying, "Little one, when you grow up, you must be like these older brothers, all right?" The group of young gentlemen exchanged glances, pondering, is this a case of generational confusion? This girl, could she be trying to take advantage of me? Tang Zijin recalled the day she returned home and confided in her mother about the secret of the third young master. Yet several days had passed without a hint of any developments, which piqued her curiosity. "Miss Shen, why haven't you sought out my third brother?" she inquired. The other young men, taken aback by her question, turned their gazes toward her in unison. What could be the nature of the relationship between the third young master of the Tang Guogong mansion and this woman? Although she was young, she had already styled her hair in a manner befitting a married woman. Surely, she was wed. What a scandalous revelation. Shen Fei narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing something amiss in the boy's words, and with a smile, she replied, "What purpose would I have in seeking your third brother? I am clearly more acquainted with you." Tang Zijin was left speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment as her friends cast curious glances in her direction. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is familiar with you?" Shen Fei shrugged. "Is that so? Are we not familiar with one another?" Tang Zijin firmly rebutted. "Not familiar, certainly not familiar, not in the slightest." She rejected the notion 3 times in a row, determined to dispel any misunderstandings regarding her connection with the widow. Unbeknownst to her, in Shen Fei's eyes, she was merely a naive child, yet to mature. Shen Fei responded vaguely, "All right then, whatever you say is true." After uttering these words, she ceased to regard Tang Zijin. Tang Zijin felt as if she had swallowed a fly, caught in an uncomfortable limbo. Zhao Bo, aware of the unfolding situation, felt no sympathy for his friend, instead stifling his laughter beside her. The atmosphere was palpably awkward when a melodious voice broke through. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Turning her head, Shen Fei was met with the sight of Sun Mingxue. She furrowed her brow. "Oh, it's Mingxue, what a coincidence." Chapter 44. Provocation. Sun Mingxue cast a deliberate glance at Tang Zijin, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. This young gentleman clearly hailed from a distinguished family. She had discerned that these young men subtly regarded him with admiration. After a brief look at Shen Fei, she inquired, "Cousin, won't you introduce us to this young gentleman?" Upon uttering this question, Sun Mingxue shyly turned her gaze towards Tang Zijin. Shen Fei found the situation rather bothersome. What was the point of introductions? She barely knew them. If they wished to become acquainted, they could do so amongst themselves, for they were all young and had little in common with her, a married woman. Shen Fei's sentiment was nearly explicit. They might as well retreat to their own comfortable circles. Tang Zijin, catching the look in Sun Mingxue's eyes, felt a sense of alarm. "Miss Sun, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave," he stated, attempting to usher his companions away. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Cousin Tang, what are you doing here?" It was Lu Wanner. From her vantage point in the stands, she had observed her cousin's departure and was keenly watching her movements. Curious to see where she intended to go, she did not believe her cousin would encounter anyone of significance in such a setting. However, to her surprise, this cousin appeared to be acquainted with those affluent young men. Unable to remain seated, Lu Wanner hurriedly made her way over. As she approached, Lu Wanner discovered that among the attendees was none other than the young master of the Duke's residence. Alarm bells rang in her heart. She had heard that her grandaunt had been persistently sending invitations to meet her second grandaunt since her return. The purpose was all too apparent, undoubtedly concerning her cousin. Sun Mingxue. The Tang family boasted 4 young masters. The heir and the second son were already married, leaving only the frail third son and the handsome fourth son. Lu Wanner had once harbored feelings for the second son of the Tang family, and both she and her mother deemed the match quite suitable, being cousins. However, her second grandaunt's disapproval dashed her hopes, prompting her to set her sights on the younger Tang Zijin, who was 2 years her junior. Unbeknownst to Tang Zijin, she had become the object of Lu Wanner's interest, and she politely returned greetings. "Oh, it's cousin Lu. What a coincidence." Lu Wanner's father and Lady Lu Ruing of the Tang family were full siblings, both born of the same concubine, Aunt Fong. Over the years, due to Lady Lu's influence, the status of the Lu family had risen considerably, subtly surpassing that of Wan Shi, the mother of Lu Ruyin. who had also faced considerable constraints in her standing within the Lu household. Lu Wanner smiled and inquired, "Cousin Tang, do you know Sister Mingxue?" Tang Zijin hurriedly shook her head. "No, I do not know her. I am here to find." She turned, intending to mention Shen Fei, but at that moment, there was no trace of Shen Fei to be found. Shen Fei had no time to engage in idle chatter with these young gentlemen and ladies. Her hard-earned ticket was better spent on securing a prime location, which was her primary concern. Thus, accompanied by her two formidable guardians, she had long since departed. Tang Zijin, having failed to find anyone, decided she no longer wished to linger. "Cousin Lu, I shall not disturb you further. Do enjoy yourself." The young men who had accompanied Tang Zijin noticed the approach of a young lady and, eager to avoid any semblance of impropriety, discreetly took their leave. Tang Zijin, aware of this shift, hurriedly exchanged a few words before swiftly departing with her remaining friends. Observing Tang Zijin's hasty exit, Lu Wanner narrowed her eyes and turned to Sun Mingxue, inquiring, "Who was that girl standing here just now? What did you all discuss?" Sun Mingxue did not hesitate in her response. The young gentleman had clearly dismissed her presence, yet his familiarity with her cousin was palpable, stirring discomfort within Sun Mingxue. Moreover, it seemed that cousin Lu harbored some interest in that young man. She explained, "That woman is my cousin, the sister of my third uncle. When I arrived, I noticed her conversing with Master Tang, sharing laughter as well." Lu Wanner clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, particularly troubled by the phrase, sharing laughter. If there was one person Lu Wanner envied most, it was the lady of the Duke, her second aunt. Knowing that her life within the Duke's residence was so splendid, Lu Wanner vowed to secure a marriage into that family. The age gap between her and the heir apparent was considerable, and while she had once aspired to win over her second cousin, her aunt had declined that possibility. The third cousin was frail, and thus not a viable option. In truth, had it not been for his health, her preference would have been for Tang Ziling. Among the four sons of the Duke, Master Tang was the most handsome. The fourth cousin must be captured. "Oh, is she your cousin? How did she come here?" "I recall that the Sun family is currently so impoverished they can barely afford a meal. How could they possibly have the leisure to watch polo?" Sun Mingxia did not inform Lu Wanner that Shen Fei already had a child. She shook her head, stating, "I am not privy to that information. I have been away from the Sun family for quite some time." Seeing that she could not extract any more information, Lu Wanner remarked, "Cousin, this is your first visit. Do not wander off. If something unfortunate were to occur, it would be quite regrettable." Sun Mingxia nodded. "Yes, cousin, I understand." Lu Wanner approached a young maid and whispered a few words in her ear. The maid promptly dashed away. Lu Wanner then led Sun Mingxue back to the viewing platform. At this moment, the polo match had commenced, and both sides were engaged in a fierce contest, much to Shen Fei's delight. Watching the players on horseback, with their agile movements and dashing postures, Shen Fei felt a stirring within her. In that instant, as she observed these youthful riders, clad in splendid attire, she genuinely sensed that she had arrived in ancient times. She had entered this era, with no possibility of return. Witnessing these individuals so carefree and unrestrained, Shen Fei felt a twinge of envy. What was the purpose of her presence in this world? What could she possibly do? Shen Fei found herself engulfed in confusion. While lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a warmth on her back. Liquid began to trickle down from her clothing. Oh no! She had become so engrossed that she forgot about the child and neglected to attend to his needs. Upon seeing that Shen Fei's dress had become damp, Aaron I exclaimed, "Miss, your dress is wet. Did the young master relieve himself?" Shen Fei could only nod helplessly. "Yes, indeed, it is urine." At this moment, Shen Fei found herself devoid of leisure to ponder over trivial matters. The urgent need of her little treasure awakened her, leaving no room for sorrow or lamentation. Her singular purpose in this world was to nurture her beloved son. Shen Fei reflected on her situation with a sense of wonder. She had bypassed the stages of romance and matrimony, arriving directly at motherhood, all without a husband. It was a rather expedient leap into the ideal state of affairs. Aaron I, aware that Shen Fei had no other clothing, suggested, "Miss, shall we return? We have seen quite enough of the match." Initially intrigued, Aaron I soon found the game tedious. Merely a gaggle of individuals chasing a small ball back and forth, far more uninteresting than savoring hearty meat buns at home. Before their departure, Aunt Lu had mentioned that they would be making meat buns for dinner. Chapter 45. Shen Yu's injury. Shen Fei nodded in agreement. "Let us go. We have witnessed the festivities." The discomfort of her damp back was becoming unbearable. The trio departed from the polo field. Leaving the individual sent by Lu Wanner in a state of distress, he had searched long and hard yet found none of the easily recognizable individuals described by Cui Lu. Where, indeed, were the two hefty figures? All he encountered were slender individuals. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, The incident with her little treasure had spared her from further complications. Had she attracted Lu Wanner's attention, she would have been ill-equipped to defend herself in her current state. Tainyo steered the horse-drawn cart, and the group ambled back home. Shen Fei inquired, Tainyo, when does the young master finish school? Could we perhaps pick him up along the way? Tainyo glanced at the sun and replied, It's about that time. If the young lady does not mind, we can certainly go retrieve the young master first. Well, let us bring Shinyu back together. Shinyu has already commenced his studies. Although his leg has yet to fully heal, he manages with crutches, exerting little effort, and it poses no issue. Shen Fei initially intended for Shinyu to delay his return to school, yet ever since he resolved to participate in the science examination, he has exhibited remarkable diligence. This young lad possesses the capability to seek out his own educational institution. Shen Fei has refrained from intervening in these matters, allowing him to take full responsibility. At this juncture, Shen Fei has also come to realize that Shinyu is an exceptionally independent child, approaching tasks with his own methodology. Shen Fei finds this quite liberating, as she prefers not to play the role of a meddling guardian, overseeing every trivial matter. Such a disposition does not align with her character. She now yearns for Shinyu to mature swiftly, to excel in his studies, and eventually, to acknowledge her assistance, allowing her to bask in a modicum of his success. Regarding Shinyu's injured leg, although Shen Fei possesses a remarkable remedy, she has chosen not to disclose it. This potion is extraordinarily potent, and she is reluctant to reveal it easily. Additionally, her bond with Shinyu does not run particularly deep. Supporting his education merely incurs a modest expense, which Shen Fei considers an investment. Investments, after all, carry inherent risks, and even if the outcome proves unsatisfactory, it is of little consequence. However, the investment of emotions is a different matter entirely, and at present, they are not yet at that stage. The educational institution that Shinyu has chosen is an ordinary school in Chang'an, presided over by a venerable scholar with many years of teaching experience. Upon Shen Fei and the others' arrival, they coincidentally found Shinyu just as he was finishing his classes. Shinyu was exiting alongside several peers, navigating with his crutches, which posed some difficulty, and his classmates were perilously close to colliding with him. Tainyo, hurry over and catch the young master. Li Tinyu, despite his imposing stature, exhibited remarkable agility as he dashed forward. At that moment, Erinai also leaped down from the carriage, exclaiming, Hey, you rascal, why aren't you watching where you're going? Shen Fei furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, I wonder if Shinyu has been bullied at school. Although she harbored little affection for Shinyu, it did not imply that others were entitled to mistreat him. The little boy, upon catching sight of the towering Erinai, gazed up and was so startled by her double chin that he burst into tears. Shinyu was successfully supported by Tinyu and felt a surge of joy upon seeing Shen Fei arrive. Sister, you've come to fetch me. The boy's cries summoned the teacher from within the house. What on earth is happening? Emerged a venerable scholar in his 40s. Shinyu promptly introduced, Sister, this is our Master Zhu. The weeping boy, upon seeing Master Zhu, immediately ceased his lamentations and cried out, Master, Shinyu's family is bullying me. Shinyu's brows knitted tightly. Li Fuxing was once again complaining. Upon hearing the student's accusation, Master Zhu chastised, Shinyu, what is the meaning of this? Have you been fighting again? It seems today's lesson was not sufficiently severe. Shen Fei, upon hearing the teacher's words, felt her brows knit even tighter. It was evident that Master Zhu was not entirely just. Master Zhu, have you made an error? This matter has no connection to Shinyu. The child is fully aware of Shinyu's mobility issues, yet deliberately collided with him. We have yet to address this with him, and he is the one who started crying. This situation does not imply that the one who weeps is justified, Shen Fei explained directly to Master Zhu. Master Zhu regarded the young woman before him with disdain, responding, Summon your parents for a discussion. I shall not converse with you. Shen Fei felt a surge of anger. This instructor's rigidity seemed to belittle her status as a woman. Shinyu's small face was taut, her lips pressed tightly together, particularly upon hearing Master Zhu mention her parents. Her little hands clenched tightly, as if suppressing something within. Upon hearing Master Zhu's words, Shen Fei became unwilling to comply. Pardon me, but I am Shinyu's sister. I am capable of making decisions on his behalf. If Master Zhu has any matters to discuss, please address them with me. With a serious countenance. Master Zhu remarked that Shinyu required strict guidance, for he was indeed a somewhat unruly child. Shen Fei immediately interrupted, Master, I know my brother well. I am fully aware of what kind of child he is. Just because you label him as unruly does not mean he is. Master Zhu scoffed lightly, Miss Shen. You may be mistaken. Your younger brother was indeed involved in a fight at school. Upon hearing that Shinyu had been in a fight, Shen Fei hurriedly examined his condition, bending down to inspect his injured leg. To her shock, she discovered that Shen Yu's wounded leg was bleeding. Shen Yu, your leg is bleeding. Why did you not mention this? Shen Fei swiftly examined her brother, discovering abrasions on his arms and the redness of his small palms. Unmistakably the result of a ruler's strike. At that moment, her anger surged. Mr. Zhu, I implore you to provide a rational explanation. As my brother's guardian in your school, it is your duty to ensure his safety. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, those injuries on his hands were inflicted by you, were they not? Mr. Zhu was taken aback at the sight of the wounds on Shen Yu's leg. He had not anticipated the severity of Shen Yu's injuries. The child who had clashed with Shen Yu earlier was Li Fuxing, the grandson of the steward from the Weixian pavilion in Chang'an, the very boy who had deliberately collided with Shen Yu. When Shen Yu enrolled, Mr. Zhu was aware that he came from an ordinary family. Thus he had sided with Li Fuxing during their conflict. Li Fuxing, upon noticing the bloodstains on Shen Yu's trousers, was also startled. Sir, it was not my intention. Besides, Shen Yu was the one who initiated the altercation. Shen Fei then turned to her brother. Is this true? Shen Yu nodded. Yes. Li Fuxing called me a cripple and frequently bumped into me, causing me to fall. Shen Fei directed her gaze back to Mr. Zhu. Sir, this is precisely where that boy is in the wrong. How can you punish my brother without discerning right from wrong? Furthermore, have you seen the state of my brother's leg? He previously suffered a fracture, and the doctor warned that any mishap could lead to a permanent disability. If he is unable to participate in the imperial examination, who will bear the responsibility? I trust Mr. Zhu understands the gravity of this situation. Chapter 46. Your leg will be fine, I assure you. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Master Zhu adopted a serious demeanor. He realized that he had been biased, having assumed that it was Shen Yu who had instigated the conflict, thus punishing him unjustly. However, he had no intention of ruining the future of the young Shen Yu. Such a grave responsibility was beyond his capability to bear. He awkwardly explained, Miss Shen, I was unaware that Shen Yu's leg would sustain further injury. The immediate priority is to take him to the medical hall. Shen Fei felt that it was futile to prolong the discussion and conceded, We shall take my brother to the medical hall at once. However, the Li family's child must bear some responsibility. They must cover the expenses for my brother's leg. Master Zhu readily agreed. Very well, I shall speak with the Li family. Yet, Li Fuxing objected, countering, Why should my family pay? I was also assaulted. At that moment, a man approached, inquiring, Fuxing, what happened? You were attacked. Upon seeing the man, Li Fuxing hurried over, exclaiming, Father, you have finally arrived. Master and Shen Yu's family are ganging up on me. Master Zhu's expression darkened. He was taken aback by the audacity of the student's fabrications. Li Zhao stepped forward to address Master Zhu. Greetings, Master. I am unaware of what transpired in the classroom today. Master Zhu nodded and stated, Manager Li. Today Li Fuxing and Shen Yu engaged in a brawl. Shen Yu's leg was already in poor condition and has now been further injured. If he does not recover properly, it may jeopardize his future in the imperial examinations. The Shen family wishes to take Shen Yu for treatment and hopes that your Li family can cover the medical expenses. Master Zhu succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding the matter, deliberately omitting his involvement in punishing Shen Yu on Li Fuxing's behalf. Li Zhao pondered in silence, contemplating, Fuxing, is this truly the case? Upon reuniting with his father, Li Fuxing exhibited newfound boldness, asserting, Father, it was Shen Yu who struck first. Since his arrival, Li Zhao had not bestowed a single glance upon Shen Fei and her associates, directing his attention solely towards Master Zhu. It appears, he mused, that this incident has no bearing on the child, nor is he at fault. Shen Fei discerned that this man was not virtuous. He feigned ignorance while being fully aware of the truth. Manager Li, she interjected, this is where your family has erred. It was your son who initiated the insults and intentionally collided with a classmate, resulting in injury, a most mischievous act. Now that my brother's leg has been injured once more, if you could merely cover some medical expenses, it would be a gesture of goodwill among classmates. Yet, you refuse even this trivial request, which is rather excessive. Li Zhao glanced at Shen Fei, noting that she was a young woman of modest means, carrying a child upon her back, dressed in plain fabric, indicative of her humble origins. A sense of disdain crept into his heart as he raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Yet my son claims that it was your brother who initiated the altercation. Meeting Li Zhao's gaze, Shen Fei detected the contempt in his eyes, and a flash of indignation crossed her face, though she quickly subdued it. Your son is foul-mouthed, hurling insults and bullying an injured classmate. I initially thought it to be mere childish ignorance, but it seems there is more to it, truly an indication of a well-rooted family legacy. Shen Fei was filled with other thoughts and decided not to linger any longer. Tainyo, carry the young master, let us depart. Shen Fei turned on her heel, with air and eyes swiftly following suit. Tang promptly lifted Shen Yu and trailed behind them. Mr. Zhu, witnessing the scene, felt immensely awkward. He had intended to mediate. Yet both parties proved to be difficult. Upon seeing Shen Fei turn to leave, Li Zhao scoffed. How utterly desperate, coming here to extort money. Doesn't she realize who I am? Though Shen Fei had not ventured far, she caught the sound of his derision. Turning her gaze back to Li Zhao, she declared, "You are quite something. I shall remember you." Having delivered her retort, she promptly boarded the carriage with the child. And I followed her inside. While Tang placed Shen Yu into the carriage and hastily set off, Li Zhao found the situation bewildering and incredulous, questioning whether the girl was truly issuing a threat. Mr. Zhu, what does this mean? What is the meaning of Shen's words? Mr. Zhu, feeling quite embarrassed today, was dissatisfied with both children's parents and merely shook his head. I am uncertain as well, Mr. Li. If the matter is resolved, I shall not detain you further. Li Fuxing approached Li Zhao, tugging at his sleeve. Father, I understand what that means. Oh, Father, whenever I issue a threat, it is in such a tone, though my words carry more weight. Li Zhao sighed up. This troublesome child. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Shen Fei instructed, Tang, let us proceed to the nearby medical clinic. Very well, Mississippi. The carriage sped swiftly to the medical clinic where Shen Yu had his first examination of his leg. Tang directly carried Shen Yu down, while Shen Fei and I disembarked from the carriage without hesitation. Tang led the way inside. Upon entering, the young apprentice who had previously attended to Shen Yu recognized him immediately. Noticing the blood seeping from his leg, he hurried over and inquired, "What happened? How is your leg bleeding again?" Shen Yu furrowed his small brows and replied, "It would be much appreciated if the esteemed doctor could take a look at it." The young apprentice dashed inside, calling out, "Grandfather, we have a patient. It's the boy with the lame leg from last time." The apprentice, still quite young and of similar age to Shen Yu, referred to him as a child. The elder doctor emerged, instructing, "Place the child on the bed over there." Tang gently set Shen Yu down for the doctor to examine. The elder physician began to inspect Shen Yu's leg, probing gently, "Does this hurt?" "No, it does not," Shen Yu replied. "And what about here? Does it hurt?" "Ah, yes, that hurts." Shen Yu winced, beads of sweat forming on his small face. Shen Fei rushed over, asking anxiously, "Doctor, how is my brother's leg? Is it serious?" The elder doctor wore a grave expression as he responded, "Young lady, this boy's leg was previously rebroken and reset. I have already advised him to take great care, to avoid exertion, and to be exceptionally cautious." Hearing this, Shen Fei's heart sank. "Doctor, what should we do now? Will there be any lasting effects?" The interface has shifted slightly. "Let the child endure for now while I make the necessary adjustments. Moving forward, great caution is imperative, and I cannot guarantee the child's recovery at this moment." Shen Yu abruptly turned to the old doctor, asking, "Doctor, will my leg truly become lame?" The elderly physician gazed upon Shen Yu's youthful face. Noticing the glimmer of hope in his eyes, feeling a pang of compassion, he could only respond ambiguously, "Do not worry, everything will be fine. Let us first realign the bones." He then turned to Tang, the burly figure, "Come here and assist me by holding the young master steady." Tang approached, "Understood." "Doctor." Shen Fei observed Shen Yu's pitiful expression and offered comforting words. "Shen Yu, you need not fret. I assure you that your leg will be perfectly fine and will return to normal." The old doctor interjected, "Oh, this little girl certainly speaks with confidence. I, myself, would not dare make such guarantees." Chapter 47. The goal is Prophet Shen Yu was not reassured by Shen Fei's words. Perhaps it was due to his awareness of her carefree lifestyle and erratic disposition. He looked earnestly at the old doctor. "Doctor, this time I will surely listen to you. I will remain still until my leg is healed. Please, I implore you to ensure the safety of my leg." The old doctor, seeing the pleading expression on Shen Yu's face, felt a twinge of sympathy. "It will hurt quite a bit. You must endure." Shen Yu nodded in agreement. The old doctor handed him a clean wooden plaque, instructing him to bite down on it. Obediently, Shen Yu complied as the doctor began to examine his leg. Soon, muffled sounds of distress escaped Shen Yu's lips, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Shen Fei felt a profound ache in her heart upon witnessing Shen Yu's condition. The Li family had gone too far. It was imperative that they be taught a lesson. After a quarter of an hour, the elderly physician finally completed the bandaging of Shen Yu's leg, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "You must not move it at all. Now, go home and rest properly," he admonished. At that moment, Shen Yu was overwhelmed with tears and sweat, his clothing thoroughly soaked from behind. Shen Fei, feeling a pang of sympathy, instructed, "Tang, carry the young master to the carriage." Without hesitation, Shen Fei directly inquired, "Doctor, what is the cost of our treatment?" Including the 7 prescriptions, it totals 20 taels of silver, the physician replied. Without a moment's pause, Shen Fei produced the 20 taels and handed them to the elderly doctor. Medical care in Chang'an was notoriously expensive, and this time, Shen Yu was fortunate to have received the elderly physician's assistance. By the time Shen Fei and her companions returned home, night had already fallen. Aunt Li had been anxiously waiting at the door, her worry palpable. The young lady had gone out during the day and had not returned, while the young master was also overdue from school. Aunt Li paced back and forth in distress. Finally, upon spotting Tang You's carriage, she hurried forward, hoping that the young lady had returned. Yes, Aunt Li, it is us who have returned, responded Eri. Aunt Li, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, young lady, the young master has yet to return. Lu Sange went to fetch him and said he left long ago. Her anxiety was palpable, her concern for Shen Yu eclipsing her worry for Shen Fei and the others. Where could that child have gone? Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm with my sister. Shen Yu's feeble voice emerged from the carriage. Aunt Li sensed something amiss and hurriedly pulled back the curtain of the carriage. Young master, what is the matter? Upon seeing Shen Yu's legs stretched out stiffly and secured once more, she exclaimed, young master, your leg. Have you been injured again? Aunt Li was taken aback. She recalled the last visit to the physician alongside Shen Yu and the old doctor's cautions. Observing Aunt Li's concern, Shen Fei furrowed her brow slightly. She was aware of Aunt Li's worries regarding Shen Yu, yet Aunt Li often prioritized Shen Yu's safety above all else. This was also the reason why Shen Fei would never leave her child in Aunt Li's care. If a choice had to be made, Aunt Li would undoubtedly cast aside the child without hesitation in favor of Shen Yu. Tang You, please carry the young master back to his room and take good care of him, Shen Fei instructed. Tang You readily complied with Shen Fei's command. After Shen Yu was taken away, Shen Fei dismounted the carriage, cradling the child. Miss, I shall prepare hot water for you. Eri spoke up. Shen Fei nodded. Very well, and please instruct Aunt Lu to bring the meals to my room. I am quite hungry. Eri touched her own stomach, realizing her hunger as well, and promptly dashed off. Shen Fei, holding the child, returned to her room. While in the carriage, she had already fed little Fu Bao. For a child must not go hungry. Little Fu Bao gazed at Shen Fei with round, innocent eyes. Shen Fei did not rush to change her attire. Knowing that heating water would take some time, she replaced Fu Bao's diaper, wrapping him snugly once more, and then lifted him high, aligning her gaze with his. Upon gazing into the round, glistening eyes of the little darling, the little one also revealed a shameless smile, exclaiming in delight. Shen Fei, upon witnessing the child's beaming grin, felt a considerable lift in her spirits. She reassured herself that connections with others are forged over time. Should it prove too challenging, one could always seek a new circle. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated at the door. Miss, dinner is ready. Recognizing the voice as that of Aunt Lu's daughter, Xiaoxi, Shen Fei invited her in. Though merely 10 years of age, Xiaoxi had been well trained in etiquette from her previous household, understanding the importance of decorum. She presented the meal, arranging it meticulously upon the dining table. Once the dishes were set, she did not depart immediately, instead standing attentively to the side. Shen Fei speculated that she was waiting to tidy up once the meal was concluded. Desiring to bathe both herself and the child, she inquired, Xiaoxi, where is your younger brother? Xiaoxi's brother, Xiao Shuang, was only 8 years old. Shen Fei considered them both too young to assign any tasks, thus leaving them to follow Aunt Lu's directives. Not comprehending Shen Fei's intent, Xiaoxi cautiously responded, my brother is in the kitchen, tending to the fire. Xiaoxi, do you possess any experience in caring for young children? Shen Fei contemplated finding a small maid to accompany the child discreetly, ensuring her safety at all times. Noticing the little master placed upon the bed, Xiaoxi nodded, affirming, I have taken care of my brother. Your brother, Xiao Shuang, is not much younger than you. Is he? Xiaoxi comprehended Shen Fei's intention. The maid, Jinjing, had a younger brother who was 6 years her junior, though he had passed away. Shen Fei nodded and said, very well, Xiaoxi, from this moment forth, you shall serve as Fu Bao's maid. During the day, you are to accompany him at all times, understood? Xiaoxi nodded, acknowledging, I understand, my lady. Good, now please fetch a basin of water for his bath. Shen Fei instructed, believing she could nurture Xiaoxi slowly. Once she began to earn, she would consider taking in more help. Later that afternoon, Shen Fei found herself lost in thought at the polo field, overwhelmed with emotions of nostalgia and sorrow. Yet, she resolved to set aside such feelings. Focusing instead on her goal of generating income, elevating her status in this world, and ensuring she would not be subjected to mistreatment. Even if she were to be bullied, she aspired to possess the strength to resist. These were her ambitions, albeit she understood the necessity of patience and a step-by-step approach. Once Xiaoxi had prepared the water, Shen Fei observed her as she bathed Fu Bao. She noticed the child's meticulous nature and deft hands, as even the act of changing Fu Bao's clothes was executed with great skill. Shen Fei was pleased, saying, "Xiaoxi, you are quite capable. Henceforth, during the day, you shall assist me in caring for the young master." Xiaoxi beamed with joy at being entrusted with the task, signifying the family's intention to rely on her. She eagerly nodded, assuring her mistress, "Do not worry, my lady. I will take excellent care of the young master." Chapter 48. New arrangements after dining. Shen Fei refreshed herself. Fu Bao was already asleep, while Xiaoxi remained watchful by the bedside. Shen Fei had matters to arrange, and spoke up, "Xiaoxi, you shall keep watch over Fu Bao here." "Yes, my lady," Xiaoxi replied. Shen Fei stepped out of her room and instructed, "Aaron, please invite Uncle Lu and Uncle Li to the study in the front yard. I have matters to discuss." Aaron, having indulged in a hearty meal of large meat buns that evening, was in the courtyard digesting her food. "Understood, miss," she replied. By the time Lu Sanquan and Li Jun arrived at the study, Shen Fei was already seated in the prominent position, sipping tea. Lu Sanquan was currently responsible for all external affairs. However, during this period, Shen Fei had granted him considerable autonomy and seldom inquired about matters. For decisions that Lu Sanquan found difficult to make, he often turned to Shen Yu for resolution. Uncle Li had never been approached by Shen Fei either. Indeed, Shen Fei had been rather lax lately, neglecting to inquire into any affairs. Lu Sanquan and Li Jun did not dare underestimate Shen Fei. Although the household would ultimately belong to young Master Shen Yu, the arrangements of the eldest young lady must still be heeded. Shen Fei had never publicly claimed that Shen Yu was not her biological brother, thus the household staff remained unaware of the true nature of their relationship. However, today, Aunt Li's attitude made Shen Fei realize that many matters needed clarification. While her own position was of little concern, the situation regarding her child was decidedly different. Lu Sanquan and Li Jun greeted her, "Eldest young lady, it is a pleasure to see you. We are curious about the reason for your summons." Shen Fei gently tapped the table, surveying the two men. "You have been here for some time now. What are your impressions of the household?" Lu Sanquan and Li Jun exchanged glances, both harboring a sense of uncertainty regarding Shen Fei's inquiry. Lu Sanquan, being the more astute of the two, replied, "Eldest young lady, your kindness towards others has fostered a harmonious atmosphere within the home." Li Jun nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Shen Fei responded, expressing her satisfaction. "If there are any inconveniences, please report them to me. The young master has sustained an injury to his leg, so many matters no longer require his consultation. Furthermore, the young master should prioritize his studies. For any issues, you may approach me directly." Lu Sanquan and Li Jun exchanged glances, acknowledging her authority with a respectful, "Yes, Mississippi." Shen Fei continued, "Lu uncle, please provide an update on the situation in Changlu village, as well as the circumstances regarding the Ma family and their 3 sons." "Certainly." Mississippi. Lu Sanquan began, "The construction of the houses in Changlu village has been completed. The remaining funds have been given to Master Zhao, and the houses are currently drying. Once the walls are dry, they will be ready for occupancy. In addition to the originally planned 5 houses, the workers have constructed a row of smaller houses in the backyard for the household staff. These smaller structures are modest earthen dwellings, which resulted in an additional expense of 20 taels of silver during settlement. The main courtyard's room for the young lady has been arranged. The bed and wardrobe have been newly crafted." Shen Fei expressed her contentment, recognizing that she might not reside there, yet it was essential to have her own property. "Excellent. Very well done, Lu uncle," she commended. Lu Sanquan felt a surge of joy at Shen Fei's praise, as her previous master rarely offered such positive reinforcement. Although past commendations often came with monetary rewards, the current mistress merely expressed her appreciation verbally. Yet, he could discern the sincerity in Shen Fei's demeanor. Another reason is the simplicity of the Shen family's household, devoid of quarrels and harshness. The youngest son and daughter are treated well at home. Lu Sanquan has ceased to be selective. Furthermore, the family's fields, under the eldest son's instructions, have been plowed by some villagers hired from the community. Now is the time to plant winter wheat. Should we not proceed with this endeavor? Shen Fei shook her head, indicating otherwise. "I have something else in mind for planting. As for what it is, I will guide the process." Lu Sanquan hesitated. "Will the young lady truly manage it? I do not believe she possesses the skills for farming." "Miss, should we not take this land more seriously? If the planting is poorly executed, we may face a harvestless year." Shen Fei felt a tinge of skepticism directed at her, yet she understood his concern. "Very well, allocate 10 acres for my experiment, and for the remaining plots, proceed with the winter wheat cultivation." Having previously witnessed senior sister Hui An's experimental methods and having assisted her in seedling cultivation, Shen Fei was confident that she could replicate the process. With winter approaching, she felt it prudent to plant some vegetables, as they would become a coveted commodity in the colder months. Observing Shen Fei's determination, Lu Sanquan ceased his objections. All right, I shall take the young lady to see the fields tomorrow. Once this matter was settled, Shen Fei turned her attention to Uncle Li. Uncle Li, I have a task that requires your assistance. Having had some leisure time, Li Jun often strolled to Changlu village during the day to see how he might be of help, returning home only in the evening. Miss, please give your instructions. In that academy, there was a classmate of Shun Yu named Li Fuxing, whose father seemed to be a minor official. Please assist me in investigating the family's background. Uncle Li, having once been a bodyguard, is not only well-versed in the ways of the world but also skilled in martial arts and adept at reading people's expressions. Shen Fei could not help but acknowledge that Shun Yu's judgment in selecting individuals was commendable. Indeed, Uncle Li replied, please look into their family's background and ascertain whether there are any prominent figures supporting them, and refrain from taking any rash actions for the time being. Understood. The subordinate replied. Very well, you may take your leave. After Lu Sanquan and Li Jun departed, Shen Fei rose, intending to visit Shen Yu. She retrieved a vial of potion from her space, uncorked it, and poured its contents into a bowl, revealing an eerie shade of blue. Shen Fei then carried the bowl of potion to Shen Yu's chamber. At that moment, Shen Yu was engaged in conversation with Aunt Li. Aunt, today I have neglected my elder sister. Aunt Li expressed her regret, having been overly concerned with the young master's health, inadvertently overlooking the needs of the young lady and the young master. In the past, Aunt Li would always attend to Shen Fei upon her return, assisting her in caring for the little treasure, including bathing him. Young master, I just checked, and the little treasure has been taken care of. Moreover, the young lady has arranged for Xiaoxi to continuously attend to the little treasure. With a sigh, Shen Yu conceded, very well, it shall be as it is. Shen Yu recognized that this situation could not be blamed on Aunt Li. However, for the elder sister, failing to prioritize the family's master was tantamount to betrayal. After all, both he and his aunt relied on sister's financial support for their sustenance, clothing, and accommodation. Aunt Li felt a twinge of regret, yet she did not harbor any remorse. The young master and young lady were inherently forgiving individuals, and she believed they would not take offense. Chapter 49, Dare You Drink? Shen Yu gazed at Aunt Li with a hint of helplessness. This was not merely a matter of tolerance, he sighed, understanding that Aunt Li's intentions were solely for his benefit. He could not speak harshly. Very well, Aunt Li, I shall handle this matter. Aunt Li did not perceive the situation as serious. The young lady had always been quite lenient. She advised, young master, you must take good care of your leg this time. We cannot afford any more mishaps. As for that school, you need not attend. I have my own arrangements for that. At that moment, Shen Fei gently knocked on the door, holding a bowl of medicinal concoction. Shen Yu, are you inside? Yes. Sister, I am in the room. Please come in. As Shen Yu attempted to shift his position, Aunt Li hurriedly interjected, young master, be careful. Upon entering, Shen Fei immediately noticed Aunt Li bustling about beside Shen Yu. She chose to disregard Aunt Li and directed her attention toward Shen Yu. Does your leg still hurt? Although Shen Yu felt some lingering pain, he shook his head with determination. Sister, it does not hurt at all, not a bit. Aunt Li bowed respectfully. Young lady. Shen Fei did not respond to Aunt Li, but continued to observe Shen Yu. Seeing the young man's resolute expression as he bore the discomfort, her heart softened further. That is good. From now on, please be more vigilant. If you encounter any bullying outside, do not hesitate to inform us. Although our family may not be affluent, we can certainly find alternative solutions. Shen Yu nodded and replied, Sister, I understand, and I am truly grateful to you. Shen Yu felt an immense sense of gratitude towards Shen Fei. He had once been reduced to a mere servant, yet now he had regained his status as a free man, which was a remarkable turn of fortune. Not only could he attend school, but he could also participate in the imperial examinations in the future, something he had never dared to dream of after the unfortunate incident in his family. Reflecting on Aunt Li's oversight today, he explained, Sister, Aunt Li was simply too worried about me, which led to her lapse in attention. I hope you can forgive her. Aunt Li hurriedly knelt down, apologizing. Miss, it is my fault for neglecting you today. Shen Fei, observing Aunt Li bowing before her, felt quite uncomfortable. Having come from a modern, peaceful era, she was not fond of servants prostrating themselves so readily. Consequently, she maintained a relatively lenient demeanor towards her household staff. Seeing Aunt Li in such a state, Shen Fei quickly interjected, Aunt Li, I do not hold it against you. Your concern for Shen Yu's safety is understandable. Given his leg injury, he requires constant care. From now on, you will be responsible for him. Please discuss your duties with Aunt Lu. Aunt Li's heart sank. She had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Previously, she had been one of the most trusted individuals by the young lady, and many matters were reported to her by Lu San. Now, she is solely responsible for caring for the young master, which is not inherently unfavorable. Yet, in this household, she finds herself devoid of any advantage. Miss, I am capable. I can tend to the eldest young master and manage the back garden as well, Aunt Li expressed, eager to assert herself further. Shen Fei cast a glance at Aunt Li, who, in that moment, seemed resolute. Mississippi. Aunt Li's words were abruptly interrupted by Shen Yu. Aunt Li, this arrangement is acceptable. My leg requires several months of care, and I cannot manage alone. Upon hearing Shen Yu's declaration, Aunt Li swallowed her words, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Shen Fei observed the unfolding scene and chose not to pursue the matter any further. She extended the medicine bowl towards Shen Yu. Shen Yu, this concoction is for your recovery. Please drink it. It will benefit your leg. Shen Yu stared at the blue potion with a hint of trepidation. Aunt Li, upon seeing the peculiar mixture, felt a jolt of alarm. What did the young lady intend? Did she wish to poison the young master? Or was it a matter of mistrust, seeking to control their master-servant dynamic through this potion? In a rush, she interjected, Miss, I shall drink this. I will take it on behalf of the young master. After Aunt Li's assertion, both Shen Fei and Shen Yu were momentarily taken aback. Shen Fei's expression turned icy. What was Aunt Li implying? Did she genuinely believe this to be a threatening poison? Realizing the implications of Aunt Li's statement, Shen Yu quickly responded, Sister, hand it to me. I will drink it. Had Shen Fei not already poured the potion from the bottle, she might have hesitated to offer it at all. This elixir, after all, could fetch thousands of taels of silver. Shen Yu, do you dare to drink this medicine? Shen Yu nodded firmly. I trust you, sister. Aunt Li implored, young master. At this moment, Shen Yu's gaze turned cold. Aunt Li, I have my own decisions. Aunt Li dared not insist further and could only lower her head in resignation. Shen Fei handed over the potion, saying, though it looks peculiar, after consuming it, your legs will heal more swiftly. Without hesitation, Shen Yu took the bowl and downed the medicine in one gulp. After drinking it, he felt no particular taste. He had expected the oddly colored liquid to be bitter, yet it was as bland as water. Sister, why does this medicine have no flavor? Indeed, that's how it is. Now, take good care of yourself. In less than a month, your legs will be nearly healed. Moreover, after consuming this medicine, you will be impervious to all toxins henceforth. Shen Yu gasped in astonishment. Sister, is what you say truly the case? If you doubt it, you may purchase a vial of poison to test it yourself. After uttering these words, Shen Fei departed. Once she left, Aunt Li approached. Young master, how do you feel? Shen Yu marveled. Aunt Li, my legs no longer ache. The medicine must be taking effect. Aunt Li rejoiced. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Suddenly, Shen Yu seemed to remember something and commanded, Aunt Li, please fetch that money box and deliver it to my sister. Aunt Li felt a pang of regret, realizing that she had not only erred, but had also questioned the young lady's intentions. Initially, Shen Fei, wishing to avoid complications, appointed herself as a hands-off manager, providing Shen Yu with 500 taels of silver to manage the household and procure personnel. Now, a remainder of that sum persists. Given Shen Fei's remarks, Shen Yu readily consented, instructing Aunt Li to return the funds. This time, Aunt Li did not hesitate, affirming, yes, young master, I shall deliver it forthwith. Additionally, I will bring the account ledger. Despite his youth, Shen Yu exhibited remarkable organization in his endeavors. Upon receiving the money, he meticulously recorded every expenditure. Shen Fei accepted the ledger and the money box from Aunt Li, advising, Aunt, please take good care of Shen Yu. Once his leg has healed, I will select a new school for him. With Shen Fei's assurance, Aunt Li felt a wave of relief, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, young lady. Chapter 50. Concerned for the medicine, the following morning, Shen Fei arose early. At this time, Aaron I and Xiao Shi were already waiting outside her door. Aaron I was now aware of Aunt Li's situation and no longer dared to act as carelessly as before. Shen Fei chose not to speak, allowing the two to attend to their tasks. Xiao Shi adeptly assisted little Fu Bao in changing his attire, also taking the opportunity to replace his diaper. Meanwhile, Aaron I styled Shen Fei's hair. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of her appearance at this moment, previously, it was Aunt Li who had managed such matters. Shen Fei now entrusted the task to Aaron I. The hairstyle crafted by Aaron I was less than satisfactory, and she anxiously remarked, Miss, may I attempt a different style? This one does not look appealing. With a sheepish grin, Aaron I touched her head, assuring, do not worry. Miss, I will practice diligently in the future. Shen Fei remained unfazed, feeling quite content with the situation as it stood. Aaron I nodded in agreement, inquiring about their plans for the day. Shall we visit the village? The houses have been constructed, and it would be nice to have a look. And I reminisced about the fields in the village, recalling her involvement in measuring them. Very well, Mississippi. Have our lands been sown? Is it not time for winter wheat? Today, their purpose was to inspect the fields. Xiao Shi, you should accompany us during the day to help tend to Xiao Fu Bao. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiao Shi's eyes. Of course, Mississippi's Shen Fei contemplated the young boy she had recently acquired, Xinyu, and realized he too was in need of companionship. Xiao Shi, please inform your brother Xiao Shuang that he shall henceforth remain by the young master's side and heed his commands. Certainly, Mississippi. I shall discuss it with my mother at once. With that, Xiao Shi dashed away. Shen Fei couldn't help but reflect on the societal dynamics of her time. In this era, a woman's standing was invariably eclipsed by that of a man. A family without male heirs often became the target of envy. Even with wealth, a single woman with a child could easily fall victim to treachery from servants. Despite being nearly 10 years old, Xinyu was still regarded as the male heir within the household. To outsiders, it appeared as though the family had a male authority figure. In a few years, once Xinyu participated in the imperial examinations and achieved the rank of Jinshi, the Shen family would rise in prominence. This also underscored Shen Fei's desire to secure a family for herself. In her previous life, she was merely a researcher, lacking any martial skills. Thus, in this new realm, she needed to employ some subterfuge. One must acknowledge relatives, provided they possess a good heart and a hint of personal ambition, as such traits can be tolerated. After all, facing genuine strangers often proves to be more formidable. Shen Fei cradled her chubby son, who had now surpassed 2 months of age, thriving and growing quite plump, standing at less than 5 feet 6 inches. Shen Fei's slender frame made it increasingly challenging to carry her little treasure. Darling, if you gain any more weight, I fear I shall struggle to hold you. Shen Fei conversed with her son, who responded with delightful coos. She found it amusing. She had gradually adapted to the presence of her child, no longer flustered as she had been upon her arrival. At home, she felt at ease with Xiao Shi watching over the baby, but whenever venturing outside, she always took her child along. With so many people in the house, her trust in anyone was minimal. After breakfast, Tainyo had already prepared the horse-drawn carriage outside. Shen Fei, along with her child, Xiao Shi, and I, climbed aboard, while Uncle Lu and Tainyo took their seats outside. The group set off with great enthusiasm. Aunt Li noticed everyone had departed and felt a pang of unease, unaware of their destination. She approached Xinyu, who was seated on the bed, propped against a quilt. His legs were immobile, and he had no intention of getting up. Holding a book, he pondered the lessons imparted by Master Zhu. Upon hearing Aunt Li's incessant murmurs, he furrowed his brow. Aunt, my sister must have gone out for a reason. Perhaps she has returned to the village. Unlike Aunt Li, who seemed to harbor an inherent insecurity, Xinyu felt that the healing of his leg was progressing at an accelerated pace compared to before. He surmised that the miraculous blue potion must be the catalyst for this rapid recovery. In the past, when he had suffered a leg fracture, the healing process had been far less swift. This medicine must possess extraordinary value, as its efficacy was truly remarkable. Recalling his sister's earnest assurances to the old doctor that his leg would be just fine, warmth enveloped Xinyu's heart. His sister truly regarded him as her own brother, and he vowed to repay her kindness once he grew older. Xinyu shook off his thoughts and resumed his studies. Diligent learning was imperative. Observing Xinyu engrossed in his book, Aunt Li stepped outside, sighing, alas, the young lady is still upset with me. Otherwise, she would have at least informed me before leaving. Upon hearing Aunt Li's lament, Aunt Lu grimaced, silently cursing. Whom can you blame but yourself? However, thinking of her younger son who was about to work for the young master, a smile returned to her face. She approached with her son in tow, calling out, Sister Tsaya. Aunt Li, momentarily caught off guard by the address, quickly regained her composure upon seeing Aunt Lu and her younger son, exclaiming, Sister Cui, you have arrived. Aunt Lu gently pushed Xiaoshuang forward, introducing him. This is my son, Xiaoshuang. The young lady has instructed that he will henceforth accompany the young master as a humble servant, while also providing him with companionship. Aunt Li felt a sense of reassurance upon realizing that this arrangement was orchestrated by Shen Fei, affirming the young lady's regard for the young master. As long as the young master thrived, her own feelings mattered little. Very well, Xiaoshuang, come with Aunt Li. Let us go meet the young master. Aunt Li bore scars on her face, rendering her appearance somewhat unwelcoming, which instilled a hint of trepidation in Xiaoshuang. He instinctively took a step back behind Aunt Lu, leaving Aunt Li feeling somewhat awkward. She touched her own face, a pang of sorrow welling within her. Sister, please take Xiaoshuang inside. The young master awaits within. Upon returning to her own quarters, Aunt Li found solace in the company of the young lady these past few days, gradually overcoming her fear of her own scars. She raised her hand to caress her scarred visage, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes as she recalled the special elixir Shen Fei had brought yesterday. The young master had mentioned its remarkable properties. She pondered whether this miraculous remedy could restore her complexion. I wonder if the young lady still possesses that wondrous potion. Perhaps she could grant me a bowl to drink. Such a unique hue surely indicates its efficacy, Enli murmured to herself. Chapter 51. A simple and direct approach. When Shen Fei and her companions arrived at Chang'an village, they found a throng gathered outside the Shen family's gate. Shen Fei chose to remain in the vehicle due to the considerable crowd and instructed, "Uncle Lu, please go and ascertain the situation." A multitude of villagers gathered, leaving Shen Fei bewildered as to the cause of this commotion. She drew back the curtain of the carriage and peered outside. Lu Sanquan hurriedly squeezed in and inquired, "What is happening? Why is everyone congregated here?" The people of Chang'an village, upon seeing Lu Sanquan, recognized him as a servant of the Shen family, a man who had previously recruited laborers in the village. They began to chatter among themselves. "Mr. Lu, a madwoman has appeared at your doorstep." "Madwoman? Where is she?" "She was brought inside by Brother Ma." Lu Sanquan, having previously served in a prominent household, exuded an air quite distinct from the farming villagers, who respectfully addressed him as Mr. Lu, a title he cherished. In contrast, the Ma family, comprising 3 ordinary farmers, enjoyed a more amiable rapport with the villagers, devoid of any sense of distance. Lu Sanquan hastily made his way to the backyard, fully aware that Ma Lu would not dare to bring anyone into the master's chambers. Finally, in the backyard, Lu Sanquan beheld the madwoman described by the villagers, a woman with a mane of white hair, her complexion sallow, and her attire filthy. Upon noticing Lu Sanquan's arrival, Ma Lu quickly approached him, exclaiming, "Lu Gu, you have come." "Indeed, I arrived with the young lady. What is the situation with this person?" Ma Lu cast a glance at the white-haired woman, who remained unconscious. "This morning, we discovered her lying at our doorstep, witnessed by many villagers. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, but the incessant chatter of the villagers left me no choice but to bring her inside." Lu Sanquan understood the nature of Ma Lu well, recognizing him as a man of integrity, ill-suited to contend with the women. "No worries, the young lady has arrived. I shall go and inform her. You may accompany me to meet her." "Certainly." Ma Lu followed Lu Sanquan to the front courtyard. At that moment, Shen Fei and I, among others, alighted from the carriage. The villagers, upon seeing I and Tang Yo, 2 formidable figures, cautiously retreated, refraining from lingering to observe the scene. Shen Fei, cradling a child, led the way, with Xiaoxi hurrying to keep up. The girl had a knack for remembering directions. Shen Fei had instructed her to stay close to Xiao Fu Bao, and she adhered to this like a devoted shadow. Shen Fei felt a sense of satisfaction at Xiaoxi's diligence. Proceeding directly to the largest room, it was evident that this was her domain. The decor was quite commendable. Lu Sanquan had done a splendid job, and the room was already prepared with blankets. Shen Fei gently placed Xiao Fu Bao on the bed. "Xiaoxi, keep an eye on Xiao Fu Bao." "Yes, young lady." At that moment, Xiao Fu Bao had already drifted into slumber, even as Shen Fei laid him down. The child remained undisturbed. Among the throng, Shen Fei overheard snippets of conversation. As she made her way to the backyard, she spotted Lu Sanquan and Ma Lu approaching. Younger ones greet the young lady. Ma Lu offered a respectful bow. Shen Fei nodded in acknowledgement. "Uncle Lu, do we have a designated place for discussions here?" "Indeed. There is a hall in the front courtyard." "Very well, lead the way." Once the 3 of them reached the hall, Shen Fei took her seat at the head, while Lu Sanquan and Ma Lu stood attentively before her. Shen Fei did not inquire about the elderly woman she had encountered. Her thoughts were consumed with the state of the family's fields. "Ma Lu, tell me about the cultivation of our land. How much have we already sown?" Ma Lu, who possessed a genuine passion for farming, took great care in his work. "Miss, the land we divided has already been planted with winter wheat." Village Chief Wang mentioned that the communal fields must be dedicated to growing grains. It was then that Shen Fei recalled this important fact. The communal fields were indeed state property and could not be subjected to arbitrary experimentation. "What about the Yongye fields at the foot of the mountain? Have they been sown yet?" "Not yet," Ma Lu replied. "Our family has a small population, and the villagers are preoccupied with their own fields, leaving us short on labor." Shen Fei observed Ma Lu, a man in his 30s, recalling that he had 2 children, both nearly 18. "Ma Lu, are you currently single?" Ma Lu paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing Shen Fei's implication. "Miss, my wife has been deceased for 5 years." Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. "What about your sons? Are they betrothed?" Ma Lu quickly shook his head. "No, they have not made any engagements." With resolve, Shen Fei declared, "Then you 3 should all marry." In her mind, Shen Fei had her own calculations. It was essential to cultivate people early on. Since there was no one else, she could allow these servants to wed and bear children. She remembered how prolific ancient families tended to be. In no time, if each had 7 or 8 offspring, their household would swell with new members. Eventually, the children would grow, providing her with trustworthy companions. Ma Lu, perplexed, replied, "What? Marry together?" There was not a soul in sight. How could one possibly marry? Lu Sanquan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a novel approach. The young lady possessed a remarkably unique thought process. Ma Lu's face instantly flushed crimson. "My lady, with our status, it would be quite challenging to find a bride." Shen Fei turned to Lu Sanquan. "Uncle Lu, when you have the time, take these 3 father and son pairs to the matchmaking agency and let them choose their brides directly." Lu Sanquan replied, "Ah, how ingenious. The young lady's method is indeed refreshingly straightforward." Ma Lu glanced at Lu Sanquan, who nodded in agreement. He hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lady." Ma Lu had never anticipated that at his age, when he was nearly a grandfather, he would be discussing brides. Yet, he felt a surge of happiness. What man does not desire a wife? It had been a distant thought, yet now that the young lady had spoken, it would surely come to pass. Thus, the Ma family would have descendants. A silly grin spread across Ma Lu's face. "Uncle Lu, let us build a pig pen at the foot of the mountain. I wish to raise some pigs." Ma Lu, having previously raised pigs, ventured to speak. "My lady, typically, pig farming begins in spring. By winter, the wild vegetables have withered, leaving no feed, and starting now would mean they wouldn't be ready for the new year." Shen Fei could not disclose that she had ample pig feed stored away. These supplies were the result of her senior brother Feng Nua's research. They were simply lying in wait. She recalled how, during his experiments, a small pig had transformed into a hefty one within just 4 months. All relies on the new type of feed he has developed. "As per my instructions, Uncle Ma, at the foot of the mountain, I wish to cultivate a crop of vegetables. Your responsibility will merely involve tilling the land, akin to planting beans. Uncle Lu, you should first seek assistance to construct a pig pen at the foot of the mountain and simultaneously erect a row of houses, for in the future, habitation will be necessary. Once the pig pen is completed, procure about 100 piglets from nearby." Chapter 52. The madwoman Ingu Lu Sanquan was utterly taken aback. 100 piglets? Was this truly no jest? "Miss, 100 piglets is simply excessive. This is our first venture into raising them. Surely fewer would suffice. Moreover, our household already has a considerable number of people, and we have yet to harvest any grain this year. We must purchase our sustenance." Lu Sanquan earnestly endeavored to dissuade her. Logically speaking, those in servitude ought not to speak so directly. Such discourse with their master could be deemed presumptuous. However, having spent some time here, Lu Sanquan had observed the continual outflow of money without any income, leading him to feel increasingly uneasy. He also found himself concerned for Shen Fei. After all, this master was quite amiable, and their family had no desire to change masters. Seeing Lu Sanquan's grave demeanor, Shen Fei wished not to alarm him. "Very well, let us start by purchasing 20 piglets. Once we gain some experience, we can increase the number." Lu Sanquan promptly acquiesced. "Good, 20 will suffice. That is already a significant number." Shen Fei resolved to proceed with caution, taking her time. "All right then, Uncle Lu. Please make arrangements to take Uncle Ma and the others to select brides at your earliest convenience. When selecting individuals, it is essential to be clear, ensuring that the other party is willingly agreeable." Before the two departed, Shen Fei made it a point to remind them of this matter. Ma Lu's face flushed again. Though being a rugged man, it was hardly noticeable. "Yes, young lady, we understand," Lu Sanquan replied. "We shall attend to it tomorrow, and I will bring my wife along. Her presence will facilitate better communication." Shen Fei nodded. "All right, let it be so. You may return to your tasks." As for Shen Fei's decision to directly purchase individuals, one reason was that Uncle Ma and his companions were servants, and daughters from commoner families would not consent to marriage. The second reason was that this method proved to be the most efficient and expeditious. Possessing their contracts of servitude ensured they would think twice before engaging in mischief. After making the arrangements, Shen Fei returned to her room and glanced at Xiao Fubao. The child remained in a deep slumber, while Xiao Shi sat beside her, diligently swatting away flies. Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Shi was quite commendable, exhibiting great attentiveness. Shen Fei also recognized that I, the other girl, was not suited for meticulous tasks. She had since accompanied Tiniu and the others to the fields. Their considerable strength made them well suited for labor. Lucen had taken them away, allocating them to plow the land. He was quite frugal and had begun to save money for his master voluntarily. Currently, the Shen household was their home. Although they could change masters if they could not endure their current situation, the differences between households were significant. In some families, the contracts of servitude were treated lightly, where beatings and abuses were commonplace, and one could never be certain of their safety. Lu Sanchuan's youngest son met an unfortunate fate, ultimately leading the family to be deemed unlucky by the main household, resulting in their sale. Shen Fei was oblivious to Lu Sanchuan's thoughts. She only knew that the members of the Lu family were diligent and remarkably reliable. Now that Shen Fei had some leisure time, she finally ventured into the backyard. After searching through several rooms, she finally encountered the so-called madwoman mentioned by the villagers. At that moment, the woman had regained consciousness and appeared somewhat timid upon seeing Shen Fei. As Shen Fei entered, she reassured, "Do not be afraid. I am the mistress of this house." "Who are you?" The madwoman, noticing that Shen Fei was merely a young girl, remained cautious. "Did you save me?" she inquired. Shen Fei shook her head, stating, "No. You collapsed at my doorstep, and the servants brought you in." The madwoman gazed at Shen Fei, remaining motionless, devoid of any gratitude. Shen Fei sensed that the woman was not truly mad, but merely disheveled. "Now that you are awake, you should leave promptly," she urged. The madwoman surveyed her surroundings and asked, "Could you take me in?" Shen Fei firmly rejected, "I cannot. My household lacks the means to support idlers." The madwoman lamented, "You are such an unsympathetic young girl, truly cold-hearted. I did not expect such callousness from you, leaving an elderly person like me in such a pitiful state." "Boo-hoo." Shen Fei crossed her arms and pointed at the woman's hands, saying, "My apologies, but I truly did not notice. Your hands have betrayed you." The woman quickly recoiled her hands, exclaiming, "How dreadful. You are quite astute for a young girl." The woman, no longer feigning fear, now regarded Shen Fei with a gaze of admiration. Shen Fei, however, did not perceive her age through the silver strands of hair, as many individuals sported premature graying. In her estimation, the woman was likely in her 40s. Sensing that the woman was not affluent, Shen Fei produced 10 taels of silver and tossed them toward her. The woman, with remarkable agility, caught the silver and her face brightened with joy as she expressed her gratitude. "Do not mention it. I have no one at home to prepare a meal, so I shall not keep you. Take this money and indulge in something nice in the city," Shen Fei said. A glimmer of amusement flashed in the woman's eyes as she replied, "Little girl, remember my name. Ingu." With that, she swiftly leapt from the bed and, in the blink of an eye, vanished before Shen Fei's astonished gaze. Shen Fei was taken aback. "Is this what they call lightness skill?" she pondered, struggling to believe that people could actually fly. She was certain this was not a performance nor the result of wires. The woman had simply disappeared in an instant. Shen Fei felt utterly bewildered. It dawned on her that individuals in this realm truly possessed martial prowess. She realized she must earn more money to secure stronger protection for herself. In this era, she felt vulnerable and helpless, akin to being exposed and defenseless. Yet, she found solace in the thought that she could retreat to her spatial laboratory in times of danger, though her son could not. Determined to ensure her son's safety, she resolved to prepare formidable armor for him. Shen Fei was no longer adrift, lacking purpose as she had been in the past. She is determined to amass wealth for herself, as this is not the peaceful era of the future. With a heavy heart, Shen Fei entered the space laboratory. Contemplating the distant future was futile. She needed to select the seeds meticulously. Her intention was to cultivate a batch of autumn vegetables, which required careful consideration, as not all crops are suitable for autumn planting. Shen Fei promptly proceeded to Sister Huiyen's storeroom, where an array of seeds was displayed, alongside her meticulously crafted notes. The notes contained descriptions of the seeds and the appropriate planting times for each variety. Some vegetables took longer to mature and required flowering. These could only be planted in the spring of the following year. Conversely, certain leafy greens were easier to cultivate and had a shorter maturation cycle. Shen Fei selected seeds for cabbage, oilseed lettuce, rapeseed, lettuce, and wormwood stalks, intending to plant them in the Yongye field. She took a small bag of each and labeled them accordingly. She had already devised a plan for her future business, focusing on wholesale. The first step would be large-scale vegetable cultivation. Come winter, her greens would surely sell well. In the days that followed, Shen Fei found herself quite occupied. She had taken the pesticides and seeds from the space in advance, placing them in the room in the backyard. Although the courtyard she purchased in Chang'an City was modest, the number of occupants was few. Now, only she and little Fubao remained in the backyard, as Aunt Li had been persuaded by Shen Fei, under the pretense of needing to care for Shen Yu, to move back. Shen Fei realized that one cannot be kind to others without reason. Aunt Li served as a prime example. As for Ernie's departure, it was also a reluctant decision. Shen Fei needed to retrieve items from the storage, but the backyard was crowded with people, leaving her unable to act freely. The newly hired servants had taken residence in the village, and there was barely enough space for them. It would be inappropriate to dismiss Aunt Li alone, as it would tarnish Shen Yu's reputation. Hence, it was most suitable for both to leave together. In the backyard, only Shen Fei and Xiao Fu Bao remained, creating a somewhat spacious environment. Fortunately, with Uncle Li and Li Tainyo present, safety was assured. Xiao Shi could also visit the backyard during the day to assist Shen Fei in caring for Xiao Fu Bao, returning home at night. Xiao Fu Bao was remarkably easy to manage. She was just like her mother, falling asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Shen Fei had repurposed the west wing of the backyard as a storeroom. These past few days, she had been exceptionally busy, relocating some fertilizers and seeds. The vibrant packaging from the future could not be brought out, necessitating a change. Additionally, she needed to gather pig feed for her planned pig farming, transferring it into more suitable bags. All of this was done in secret by Shen Fei. She couldn't afford to be lazy or seek help from others, which left her utterly exhausted. Although I was in the front yard, she was curious about what was troubling the young lady, as she remained hidden in the backyard. Tainyo approached I with a box of newly purchased pastries, asking, I, would you like some chestnut cake? Her eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Tainyo, I want to eat. Seeing her round face brought joy to Tainyo's heart. I, however, did not consume it all herself. She offered a piece to Tainyo, saying, you have some too. These two individuals indeed share common interests, which fosters a harmonious relationship between them. I remains unaware of Tainyo's true sentiments, merely perceiving brotherly as exceptionally kind. Alas, the young lady has been behaving unusually over the past few days. One wonders what keeps her so occupied. Tainyo is also intrigued, noting that the young lady has not taken the little master for a stroll in quite some time. How peculiar this is. I and Tainyo are under the instruction of Shen Fei, who has requested that they refrain from engaging in agricultural labor and instead accompany her. Each time Shen Fei lays eyes on them, she feels an overwhelming sense of security. Of course, she is cognizant that these two are but mere decorations, capable only of intimidating ordinary folk. When confronted by formidable experts, they would falter. Nonetheless, Shen Fei does not perceive herself as having any enmity with such skilled individuals. She considers herself an ordinary person. Furthermore, individuals of her humble standing lack the means to hire bodyguards of notable prowess. Eventually, Shen Fei finds herself exhausted. After gathering all the plastic bags, she realizes she must enlist the help of I and Tainyo. Moreover, to maintain the FAAD, she must venture out to procure additional provisions. Without this, she would struggle to explain the origin of these items. Shen Fei believes it is imperative for Uncle Lu to expedite the construction of the granary in the village, allowing her to discreetly store her supplies henceforth. The current approach is simply too taxing. Perhaps during this period of cultivating vegetables, she should consider relocating back to the village. Upon returning to her dwelling, she discovers that little Fu Bao has awakened. Xiao Shi is amusing him, as the little one bursts into fits of giggles. Young lady, Xiao Shi exclaims, I must step out for a while. This time, you need not accompany me. Though Xiao Shi was unaware of the reasons, she refrained from inquiring further and simply nodded. Very well, Mississippi Shen Fei repositioned the little treasure on her back, remarking to herself, this little one is becoming increasingly heavy. Once she had organized her belongings, she exited the courtyard. I, with a pastry stuffed in her mouth, exclaimed, Miss, you are going out. Shen Fei nodded in affirmation. Yes, I have a task for you. Today, you and Tainyo shall venture out and investigate how many taverns exist in Chang'an. It would be splendid if you could ascertain their sources of ingredients. She added, also, please find out who the proprietors behind these establishments are. Shen Fei's primary objective was to send the duo away. Otherwise, she could not explain her subsequent need for them to procure fertilizer. She intended to discreetly purchase a cartload of grain as a cover for her plans. The task she assigned was not particularly challenging. A bit of inquiry would yield the necessary information. Miss, are you certain you can manage with the young master on your own? I asked. Shen Fei waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I shall merely stroll around the vicinity of our home. I have not ventured out in several days. I and Tainyo harbored no suspicions and departed without hesitation. Shen Fei, carrying the child, made her way through the streets, her first destination being the grain shop. Upon seeing a woman accompanied by a child, the shopkeeper paid little heed, signaling a young assistant to attend to her. Shen Fei's visit was motivated by a desire to discern what types of grain were currently available. She possessed a considerable variety of seeds in her space, and should she cultivate some novel strains, it could yield substantial profits. Shen Fei scrutinized the contents and discerned the presence of rice and white flour, both of which are refined grains, while the coarse grains consisted solely of sorghum, millet, and beans. There was no corn to be found, and she was unaware of when corn had been introduced to the country. though it was likely that this shop simply did not carry it. "Excuse me, do we have corn here?" she inquired. The young attendant responded with a bemused expression, "What is that? I have never heard of it." Shen Fei recalled the old term for corn. "Have you heard of bagu?" The attendant shook his head once more. "No, I have never come across it." Shen Fei felt a sense of calm. She intended to plant corn next year. Although cornmeal was not particularly palatable, it was certainly more enjoyable than sorghum. The attendant assumed Shen Fei was jesting and his demeanor became less cordial. Nevertheless, Shen Fei continued to observe the shop's arrangement. As she aspired to venture into wholesale trade and recognized the necessity of having a store in Chang'an, she had come here to acquire knowledge. "All right, young man. How much do you sell your rice for?" she asked. "Miss, this is premium rice, priced at 300 won per dough and 3 taels of silver per shur," he replied. Shen Fei mentally calculated that 1 shur equaled 120 jin and 1 dough equaled 12 jin, making 1 jin of rice equivalent to 25 won. Noting her silence, the attendant presumed she found it too expensive and further clarified. "Miss, we also have brown rice for just 5 won per jin, coarse flour for 8 won per jin, and aged rice from previous years at only 6 won per jin. I would like 3 shur of premium rice," Shen Fei replied, as she was accustomed to eating rice and found coarse grains too harsh on her throat. Three shur? The young man was taken aback. The 3 stones weighed as much as 360 pounds, while an ordinary household would only purchase a few measures, which was already quite substantial. Shen Fei nodded and inquired if there was any issue. At that moment, the shopkeeper emerged, assuring her that there was no problem at all, and asked where the goods were to be delivered. Shen Fei provided her home address. Noticing the bags used for the grain, she added, "Shopkeeper, may I purchase 50 of these bags?" The shopkeeper, somewhat surprised by the request, replied, "Indeed, one encounters all sorts of people. Nevertheless, I shall not refuse you. Madam, these bags are 3 won each." "Very well, let us calculate the total," Shen Fei responded decisively, showing no hesitation. The shopkeeper, once again struck by her demeanor, mused that appearances could be deceiving. Who could tell if she was a significant client? "Madam, the total comes to 6 taels and 150 won." Chapter 54. Injury. As Shen Fei retrieved her silver, a pang of regret washed over her. The expenses these past few days had indeed accumulated. Of the 9,000 taels of silver, half had already been spent, and with many family members to support, frugality was essential, alongside the necessity to earn more. After settling the payment, she requested the shopkeeper to have the grain delivered to the Shen residence at Jiwifang. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement, given her substantial purchase and the short distance. The grain store was willing to oblige. Shen Fei, carrying her child, stood outside, waiting for the young assistant to load the cart. At that moment, a procession of lavish carriages passed by her, prompting her to instinctively step back. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the distinctions of class and status were glaringly apparent in this ancient setting. The carriage was adorned with exquisite decorations, indicating that its occupant was of no ordinary standing. Flanking the carriage were several individuals mounted on splendid steeds, encircling it protectively. Shen Fei cast a casual glance, but upon seeing the woman within the carriage, she was instantly rendered speechless. It was her mother. Shen Fei could hardly believe her eyes. The woman's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her mother in the modern world. In a flurry of urgency, Shen Fei rushed forward, eager to ascertain whether this woman was indeed her mother. If this woman was her mother, could it be that her father had also traversed through time? She was desperate to discover whether this woman was merely a doppelganger or her actual mother. "Xiaowanqing, Xiaowanqing." Shen Fei cried out her mother's name while running after the carriage. Her sudden appearance and frenzied attempt to leap forward caught the attention of the guards, who swiftly intervened. One guard delivered a forceful kick to Shen Fei's chest. Given her frail stature and lack of martial prowess, the blow sent her hurtling backward. She crashed heavily onto the ground, and at that moment, the wails of a baby echoed behind her. As she fell, Shen Fei remembered the little one behind her and adjusted her position to prevent her precious child from being hurt. Lying on the ground, she raised her head and coughed up blood. The guard who had struck her was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed no combat skills whatsoever. As they journeyed back, they encountered several waves of assassins and schemes, with an elderly woman exploiting the princess's compassion to orchestrate a plot against her. Otherwise, the princess would not have been injured. He initially believed this individual to be an assassin, which prompted his ruthless actions. However, it now appeared that he had misjudged the situation. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt. What was happening? The arrival was an elderly matron close to the princess, who approached to assess the circumstances. The guard reported, "Lu matron, this woman attempted to approach the princess's carriage, and Lu matron, disapproving of the guard's hesitance, pressed for clarity. The guard lowered his head, still referring to the princess by her name. With a stern expression, Lu Matron glanced at the woman struggling to crawl toward them and confirmed that she did not recognize her. Noticing that the woman carried a small infant on her back, who was now wailing, Lu Matron felt a pang of compassion. Though they were part of the royal household, they feared the reputation of bullying ordinary citizens. She took out 50 taels of silver and handed them to the guard, instructing, "Deliver this to the woman. We must return to the palace swiftly. The princess requires immediate medical attention." Yes. Shen Fei felt pain engulf her body as a pair of feet appeared before her. Raising her head, she saw the guard who had struck her. Xiao Wanqing. Was the lady in the carriage named Xiao Wanqing? The guard placed the 50 taels of silver on the ground, stating, "The name of our princess is not one you may utter so casually. Here is compensation for you. Hurry and seek medical care, but do not attempt to approach the carriage again, or your life may truly be in jeopardy." The guard, feeling a tinge of remorse for inadvertently injuring Shen Fei, particularly given that she bore a child upon her back, regarded her with pity. After issuing a warning, he swiftly mounted his horse and pursued the advancing convoy. Shen Fei, unmoved by the sight of the 50 taels of silver, found herself in a most distressing position, unable to rise from the ground. The shopkeeper of the grain store, emboldened by the departure of the royal carriage, cautiously approached. "Alas, young lady, what has transpired? Why provoke those of noble birth?" The onlookers, emboldened by the situation, began to inch closer, some casting avaricious glances at the silver strewn upon the ground. Paralyzed by fear and unable to move, Shen Fei grew anxious at the thought of malevolent intentions. Just as she contemplated asking the shopkeeper to take the silver and escort her home, a mocking voice rang out, "Are you lying there, hoping to assume the guise of a turtle?" In her most pitiful state, as she raised her gaze, she was confronted by none other than Tang Xijin. "That insufferable child. It's you?" "Indeed, it is I. It seems you have adopted a new look in our brief separation. Quite unique, I must say." Recognizing a familiar face, Shen Fei wished to avoid banter. "Tang, I am injured. Please take me to the medical hall. What benefit do I gain from assisting you?" Shen Fei, grasping the silver from the ground, replied, "This silver is for you." Tang Xijin was poised to continue his teasing when a man suddenly appeared and lifted Shen Fei to her feet. Initially intending to carry her, the man hesitated, mindful of the child on her back, and instead opted to help her stand. Shen Fei felt a sharp pang, suspecting that her ribs were fractured. Upon seeing the man, Tang Xijin exclaimed in surprise, "Third brother, what brings you here?" The man directly removed the child, little Fubao, from Shen Fei's embrace and handed him to Wu Dan, who cradled the baby gently. At that moment, little Fubao's eyes were already red from crying. Tang Ziling did not respond to his brother's words. Instead, he lifted Shen Fei and carried her towards the carriage. As she was moved, Shen Fei coughed up blood and subsequently lost consciousness. At that moment, the innkeeper hurried after them, inquiring, "Young master, that woman purchased some provisions and provided an address. Shall we deliver them?" Tang Ziling nodded, instructing, "Just send them back." After saying this, he carried Shen Fei into the carriage. Wu Dan placed little Fubao in the carriage compartment and drove away. Meanwhile, Tang Xijin wore a sullen expression. His friend Zhao Bo leaned in, excitement evident in his voice. "Tang Xijin, it seems your third brother shares a rather special connection with that widow." Although Tang Xijin had grasped the potential weakness of Tang Ziling, he felt no joy, had it not been for his brother's timely arrival. He too could have been the one to save her. Tang Ziling's carriage headed straight to the medical clinic. The old doctor was taken aback upon seeing Shen Fei, recognizing her as the same young lady who had previously visited for her leg. "What has happened to Miss Shen?" he exclaimed, astonished by the bloodstains on her. "Quickly, place her on the bed." Tang Ziling, noting that the doctor was familiar with Shen Fei, found it unsurprising, given their proximity to her home in the West City area. "Doctor, please examine her. She has coughed up blood several times," Tang Ziling said, his brow furrowed with concern. The old doctor cautioned, "Do not move her. Let her lie still. I will take a look." The old physician hurried over to take Shen Fei's pulse, his expression gravely serious. At that moment, Wu Dan cradled the child, while Tang Ziling stood by, observing intently. Shen Fei had suffered a blow to her chest. The guard's kick had lacked restraint. Given Shen Fei's frail constitution, she had not lost consciousness immediately upon falling, likely due to the effects of prior medication. The physician intended to examine her chest and check her ribs, yet as a man, he found it rather inconvenient to do so with Shen Fei being a woman. Noticing the physician's hesitation, Tang Ziling inquired, "Doctor, what seems to be the matter? Is it serious? Is there no hope for treatment?" Unbeknownst to her, an urgency seeped into her tone. After a moment of contemplation, the physician replied, Miss Shen has sustained severe internal injuries, with considerable damage to her organs. I wish to examine her ribs, but there are gender considerations. Tang Ziling exchanged a glance with Wu Dan, who promptly left with the child. She approached the physician directly and implored, "Doctor, saving a life is of utmost importance." Having endured chronic poisoning since childhood, and though she had fortuitously found a cure, her survival had not been easy, thus she did not place great weight on reputation. "Doctor, human life takes precedence. Your duty is to heal, regardless of gender," Tang Ziling asserted solemnly. The physician, knowing that Shen Fei was a married woman and having never encountered her husband, assumed that Tang Ziling must be her spouse upon witnessing her brought in for treatment. Therefore, he addressed her, "Young master," to avoid any misunderstandings. "I must kindly ask you to remain here." Tang Ziling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he found himself unable to refuse. For if he were to depart, the esteemed physician would refrain from taking action to avoid any semblance of bias. "Young master, I implore you to loosen the lady's garment," revealing her ribs. The venerable doctor, reluctant to intervene personally, could only entrust this task to Tang Ziling. Tang Ziling stood there, momentarily bewildered, confronted with the necessity of taking action himself. The doctor urged, "Young master, be swift in your movements." Tang Ziling, still in a daze, approached the bedside and extended his trembling hand to unfasten Shen Fei's garment. His heart was laden with apprehension, causing his fingers to quiver incessantly. The doctor jested, "You have already brought forth a child. Why tremble at the unfastening of a mere garment?" The doctor was dissatisfied with Tang Ziling's hesitance. Regaining his composure, Tang Ziling decisively pulled apart the garment, unveiling the inner layer, along with the jade pendant adorning Shen Fei's neck. Upon seeing the pendant, Tang Ziling's gaze narrowed. He had worn that pendant for over a decade, rendering it familiar. Now, its presence around Shen Fei's neck instilled him with an overwhelming certainty. With renewed resolve, he deftly unfastened Shen Fei's inner garment and lifted her belly wrap, revealing her flat abdomen marked by a large, crimson footprint, now surrounded by a burgeoning bruise. "Doctor, I beseech you to come and examine this," Tang Ziling called out. Upon hearing this, the venerable doctor turned his body to observe. Advanced in years, his medical expertise was indeed commendable. As he beheld the extensive bruise on Shen Fei's chest, his expression grew somber and serious. He gently palpated Shen Fei's ribs, and after completing his examination, he let out a sigh of relief. 2 ribs have been fractured. It is imperative to ensure a proper recovery. Fortunately, the injury is in this location. Had it been just a fraction higher, the ribs could have penetrated the organs, leaving even the most divine beings powerless to intervene. Upon hearing the old physician's words, Tang Ziling did not relax. He gently adjusted Shen Fei's collar. At that moment, Shen Fei lay on the bed, her delicate face pale and her frame frail. In Tang Ziling's eyes, Shen Fei's figure was hardly remarkable, primarily due to its emaciation. Now, with her injuries, she resembled a fragile doll, poised to shatter at any moment. "Esteemed physician, I implore you to exert your utmost effort in her treatment. Financial matters are of no concern," Tang Ziling urged. The old doctor nodded. "I shall prescribe several doses of medicine. Miss Shen will require a follow-up examination tomorrow. May I inquire as to your destination?" In this medical establishment, consultations were the norm, and the notion of hospitalization was unheard of. Tang Ziling had long instructed Wu Yang to investigate Shen Fei's background and was well aware of her residence. He also understood that she had used the funds provided by him and Song Yin to purchase a house and servants in Chang'an, even acquiring a younger brother. The absurdity of buying a brother who was not of her own blood amused Tang Ziling. Surely, she could not entirely trust those residing in that house. Otherwise, she would not carry the infant with her when venturing outside. Tang Ziling genuinely hesitated to return such a Shen Fei to her home. "Esteemed physician, you shall go to the Wujia in Yangdefang tomorrow," he instructed. The old doctor nodded. "Very well, I will first prepare some medicine for Miss Shen." After the physician departed, Tang Ziling dressed Shen Fei, contemplating that Wu Yang had been away in the northern territories for quite some time. News should soon arrive. However, Miss Shen indeed matched many details, and coupled with the sight of her jade pendant, as well as his inexplicable feelings towards this mother and child, he had already convinced himself that this woman was the one. Yet, what puzzled Tang Ziling was that Miss Shen seemed not to recognize him. He himself had suffered from amnesia and could not recall the events of the past. How could she fail to recognize him? Observing Shen Fei's pale little face, he felt certain that she genuinely did not recognize him, or perhaps simply did not know him at all. Otherwise, she would not be so at ease in his presence. Tang Ziling could only hope that Wu Yang would return with definitive news. Wu Dan, cradling the little treasure, inquired from outside, "Young master, may we come in?" Tang Ziling, recalling the infant, hurried out to take the child from Wudong and approached the old doctor. Doctor, could you take a look at this child as well and see if he has sustained any injuries? The old doctor gazed into the round, tear-filled eyes of the little treasure, noticing the tiny mouth tightly pursed. He glanced at Tang Ziling and remarked, well, I must say, you two truly resemble each other. Tang Ziling. He cast a glance at the infant, a warm current inexplicably coursing through him. Wudong. What? Could this child be the third young master's? How could that be possible? Recalling Tang Ziling's anxious and worried demeanor upon seeing Shen Fei injured and lying on the ground, Wudong began to believe it. Yet, when had the young master acquired a child? As the old doctor took the little treasure from Tang Ziling for examination, he no longer held any reservations. He directly stripped little Fubao bare and proceeded to conduct a thorough examination of the infant. With arms extended and legs lifted, he meticulously checked every part. Ultimately, he turned the child over, leaving him exposed, with his little member facing the elderly doctor. The old doctor expressed his satisfaction and remarked, the child is perfectly fine, without a single injury. He is in excellent health. In what seemed like an act of retribution against the old man, little Fubao unleashed a stream of urine directly onto the doctor's face. Ah, you little rascal, the old doctor exclaimed. Chapter 56, a lowly status. The elderly man quickly dodged aside, wiping his face clean. Meanwhile, little Fubao erupted into a wide grin, revealing his tiny teeth, while his little legs kicked about in excitement. The doctor pointed at Tang Ziling, urging, hurry, wrap up your son. This little one, if he weren't so small, I would suspect he did it on purpose. Tang Ziling felt utterly embarrassed and refrained from denying the child was his. Although there was no concrete evidence, an instinctive feeling told him that this was indeed his son. He rushed over and haphazardly bundled little Fubao, tucking in his hands and feet within the blanket. Fearful that it might come undone, he secured it tightly with a strap, wrapping him up like a zongzi. Little Fubao instantly resembled a silkworm cocoon. Tang Ziling was rather pleased with this outcome. Observing the scene, the old doctor chuckled again. At his age, he was far too mature to be angered by an infant of mere months. Moreover, this is merely the urine of a young boy, devoid of any toxicity. After washing his face, he urged the others to leave, saying, very well, please take the patient back. I shall visit for a consultation tomorrow. Tang Ziling nodded in agreement. Thank you, esteemed doctor. What is the fee for today as consultation? The elderly physician prescribed several medicines and calculated the total cost to be 5 taels of silver. At that moment, Wudong handed the money to the old doctor. Finally, Tang Ziling carefully lifted Shen Fei into the carriage, while Wudong cradled the little treasure and placed him directly inside. Wudong felt a sense of numbness. He could hardly believe that the third young master had fathered a child. He could not fathom how the Duke would react upon learning this news. Furthermore, Shen's status was far too lowly. The Duke would undoubtedly disapprove. With such a background, Shen could not even aspire to be a concubine, let alone a legitimate wife. And that mischievous little boy, should Shen become a concubine, he would be considered a legitimate son. At this moment, with the legitimate wife yet to enter the household, the presence of a legitimate son would make it exceedingly difficult for the third young master to find a suitable match from a reputable family. Even if he succeeded, life would not be easy for Shen and the infant. As Wudong drove the carriage, he was consumed with concern for Tang Ziling and the others. In contrast, Tang Ziling was less troubled than Wudong. He now gazed at Shen Fei's pale face, contrasting it with the vague figure from his memories. Those lost memories had left him with no impression whatsoever. Ever since he ingested that blue potion, the poison within him had not only been entirely purged, but he also began to experience fragmented images in his mind. Yet, the faces remained obscured, and all he could discern was that it was a young girl, a mere child. Observing Shen Fei now, one cannot help but perceive her as a quintessential young girl, likely no more than 13 or 14 years of age. Tang Ziling reflected upon his recent actions with a sense of discomfort. Although it was plausible that he had acted under the influence of poison, the fact remained that he had caused harm to this innocent girl. Feeling awkward, he rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to broach the subject with Shen Fei in the future. Both the master and the servant harbored their own thoughts, leading to an atmosphere of silence between them. The little treasure, bound and immobile, succumbed to sleep as the carriage swayed gently. Tang Ziling glanced down at the creature, internally marveling at its docility, reminiscent of his own obedient nature. The carriage was driven directly to the entrance of his private courtyard, a place he frequented when not residing at the main estate. Despite the potential displeasure of the Duchess, Tang Guogong's favor towards Tang Ziling rendered her objections moot, ultimately leading her to turn a blind eye. The Duchess, Lu, had long voiced her grievances regarding Tang Guogong's favoritism towards Tang Ziling. However, Knowing that Tang Ziling's time was limited and that he posed no threat to the heir's position, she had somewhat relaxed her vigilance, albeit not entirely dismissing her concerns, as she still kept a watchful eye. This residence was a modest two-courtyard compound, staffed by servants, unlike the vast estate of the Duke, where trust was a rarity. Here, everyone was an ally of Tang Ziling, allowing him to conceal many of his secrets. The Duke's estate was little more than a fade. As the carriage came to a halt, Wu Dan alighted promptly and proceeded to knock on the door. The elderly gatekeeper, recognizing Wu Yong, hurriedly called out, "Uncle Feng, fetch my mother." The gatekeeper, not daring to delay, hastened to find her. The courtyard was modest in size, and Granny Li, stationed in the outer courtyard, had already heard the commotion. Was it the young master's arrival? With nimble feet, Granny Li hurried over. Wu Dan called out, "Mother, come quickly. I have a child for you." Swiftly, Wu Dan cradled the little treasure, holding him as one might a tray, due to her inexperience in handling infants. Upon seeing the child tightly bound, Granny Li was taken aback. "Wu Dan, where did this child come from?" She deftly took the little one into her arms and inquired, "Who wrapped him up like this? He looks like a rice dumpling. My, how tight these bindings are. The poor child must have suffered." Witnessing the state of the little treasure filled Granny Li with compassion. Having given birth to Wu Dan and Wu Yong at an advanced age, she held a particular fondness for children. Moreover, she had been a caregiver for Tang Ziling since his youth. "Mother, let us discuss the child indoors," Wu Dan suggested. Just then, Tang Ziling disembarked from the carriage, but he was not alone. He cradled Shen Fei in his arms. Granny Li, upon seeing Shen Fei, was equally astonished. "Young master, who is this young lady?" Tang Ziling did not respond, but carried Shen Fei inside, as the throng outside made it inconvenient to converse. Wu Dan grasped Granny Li's arm. "Mother, let us go inside. In any case, that woman holds great significance for the young master." Granny Li cast a quick glance at the child in her arms, her heart sinking. Could it be that the young master has encountered trouble? She dared not dwell on her fears and quickly followed, cradling the little treasure. Tang Ziling placed Shen Fei in the adjacent room and gently laid her upon the bed. Once again, the medicine for Shen Fei was brought forth. "Mama, this medicine must be prepared swiftly," she urged. The elder woman held back her immediate response, recognizing that now was not the time for inquiries. Hastily, she called out, "Kaixia, Kaixia?" At that moment, a somewhat plump maid rushed over, exclaiming, "Li Mama, I am here. Go, prepare the medicine quickly," Li Mama instructed. Kaixia peered inside, but saw nothing of note. Li Mama scolded, "You foolish girl. What are you looking at? Hurry along." Kaixia stuck out her tongue playfully at Li Mama and dashed away with the medicinal ingredients. Though Li Mama appeared fierce, she was merely a paper tiger. Kaixia was unperturbed. Kaixia was well versed in the art of concocting medicine. The antidotes for Tang Ziling had always been prepared by her hands. The matter of Song Yin providing Tang Ziling with an antidote was something that could not reach the ears of the Duke's household. Hence, their meetings took place in secrecy. Kaixia recalled that Li Mama seemed to be cradling a cloth bundle, wondering what it contained. After Li Mama had made the necessary arrangements, she returned to her chamber, cradling the little treasure. Having cared for Tang Ziling, she was quite adept at tending to an infant. She gently unwrapped the little one, revealing a smooth, bare baby. Li Mama found herself at a loss for words, muttering, "Who wrapped this child up? What nonsense is this? Look at those little legs, so tightly bound. And why is the child not dressed?" As she continued to grumble, she noticed the little treasure had opened its eyes, not crying, but gazing at her with round, curious orbs. In that moment, Li Mama felt her heart melt. She gently teased the little treasure, saying, "Oh, whose child are you? How wonderfully you have grown." Little treasure, noticing someone was playing with him, responded with cheerful coos and flashed a toothless grin. As Li Momo watched, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. This child. He resembles the third young master in his youth. Though Li Momo was eager to inquire about this curious resemblance, she realized that little treasure was bare and it would not do. He needed to be dressed, especially with autumn's chill setting in. Li Momo began rummaging through her belongings, recalling her time with Tang Ziling, and as a memento, she had kept some of Tang Ziling's small garments. The fabric provided by the Duke's residence was of excellent quality, and even after a decade, it remained in splendid condition. She retrieved a garment suitable for little treasure and dressed him, also cutting some fresh cloth to fashion a few diaper pads for his use. By the time Li Momo had attended to little treasure, over half an hour had elapsed. At that moment, Tang Ziling was in another room, using a spoon to administer medicine to Shen Fei, who could only instinctively swallow, still lost in unconsciousness. It was only after Tang Ziling managed to feed her an entire bowl of medicine that she stepped out of the room. Meanwhile, the Shen household was engulfed in a state of chaos. A clerk from the grain store delivered the supplies Shen Fei had purchased to the front gate of the Shen residence. Aunt Lu, recognizing the grain was for Shen Fei, promptly instructed Tiniu and Ernie to carry it inside. The two complied obediently, transporting the grain to the backyard, as the front yard was occupied, leaving only the back with available space. Tiniu and Ernie directly sought an empty room. Tiniu was focused solely on his work, oblivious to everything around him, while Ernie detected the pungent odor of fertilizer. Tiniu, do you smell that? It's quite overwhelming, she remarked. Indeed, there was a strong scent, seemingly emanating from this very room. Thus, the two hefty figures began to peer inside. The young lady isn't home, but I suspect these items were brought here by her. Ernie speculated. Tiniu recalled his father's admonition to refrain from inquiring unnecessarily. Ernie, let us not delve into this. We'll understand everything when the young lady chooses to enlighten us, he advised. Ernie nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let us continue with our task of carrying the grain. Having discreetly observed the contents, Ernie noted that they were all fine rice. In the past, she had often gone hungry and worried about food scarcity, but now her concerns had vanished entirely. Tiniu felt the same. They exchanged a knowing glance and chuckled in unison. Aunt Lu, attending to the young man, noticed that Shen Fei had purchased an abundance of grain yet had not returned. She inquired, Young man, where's my young lady? After buying all that grain, where did she go? The young man sighed. That lady was injured by the guards of the Wang family. What? Aunt Lu exclaimed in shock. Just then, Ernie, who had just emerged, overheard the news and rushed over. The young man was startled as a hefty figure barreled towards him. Miss, please don't come any closer. He stammered in fright. However, before he could retreat further, another substantial figure approached from behind. You mentioned the young lady was injured. Where is she? Tiniu inquired. Ernie stared with wide eyes, her tone sharp as she questioned, Why did you not inform us earlier about our young lady's injury? Why the delay? The young lad, besieged by the two formidable figures, was so frightened that beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Please, do not be alarmed. That young lady was rescued by a noble gentleman. He explained to Lu Auntie and the others, recounting the events. It seems that the gentleman is acquainted with your young lady, as he carried her away directly. Noticing that the cart's grain had been completely unloaded, the young lad swiftly extricated himself from the clutches of Ernie and Tiniu. Well then, the grain has been delivered, and I must take my leave. Lu Auntie pressed on. Young man, do you know which family that gentleman belongs to? And where has our young lady been taken? The lad shook his head. I am afraid I do not know. With that, he departed hastily, urging his horse onward. Lu Auntie, now in a state of disarray, commanded, Tiniu, hurry to Chang'an village and fetch your father and your uncle Lu. Tiniu hastened to the cart, disappearing in a flash. At this moment, Ernie began to frantically strike her own head, murmuring, It is all my fault. I should have accompanied the young lady. Otherwise, she would not have been injured by that brute. Aunt Li, who had been eavesdropping, heard the commotion at the door and emerged just as the others began to move the grain. Upon learning that Shen Fei had been injured and was now missing, she formulated a plan. She hurried to Shen Yu's room. Young master, Shen Yu furrowed his brow at her hurried demeanor. Aunt Li, what is the matter that has you so flustered? Young master, something has happened to the young lady. What? You say my sister? What has transpired? Shen Yu attempted to rise, only to be restrained by Aunt Li. Young master, be cautious with your leg. After consuming the potion provided by Shen Fei, Shen Yu felt a remarkable improvement in his leg, far quicker than before. He marveled at the efficacy of the azure elixir while expressing gratitude towards his sister for bestowing such a potent remedy upon him. The potion was so extraordinary that even Aunt Li had refrained from mentioning it, fearing it might bring trouble to Shen Fei, as it was simply unbelievable. To avoid arousing suspicion, Shen Yu spent each day resting in bed or reviewing his studies. Thus, upon hearing of Shen Fei's injury, he was filled with shock and concern. Aunt Li, what has happened to my sister? Please, tell me. The young lady has been injured, reportedly by the guards of the Wang residence. Alas, we do not know what trouble she has stirred. Shen Yu shot a piercing glance at Aunt Li, who dared not complain. Has my sister returned? Quickly, assist me to get there. Young master, the young lady has not returned. It is said she was rescued by a young gentleman. Shen Yu grew increasingly anxious. An irritation flared towards Aunt Li for her lack of clarity. Go summon Aunt Lu. At that moment, Aunt Lu and Ernie had already arrived at the door. Shen Yu, being the master of the household, was to be informed of Shen Fei's predicament. Seeing Aunt Lu, Shen Yu hastily commanded, Aunt, when you search for her, first visit the nearby clinic. Upon hearing this directive, Ernie swiftly dashed away. Chapter 58, Little Fortune. What else can I do besides sleeping? Shen Fei remained in a deep coma, her lips murmuring indistinctly. Tang Ziling sat beside her, straining to hear the words escaping her lips. He discerned her calling, "Mother. Mother. Don't go." Tang Ziling presumed Shen Fei was invoking her wet nurse, as it was common for elderly servants to be affectionately addressed as mother in such households. Just then, an infant's wailing pierced the air, prompting Tang Ziling to furrow his brow and hastily step outside. He was aware that the child seldom cried, and the cause of this disturbance was unknown to him. Following the sound, he arrived at Granny Li's quarters. "Granny, what is happening?" he inquired. Granny Li, somewhat flustered, replied, "Young master, this old servant forgot to summon a wet nurse." This oversight was not entirely her fault, for she was unaware of the connection between the child and Tang Ziling. Nor did she know how long the master would keep the mother and child in his care. Observing the encroaching darkness, Tang Ziling noted that night had fallen and the gates of Yongda Lane had been secured. In Chang'an, residences were structured in square blocks, and as night descended, it was customary to enforce a curfew. There was no remedy for this situation today. He would have to procure a wet nurse on the morrow. Seeing little Fortune wail in hunger, Granny Li inquired, "Young master, has that young lady awakened?" Despite his reluctance, Tang Ziling, faced with the distressed infant, recognized he had little choice but to make an attempt. "Granny, she has not yet regained consciousness, but you may take the child inside and try." Tang Ziling had investigated Shen Fei and discovered that she had not hired a wet nurse. She was nursing the infant herself. Under Tang Ziling's instruction, Li Mama summoned Saixia, and together they proceeded to Shen Fei's chamber. Eventually, Shen Fei found herself reclining against Saixia, while Li Mama cradled the baby, Xiao Fubao, coaxing him to take a sip of milk. In a state of hazy consciousness, Shen Fei felt an unusual sensation in her body, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Xiao Fubao's large head. Moreover, behind her was something soft, and as she glanced forward, she spotted a woman in her 40s, supporting Xiao Fubao's bottom to facilitate nursing. Shen Fei was taken aback, contemplating the absurdity of this mortifying scene. She wished to convince herself that this was merely a dream, a figment of her imagination, for how could she possibly find herself in such an embarrassing predicament? It had to be a dream, a mere illusion. She realized she could no longer feel the pain in her ribs. Xiao Fubao, ravenous, suckled fervently, as if he had not been fed in ages, determined to consume enough to satisfy his hunger. This tiny infant, barely 2 months old, was working up quite the sweat while nursing. Li Mama observed this with delight, exclaiming, "Look at this little fellow, what vigor he possesses." Shen Fei understood then that this was indeed reality. She could no longer pretend otherwise. Everything was genuine, the embarrassment was real, and so was the strength of the child, who seemed to be devouring his meal as if it were his last. After enduring this for a quarter of an hour, it finally came to an end. Saixia gently assisted Shen Fei to lie back down and adjusted her clothing. At last, Shen Fei appeared somewhat presentable, alleviating her sense of humiliation. "Dear madam, where am I?" Shen Fei inquired, her voice hoarse. She recalled encountering the delicate young master before her fainting spell. "Miss Shen, you are at the Wu residence, specifically in the estate of the third young master," Li Momo replied with a smile. "The third young master? Is it Master Tang?" Shen Fei pressed on. She had met Tang Ziling twice, the first at a dilapidated temple and the second at a tea house. She truly did not know his name, only that he bore the surname Tang, which she learned through her conversation with Tang Zijin. That day, she discovered that the ailing young master was indeed the elder brother of Tang Zijin. Seeing Shen Fei's inquiry, Li Momo felt a sense of relief mixed with a hint of regret. She glanced at the little treasure in her arms, initially believing the child to be the young master's. However, it was perhaps for the best that the young master had no connection to this mother and child. Given the third young master's status, he was expected to be matched with a prominent young lady from the capital. The girl before her clearly did not fit that mold. "Yes, our young master is indeed the third young master of the Guogong mansion," Tang Ziling, Li Momo disclosed, hoping to convey the disparity in their statuses to Shen Fei, urging her not to entertain thoughts of sacrificing herself in gratitude for saving a life. Shen Fei nodded without further elaboration. "Thank you, dear madam, I understand now. Please, if you would be so kind, place the child beside me." Li Momo hesitated. "Given your injuries, will you be able to care for the child tonight?" Yet, Shen Fei, unfamiliar with the old woman, could not permit her to take the child away. "It is quite all right. Little treasure is easy to care for and can sleep soundly until dawn." Little Fubao wished to express his own sentiments. He too did not desire this situation. He longed to drink milk in the middle of the night, yet you slumbered as if in a deep coma, indifferent to my calls and cries. What recourse do I have? Aside from sleeping, what else can I do? Granny Li did not persist further, saying, "Very well, my dear child, I shall place you here." She gently laid little Fu Bao on the inner side of the bed and then left with Caixia. After their departure, Shen Fei stretched her arms, relieved to discover they still functioned, albeit with a sharp pain in her chest. She cautiously shifted her body to sit up slightly and rummaged through her laboratory, finally locating a vial of green potion. Without hesitation, she uncorked it and began to drink. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Tang Ziling immediately spotted the green bottle in Shen Fei's hand. Having only consumed half of the potion, Shen Fei was startled by Tang Ziling's entrance, leading to a fit of intense coughing. Oh dear, this cough is truly painful, she thought. Tang Ziling approached and instinctively patted Shen Fei's back. Shen Fei, bewildered, inquired, "Why is this potion green?" Unbeknownst to Tang Ziling, her words carried significant weight. Shen Fei gazed at her in terror, asking, "How do you know about this potion?" Shen Fei felt a disconnect, as they had barely met 2 or 3 times. Could it be that he, too, had traversed through time? Her eyes widened as she stared intently at Tang Ziling. In response, Tang Ziling produced an empty vial, stating, "I once purchased a blue one from Song Yan." Shen Fei felt a sense of relief, realizing that her worries were unfounded. She had not been exposed. "You are indeed fortunate. You have experienced the benefits of that potion, haven't you?" Tang Ziling nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is quite effective." A swell of pride filled Shen Fei's heart, for she had been the one to concoct it. Without hesitation, she consumed the green elixir. "The blue one is for detoxification. What is the purpose of this green one?" Tang Ziling inquired further. Chapter 59. Your jade pendant is mine. Shen Fei noticed that this frail individual possessed a discerning gaze. However, upon their first encounter, he had been incessantly coughing, reminiscent of someone afflicted with tuberculosis. Now, he was standing disturbingly close. "This is perilous," Shen Fei cautioned. "Young Master Tang, please keep your distance." Tang Ziling. The evident disdain from Shen Fei was unmistakable, instantly perceptible to him. As Shen Fei observed the smile fade from Tang Ziling's face, she hurriedly clarified, "Young Master Tang, I am, after all, a woman. Given the late hour, it is rather inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to be in the same room. I am a widow, having lost my husband, and our current circumstances could tarnish your reputation." Tang Ziling. Although their relationship was still in its infancy, he felt as though this woman was inadvertently wishing for his early demise. Shen Fei continued to lament, "Alas, my poor child, born into this world without a father. What a tragic fate. Once again, I find myself injured, and I must trouble young Master Tang for assistance. I should be immensely grateful, however, as a widow. It is indeed inappropriate for young Master Tang to remain here at such a late hour. My reputation is of little consequence, but I would not wish to tarnish yours." Shen Fei rambled on, desperately attempting to divert the conversation and steer young Master Tang's attention away from the matter of the potion. She also sought to amend her earlier disdain for herself, hoping to make Tang Ziling forget. After consuming the restorative elixir, Shen Fei felt significantly better and regained her strength. This green potion is far more precious than the blue one, with only a handful available in the laboratory, necessitating cautious use. Upon finishing the potion, she no longer felt the oppressive pain in her chest. Tang Ziling, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned Shen Fei's intentions and moved slightly closer, emitting a soft hum. Shen Fei instinctively recoiled, inwardly cursing, "Oh, this fellow is quite persistent. I sentihi, young Master Tang?" Shen Fei gazed at Tang Ziling with feigned vulnerability. It must be said, her delicate demeanor suited the role of the damsel in distress perfectly. With her naturally fragile appearance, her injuries rendered her even more delicate. Tang Ziling, scrutinizing Shen Fei's eyes, could sense her facade. While expressions may be feigned, one's gaze is an unerring truth. Moreover, her mention of being a widow and other such words unsettled him. He had no desire for an early demise. "Rest assured, the father of your child is very much alive." Shen Fei narrowed her eyes. What did he know? Pointing to the jade pendant around Shen Fei's neck, Tang Ziling declared, "This pendant belongs to me." Shen Fei was taken aback. His jade pendant? Ever since she learned that she was not a child of the Sun family, she had been contemplating her origins. Upon seeing Tang Zijin's jade pendant, she had fancied herself to be a child of the Tang household. This was why she had attempted to extract information from Tang Zijin regarding the Duke's residence. Now, this insufferable man claimed that the pendant belonged to him. "You say this pendant is yours?" Tang Ziling nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is mine." "Then why is it in my possession?" Shen Fei gazed at Tang Ziling and suddenly pondered a critical question. "Are you suggesting that the jade pendant around my neck is a gift from you?" "It should be, I suppose," Tang Ziling replied ambiguously. Shen Fei's dissatisfaction grew. "What do you mean by it should be? Did you give it to me or not? Do you not know? Furthermore, If this pendant was indeed a gift from you, does that imply that my child belongs to you? If that were the case, then why didn't you recognize me when we were in that dilapidated temple? This makes no sense. Shen Fei began to question Tang Ziling's words. She suspected he was deceiving her or harbored some unspeakable secret. Perhaps he was not a child of the Tang household, and she was the true heir, and he merely sought to trick her. After all, Tang Zijin had mentioned that all children of the Tang family possessed distinctive jade pendants. Shen Fei's mind began to weave a tapestry of conspiracy. Unaware of her thoughts, Tang Ziling explained, I have lost my memory. I have been devoid of recollections for half a year. At that moment, Tang Ziling grasped a vital point. Wait, that is not right. I've lost my memory. But you shouldn't have. He leaned in closer. Look closely. Do you not have even the faintest impression of me? Shen Fei delivered a sharp slap, pushing Tang Ziling's face away. We can converse without being so close, she remarked. Shen Fei herself was uncertain as to why this was happening. She had traversed into this world, unaware of the original owner's entanglements with this man. However, she had absorbed fragments of the original owner's memories, not the entirety, suggesting that the recollections regarding the child's father were perhaps less than idyllic. It was possible that the original owner wished to forget. Could it be that she had been drugged? This notion lingered in Shen Fei's mind. After all, the original owner was betrothed. How could she have engaged with this man and birthed a child? Contemplating the possibility of foul play, Shen Fei's gaze towards Tang Ziling turned decidedly hostile. You may not realize it, but I once had a fiancé. Tang Ziling was taken aback. Oh no, this is serious. Had he unwittingly coerced the young lady? He could not be certain, as his own consciousness had been clouded during the episodes of his affliction. Yet, if it were only the effects of the poison, it would not explain the primal urges that led him to force himself upon her. Tang Ziling found the situation increasingly perplexing. Ultimately, neither of them possessed clear memories, so there was no need for haste. My health is improving, and I may recall things at any moment. Moreover, my guard, Wu Yang, has journeyed to the northern territories to investigate. Upon his return, we may uncover the truth. Shen Fei nodded in agreement. When she had arrived in this world, it was during childbirth in a dilapidated temple, and her knowledge about the northern matters was scant. Considering that this man might indeed be the father of her child, she spoke up. Please, hand me a strand of hair. What? Hair? Tang Ziling gazed in astonishment at Shen Fei. Our physical attributes are bestowed upon us by our parents. How can one so casually give away their hair? Moreover, it is only newlywed couples that require each other's hair to be tied into a bond of unity. Tang Ziling felt that the two of them were not yet at that stage. Well, just one strand of hair will suffice, preferably with the follicle, she added. Tang Ziling regarded Shen Fei with an odd look. You only need one. Yes, just one quickly. It is of great significance. With this strand, we shall no longer need to engage in speculation, Shen Fei explained. Skeptically, Tang Ziling plucked a hair from her own head and handed it to Shen Fei. Here you go. Shen Fei, noticing the peacefully sleeping little Fu Bao, casually pulled out a strand of his hair as well. Just as little Fu Bao was in deep slumber, he suddenly felt a sharp tug on his head, causing him to open his mouth wide and begin to wail, the cries echoing through the room. Tang Ziling was taken aback. Is this woman out of her mind? The child was sleeping soundly. Why disturb him? Chapter 60. The third young master truly is deeply infatuated. Shen Fei felt exceedingly embarrassed, having assumed the child would remain undisturbed. It's just a single strand of hair. How painful could it be? This child is simply too delicate. Young Master Tang, are you suggesting that this child may be yours? Perhaps you could hold him and soothe him? I cannot hold the child at this moment. Tang Ziling replied with a sidelong glance at Shen Fei. Observing little Fu Bao's tear-streaked face, she felt a pang of pity and gently lifted him into her arms, softly coaxing him. Having watched how Granny Li cradled children, she adjusted her hold accordingly. Little Fu Bao was held in someone's arms, sobbing softly, the cries gradually diminishing. Though there was a moment of pain, the weeping ceased swiftly. This fairy cry roused little Fu Bao from slumber, invigorating him, banishing any trace of drowsiness. At this moment, Shen Fei was unable to tend to the child, and Tang Ziling was reluctant to linger in Shen Fei's room for too long. Tang Ziling proposed, how about I take the little one to my room? It's just next door. Shen Fei glanced at Tang Ziling's handsome face, recognizing him as potentially the child's father. Very well, you may take him to soothe him. But do sleep carefully and ensure you do not crush the child, she replied. Tang Ziling retorted, who could be more unreliable than you? Rest assured, I am far more trustworthy. He then cradled little Fu Bao and proceeded to the adjacent room. Little Fu Bao showed no signs of distress at the separation from his mother, emitting sounds that seemed to suggest a desire to distance himself from the bad woman. Once the two had exited the room, Shen Fei swiftly entered the space. She conducted experiments on the hair samples of both Tang, Ziling, and little Fubao. As she contemplated the jade pendant hanging around her neck, an impulsive thought led her to pluck a strand of her own hair. Her trust in Tang Ziling's words was wavering, for she had observed Tang Zijuan's jade pendant, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. She pondered the implications. If she were indeed a child of the Tang family, it would pose the risk of her and Tang Ziling being siblings. This thought sent a chill down her spine. No, if she and Tang Ziling were siblings, then the jade pendant would belong to her, indicating that the woman accompanying Tang Ziling was someone else entirely, not herself. As Shen Fei conducted her experiments, her thoughts wandered freely. The half-hour wait felt exceedingly long, yet the outcome was unsurprising. Indeed, that rascal Tang Ziling had guessed correctly. Little Fubao was his son, and she had no connection to Tang Ziling whatsoever. This, amidst misfortune, was a stroke of good luck. In DNA testing, the relationship between parents and offspring is most apparent, as it directly manifests in their genetic makeup. Although the DNA of siblings may differ, a degree of similarity exists because children inherit a portion of their genes from their parents, resulting in distinctive parental traits within their DNA sequences. Initially, Shen Fei harbored some concern about Tang Ziling taking the child away, but now she felt utterly unconcerned. He was his biological son, and it was his responsibility to care for him. Henceforth, the responsibility of raising the child was no longer solely hers. With this thought, Shen Fei's spirits lifted once more. Exiting the experimental space, she found herself on her bed. Finally, she could indulge in a restful slumber, free from the presence of a child. What a delight! The pain from her injuries had subsided, allowing her to sleep soundly. While she relished her peaceful sleep, Tang Ziling was suffering. Little Fubao, when full of energy, was fine. However, when it came time to sleep, the absence of Shen Fei's familiar scent left him distressed. After attempting to soothe him for half the night without success, Tang Ziling, with dark circles under his eyes, had no choice but to approach Shen Fei's door and begin knocking. Shen Fei, soundly asleep, remained oblivious to the commotion. Little Fubao nestled in Tang Ziling's embrace, observing as he knocked on the door, mistaking it for a game, and erupted into a fit of giggles. Tang Ziling thought that surely this ruckus would rouse Shen Fei from her slumber, given the considerable noise he was making. However, the room remained eerily silent. With no other option, Tang Ziling pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find Shen Fei sprawled across the bed in a most ungraceful manner. Tang Ziling smirked, remarking to himself on the poor sleeping posture, oblivious to his own shortcomings. He carefully maneuvered to find a crevice in the bed, gently placing little Fubao within, and swiftly exited Shen Fei's room. Upon detecting the familiar scent, little Fubao ceased his whimpering and soon drifted into peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, her little one had returned to her side. After leaving the room, Tang Ziling did not depart but lingered outside for an extended period. It was only after he heard no cries from the child that he turned back to his own quarters. Feeling quite fatigued, he retired to rest. Little did he know, his every action was being observed. In the middle of the night, Wu Dan, rising to answer nature's call, spotted Tang Ziling standing vigil at Shen Fei's door for quite some time. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He had not anticipated that the third young master harbored such deep feelings for Miss Shen, standing guard outside her door in the dead of night. Oh, love truly is a perplexing enigma. Meanwhile, the Duke's residence was far from tranquil. Following his return from the military camp, Duke Tang had proceeded to Qingfeng Pavilion, only to find his efforts thwarted. Ping'an, where's your master? The Duke of Tang possessed a tall and imposing stature, exuding an innate aura of authority. Ping'an replied softly, I report to your grace, the young master has gone out today without me. The Duke, with a scowl, kicked out in frustration and demanded, your master's health is precarious. Why are you not by his side? With whom did he leave? Is he accompanied by anyone for protection? In a hurry, Ping'an scrambled to his feet and knelt properly. Yes, your grace, Wu Dan is with him. The Duke's heart felt a slight ease. However, only Wu Dan remained. What of Wu Yong? The Duke recalled that his third son had two brothers from the Wu family by his side. Why was there only one now? Ping'an, sensing the gravity of the situation, confessed, the young master sent Wu Yong to the Northern Territories. Upon hearing the mention of the Northern Territories, the Duke narrowed his eyes. Could that rascal harbor suspicions? No, that should not be the case. The Duke chose not to pursue the matter further and turned away, departing hastily. Ping'an exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared severe punishment, only to have faced a mere kick. He murmured to himself, young master, you must not think to cast me aside. Remaining at home is far too perilous. The Duke returned in a huff to the residence of the Liu family. At that moment, Lady Liu was receiving reports from her servants. Madam, the news is utterly reliable. The third young master truly embraced that widow in the street and left with her in a carriage. Lady Lu found it hard to believe, in broad daylight, to so openly embrace that widow in front of so many people. Madame Fong nodded, affirming, "Indeed, my lady. I have heard that the widow pursued the carriage of the Princess of Beijing and was mistakenly identified as an assassin by the guards of the royal residence, which resulted in her sustaining injuries and spitting out a considerable amount of blood." Madame Fong recounted this account in great detail, having obtained the information from the young master Tang, Zijin's servant. The maidservants and attendants of Tang Zijin were all under the employ of Madame Tang and served as her eyes and ears. Thus, everything concerning the fourth young master, his daily activities, meals, and acquaintances, was laid bare for Madame Tang to know. Chapter 61. Fury Duke Tang stood outside the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. His countenance was even more thunderous, as he had arrived with a heart full of rage. Upon hearing of the third son's involvement with the widow, his ire swelled further. He forcefully kicked open the door to Madame Tang's chamber and demanded loudly, "What widow? Who has dealings with a widow?" Madame Tang was taken aback, startled by her husband's sudden presence and the extent of his knowledge. With a piercing glare directed at the servants behind Duke Tang, she coldly inquired, "What has become of your manners? Why was the Duke not notified of his return?" The servants in the courtyard, startled, hurriedly knelt upon the ground. They, too, bore their own grievances, as the Duke had forbidden them from announcing his arrival. Shen Xiang knelt alongside the others, feeling unfortunate for having come at such a time. She realized she could have returned to rest. Yet she had been drawn by the sight of the heir approaching Madame Tang's quarters, hoping to earn favor. Little did she know, it was the Duke himself who had arrived. It is perplexing why the Duke is in such a foul mood. Duke Tang gazed at Madame Lu and urged, "Do not divert the topic. Whom were you discussing just now?" With a resigned sigh, Madame Tang replied, "Your Grace. I initially intended to clarify matters before discussing them with you, but it seems you have overheard me. Therefore, I shall not conceal anything from you." The Duke pressed further. "What else is there? Speak plainly." "Your Grace, I recently discovered something troubling. Our youngest son has reached the age for courtship, yet he remains dissatisfied with the several young ladies I have introduced to him. Even my own niece, Wanner, whom I have discreetly inquired about, has not captured his interest. That girl possesses both character and beauty, making her a suitable match for our son. However," Duke Tang, impatient with such details, interjected, "Get to the point. What has your niece to do with this?" He was well aware of Lu Wanner and did not deem her worthy of his son. Her father was merely a secondary son, holding a low-ranking official position. He was hardly fit even to be considered a match for their son, let alone contemplate marrying Lu Wanner to him. Such thoughts were utterly fanciful. Madame Tang, interrupted by her husband, felt a surge of displeasure. She could see through his disdain when she mentioned Wanner. Was her niece truly unworthy of their ailing son? Very well, if he found Wanner unsatisfactory, she would simply select someone of even lesser merit. Lu suppressed his temper and spoke gently, "Your Grace, do not be hasty. Since the third son is dissatisfied with Wanner, I did not compel him. I was considering finding him a suitable young lady, but who would have anticipated? Speak plainly, what is the matter with you? At your age, has your mind become muddled? Are you unable to articulate your thoughts?" Madame Tang, observing the aging visage of her husband, felt an urge to shake him awake. With so many servants in the courtyard witnessing her humiliation today, a light punishment could hardly suffice. Madame Tang, eschewing any preamble, delivered her conclusion directly. "Your son has taken a fancy to a widow with a child, and he has not returned tonight. He must be with her." Lord Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his esteemed son display such poor judgment? Who was this widow? Furthermore, how had she come to be entangled with the third son? Madame Tang was tempted to roll her eyes. She had intended to elaborate. Yet he had just expressed his disdain for her verbosity. Now, he sought clarity, but she felt disinclined to indulge him. "Mama Fong, please convey the details to the Duke." Mama Fong did not hold back, recounting the findings of her investigation to Lord Tang. "The matter is thus, that mother and child have returned from the northern regions. The woman is named Sun Mingxiao, a recent widow. She is the legitimate daughter of the third branch of the Chang'an Marquisate. With the recent rehabilitation of the Chang'an Marquisate, she returned alongside them. However, she is a woman married outside her family, and her husband's surname should be Shun. It is unclear what conflict she has with the Sun family, as she has chosen to adopt her husband's surname, now calling herself Shen Fei. The chief scribe of the Chang'an government allocated her land, and after parting ways with the Sun family, she purchased a new residence in Jiahuilang, and has since acquired several servants to attend to her needs. Mama Fong has indeed conducted a thorough investigation into Shen Fei, uncovering all that could be discovered. Madame Tang first noticed Shen Fei while having tea with Tang Ziling. However, It took considerable time to look into Shen Fei's background. Over the past month, Mama Fong has exerted great effort to clarify this matter. Due to Shen Fei's name change, the people Mama Fong enlisted encountered significant challenges in uncovering the truth. These revelations had not yet reached Madame Tang, and had it not been for the interruption by Duke Tang, she would have informed Madame Tang earlier. Consequently, it was only then that Madame Tang learned Shen Fei was the daughter of a disgraced noble from the Chang'an Marquisate. How fortuitous. The Chang'an Marquisate is, after all, the family of her half-sister. Duke Tang, too, had not anticipated that there would be any connection to past affairs of the Chang'an Marquisate. Those individuals had only recently returned to Chang'an from the northern territories. Could there be some link? The weight of these thoughts bore heavily upon Duke Tang, leaving him distracted. Very well, I understand. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Madame Tang frowned, sensing that something was amiss. Shouldn't the Duke have strongly opposed upon learning of that woman's lineage? Why was his reaction so subdued? Meanwhile, Shun Lingxiang, kneeling in the courtyard, was also in a state of unrest. She knelt not far from the door, which stood ajar, allowing her to overhear the quarrel within. Among the clamor, she caught an unexpected revelation. The Chang'an Marquisate they mentioned was none other than her own family. Furthermore, the substitute was indeed alive. Why then did the Sun couple deceive her and the Shen family? Why did they mislead Yunong into believing she had perished? And what of Sun Mingxia, who had altered her name, yet chose to retain the Shen surname? What secrets did she harbor? How had she ingratiated herself with the third young master? A figure as ethereal as he, what could draw him to a widow with a child? There were too many incongruities to ignore. At that moment, Mama Fong had matters to report to Madame Tang. Thus she interjected, "You may all leave now, and each of you shall receive 5 lashes as punishment for your failure to inform me." The servants, too intimidated to protest, complied and descended to face their punishment. Shen Lingxiang also accepted her punishment, yet she deemed it worthwhile, for she had just heard significant news. During the holiday, she intended to return and inquire thoroughly with Chun about the matter. Madame Tang, meanwhile, directed a cold inquiry toward Mama Fong. Why was I not informed of that woman's affairs sooner? Chapter 62. This woman and child belonged to him, Mama Fong explained. Madam, I too had the intention to speak with you, but was interrupted by the Duke. Since both you and the Duke were present, I felt compelled to disclose everything at that moment. Yet Madame Tang remained dissatisfied, asserting, in the future, do not disclose any information to me until you have received my permission, understood? Mama Fong hurriedly nodded. Yes, madam, I have taken note. Madame Fong maintained a humble demeanor, fervently hoping that Lady Tang would show her mercy. Yet, she still heard the reprimand from Lady Tang. Go and receive your punishment of 5 lashes. Madame Fong felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. After caring for the second young lady for so many years, it seemed there was no gratitude to be found. How pitiable her aging frame was. However, there was little she could do. A master is a master, and the bond of servitude was firmly in their hands. Even in the face of punishment, she had to accept it with a smile. Yes, the old servant will remember, she replied. Due to her punishment, Madame Fong suppressed her urge to remind Lady Tang of certain matters. After Madame Fong departed, Lady Tang was left in a state of suspicion. She pondered over her husband, Tang Zhizhong, and wondered why he had left in such haste. Was he not the one who cherished their youngest son the most? It truly baffled her. In the midst of her slumber, Shen Fei sensed a dampness beneath her. She was perplexed, with the little one absent. Who could possibly be drawing maps on her bed? To her surprise, upon opening her eyes, she found herself locked in the gaze of little Fu Bao. After a night of struggle, little Fu Bao had finally freed his hands and was now able to move. Upon seeing Shen Fei awake, he beamed with joy, his small hands flailing with delight. Shen Fei surmised that it must have been Tang Ziling who, unable to manage, had stealthily returned the little one. "Ah, my eldest son, you are awake," she said softly as she gradually propped herself up to sit. She felt significantly better today, having consumed the green potion from the previous day. The pain in her chest had subsided. The green potion was specifically designed to mend injuries, proving to be remarkably effective. Shen Fei gently removed the little treasure from the map he had drawn, casting a glance at his reddened bottom. With no place to put the soiled mat, she had no choice but to toss it onto the ground. "Ah, this isn't my home. What a bother," Shen Fei murmured to herself. However, upon observing the attire of the little one, she realized it was not the original set. Shen Fei longed to return home, though she was uncertain when Tang Ziling would remember the two of them. At that moment, outside the Wu family's gate, 2 hefty figures were knocking at the door. The visitors were none other than Ernie and Tina. Following Shun Yu's hint the previous day, Ernie had gone directly to the medical clinic near Jiahui Fong, where she finally inquired about Shen Fei's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it was too late to search for her then. The gates of Chang'an City were locked at night, and every district closed its doors early. Thus, Ernie had no choice but to return. The following morning, Ernie, Tinyu, and Uncle Lu San arrived at the Wu residence in Yongdafang. The old man guarding the door, startled by the sight of Ernie and Tinyu, exclaimed, "Who are these two hefty warriors? Who do they belong to?" Ernie quickly responded, "Good sir, we are from the Shen family. Our young lady, Shen Fei, was taken home by your young master yesterday." Upon hearing that the family of the young lady had arrived, the old man dared not delay and replied, "Please wait. I shall inform my master." Despite his advanced age, the old man moved with surprising agility, heading straight to Li Mama, saying, "Li Mama, the family of that young lady from yesterday has come." Madame Li was diligently stitching a quilt for the little Fubao, finding the child quite adorable. However, the quilt was rather thin and required washing, prompting her to procure new fabric for the task. Without hesitation, she sought out Ernie and the other two, guiding them into the front hall and instructing Tai Nyo and Uncle Lu San to wait there while she led Ernie to the backyard. At that moment, Sai Xiao had just delivered breakfast to Shen Fei and, upon stepping outside, immediately spotted Ernie. The sight of Ernie's plump figure was striking, and Sai Xiao, who was also somewhat round, felt remarkably slender in comparison. "Excuse me, miss, whom are you seeking?" Sai Xiao inquired with a friendly smile, her demeanor warm and inviting. Ernie, taken aback by the maid's amiability, quickly responded, "I am here to find my young lady." Sai Xiao then escorted Ernie towards Shen Fei's room. As Ernie surveyed the quaint courtyard, she noted it was quite similar in size to her own home. Upon entering, she found Shen Fei enjoying her meal, and the latter was taken aback by Ernie's unexpected arrival. "Ernie, how did you find your way here?" Shen Fei exclaimed. In a rush, Ernie dashed over, exclaiming, "Miss, oh, it was quite a challenge to locate you. I heard you were injured. Is it serious?" Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Shen Fei. "Where are you hurt?" Seeing Ernie in tears stirred a sense of gratitude in Shen Fei, realizing that her family still cared for her well-being. "I am fine. Merely a wound on my chest that requires proper care. How did you manage to come here? Did you come on your own?" Ernie shook her head. "No, miss. Uncle Lu San has come along as well. They are all in the outer courtyard." "Did you arrive by horse-drawn carriage?" "Yes, miss, they are waiting outside." Shen Fei felt a surge of joy. It was always uncomfortable to linger in someone else's home. "Very well, I shall return with you shortly." Ernie nodded eagerly. "Miss, allow me to carry you out." Shen Fei interjected, "Not just yet. Before we depart, please seek out the servants of this household and invite young Master Tang over. I have something to discuss." Tang Ziling had just entered when he overheard Shen Fei's words. "What do you wish to say to me?" Ernie turned her gaze toward the source of the voice and beheld a young and handsome gentleman, prompting her to silently marvel that the grain shop's assistant had not deceived her. Shen Fei spoke directly. "Ernie, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with young Master Tang." Ernie obediently complied and exited the room. Tang Ziling glanced toward the bed and met the gaze of the little treasure, offering a warm smile in return. Without hesitation, Shen Fei declared, "I believe what you said yesterday. Little treasure is your child." Tang Ziling was taken aback, puzzled by her unwavering conviction. "Have you remembered?" Shen Fei shook her head. "No, I simply know that the child belongs to you." Tang Ziling refrained from further questioning or disputing her assertion, though his ears flushed with warmth. Perhaps due to the time spent in Shen Fei's company, fragments of his memory began to resurface. The once vague visage of a woman in his mind finally came into clearer focus. It is the woman before him. Although the sequence of events remains unclear, Tang Ziling is certain that both the woman and the child belong to him. Chapter 63. Let us assume that I am divorced and have a former husband. After Shen Fei uttered these words, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the room. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Tang Ziling had yet to devise a plan for how to seek the approval of the Duke of Tang to marry Shen Fei. The disparity in their social standings posed a significant challenge. Shen Fei perceived him as the former partner of the original owner, feeling no connection to him. While he bore a pleasing appearance, she lacked affection for him and believed it prudent to maintain a certain distance. "Young Master Tang, since everything has been clarified, I shall take my leave now. My servant has come to escort me home. You may remain here to recuperate." Shen Fei declined. "No, I would prefer to return home. This place is rather inconvenient. Besides, although we have a little treasure together, we are still essentially strangers, and it is best to keep a distance," she added. Tang Ziling found this perplexing. Is it not the natural inclination of a woman to wish to remain? Why does Miss Shen seem intent on distancing herself? This is quite illogical. Have you not considered marrying me? Tang Ziling pressed on, unwilling to relent. Shen Fei widened her eyes in astonishment. "Why would I marry you? We are hardly acquainted. But we have a child. What will we do if you do not marry me? Shen Fei let out a soft hum, embracing her newfound identity as a widow. Life was splendid, wealthy, with a child, yet devoid of a husband. What bliss, free from any burdens. Tang Ziling was utterly incredulous at her words. Such audacious declarations were beyond comprehension. All right, I shall not linger any longer. I must take my leave. And I am grateful for your assistance yesterday. Although Tang Ziling could not yet assure Shen Fei of anything, he was resolute in his intentions. Now that a child was involved, she was undeniably his. Then I wish to see the child. What shall I do? Shen Fei nonchalantly replied. If you wish to see them, come to my home. When the little one is a bit older, you may take them out for a few days of adventure. Shen Fei had rationalized her situation, considering herself divorced with a former husband. This was the resolution she sought. This was Tang Ziling's first encounter with such a woman. Yet he decided that this matter could be addressed later. The immediate priority was to secure his father, Duke Tang's, consent for their union. Once that was assured, he could then discuss matters further with her. Very well, allow me to carry you out, he suggested, his ears flushing with warmth. No need. Shen Fei protested, then called out, Heir and I, come in and carry me out. Tang Ziling had no choice but to watch as Heir and I lifted Shen Fei away, while he followed closely, carrying the little treasure. Kai Xia trailed behind, holding the medicine Shen Fei had collected the previous day. Iron Bull and Uncle Lu, upon seeing Shen Fei and Heir and I emerge, breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Uncle Lu approached Tang Ziling, expressing gratitude. Thank you, young sir, for rescuing our young lady. Please accept these pastries as a token of our appreciation. On his way, Lu Sanquan purchased 4 types of pastries to bring along. Tang Ziling, observing Lu Sanquan's meticulousness, nodded in approval. He was indeed courteous, and she felt reassured having him beside Shen Fei. Very well, upon our return. Take good care of your young lady, she instructed, placing the little treasure in the carriage for Heir and I to hold. Shortly after Shen Fei and the others left, the servants of the Duke's residence arrived promptly. The chief steward, directly in service to Duke Tang, approached. Spotting the carriage from a distance, he refrained from pursuing it and instead bowed to Tang Ziling, saying, Third young master, the Duke requests your immediate return to the manor. Tang Ziling was taken aback by her father's swift action. However, since Tang Laosi had been present when he took Shen Fei away yesterday, this matter could not remain concealed. Very well, I shall return with you now, she replied. The steward found Tang Ziling's demeanor rather perplexing. It seemed her health had improved remarkably, recalling how pale she had appeared just days prior. Nonetheless, this was splendid news, and the Duke would surely be pleased to see her well. Tang Ziling rode in the carriage alongside Wu Yang, departing from Yongdaofeng. A half-hour later, Shen Fei and her companions finally arrived home. It was Heir and I who helped Shen Fei down from the carriage, and in her embrace, Shen Fei felt a profound sense of security. She believed that even if Heir and I had an insatiable appetite, she would gladly support her. Upon seeing Shen Fei return, Aunt Lu and Aunt Li, among others, gathered around her. Miss, how are you? They inquired. Yes, miss, you were injured. The young master was quite worried. Upon noticing the crowd gathering around her, Shen Fei hurriedly replied, Rest assured, I have merely sustained a minor injury. There is no cause for concern. Miss, I heard you have been spitting blood. I have specially prepared pig liver soup for you. Aunt Lu expressed with genuine care. Thank you, Aunt Lu. My medicine is still in the carriage. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing it. Shen Fei responded gratefully. Aunt Lu promptly acknowledged, Of course, miss. I shall attend to it immediately. Shen Fei continued her arrangements. Xiaoxi, please change the child into clean clothes. Yes, miss, Xiaoxi replied. At that moment, Aunt Li assisted Shun Yu as she entered, exclaiming, Elder sister, is your injury severe? What did the doctor say? Shen Yu was genuinely anxious, yet hesitant to put weight on her leg, her urgency palpable. Shen Yu, I am fine. There is no need to be alarmed. Take your time, Shen Fei reassured her. Aunt Li helped Shen Yu to a distant chair. Given that Shen Fei and Shen Yu were not blood siblings, and considering that Shen Yu was already 10 years old, it was prudent to maintain a degree of propriety. Once seated, Shen Yu anxiously inquired, Elder sister, how did you get injured yesterday? I heard it was caused by the guards of the Wangfu. Recalling the events of the previous day, Shen Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet her thoughts ignited at the mention of that woman. The striking resemblance to her mother stirred a yearning within her to meet this woman. However, she was merely an ordinary commoner, while the other was a princess. The disparity between them felt insurmountable. Indeed, their lives seemed to intersect not at all. The venues frequented by the princess were far beyond her reach, leaving Shen Fei momentarily troubled. Elder sister, Shen Yu observed Shen Fei lost in thought for quite some time, and her silence piqued his curiosity. Shen Fei, deep in contemplation, was abruptly interrupted by Shen Yu, hastily retracting her thoughts. I was rather impulsive yesterday, she confessed. Upon seeing that splendid carriage, I was compelled to take a closer look, only to be misunderstood by the guards, which resulted in my injury. Shen Yu remained silent, aware that Shen Fei was not being entirely truthful. However, everyone harbors secrets, and it was indeed peculiar for his elder sister to be alone with a child. Nevertheless, he deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper, as he too possessed secrets he had not disclosed to her. Nodding with an air of maturity, Shen Yu advised, "Sister, do take good care of yourself. Your health is paramount. Should you require assistance, seek out Uncle Lu San, and do not overexert yourself." "Very well. You must also take care of your health and nurture yourself properly," she replied. The two, both cognizant of their ailments, shared a light-hearted laugh. Chapter 64. A heart-captivated Tang Ziling sat within the carriage, pondering how to convey the matter of Shen Fei to Duke Tang upon her return. Moreover, she contemplated whether to reveal the entire truth. However, with Wu Yang still absent and her memories incomplete, it would be difficult to assert that Shen Fei's child was his own, for her father might not believe such a claim. She had also noticed her father's strong aversion to her traveling to the northern territories. It was peculiar how he grew anxious whenever the topic arose. Tang Ziling's reason for venturing to the north stemmed from her understanding that she was born there, the sole child not delivered within the family estate. Recalling her childhood inquiries about her birth mother, she remembered how Duke Tang would deftly evade the questions, and on occasion, he would even display anger. This was also the reason he quietly ventured to the northern territories, reluctant to confide in the Duke of Tang. Tang Ziling sought to uncover the identity of his mother, yet upon his return, he found himself bereft of that precious memory. He was even unaware of the existence of a child. The mere thought of the child brought to mind little Fu Bao. Tang Ziling spoke, "Wudong, after escorting me back to the residence, please return home briefly and invite Grandma Li to stay with the Shen family for a while. Miss Shen has been injured and is unable to care for the child." Reflecting on the servants in the Shen household, he mused that none seemed particularly capable, and thus proposed, "Send Mingyue over to tend to Miss Shen." "Understood, young master," Wudong replied, hastening the carriage as his mind raced. Mingyue was skilled in martial arts. It appeared that the third young master truly cherished Miss Shen. Not only was he sending her mother to assist, but he was also dispatching a female bodyguard for her protection, which indicated genuine concern. However, it was hardly surprising, given that she had brought forth a son. In fact, the young master was the first grandson of the Tang household. Curiously, the heir and the second young master had been married for years. Yet neither the heir's wife nor the second young mistress had shown any signs of pregnancy. It was indeed peculiar. If the two ladies had health issues, why had none of the concubines conceived either? Thus, the third generation of the Duke of Tang's family had only young Fu Bao as its sole heir. At that moment, Tang Ziling was oblivious to the fact that Wudong had thoroughly analyzed the affairs of the Duke's household. Although Wudong appeared austere, he harbored a wealth of inner thoughts. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Duke's residence. Tang Ziling declined Wudong's assistance and alighted from the carriage unaided. He has now overcome his afflictions, turned 18, and welcomed a child into the world. He can no longer remain inconspicuous, hidden in the shadows of others. It is essential to pursue what must be pursued. The steward, observing Tang Ziling's transformation, felt a profound sense of emotion. He hurriedly approached, saying, "Third master, the Duke is awaiting you in the study." Tang Ziling nodded and strode in with purpose. At this moment, the entire Duke's residence was abuzz with news of the third master's interest in a widow. After all, numerous servants had overheard the words of Madame Fong yesterday, and Madame Tang had no desire to conceal the truth. Thus, the news spread like wildfire throughout the estate. Whether among maids or footmen, everyone was aware of Tang Ziling's boldness. Some speculated that he had a penchant for married women, while others whispered that the woman in question sought a formal acknowledgement from the third master for her child. In short, under Madame Tang's deliberate indulgence, the news traveled swiftly, even reaching other noble families in Chang'an. After all, the connections among these servants were intricate, who among them lacked a few relatives. During his time in the residence, Tang Ziling had already caught wind of several servants murmuring about the matter. Such gossip did not surprise him. He was well aware of his stepmother's tactics on the surface. She appeared caring, yet harbored a wish for his early demise. He understood that Madame Tang believed the Duke could not forget his late mother. However, Tang Ziling held a different view. Although he did not know who his mother was or what she looked like, he did not believe his father to be a romantic at heart. The concubines in this household were numerous. However, it is indeed peculiar why, after so many years, there have been no newborns born within the household. Tang Ziling, upon arriving outside the study, refrained from entering and instead awaited the steward to report inside. At that moment, the Duke of Tang, having calmed somewhat after a night of reflection, was no longer as agitated. He merely wished to understand Tang Ziling's perspective. Once the steward entered to report, Tang Ziling was soon invited into the study. The steward assisted in closing the door behind them and stood guard outside. The Duke of Tang sat at the head of the table, observing as Tang Ziling bowed respectfully before him. "Father, please rise, third son. You are aware of the purpose of my summons, are you not?" Tang Ziling, reluctant to reveal his intentions, chose to await Wu Yang's return before making any decisions. Thus, he feigned ignorance, replying, "Father, your son is unaware of why I have been summoned. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The Duke of Tang, visibly displeased, slammed his hand on the table, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You do not know? You brazenly embraced a widow in the street, showing no regard for propriety. Yet you still refuse to acknowledge it." The Duke's anger flared. Initially, he had suspected that the lady was falsely accusing his third son, which prompted him to investigate personally. The events of the previous day had unfolded in the public square, witnessed by many. The Duke's ire intensified as he asked, "You did not return last night because you were with that woman?" Tang Ziling nodded, offering no denial. "Father, I rescued a young lady who had fainted and took her to the residence at Yangdafang. I have heard that you were acquainted with her. What is your relationship? And how did you come to know her?" Tang Ziling felt a twinge of hesitation upon hearing the unwavering inquiry of the Duke of Tang. Just how much did his father truly know? After all, he had only met her a handful of times, and yet he found himself utterly smitten. Uncertain of his father's knowledge, he resolved to fabricate an excuse. The notion of being enamored at first sight was indeed a pretext. When he first laid eyes on Shen Fei, she had just given birth, her hair in disarray, resembling more of a beggar than a lady. To claim he was captivated by her then would be utterly absurd. His willingness to marry Shen Fei stemmed not from infatuation, but rather from a desire to avoid a bride chosen arbitrarily by Madame Tang. In light of this, seeking Shen Fei seemed the wiser choice. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, this was Tang Ziling's true reasoning. Otherwise, she would have certainly scoffed at him. "You wish to marry me? Well, I'm not so certain I would agree." The Duke of Tang, upon hearing his son's sentiments, felt a rush of bewilderment. "Third son, that woman is a widow with a child. You, the distinguished third young master of the Duke's household, could have any noble lady, yet you choose her?" The Duke struggled to comprehend this choice. Yet he felt a yearning to meet Shen Fei, to behold the beauty that could inspire such a decision from Tang Ziling. Sensing his father's disapproval of Shen Fei's child, Tang Ziling silently concurred. Were it not for the child, he might not have considered her as a legitimate wife. Chapter 65. The Duke of Tang. Who only educates with words. Tang Ziling composed himself, and, with a sudden resolve, knelt down, exclaiming, "Father, I implore you to grant me your blessing. I genuinely hold deep affection for Miss Shen." Tang Ziling resolved to make a bold move by directly appealing to Duke Tang. If the Duke consented, his stepmother would have no power to interfere with his marriage. Compared to unfamiliar individuals of questionable character, at least Shen Fei was more agreeable to him. After all, she was the first woman he had ever known, and thus far, the only one. It would be an exaggeration to claim that his feelings for Shen Fei were of an all-consuming love. Indeed, they had only met a few times. However, it would also be inaccurate to assert that he felt no affection at all. If there were no stirrings of emotion or fondness, he would not have approached Duke Tang with the proposal to marry her. In essence, Tang Ziling's feelings for Shen Fei were quite intricate, interwoven with his current circumstances in the Tang residence and a myriad of other factors, rendering his desire to wed her less than entirely pure. Nonetheless, he wished to bestow upon Shen Fei the status of a legitimate wife and grant his little treasure the identity of an heir. Upon witnessing Tang Ziling kneeling before him, the Duke's brows furrowed, and he hastened over to pull him up. Seeing his resolute demeanor only fueled the Duke's rage, leading him to shatter a nearby cup. "You must be dreaming," he exclaimed, pacing furiously around Tang Ziling. You are truly going to drive me to madness. As for Miss Shen, she is merely a woman who has borne children. How can you still refer to her as Miss? Does she deserve such a title?" The Duke, incensed, began to hurl insults. His words harsh and unkind. Tang Ziling felt that addressing Shen Fei by her given name in front of his father was inappropriate, which was why he had opted for Miss Shen. He did not anticipate that his father would seize upon this detail. "Father, your words are excessively harsh," he replied. "I have gone too far, or have I overstepped?" She fails to recognize her own standing, daring to seek entry into our noble household. What absurdity! What is your status? In this realm, aside from a princess, you may wed any woman, yet you fixate on the daughter of a convicted traitor. Do not presume I am unaware. That girl is indeed a member of the disgraced Chang'an Marquisate, a mere illegitimate child of the third branch. Even if the Marquisate had not been dismantled, she would still be unworthy of you. Moreover, she is a widow with offspring. Third son, I declare, even if I were to perish, I would not permit you to bring that woman into our home. The Duke of Tang fumed. He felt that his well-behaved son had been led astray by folly. Upon hearing the Duke of Tang articulate his awareness of Shen Fei's circumstances, Tang Ziling grew suspicious. His father had only learned of this matter yesterday. How could he possess such thorough knowledge? Shen Fei, originally named Sun Mingxia, had taken considerable time to investigate due to her name change. Yet his father had acquired such understanding in a mere night. It seemed the stepmother had provided the information, having kept a watchful eye on him for quite some time. With a look of feigned innocence, Tang Ziling turned to the Duke, saying, "Father, what is my status? I too am of illegitimate birth. How can I disdain another of similar origin? Furthermore, Miss Shen's father is of the third branch, while she herself is of the legitimate line." The Duke of Tang replied, "Ah well, this young man dares to challenge my words. Such audacity is truly remarkable. You are the son of a duke. Your status inherently noble. How can you even draw such comparisons?" The Duke of Tang, upon hearing that his third son was not complying, was infuriated yet refrained from lifting a single finger to punish him. Throughout his life, Tang Ziling had never faced punishment from the Duke, who had only ever admonished him verbally. In the Duke's residence, both the heir and the second son had faced reprimands from their father. "Regardless, I cannot agree. Third son, do not let yourself be blinded by that woman, for there are many beautiful women in this world." The Duke, having exhausted his stern approach, began to soften his tone. Tang Ziling felt a stir in his heart and declared, "Father, I am resolute in my choice. If you do not consent, then I shall remain unmarried, regardless of whom mother might introduce." The Duke, in his vexation, raised his hand in anger but lowered it again upon seeing Tang Ziling's face. You ungrateful wretch, I see you were born to defy me." The Duke paced in circles within his study, yet did not lay a finger on Tang Ziling. Observing this, Tang Ziling felt a pang of sorrow. In the Tang household, he lacked a biological mother. Although the Duke cherished him, perhaps even indulged him, his father, a military man, spent little time at home, and the inner chambers were ruled by his stepmother. How could a father comprehend the intricate dynamics of the women in the inner quarters? Had he not encountered Song Yan, he might still have been unaware of his own affliction, believing instead that his frailty was merely a consequence of his childhood. He had no intention of inciting his father's anger. However, at present, this was the best way to extricate himself from the control of Lady Tang. In truth, had the Duke been so affectionate, he might have revealed the true nature of his stepmother. However, the stepmother is exceptionally adept at maintaining appearances, treating him with utmost kindness on the surface, leaving him unable to find a single flaw. Thus, even if he were to speak with the Duke of Tang, it may not yield any results. In his youth, he was quite fond of the Liu family. Little did he know that those bowls of nourishing medicine were, in fact, poison. With this thought, Tang Ziling's gaze hardened. "Father, if you do not consent, I shall remain unmarried for life or depart from the Tang family altogether." Tang Ziling administered a potent dose of reality. The Duke staggered back a few steps. This boy was exceedingly obstinate. The chief steward, stationed outside, though he had not witnessed the exchange, was well aware of the outcome. The Duke stood no chance against the young master, despite the fierce words. Each confrontation was merely thunder without rain. Indeed, the Duke was excessively indulgent towards the third young master. It was ultimately the Duke who capitulated. At that moment, a tall, handsome young man approached. "Uncle Tang, has the third young master returned?" The chief steward, upon seeing him, quickly bowed and paid his respects. "Your Highness, the third young master and the Duke are inside." The young prince's expression was stern, devoid of any emotion. "Go inform them that this prince has arrived." The chief steward nodded hastily. "Of course, please wait a moment, Your Highness." Inside, the gentle voice of the Duke of Tang could be heard. "My dear boy, your status is noble, and any woman is worthy of you. Why then, have you set your sights on a widow? In this Diyu dynasty, aside from the princess, I can advocate for any young lady you desire." Upon hearing the Duke's words, the prince clenched his fists tightly. Noble status, how utterly ridiculous. He, a frail, illegitimate son, is already undeservedly favored by a widow with a child. Upon hearing his father's indulgence towards Tang Ziling, the heir to the Tang estate felt a surge of anger within him, unable to utter a harsh word. Why does his father place such significance on someone who is merely a bastard? It appears that the third son truly cannot live for long. Chapter 66. Narrow-mindedness. The chief steward gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Your Grace, the heir has arrived." Instantly, the Duke of Tang donned a serious expression. Casting a stern glance at Tang Ziling before commanding, "Let him enter." Having overheard his father's directive from outside, the heir stepped into the study. "Father, your son pays his respects." The Duke of Tang replied coolly, "What brings you here?" After casting a glance at Tang Ziling, the heir attempted to placate him, saying, "Today, I heard some news regarding my third brother within the estate and learned of your summons to him. I presumed you intended to reprimand him, so I hastened to intercede on his behalf. Little did I know, I was merely overthinking." The heir's words dripped with sarcasm. Ostensibly, he came to plead for mercy. Yet he was, in truth, reproaching the Duke for his favoritism. The Duke of Tang was taken aback, feeling a profound disappointment swell within him as he regarded his eldest son. Their lineage had been founded by martial prowess, having fought alongside the founding emperor to establish their dominion. Every male descendant of the Tang family had been valiant and strong, yet his generation bore children so frail. While it was acceptable for his eldest son to eschew martial pursuits, it was disheartening that he had also failed to achieve any notable accomplishments in the realm of literature. None of this seemed to matter, as he could still lead a life of leisure and affluence in the future. However, the eldest son possesses a heart too narrow, akin to that of a woman, petty and envious. He often claims to dote on the third brother, yet despite his affection, he has not bestowed upon him any additional assets. Nor has he entertained the thought of changing the heir. On the contrary, the eldest brother has already secured the title of heir for himself, earning the envy of all in the capital, having attained such a prestigious position at a tender age. In the vast estate of the Duke, once the family divides, 70% of the estate's wealth will rightfully belong to him. What grievances could he possibly harbor? Duke Tang maintained a stern demeanor, asserting, "As for your third brother's affairs, I shall take charge. His health has always been frail. You elder siblings must extend him more care." The heir of Tang retorted, "What further care could be afforded? You are already elevating him to the heavens. Were it not for his poor health since childhood, he might have already assumed the heir's position." Tang Ziling had no desire to confront the heir, fully aware of his elder brother's inner turmoil. Thus he resolved to take his leave. "Father, elder brother, please continue your discussion. I shall take my leave." Upon witnessing Tang Ziling's steady stride, the heir felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. It seemed as though the third brother's health had markedly improved. "I must inquire with mother to uncover the truth," the heir thought, watching Tang Ziling's silhouette until it vanished from view. The Duke observed everything silently. Perhaps the third brother was indeed in need of marriage. With nothing more to discuss, the heir and the Duke took their leave as well. Upon returning to his quarters, Aunt Fong promptly approached him. "Young master, is the news circulating outside true?" Tang Ziling nodded. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I have my own plans." Aunt Fong lowered her head and responded, "Yes, my lord." Upon returning to her chamber, Tang Ziling murmured to herself, "I wonder if Wu Dan has delivered the person." At that moment, the members of the Shen family exchanged glances upon the arrival of the two individuals. Shen Fei was taken aback by Tang Ziling's thoughtfulness in sending someone over. "Madam Li, did Master Tang send you here?" Madam Li smiled and explained, "Miss Shen, our young master has stated that your injury has yet to heal, and you cannot take care of the child. Thus, he dispatched this old servant to look after young Master Fu Bao." Shen Fei inquired further about Madam Li's background. "Madam, may I ask what your relationship with Tang Ziling is?" Aware of Shen Fei's cautious nature, Madam Li knew that her son Wu Dan had already informed her of Shen Fei's situation. Consequently, she was aware that young Master Fu Bao was the biological son of Tang Ziling, and thus, she came willingly. "Miss Shen, I have personally raised the third young master, and I am also Wu Dan's biological mother." Shen Fei felt reassured, knowing that Tang Ziling would not harm his son. A smile graced her lips as she said, "Madam Li, I shall trouble you to care for young Master Fu Bao during this period." Certainly. With the matter settled, it was now time to turn to Mingyue. Shen Fei regarded the lovely young girl before her and asked, "And who might you be?" Mingyue hurriedly introduced herself. "Miss, my name is Mingyue. The third young master has said that I shall follow you from now on as your guard." Upon hearing the term guard, Shen Fei's eyes sparkled with interest. "Can you fight?" Mingyue nodded. "Yes, I have been practicing martial arts since childhood." "Can you fly?" Mingyue said, "She is not a bird. Why would she fly?" Miss Shen must have read too many illustrated books. Mingyue shook her head. "My lady, I can easily leap over the walls, but I cannot fly." Shen Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed the white-haired woman she had encountered that day was indeed formidable. She wondered where that person had gone and if it would be possible to invite her for protection. However, having a skilled girl like Mingyue to safeguard them was certainly not a bad arrangement. "Very well, Mingyue. From now on, you shall protect both my mother and me. As for the vacant courtyard in the back, you may choose what you like." "Yes, Miss Shen." Indeed, my lady. Shen Fei found herself with little choice. The house was limited in size, and not utilizing the back courtyard was simply impractical at this point. After Li Mama and Mingyue departed, Shen Fei summoned Lu Sanquan. Uncle Lu, I have prepared some vegetable seeds in the west wing. Please deliver them to Uncle Ma and the others promptly. Lu Sanquan was unaware of the type of seeds, but considering the season, he felt it might be a bit late. My lady, starting to plant vegetables now seems rather tardy. Shen Fei explained. These seeds are all for leafy greens. They can mature quickly. Within 2 months, we shall have our autumn harvest. Seeing Shen Fei's determination, Lu Sanquan did not refuse. After all, that plot of land had only been cultivated this year, and a poor yield was to be expected. In the worst-case scenario, they would merely lose some seeds and expend a bit of labor. All right, I shall deliver them to Ma Lu and the others immediately. And what of the pig pen I requested? How is its construction progressing? In just 2 days, the construction will be completed, following the plans you provided. And the piglets have already been reserved. Shen Fei was overjoyed, exclaiming that everything must proceed swiftly. After Lu Sanquan departed, Shen Fei found herself at leisure. She yearned for a speedy recovery, though healing would indeed require some time. In the ensuing days, Shen Fei's life unfolded comfortably. Little Fu Bao, under the care of Aunt Li, required no extra attention from Shen Fei. She truly relished the moments when she could hold him and play with him. Following Aunt Li's advice, a wet nurse was also engaged for little Fu Bao. This was primarily due to Shen Fei's injury, which made nursing inconvenient, compounded by her daily medication that could adversely affect Fu Bao's health. Now, little Fu Bao no longer experienced erratic feeding schedules. The 3-month-old infant had grown plump and fair. Chapter 67. Remarkable recovery thanks to the effects of the medication. Shen Fei's body was recovering remarkably fast. Although only a little over half a month had passed, she felt completely well. The esteemed physician was summoned to the Shun residence to take Shen Fei's pulse and inquire about her condition, discovering that all symptoms had vanished. The old doctor could not help but exclaim, "Miss Shun, your injuries have completely healed." Shen Fei was elated, responding, "Indeed, this is wonderful. Doctor, your medical skills are exceptional." To which the old doctor humbly replied, "I dare not accept such flattery. You are the first patient of this nature I have encountered. It is truly a miracle. No, it is not my skill that is remarkable, but rather your remarkable constitution and astonishing ability to recover." Refrained from further explanation and addressed the doctor. "Kindly, could you take another look at my brother? How is his leg? Does he still need to continue taking medication?" The elderly physician, stowing away his medical bag, accompanied Tu's room, was seated at the table, engrossed in his studies. Upon seeing the doctor and enter, he expressed surprise. "Sister, you are well again." "Indeed. I am completely fine now. You should also let the doctor examine you," replied. Nodded, using the custom-made crutch had provided to make his way back to the bedside. After sitting down, he raised the injured leg for examination. "Doctor, please take a look." The doctor placed his medical bag down and unwrapped the bandage from his leg. Inspecting the wound closely, he then gently palpated the area, asking, "Does it hurt here?" Shook his head. "What about here?" The response was the same. Continued to shake his head, indicating he felt no pain. The doctor, perplexed, wondered if the young man's leg had indeed healed. The resilience of the family siblings was quite remarkable, showcasing an extraordinary capacity for recovery. "Place this foot on the ground and see if you can stand," he instructed. Feeling a bit anxious, realized the moment had finally arrived. He slowly rose to his feet without any support. Seeing this, Aunt Li's heart soared with joy. Tears of happiness streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Young master, your leg can finally stand." Equally exhilarated, prepared for the next instruction from the doctor. "Take a few steps so I can observe." Taking a deep breath, cautiously took his first step. To his astonishment, the injured foot was completely pain-free. Encouraged, he took several more steps, gradually increasing his pace. The esteemed physician immediately intervened, advising, "Do not exert yourself too much. Take your time. Although you are able to walk now, refrain from traversing long distances. Your current state of recovery is beyond my expectations." Shen Yu understood the physician's meaning well. He was acutely aware that had it not been for his sister's extraordinary concoction, his recovery would not have been so swift or remarkable. He beamed at Shen Fei, exclaiming, "Sister, I am truly better. I can walk now, and my leg is no longer lame." Shen Fei, equally elated, replied, "Indeed, you have recovered, but do heed the doctor's advice. Do not stand for too long, and continue to recuperate." The physician nodded in agreement, stating, "It takes 100 days to heal from a fracture, and considering your leg has endured another injury, we must remain vigilant. Here is my recommendation. I shall not prescribe any more medication. Instead, Take an additional fortnight to nurture your recovery, during which you may engage in moderate walking exercises. Thank you very much. Shen Fei expressed her gratitude after settling the physician's fee and seeing him off. Upon returning to the room, she advised, Shenyu, focus on your recovery. Once you are fully healed, I shall personally seek out an academy for you. You need not worry about visiting Master Zhu. Sister, the renowned academies in Chang'an not only require examinations, but also recommendations from esteemed individuals. Not everyone can gain admission. Shen Fei remained undeterred, assuring him, do not fret, I will find a way. Let us give it a try. Although she had yet to devise a concrete plan, her commitment to her brother was unwavering. Shenyu could sense Shen Fei's heartfelt intentions. The elder sister, seemingly carefree about everything, surprisingly demonstrated meticulous care towards herself, which deeply moved Shenyu. Thank you, elder sister. Shen Fei affectionately ruffled Shenyu's hair, stating that there was no need for gratitude among family. She expressed her hope that he could find joy and refrain from perpetually frowning like an old man. Indeed, Shenyu was not a particularly lively child. Rather, he exhibited a certain introversion, often remaining silent. Shen Fei was unaware of the secrets he harbored, but wished for his life to be more carefree. After all, she reassured him that she was there for him, alleviating any concerns he might have. They say that overly anxious children may struggle to grow tall. Shenyu let out a soft laugh. Aunt Li, observing the cheerful exchange between the two, felt a pang of sadness instead of relief. The young master was increasingly reliant on the elder sister. What would happen if, one day, he placed his trust in her above all else? Aunt Li's heart was heavy. The joy she felt at Shun Yu's recovery quickly dissipated. Should she devise a plan to separate the two? She recalled the arrival of Granny Li, sent by young Master Tang. Could it be that he harbored feelings for the elder sister? If she were to marry, perhaps that would create distance between them. Aunt Li contemplated testing the waters. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, Aunt Li's thoughts were elsewhere. After her conversation with Shen Yu, she returned to the back courtyard. As she had important matters to attend to, she needed to deliver the fertilizer and pig feed from the west chamber to the village. These supplies were overdue for use, but her health had delayed their delivery. And I, Tang, follow me. The two followed closely, and and I asked, Miss, what do you need from me? And I and Tang had grown increasingly fond of each other. The girl, albeit belatedly, had finally grasped Tang's intentions. They were now officially betrothed. Shen Fei had no objections. In fact, she hoped and I would bear a guardian for little Fu Bao, akin to the loyal protector raised from childhood like Wu Dan. Moreover, both and I and Tang possessed considerable strength, and Shen Fei was curious about the offspring they might produce. Consequently, their wedding date was set for the 6th of next month. You two, first pack the pig feed into bags, and then take it to the village. What is pig feed? and I inquired. Food that makes pigs grow plumper, Shen Fei replied, casting an envious glance at Ni's round belly. and I quickly sucked in her stomach. Wait, that's odd. Miss just mentioned pigs. Why is she looking at me? Come on, let us get to work. Fill these bags, she urged. Tang promptly intervened, saying, Miss, we can handle this. You should rest. and I chose not to dwell on whether the miss was comparing her to a pig and nodded. Yes, miss, just watch us. We'll finish soon. Chapter 68. Discovery and confrontation. Their movements were swift, and soon all the pig feed was packed into bags. Tang, please take this feed to the residents in Changlu village. If one trip isn't enough, make two. After Tang's departure, Shen Fei assisted and I in vying for the bags as they continued to pack the fertilizer. Both Shen Fei and I had cloth strips wrapped around their noses, for the fertilizer emitted a notably pungent odor. Miss, is this substance poisonous? Why is it so acrid? Shen Fei nodded, affirming that it was indeed toxic, and they needed to wash their hands thoroughly after handling it. and I, feeling a bit apprehensive, became more cautious in her movements. Shen Fei found it amusing and reassured her, as long as we don't ingest it, we shall be fine. This time, Shen Fei had procured high-efficiency potassium sulfate compound fertilizer. As the land on her side was rather barren, without sufficient nourishment, her autumn crops might not flourish. This fertilizer was rich in diverse nutrients, capable of enhancing yield, and contained various trace elements to improve soil quality and boost production. Shen Fei had her sights set on profiting from this batch of autumn vegetables, which motivated both women to persevere despite their fatigue. Thus, Shen Fei and her companions dedicated an entire morning to transporting both feed and fertilizer to Chang'an village. After lunch, Shen Fei sought out Granny Li. Granny, would you care to take a stroll? Granny Li looked at Shen Fei, puzzled. A stroll? Where to? Shen Fei wished to visit the village but was uneasy about leaving little Fu Bao at home. Without little Fu Bao in her sight, Shen Fei felt restless. Granny, I wish to stay in the village for a few days, and I would like to take you and the child along. Since arriving at the Shen household, Granny Li had heard of Shen Fei's peculiar behavior. In the past, whenever she left home, she always carried the child with her. It is indeed refreshing to take a stroll in the village. Please wait a moment, miss. I shall gather my belongings immediately. Shen Fei felt a surge of joy upon noticing that Li Momo did not oppose the idea. She then entered Shen Yu's chamber and inquired, Shen Yu, I intend to spend a few days in the countryside. Would you care to join me? Shen Yu shook her head and replied, Sister, I shall remain at home to tend to the household. We still have plenty of grain. If everyone departs, what if it is pilfered? Very well. You may rest at home. I shall venture to the village to observe the progress of our crops and check on our piglets. Shen Yu nodded, understanding that this was the sole source of income for their family this year, and the prospect of a harvest remained uncertain. Be careful, sister. Do not worry. I shall be fine. By the way, do not fret. Once I complete my agricultural duties, I will seek out a school for you. Shen Yu beamed and replied, All right. I will follow your lead. Li Momo worked swiftly, soon preparing little Fu Bao's clothing and daily necessities. Even the wet nurse was arranged to accompany them to the countryside. Alas, Shen Fei had not nursed the child in a long while, and her milk had diminished. Little Fu Bao could only drink from the wet nurse, but fortunately, the child was not picky. Li Momo, is everything ready? Yes, miss, we can set off now. Thus, the group boarded the carriage. Tai Nyo perched on the edge of the vehicle, eager to depart, when suddenly a carriage appeared at the entrance, blocking their path. Tang Ziling lifted the curtain and inquired, Where are you headed? Recognizing Tang Ziling's voice, Li Momo pulled back the curtain and exclaimed, Young master has arrived. We are to reside in the village for a few days. Tang Ziling, aware that Shen Fei possessed land around Chang'an, spoke up, Let us go. I shall accompany you to have a look. Shen Fei, noticing Tang Ziling, did not refuse his company. Thus, 2 horse-drawn carriages departed from Jai Weifang, one following the other. Neither Tang Ziling nor Shen Fei perceived any issue with their encounter. Meanwhile, the Duke of Tang remained obstinate, adamantly opposing Tang Ziling's desire to wed Shen Fei. However, the news of Tang Ziling's interest in a widow had already spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital. With the encouragement of certain individuals, both the noble families and the common folk of Chang'an were well aware of the affair concerning the third young master of the Tang family. In the midst of their tea and meals, discussions about this matter became rampant. Tang Ziling remained unfazed, as he knew his stepmother would not select any suitable young lady for him. This predicament vexed the Duke of Tang greatly. He personally approached several old associates. Yet each time he broached the subject of Tang Ziling, they would distance themselves or feign ignorance, evading the topic with subtlety. After repeated attempts, the Duke realized that these individuals looked down upon Tang Ziling. Despite his frustration, he found himself powerless. At present, the father and son remained at an impasse, neither willing to yield. Occasionally, Tang Ziling would visit the Shen family to see little Fu Bao, for he felt reassured with Li Momo looking after him. As the 2 carriages traversed the street, Sun Hung observed them fade into the distance. Rather than pursue, he returned to the vicinity of the Shen residence, astonished by the prowess of this daughter who had managed to align herself with the son of a duke. Upon her return from vacation, Shen Lingxiang shared the circumstances surrounding Shen Fei with the couple, Sun Hung and his wife. The Sun family had fallen into increasingly dire straits, having just returned to Chang'an. They possessed little in the way of savings. Initially, it had been hoped that they could rely on the support of the main branch of the family, leveraging the connections with the Dou and Lu families through marriage to assist them. Sun Hung, at that time, refrained from proposing a separation, believing he could bask in the light of Sun Bin's fortunes. However, a month prior, Sun Bin had sustained severe injuries and had yet to recover. Moreover, he was being coerced into a divorce by the Lu family, though Sun Bin stubbornly resisted, leading to a stalemate between the 2 families. Sun Heng now realized that relying on the main branch was futile and sought alternative solutions. He had contemplated reaching out to Shen Fei, but had found no trace of her after a prolonged search. The only tidings he received came from his own daughter, Lingxiang. After waiting for several days near the Duke's residence, he finally spotted Tang Ziling leaving, which led him to discover Shen Fei's abode in Chang'an. Upon seeing the residence, Sun Heng's spirits lifted. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the girl had acquired such a substantial property. It seemed that separating from the main branch was indeed a viable option, and he could simply relocate there. As the father of Mingxia, he believed she could not possibly cast him out. Sun Hung surveyed the small dwelling from various angles before joyfully returning to discuss the separation. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, a problem was quietly approaching her. At that moment, she was delightfully playing with her chubby son. Kai Kai, were you happy to go out? Little Fu Bao waved his tiny, pudgy hands and let out a couple of joyful cries, as if responding to Shen Fei's inquiry. Despite his diminutive stature, his voice rang out clear and bright, even catching the attention of Tang, Ziling from the adjacent carriage. Upon hearing the cries of the little treasure, a gentle smile graced the face of the elderly father. Chapter 69, The Resolute Shen Fei. Soon, the group arrived at the village. Tiniu drove the cart to the outskirts, where Shen Fei's homestead was situated somewhat off the beaten path, as she was a later arrival. The village was abuzz with the arrival of two opulent carriages, drawing the attention of the villagers. Village Chief Wang was taken aback. He had never anticipated that such a humble woman, once accompanied by a child, would achieve such prosperity. Not only had she stirred considerable excitement in the village, erecting houses, constructing pig pens, and cultivating autumn crops, her endeavors were indeed impressive. Furthermore, he had heard whispers of newly allocated fields where winter wheat was being sown. While a few families in the village did grow winter wheat, it was a rarity. Despite the favorable climate in Chang'an City allowing for 2 harvests a year, the soil's fertility was insufficient. Consequently, many households opted to plant only spring wheat, yielding 1 harvest per year, or occasionally 2 to 3 seasons, allowing the land time to recuperate. Village Chief Wang believed that the Shen family should focus on nurturing the soil this autumn, perhaps gathering leaves from the mountains to create compost, and applying manure the following year to plant spring wheat optimally. He had previously offered this counsel, yet the Shen family remained steadfast in their obedience to their master's commands. Although Chief Wang provided his advice, Ma Lu and his companions were reluctant to heed it. Ma Lu's thoughts aligned closely with those of Chief Wang. However, succumbing to Shen Fei's influence, they could only comply with her directives. The 3 Ma brothers devoted considerable care to the winter wheat fields, harboring little hope for the autumn crops Shen Fei mentioned. After disembarking from the cart, Li Momo cradled the little treasure and entered the main courtyard. Shen Fei instructed, "Mother, please take care of the little treasure at home while I head to the fields." Li Mama nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured." Mississippi Shen Fei turned to Tang Ziling, asking, "Will you accompany me to the fields, or do you wish to check on the child?" Tang Ziling, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is your purpose in the fields? Do you possess any farming skills?" Although Shen Fei herself lacked such abilities, she had observed much over time. Farming and husbandry were not her areas of expertise, yet her senior brothers and sisters excelled in them. Merely through observation, she had grasped the essentials. Thus, Shen Fei boldly affirmed, "Indeed, I am quite proficient." Tang Ziling gazed at Shen Fei in disbelief. "You truly understand?" Shen Fei nodded emphatically, "Of course. If you doubt it, you may accompany me." Consequently, the 2 of them boarded a carriage laden with fertilizer, drawn by an iron ox. Their first destination was the field of winter wheat, where the weather had gradually turned colder, and the wheat had begun to sprout, albeit unevenly. Shen Fei instructed Erniu to unload the fertilizer. Ma Lu, along with his 2 sons and daughter-in-law, was in the field, diligently tending to the patches where seedlings were missing. Upon seeing Shen Fei's arrival, Ma Lu hurried over, exclaiming, "Miss, what brings you to the fields?" Shen Fei pointed to the bags on the ground, saying, "Uncle Ma, these are fertilizers. If you apply them to the soil, it will enhance its fertility and enrich its nutrients." Ma Lu had long been intrigued by the pungent substance, so he opened one of the bags, revealing dark, glossy beads that were round and smooth, an intriguing sight indeed. "Miss, is this substance fertilizer?" Ma Lu, intrigued, leaned in closer, almost tempted to taste it. Shen Fei quickly interjected, "Uncle Ma, this is toxic and not for consumption. It is chemical fertilizer." His curiosity piqued. Ma Lu hesitated, concerned about its potential harm to the winter wheat. "Miss, if we apply this to the wheat, it won't kill the seedlings, will it?" Shen Fei shook her head reassuringly. "No, rest assured. Just follow my lead." She took a handful of compound fertilizer and scattered it around the wheat seedlings. "Simply apply it at the roots, and use my measurements." Shen Fei demonstrated the process to him. Although Ma Lu felt conflicted, he was swayed by the determination in Shen Fei's eyes. "Very well, Mississippi. Then let us use this fertilizer on all our fields. If we require more, do not hesitate to inform me." "Yes." Once Shen Fei and her companions departed, Ma Lu summoned his son and daughter-in-law, instructing them on the techniques and precautions for fertilizing. He emphasized the importance of not ingesting any of the fertilizer and the necessity of washing hands after handling it. Tang Ziling, who had accompanied Shen Fei, was pleasantly surprised by her extensive knowledge. The 2 then continued their journey in the cart towards the foothills, where Shen Fei's pig farm was located. It was a considerable distance away, requiring over 10 minutes of travel. Tang Ziling inquired, "Is your plan for making money truly reliant on these grains?" Shen Fei shook her head. "I have no intention of cultivating grains. My primary desire is to grow vegetables. I aim to sell them to affluent households." Tang Ziling chuckled softly, noting that those families owned vast estates, and their tenant farmers merely cultivated vegetables to deliver to their masters, rendering any need for purchasing unnecessary. Shen Fei had not anticipated this inquiry. Thus, she pondered, could I sell the vegetables to those taverns and restaurants? Yet, they too had established suppliers, and many in Chang'an were engaged in cultivation. It was indeed a challenge to grow superior vegetables, as the produce must be aesthetically pleasing, free from blemishes or pests, among other concerns. Initially, Shen Fei felt a twinge of apprehension, but as Tang Ziling elaborated on the potential drawbacks, Shen Fei's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. The problems she articulated were all within her grasp to resolve, for she possessed advanced chemical substances that others in this era could not compare with. The vegetables she cultivated could be treated with pesticides and fertilizers, ensuring not only robust growth, but also an earlier harvest. These were her distinct advantages. With a beaming smile, Shen Fei assured, "You need not worry. I have my own ingenious strategies." Observing that she was unyielding, Tang Ziling refrained from further persuasion, opting instead to wait until Shen Fei encountered a setback to grasp the gravity of the situation. Upon Shen Fei's arrival, Lu Sanquan and Uncle Li were already there to greet her. Lu Sanquan's thoughts were consumed by the 20 piglets he tended. Despite being the chief steward of the Shen family, there were scant enterprises for him to manage. His only hope lay in nurturing the pigs successfully to see a return on investment. Their master's ambitions were vast, yet they feared the day when their household might exhaust its resources. "Miss, you have arrived," Lu Sanquan greeted. "Uncle Lu, how are our piglets faring?" "Everything is well. It has been over half a month since we brought them back, and none have perished." Shen Fei nodded with satisfaction. "Tainyo, please return and fetch a few bags of feed." "Yes, miss," Tainyo replied, driving the horse-drawn cart back. "What is feed?" Lu Sanquan inquired, his curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar term. Shen Fei explained, "It is the nourishment for piglets. Consuming this will help them gain weight." Lu Sanquan pondered. As long as pigs eat pig food, they will gain weight. There is truly no need for special feed. However, he refrained from contradicting Shen Fei, for he had learned that once she was resolute, persuasion was futile. Though she appeared amiable, her convictions were steadfast. Chapter 70. A unique existence. Tang Ziling accompanied Shen Fei as she toured her vegetable garden and pig pen. Shen Fei was surprised by Tang Ziling's tolerance. "I remember you are quite fastidious. How do you dare to be here with me?" Tang Ziling's curiosity was purely directed towards Shen Fei, intrigued by her persona. He had received a letter from Wu Yang detailing Shen Fei's past, and the habits of this present individual stood in stark contrast. He couldn't help but wonder if this woman was an imposter. Additionally, Shen Fei's possession of an array of peculiar items further fueled Tang Ziling's intrigue. His presence at the pig pen today was motivated by the desire to observe her every move. Wu Yang would return in 2 days, at which point he could inquire about many matters directly. Little did Shen Fei know, Tang Ziling harbored suspicions about her. Her thoughts are now entirely consumed by these piglets. Lu Shu. The feed must be provided at every meal without fail. Yes, Mississippi. Lu Sanquan also wishes to conduct an experiment to ascertain the veracity of Shen Fei's fervent claims. He harbors a suspicion that perhaps the young lady's assertions might indeed hold some truth. However, he remains cautious and has secretly selected 2 piglets to weigh. He plans to withhold their feed to facilitate a comparison regarding the efficacy of the feed. Shen Fei is unaware of Lu Sanquan's intentions, having arranged everything. She departs with her companions. With her current servants, Shen Fei finds that she need not exert herself personally. Reflecting on Shen Yu, she inquires, "Tang Ziling, are you familiar with the academies in the capital? I wish to enroll my brother. Do you know which would be suitable?" Tang Ziling. The mere thought of the academy causes a pang in his heart, for he has never been able to attend one. Due to his frail health since childhood, he was unable to go to the academy. The Duke of Tang merely engaged a tutor to teach him at home, yet that tutor dared not discipline him. His childhood was marked by sporadic learning, and he has only acquired a superficial understanding of various subjects. Presently, Tang Ziling is confounded. He cannot discern whether his father, the Duke of Tang, genuinely cherishes him or not. If he were not cherished, how could he have been afforded such fine food, clothing, and treatment comparable to that of his legitimate brothers? Moreover, he has never faced punishment or scolding. Yet, if his father truly cared for him, it seems he harbors no expectations for his future. In his childhood, he was oblivious to the realities surrounding him, believing himself to be uniquely privileged within the household, exempt from the rigors of martial training and academic pursuits. He could skip school at will, free from any admonishment from the tutor. The Duke of Tang had even decreed that no one was permitted to lay a finger on him. He distinctly recalls that his elder brother, much like him, had also neglected his studies. However, unlike him, The elder brother faced the ire of their stepmother, and even their father did not spare him, delivering a severe punishment. From that moment forth, the elder brother refrained from such folly, ultimately emerging as a paragon of both literary and martial excellence. During those carefree days, he had basked in a sense of superiority, convinced of his uniqueness. Yet now, at the age of 18, he had matured beyond the innocence of youth and gained a deeper understanding of life's complexities. He reflected on their father's words to his elder brother, Tang, the Duke's estate shall be inherited by your elder brother, with 70% of the family fortune belonging to him. After our time has passed, the family will divide, and if you do not strive diligently, how shall you survive? The young Tang, with a proud tilt of his chin, questioned why everything should be granted to his elder brother when he too was a legitimate son. The Duke, upon hearing Tang Ji's retort, was not angered. He merely reiterated that as the eldest, the established family tradition favored the elder brother. If Tang Ji failed to achieve noteworthy accomplishments, the disparity between him and his elder brother would only widen, a sobering truth. Thus, from that point onward, Tang Ji ceased to emulate Tang Ziling. In both martial prowess and scholarly pursuits, Tang Ji excelled, even surpassing the heir, Tang Xian. However, since both Tang Ji and Tang Xian were born of the legitimate line, and the position of heir had long been secured for Tang Xian with the intervention of the Liu family, the two brothers were able to coexist harmoniously. At that time, Tang Ziling was still young. Although he overheard the conversation between his father and elder brother, he did not take it to heart. As he matured and became aware of his frail condition, realizing it stemmed from poison, he began to comprehend these truths. The manner in which Duke Tang treated Tang Zi exemplified the proper approach a father should adopt towards his son, contrasting sharply with the indiscriminate pampering and lack of discipline. A shadow flickered across Tang Jiling's eyes as he pondered this. Shen Fei observed Tang Jiling with curiosity, wondering why his seemingly innocuous question had elicited such a change in him. Tang Jiling, what is the matter with you? If you are unaware, I shall inquire further. Tang Jiling gazed into the distance, his tone devoid of warmth as he replied, I have never attended an academy, so I cannot say which one is commendable. He reflected that, as a son of the household, Tang Jijin was able to attend the prestigious Chingsong Academy in Chang'an, a place predominantly filled with the offspring of officials, requiring recommendations for entry. Clearly, Shen Fei's adopted brother would not qualify. There was no need to squander words on the matter. Shen Fei sensed that Tang Jiling appeared disheartened, and he wondered about the cause. Furthermore, was he not a young master of the Duke's residence? How could he have never set foot in an academy? Such a situation seemed exceedingly unusual. Tang Jiling withdrew his gaze and spoke softly, It is getting late, we should return. The two had arrived by the iron bull carriage. Hence they must journey back together. Otherwise, Tang Jiling would have departed long ago. With all her errands completed, Shen Fei readily agreed. Very well, let us head back. Before Shen Fei departed, she took care to remind Liu Sanquan and the others to adhere to their usual practices, ensuring that fertilizer was applied to the vegetable garden and feed was given to the pigs. Shen Fei's reminders stemmed from her apprehension that these individuals might take matters into their own hands, disregarding her instructions. This concern was not entirely unfounded, as Liu Sanquan and Ma Lu had been left with lingering doubts, largely due to Shen Fei's impression as a lively but somewhat unreliable young lady. They harbored significant reservations, fearing that their modest means might be squandered. Upon returning to the village, Tang Jiling climbed onto the carriage and departed without hesitation. Shen Fei, perplexed by his behavior, chose not to inquire further. The whims of men are often inscrutable. Who could predict when the skies would weep or shine? Just moments ago, all seemed well. Yet his reaction to inquiries about the school was unexpectedly intense. Could it be that he was concerned about my seeking his assistance? Shen Fei huffed disdainfully, asserting her independence. I can manage on my own, thank you very much. Upon seeing Shen Fei return alone, Li Mama expressed her curiosity, asking, Where's the third young master? Why hasn't he come in? Li Mama was aware that Tang Jiling would periodically visit to see the little treasure, and it seemed that the child had just awakened. I do not know. It appears he has lost his wits. Shen Fei harbored a subtle resentment, finding Tang Jiling's behavior bewildering. If he had something to say, why not speak plainly? Chapter 71. The disturbing portrait Tang Jiling's exit from the residence did not go unnoticed. Duke Tang sat in his study, awaiting a report from his shadow guards. Has the third young master gone to seek that woman again? He inquired. Indeed, my lord, came the response. Has the portrait of that woman been brought? The dark guard presented Shen Fei's portrait to Duke Tang. Upon unveiling the image, Duke Tang furrowed his brows, finding the woman rather unremarkable. What could possibly captivate the third son? Are you certain this portrait is accurate? The dark guard nodded solemnly, assuring him, my lord. She truly appears as such. I have not deceived you. Duke Tang, still perplexed, pondered deeply. What peculiarities has this woman exhibited recently? Miss Shen usually tends to her children at home. Today, the third son accompanied her to the village, came the reply. What purpose did they have in the village? Were there any suspicious activities? The guard responded, I detected nothing amiss. Miss Shen's family cultivates winter wheat. They went to inspect the seedlings and also visited the pig pen to check on the piglets. Duke Tang interrupted, enough, I comprehend the situation. You may leave now. Yes, I take my leave, the dark guard replied, vanishing in an instant. Duke Tang sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Yet he could not pinpoint any suspicious elements. Once more, he glanced at Shen Fei's portrait, which he found exceedingly displeasing, and carelessly placed it on his desk. Disregarding it entirely, should Shen Fei be present and see herself rendered in such an unattractive manner, she would undoubtedly be incensed. This portrait of a woman, who should be as beautiful as a blooming flower, depicted her with coarse brows, eyes the size of mung beans, and nostrils larger than her eyes. Who would dare to claim that such a hasty representation was of her? She would certainly seize a kitchen knife and threaten to butcher the entire family of the artist. Such a portrayal is not only greatly injurious, but also profoundly insulting. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the Liu family, Madame Liu sat at the head, her gaze sternly fixed upon the two women before her. Have you received any news regarding your conditions? The wife of the heir, Shi Hanlei, and the wife of the second son, Jianing Qin, exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. No, replied the heir's wife to her mother-in-law's inquiry about her potential pregnancy. In this moment, the two sisters-in-law showed an unexpected unity, refraining from competing with each other. At this juncture, the second young mistress, Jia, chose to remain silent, adhering to her elder sister-in-law's lead. The gaze of the duchess towards her two daughters-in-law was far from amiable. Eldest daughter-in-law, you have been married for 5 years. Yet there is still no news? The heir's wife, hailing from a countess family, possessed an undeniable air of pride. Therefore, she responded, Mother, I too long to bear a son or daughter for my husband. Alas, my body has proven uncooperative, and for so many years, there has been no progress. In hopes of expanding our family line, I have even brought a concubine into the household for the heir, hoping for favorable tidings. The heir's wife's words flowed steadily, yet were laden with implications, almost suggesting that the heir himself was lacking in capability. The duchess found herself at a loss with her daughters-in-law. She understood that the eldest daughter-in-law implied it was not her inability to conceive, but rather that none of the women in the heir's entire household could bear children, a predicament that raised questions regarding whose issue it truly was. Initially intending to reprimand her two daughters-in-law, the duchess now found herself devoid of justification. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed them, saying, Very well, you may leave. Ensure you take your tonics on schedule. The heir's wife had been consuming tonics for 5 years, enduring the bitterness of the medicinal broth daily, which often made her feel nauseous. Clenching the handkerchief in her grasp, she refrained from voicing her dissent, replying instead, Yes, mother. Madame Jia, the second young lady, also felt a sense of resignation. Yes, mother, I have taken note. The two women exited the courtyard of the Liu family, with the lady of the heir walking ahead, her heart filled with discontent. Humph, merely a lowly concubine, daring to act like a matron before me. You are fortunate. Had it not been for the early demise of the elder uncle, this title would never have fallen into your father-in-law's hands. Where would you be today? Flaunting the airs of a duchess. The lady of the heir did not wait for Jia to catch up, and promptly departed with her maidservants and nurse. The second young lady understood her sister-in-law well. Having been married for 3 years, their relationship had only united them against their mother-in-law, while privately, they were both vying for the same goal, being the first to bear the heir of the duke's residence. Upon returning to her own quarters, the second young lady inquired, Mama Kai, please find me another physician, one who specializes in treating infertility, and invite him to our residence. Not long ago, Mama Kai had heard some news. Miss, I have a piece of information. Oh, what news? The second young lady asked. The old servant has heard that the wife of physician Song, nearing 40 years of age, is expecting again. The second young lady's interest was piqued. Mama Kai, send someone to inquire thoroughly about this matter. Let us see if physician Song's skills are indeed so remarkable. Yes, miss, I shall do so at once. The second young lady caressed her abdomen, puzzled by the fact that both she and her husband were in good health, yet they remained childless. Upon contemplating her tall and handsome husband, the young mistress felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Yet, the thought of having to take a concubine for the sake of bearing children darkened her gaze with a glimmer of resolve. Let those women indulge for a few days. Once I am with child, I shall deal with them accordingly. 2 days later, Wu Yang was galloping on horseback. Instead of returning directly to the duke's residence, he made his way to Yongdafeng. Since Tang, Ziling returned from the village. She had not gone back to the duke's manor, but had been residing in this small courtyard. At that moment, Wu Dan reported, "Young master, Wu Yang has returned." Tang Ziling, who had been lazily reclining in her chair, instantly perked up. "Quick, bring him in." "Yes." Soon, a weary Wu Yang entered. "Wu Yang, greetings to the young master." Tang Ziling waved her hand. "Wu Dan, fetch a chair for Wu Yang and let him sit." Empathizing with his elder brother's exhaustion, Wu Dan quickly brought a stool for Wu Yang. "Wu Yang, tell me what transpired. What have you uncovered? And what of Shen Fei's situation? How much have you discovered?" Tang Ziling was eager to know what had transpired in the northern lands. She yearned to understand the memories she had lost and their connection to Shen Fei. Wu Yang took a deep breath. Miss Shen's true name is Sun Mingxia. 10 years ago, she accompanied her family to the northern lands, where they were exiled and treated poorly. However, Miss Shen's parents did not treat her well, according to their neighbors. She was made to toil daily in the Sun household and often went without food. It seemed peculiar, as Sun Hung and his wife were her biological parents. Yet they did not show her kindness. Tang Ziling nodded, inquiring if there were any other details. "How did she become a mother? I heard she has become engaged." "Yes, Miss Shen was indeed betrothed to Lin Yuhuan, the son of the Lin family. Before his dismissal, Lin's patriarch held the esteemed position of a third-rank official, serving as the minister of the Tongshengsi." Tang Ziling gently tapped the table, surprised to learn that the Lin family belonged to a scholarly lineage. Chapter 72. I am her father. Wu Yang acknowledged this, stating that even after moving to the northern regions, the young master of the Lin family did not abandon his studies. Lin's elder esteemed the academic pursuits of Lin Yuhuan profoundly. Tang Ziling, uninterested in hearing more praises for Lin Yuhuan, shifted the conversation, asking about the relationship between Shen Fei and him. How deep was their affection? Tang Ziling was not accustomed to, nor did she favor calling Shen Fei by her original name. It seemed that without referring to her as Sun Mingxia, they were not the same person. Tang Ziling kept her thoughts to herself, while Wu Yang listened attentively. Glancing at Tang Ziling, Wu Yang quietly replied, "It is said that they share a strong bond." Tang Ziling's expression fell instantly, emitting a soft hum of discontent. "Is there more?" Wu Yang continued, "I have learned that the second Miss Sun Mingxia, also harbors feelings for Lin Yuhuan, leading to numerous disputes between the two sisters over him." Tang Ziling felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and resolved to meet Lin Yuhuan soon, curious to discover what made him so desirable. "I recall your letter mentioned a significant change in Shen Fei's character. What kind of change was it?" "My lord, I have gathered information from the northern regions. It appears that Miss Shen is exceptionally diligent. She handles numerous tasks at the Sun family's residence. Despite her petite stature, she possesses remarkable strength. Moreover, Miss Shen is not particularly talkative. She is rather a reticent young woman." Upon hearing Wu Yang's description, Tang Ziling was left with a profound sense of bewilderment. Are they truly speaking of the same individual? He could not reconcile the notion of Shen Fei as a hard-working girl, nor could he fathom her as being taciturn. "Wu Yang, have you not made an error?" Wu Yang shook his head, asserting that the Sun family's situation aligns perfectly with the information circulating in the capital. Tang Ziling recalled fragments from his memory. Indeed, the countenance of Shen Fei matched that of the girl he remembered. Yet, why had her demeanor transformed so drastically? Unable to unravel the mystery, Tang Ziling pressed on, inquiring as to Shen Fei's whereabouts or how it was that she had become a mother. His question hung awkwardly in the air, causing his ears to flush with warmth. He was eager to understand the circumstances that led Shen Fei to encounter her present situation. Adjusting his posture uncomfortably, he gazed at Wu Yang. Wu Yang cleared his throat, stating, "My lord, I am not entirely certain myself. According to the neighbors of the Sun family, it is said that one day, Miss Shen and a group of young ladies, including Sun Mingxia, ventured to the market. On their return journey, they encountered some Hu people. In the ensuing panic, Miss Shen became separated from the others. The Sun family sought her out, and she was discovered the following day, unconscious and in disarray." Wu Yang looked at Tang Ziling, relaying the information he had gathered. Tang Ziling gently tapped the table, her mind awash with myriad uncertainties. If this were indeed the case, how had she encountered Shen Fei? And what of her own affairs? Did Zai Shen and Zai Chuan possess no information whatsoever? Zai Shen and Zai Chuan were the two shadow guards who had accompanied Tang Ziling on her earlier expedition. Yet neither had returned. Wu Yang shook his head, reporting that his subordinates had failed to uncover any trace of them this time. Tang Ziling lightly massaged her temples, feeling an oddity. Why was it that all other memories remained intact, Yet the recollection of that half-year in the northern lands had vanished. This was decidedly peculiar. What individuals had she encountered in the north, and what news might she have uncovered? Could her misfortune have been deliberately orchestrated, perhaps to obscure the truth? But what truth could that possibly be? Her journey to the northern lands had merely been a means to find solace and seek information regarding her mother. Having never seen her biological mother, the revelation that she had been brought back from the north by the Duke of Tang spurred her curiosity. Thus, she had stealthily set out with 2 shadow guards. She had not informed Wu Dan and Wu Yang, as the Duke of Tang was too familiar with them and would undoubtedly notice their absence. Consequently, she chose to forego their company and departed discreetly with the shadow guards. Alas, an unforeseen incident occurred, leading to the disappearance of Zai Xin and Zai Chuan, while she herself was brought back by Wu Yang. Tang Ziling felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if her freedom was an illusion and every action of hers was under scrutiny. Noticing Wu Yang's weariness, she spoke. Wu Yang, you should retire for the time being and take a few days to rest well. Wu Yang stood and saluted. Yes, young master. After Wu Dan and Wu Yang departed, Tang Ziling fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, in Changqing Alley, Sun Hung and Chen Shi were busy gathering their belongings. My dear husband, do you think it would be feasible for us to move directly to the Shen family? She inquired. Did you not mention that the girl has changed her name and is no longer called Mengxia, but Shen Fei now? Sun Heng, seemingly unfazed, replied. Why wouldn't it be possible? We are her parents, after all. It is entirely reasonable for us to reside in her home. Even if she were to change her name to Wang Fei or Li Fei, she remains our daughter. Chen Shi, observing her husband's unwavering conviction, still harbored some worries. But that girl seems different now. She is not the same timid child who could hardly muster a response. Now she is sharp-tongued and wily. Did you not notice how that old lady was at her mercy? Furthermore, we are not her biological parents. Sun Hung recalled the comical visage of the old matriarch Do and chuckled heartily. What is amusing you, my husband? Chen Shi asked. Sun Heng collected his thoughts and reassured her. Do not worry. That girl is unaware that we are not her biological parents. Besides, we have raised her since she was 4 years old. It is only fitting that she repays our kindness. If she dares to be unfilial, I will not hesitate to report her to the authorities. Chen Shi, however, believed it prudent to proceed with caution. Perhaps we should first speak with Mengxia. If she agrees to our moving in, then we shall proceed. Regardless, we must ensure that our elder and second brothers are stabilized here first. On that day, when Sun Hung returned and informed Chen Shi of Shen Fei's current situation, he intended to discuss the matter of division with Sun Bin, but was stopped by Chen Shi. Chen was now facing Shen Fei, feeling devoid of the confidence she once possessed. She sensed that ever since the girl gave birth, there was something peculiar about her. Sun Hung, observing Chen's determination, ceased his actions and suggested, Very well, let us proceed today. We shall take Xiang Guer along. That girl holds him dear. Chen nodded in agreement. All right, I shall heed your words. Thus, after they prepared themselves, the trio set off for Jiahui Fong, walking for over half an hour. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, Chen surveyed the house with satisfaction, remarking, Husband, this abode appears quite new. I wonder what lies within. She approached the door to knock, instructing them to wait. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Aunt Li. Shen Fei had gone to the village a few days prior and had yet to return. Only Aunt Lu, Xia Shuang, Xia Shi, Aunt Li, and Shen Yu remained at home. Whom do you seek? Aunt Li inquired. Sun Heng, taken aback by Aunt Li's expression, quickly regained his composure. We are looking for Shen Fei. Aunt Li responded. You seek the eldest young lady. May I ask your relation to her? With audacity, Sun Hung proclaimed, I am her father. Chapter 73. The Sun couple comes knocking. Aunt Li was taken aback. Isn't the eldest young lady an orphan? How could she have family? Sun Heng, disturbed by the foolishness of the woman before him, urged, quickly, summon Shen Fei. Inform her that her parents and younger brother have arrived. She must come out to greet us. Aunt Li, glancing at Chun and Sun Zhanxiang, was incredulous. The eldest young lady had a younger brother? What would become of Shen Yu? Chen glanced at Aunt Li with evident disdain and pushed her aside, exclaiming, You lowly servant. Are you a fool? Sun Hung and his wife forcefully brushed past Aunt Li and entered. Shen Fei, come out. Sister, I have come to see you. The trio entered the courtyard, calling out for her. In the kitchen, Aunt Lu hurried out, demanding, Who are you? How dare you trespass into someone's home? The Long'an County office is right across the street. I dare you to act recklessly. Chen scrutinized Aunt Lu, saying, You must be a servant here, and you seem to understand decorum. I am Shen Fei's mother, and this is Shen Fei's father. We are merely returning to our own home. How can this be considered trespassing? Aunt Lu frowned, replying, We have never heard the young lady mention anything about a master or mistress. Do you have any proof? At that moment, Shen Yu, who had been in the house, heard the commotion outside and, leaning on his cane, stepped out. Who are you? What business do you have with the Shen family? Sun Hong, surprised to see a boy in the house, observed his fine attire and inquired, Who are you? What is your relation to Shen Fei? Sun Hong had already investigated and knew that this was indeed Shen Fei's residence. He had witnessed the girl leaving from here that day. There was no mistaking it. Shen Yu glanced at the three and stated, Shen Fei is my sister. This is the Shen family. Sun Zhanxiang, having listened to their mention of Shen Fei, interjected, Father, Mother, have we perhaps mistaken the person? My sister is named Sun Mingxia. Is she not? Shen explained. That girl has grown bold and has secretly changed her name to Shen Fei. Aunt Lu, upon seeing the unwavering confidence of the three individuals, found herself convinced to a significant extent. However, if they were indeed the biological parents of the young lady, then who, one might wonder, was the child of Master Shen Yu? These two parties were, after all, complete strangers to one another. At this juncture, Aunt Lu spoke up, stating that the young lady had gone to the village and was not at home. Perhaps the three could return on another day. Madame Chun, however, was unwilling to entertain such a notion, treating the place as her own abode. We shall not leave. We will await her arrival right here. The sun is nearly at its zenith. You should go to the kitchen and prepare some delectable dishes to serve us, she insisted. With a rather audacious demeanor, Madame Chun continued to dictate her preferences, saying, It would be best to prepare some chicken and pork, for our dear Xianger is quite fond of them. Since returning to the capital, Sun Zhanxiang had not felt that life had improved. In fact, the opportunities to indulge in meat here were fewer than in the northern regions. Upon hearing his mother mention food, he felt no inclination to refuse. Indeed, he was quite tempted. At this moment, Shen Yu found himself in a rather awkward position, uncertain of the relationships between Shen Fei, Madame Chun, and the others. It was even more difficult to dismiss them in his capacity as the host. Your aunt. Please make the arduous journey to Chang'an village and summon my sister back, he instructed. Aunt Li nodded affirmatively. Yes, young master. With that, Aunt Li dashed away in a flurry. Sun Hong observed the household servants treating a stranger with such deference and approached, inquiring, Who are you? And which family do you belong to, residing in the Shen household? Shen Yu, disinclined to respond to Sun Heng's question, intended to lean on his cane and retreat to his quarters. He felt ill-equipped to address this matter, lacking the authority to make decisions on behalf of his sister. Aunt Li had already set off to fetch her. His sister would return shortly, so they should wait. Sun Hong seized Shen Yu, lifting him off the ground. Do you realize, he said, that you are enjoying privileges that do not rightfully belong to you? Shen Yu's face paled instantly. Sun Hong had struck a sensitive chord. This period of tranquility had indeed been granted to him by his elder sister. This happiness and stability were not his by right. Now that his sister's relatives had arrived, he feared that this illusion might soon dissipate. Additionally, his legs were on the verge of recovery, and he could not afford any unexpected setbacks. With his feet off the ground, he felt utterly vulnerable. Uncertain of this man's intentions, he pleaded, Let me go. Let me go. Sun Heng glared menacingly at Shen Yu. You would do well to return from whence you came and cease coveting what is not yours. Shen Yu, still a child, felt a surge of fear at Sun Heng's demeanor, his face turning even paler. Sun Hong, noticing Shen Yu's distress, felt a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he released his grip, hurling Shen Yu away. Shen Yu gasped, terrified of injuring his legs. To his surprise, he felt no pain at all. It was then he realized a woman had caught him. Jingyu. Jingyu had just returned home and witnessed Shen Yu being bullied. With a fierce gaze directed at Sun Hong, she demanded, Who are you to wreak havoc in the Shen household? Upon hearing her words, Sun Hong noted that she was merely a young girl and dismissed her concern. I am Sun Hong, also known as Shen Fei's father. This is my home. At that moment, Tang Ziling entered the courtyard and overheard Sun Heng's declaration, finding the timing rather fortuitous. He was just about to investigate whether Shen Fei was indeed Sun Mingxia from Beatty when Sun Hong arrived. Upon seeing Tang Ziling, Sun Hong immediately recognized him. Goodness. Young Master Tang is here again. What could he possibly see in that girl? She hardly has an ounce of flesh on her. If young Master Tang had taken a liking to Ling Xiang, he would surely be offering prayers of gratitude. That would indeed make him a son-in-law for certain. As this thought crossed Sun Heng's mind, an idea began to form. He hurriedly approached, fawning, Young Master Tang, what brings you here? Tang Ziling turned to Sun Hong, furrowing his brow, and asked, Do you know me? Sun Heng inwardly cursed his slip of the tongue. Young Master, your esteemed name is known throughout the capital. Your talents and demeanor are the epitome of a noble scion, one whom I have long admired. Tang Ziling. This person is speaking nonsense. In the capital, he currently has no good reputation. Aside from being labeled as a sickly person, he has now gained a notorious reputation for his lasciviousness. Everyone in the capital knows he has set his sights on a widow. Whispers abound, claiming that the Duke of Tang, renowned in his lifetime, has 4 sons, 3 of whom are paragons among men, while only one is a withered branch devoid of promise. People say that young Master Tang will not survive much longer, which is why he seeks companionship with a widow in his final days. Such news comes to him unbidden, flowing into his ears incessantly. Chapter 74. Who permitted you to move here? Aunt Li was remarkably swift, reaching Chang'an village in just over half an hour. During these days, Shen Fei had been spending her days in the vegetable garden, personally overseeing her seedlings. Consequently, Shen Fei was not at home. Aunt Li had just entered the courtyard when she exclaimed loudly, "Miss, something dreadful has occurred. Miss, there are intruders causing a commotion at our home." At that moment, Granny Li had just lulled little Fu Bao to sleep, only to be startled by the uproar outside. Instinctively, she covered little Fu Bao's ears. Yet the sudden noise still startled him awake, prompting him to cry out loudly. Granny Li hurried over, cradling him gently and soothing him. Upon hearing the cries, Aunt Li rushed in, calling out, "Miss, are you here?" Granny Li, feeling the urgency of the situation, reproached Aunt Li. "How could you burst in here shouting and frighten the young master? Can you bear the consequences?" Aunt Li, desperate to find Shen Fei and resolve the issue, had not considered little Fu Bao's distress. Noticing Granny Li's stern expression, she acknowledged her fault but did not dwell on it. Instead, she anxiously declared, "Granny Li, several individuals claiming to be the young lady's parents have come to our home, refusing to leave, and they request the young lady's presence to address the matter." Granny Li, unfamiliar with Shen Fei's past connections to the family, reasoned, "Since it is the master and madam who have arrived, we ought to receive them hospitably. What need is there for your shouting?" Aunt Li insisted, "Those individuals appear to be troublemakers. Please inform me where the young lady is." Granny Li, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Aunt Li, replied, "The young lady is over by the vegetable garden, near the small hill." Aunt Li, having previously shared in the division of the land, recognized the location and promptly turned to dash away. Madame Li cradled the little treasure in her arms, observing the retreating figure of Aunt Li, shaking her head in concern. At that moment, the wet nurse approached, inquiring, "Madam, what could have transpired to render Aunt Li so anxious?" Madame Li offered no response, merely shaking her head and replying, "I too am at a loss." This wet nurse, hired by Madame Li, was unlike the others. While typical wet nurses not only nourished the child but also took care of them daily, Little Treasure's care was solely the responsibility of Madame Li and Shen Fei. When Shen Fei was preoccupied, it was Madame Li who tended to the child. The wet nurse's role was strictly to provide milk, refraining from any other involvement. Noticing Madame Li's disinterest in conversation, the wet nurse retreated to her chamber. "Oh, what a leisurely job this is," she mused while reclining on her bed, acknowledging that the family did not desire her to bond with the young master, fearing it might diminish his attachment to his biological mother. This was a common precaution among affluent families. The wet nurse felt no qualms, enjoying her relaxation, and found herself missing her own dog. As Aunt Li reached the foot of the mountain, beads of sweat soaked her hair. Miss, where are you?" she called out. Shen Fei, tending to her herbs in the vegetable garden, was startled by the loud cries. "It's Aunt Li," she recognized, sensing the urgency in her voice. "Aaron I, come, let us see what is amiss." "All right, miss, I'll dash over to check." Aaron I, though plump, was remarkably agile. Shen Fei often marveled at how nimble Aaron I was despite her size. As Shen Fei emerged, she was promptly seized by Aunt Li. "Miss, there are visitors at home, claiming to be your parents. You must hurry back." Shen Fei was taken aback. Could it be the Sun couple? Are they indeed surnamed Sun? It seems so, for they even called you Sun Mingxia. "Miss, please return home quickly. Only young Master Shen Yu remains there." Shen Fei pulled away Aunt Li's hand. "What about Aunt Lu and Xiao Shi? They are at home as well." Aaron I let out a sigh of relief. "Aunt Li, there's no need to worry. Aunt Lu is there as an adult. Young Master should be fine, and besides, our residence is near the county office, so there is no need to fret about any disturbances." At that moment, Uncle Li and Lu Sanquan approached. "Miss, what has transpired?" Shen Fei waved her hand dismissively. "I can handle the Sun couple myself. It's nothing. There are just some unrelated visitors at home, and I will manage it. You all continue to oversee things here." Seeing Shen Fei's confidence, Lu Sanquan felt reassured. "Very well, let Aaron I and Tai Nyo accompany you home." "All right, Uncle Lu. I will take little Fu Bao with me this time. You and Uncle Li can handle matters here." Thus, they boarded the carriage and returned to the village, bringing along Granny Li and the wet nurse, heading directly to Jiahuifang. Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Fei discovered Tang Ziling. "Young Master Tang, What brings you here? Tang Ziling, thoroughly exasperated by Sun Hong, pointed towards him. My affairs can wait. You should first attend to your family matters. Upon seeing Shen Fei enter, Sun Zhanxiang rushed over like a little cannonball. Sister, I finally get to see you. Shen Fei gazed at the 7-year-old Sun Zhanxiang, reminiscing about his past with the original owner. The original owner had indeed cherished this younger brother during the times when the Chun family withheld food from her. It was little Sun Zhanxiang who secretly brought her meals. Shen Fei gently ruffled Sun Zhanxiang's hair and asked, Xiang Guer, how have you been recently? Have you missed your sister? With a maturity beyond his years, Sun Zhanxiang replied that he had indeed missed her. However, life had been rather mundane. Every day at home is quite boring. It was much more carefree on the grasslands. Shen Fei couldn't help but find his pretentious demeanor amusing. It was indeed quite comical to see a child trying to act so worldly. Inside the house, Shen Yu observed everything from the window, gripping her cane tightly. Sister, is it true? Do I really have a biological brother? What will I do now? Her heart felt heavy with disappointment. Standing behind Shen Fei, Aunt Li was equally anxious. Miss, you seem to be very fond of this brother. It doesn't appear that there are any conflicts. Tang Ziling watched the scene unfold, acknowledging the undeniable truth that Shen Fei was Sun Mingxia. The Sun family was well acquainted with Sun Mingxia, and if this person were an impostor, it would surely be revealed. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder what had transpired in Sun Mingxia's past that made her reluctant to recall or mention previous events. Perhaps he could directly inquire about how she had encountered him. Seeing Sun Zhanxiang behave this way, Chen was quite pleased. Her son was indeed clever, knowing just how to charm this girl. Nevertheless, Meng Xia remained accommodating, ultimately willing to endure their presence. At this juncture, Chen Shi approached, exclaiming, Meng Xia, how wonderful that you have returned. Our family can finally reunite. Your father and I have discussed it, and we intend to move here to live with you. Shen Fei lifted her gaze to Chen Shi, questioning, who permitted your relocation? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Chen Shi's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. You ungrateful girl. Now that you have found success, you turn your back on your own mother and dare to challenge me? You have truly overstepped your bounds. With that, Chen Shi raised her hand, poised to strike. However, in an instant, Ni and Tainyo sprang forward, pulling Shen Fei behind them. What do you think you are doing? Do you dare to wreak havoc in the Shen household? Taken aback by the imposing figures before her, Chen Shi stammered, You. What do you intend? I am her mother, the lady of your family. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Avoiding eye contact with Ni and Tainyo, she turned to Shen Fei, Meng Xia, come out and speak. Are you mute? Stepping out from behind Ni, Shen Fei replied, Chen Shi, I advise you to return whence you came, or I cannot guarantee what words may escape my lips. What could you possibly say? You may ascend to the heavens with your words, but I am still your mother. Should you dare to show me disrespect, I will have you reported to the authorities. With a light chuckle, Shen Fei responded, Chen Shi, do you truly believe I would shy away from speaking my mind? Are you genuinely my mother? Would you dare confront me at the magistrate's office? Chen's body stiffened. Did this girl know something? The Shen family and Yunong were also in Chang'an village. Could it be that they had met? No, that was impossible. After so many years, Yunong could not possibly recognize this girl. This was inconceivable. She had to remain composed and not frighten herself. Chen engaged in a mental exercise to steady her thoughts. At this moment, Sun Hong was also taken aback. He had his own plans to consider. He could not afford to let things escalate. He had just allowed his wife to act out of curiosity to gauge Shen Fei's boundaries. Now, realizing that this stubborn girl was unwavering, Sun Hong found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. Thus, he hurried over. Meng Xia, dear child, your mother just spoke in anger. After all, she is your mother. You must be more understanding of her, considering she has raised you for so many years. After speaking, Sun Hong glanced at the others in the courtyard, hoping that Shen Fei would take this into account. Shen Fei was aware that she was not a child of the Sun family. Yet she was oblivious to the whereabouts of her biological parents. When she asserted her lack of affiliation with the Sun family, she knew that others would be skeptical. Even if she were to expose Sun Hong and his wife, she lacked evidence. For now, her threats were merely meant to intimidate them. However, she could certainly investigate the Sun family further to uncover the truth and seek evidence. As for her biological parents, that was a quest she would have to undertake herself. She was uncertain about how much Sun Hang and his wife knew, if anything at all. Nevertheless, she had no intention of questioning them. They would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped. Isn't it true? When I was in the north, I took care of your family quite a bit. And you certainly haven't forgotten that you were the ones who cast me out of your home long ago. Is it not utterly absurd that you have come back now? I sincerely hope you will return to your own home and cease speaking of living with me. You have 2 sons. It is unreasonable for you to reside with me. Furthermore, I am no longer Sun Mingxia. I now go by Shen Fei. At this moment, Shen realized that the girl had adopted the Shen surname. Did she come to know something? Shen felt a twinge of guilt. After all, they were in the capital alongside Yin Yang, whose in-laws resided in Chang'an village. What a coincidence. They were from the same village, and this girl frequently returned, undoubtedly encountering members of the Shen family. What should be done? Shen glanced at her husband, Sun Hong. Sun Hong, however, paid no heed to Chen, instead glaring fiercely at Shen Fei. Mengxia. No, Shen Fei. I know you are resentful towards us, accusing us of being heartless. Yet, you must understand our predicament. When you became pregnant out of wedlock and committed such a disgraceful act, how could our family tolerate it? To preserve the Sun family's reputation, we had no choice but to cast you out. Sun Hong unabashedly exposed Shen Fei's past before the gathered crowd, eager to witness her humiliation. He had not intended to be so ruthless, but this girl was stubborn, unwilling to concede even the slightest ground. Is there truly such a thing as unqualified favor? Rumor has it that the esteemed young master Tang has taken an interest in the widow Shen Fei. He intended to strip away Shen Fei's facade, revealing to young master Tang the true nature of this girl. Would young master Tang still dare to marry her? Would the duke's household still consider accepting Shen Fei, this tarnished individual? After all, a widow with a child bears a far better reputation than one who has given birth out of wedlock. At least a widow's status is legitimate. Sun Hong cast a self-satisfied glance at Tang Ziling, yearning to witness disappointment or disdain upon his face. Yet, to his dismay, such expressions eluded him. Shen Fei paid no heed to the countenance of others. As the mistress of the household, she would simply replace any servants who proved unsatisfactory. Granny Li had taken precautions due to her son's impending arrival and was aware that this child belonged to the third young master. Thus she paid little mind to Sun Heng's words. And I, on the other hand, felt a twinge of sympathy for Shen Fei, believing that the young lady must be enduring some form of mistreatment. Aunt Li was taken aback, never having anticipated that the eldest young lady would engage in such outrageous behavior. Previously, she had merely considered the young lady lacking in etiquette, but it now appeared that her character was equally wanting. She glanced at Shen Yu in the room, contemplating whether the young master might be adversely affected in such an environment, especially as he had become increasingly influenced by the eldest young lady over the past few months. Shen Fei regarded Sun Hong and thought, if you find me disgraceful, then you should refrain from seeking me out. Why have you come here today? Upon witnessing her husband having uncovered the girl's background, Chen Shi retorted, although you have left home, you must repay our nurturing grace. Today, you must either allow us to stay or provide us with a sum of money. Shen Fei, indeed, was one who responded to gentleness rather than harshness. What if I refuse? She challenged. Should you disagree, I shall make your disgrace known throughout Chang'an, revealing to all that you are a shameless woman who became pregnant before marriage. You are not only contemptible but also foolish, continually shielding that wild man. You not only bore his child, but perhaps he merely sought to toy with you. Furthermore, regarding the offspring you brought into this world, I shall ensure that the people of Chang'an are aware that your child is of illegitimate birth, a wretched spawn. I want him to grow up amidst the scornful gazes of society, enduring mockery and disdain. I am curious to see what future he may have after such a start. And as for that Lord Tang who fancies you, I wonder if he would still dare to marry you, you tarnished soul. After Chen finished her tirade, she erupted into hearty laughter. Silence! You shall not defame our esteemed young lady. And I retorted loudly. Tang Ziling approached directly, standing beside Shen Fei, proclaiming, I am the wild man you so derisively speak of. The child is mine. The crowd in the courtyard fell silent. Chapter 76. What do you think about us marrying? All eyes turned towards him, including Shen Fei's, filled with curiosity about why this man would choose to speak up at such a moment. Nevertheless, he showed a sense of responsibility. Shen Fei had already conducted a DNA test, confirming that Tang Ziling was indeed the father of little Fu Bao. If he did nothing to defend the child's honor out of fear for his own reputation, merely watching as the child faced insults, she would hold him in contempt. Yet, she wondered what had transpired between the original owner and him. Had he regained his memories? However, this was not the moment to inquire. Indeed, who claimed that the child had no father? Young Master Tang is his father. Sun Hong was the first to regain his composure, yet he remained skeptical, believing that Tang Ziling had been bewitched by Shen Fei, thus leading her to acknowledge the child. How infatuated young Master Tang must be to weave such absurd tales. Attempting to deceive us, it was truly unexpected that the girl possessed such skill, compelling him to concoct such nonsense on her behalf. Sun Hong could hardly fathom the truth of the matter. He refused to accept that the little wretch could be so fortunate, endowed with such noble lineage. Chen Shi also expressed her disbelief, bursting into laughter. Young Master Tang, do you truly think that by asserting this, we will accept it? That child is nothing but a bastard. Your mere claim does not make him yours. It is not your word that matters, but rather the acknowledgement of your esteemed Tang Duke's household. She doubted that such a prestigious family would recognize this illegitimate child. Tang Ziling spoke in a calm tone. Then let us observe and see whether the Duke's household will validate his lineage. Chen Shi fell silent, realizing that the young man was serious. She thought of Shen Xiang and Yun Yang, who were still working at the Tang residence, feeling a twinge of unease, not wanting to escalate the situation further. She let out a heavy snort and decided to relent. If you wish to play the fool, so be it. Approaching Sun Hong, she whispered, my husband, let us depart. This girl has found her backing, and it would be wise for us to leave. Sun Hong, observing Tang Ziling's defense of Shen Fei, refrained from acting rashly. After all, the conflict between them was merely verbal, and it would be unwise to deepen the animosity, especially since their beloved daughter had yet to be redeemed. He resolved to earn money swiftly to secure Lingxiang's freedom. Otherwise, should the truth come to light, they could face dire consequences for her. Sun Hang and his wife left with Sun Zhanxiang, their heads hung low. Sun Zhanxiang had initially wished to spend more time with his sister, but upon hearing his parents' harsh words directed at her and his little nephew, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Aunt Li, witnessing this outcome, heaved a sigh of relief. She had been quite anxious, but now the situation had taken a turn for the better, offering a glimmer of hope. A smile graced her face as she hurried to Shen Yu's room. Young master, you must have heard everything. We need not worry anymore. However, Shen Yu did not share Aunt Li's elation. He felt a deep sympathy for Shen Fei. How could her parents be such individuals? She must be terribly upset. Noticing Shen Yu's lack of reaction, Aunt Li spoke again. Young master, we can now reside here without concern. Yet, Shen Yu was in no mood for conversation. Aunt Li, I wish to be alone for a while. Aunt Li was taken aback. Had she become a source of disdain for the young master? The servants of the Shen family absorbed the news quietly, careful not to let their master notice, and discreetly departed. Tang Ziling turned to Shen Fei. We need to have a serious talk. Shen Fei nodded. All right, let us head to the back courtyard. The front courtyard was too crowded, and she wished to keep their conversation private, so she led him to the storage room, which resembled a secluded chamber. There was no other option. The main house was occupied by Xiao Fubao and Granny Li, while the east wing was where Ming Yue and the wet nurse resided. Only the west wing served as Shen Fei's makeshift storage area. Shen Fei directly led her companions into the room filled with grain, as the fertilizer storage was overwhelmingly pungent. Upon entering, Tang Ziling discovered an array of rice bags and found it peculiar how they ended up in such a place. Shen Fei, having exhausted herself from their earlier quarrel, plopped down onto one of the bags, remarking on the cramped space, bear with it a little. What do you wish to discuss? Tang Ziling, observing Shen Fei's youthful visage, cleared his throat awkwardly. I have something to say to you. Shen Fei shrugged. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Tang Ziling, irritated by Shen Fei's nonchalant demeanor, decided to be candid. What do you think about us getting married? Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback. Was she being proposed to? Having never experienced romance in her previous life, she found it hard to believe someone was courting her in this era. Yet, was this man not being rather casual and lacking in sincerity? Is your desire to marry me solely because of little Fubao? Tang Ziling, unwilling to deceive Shen Fei, replied, not entirely. Little Fubao is one reason, but another reason is you. I feel a sense of responsibility towards you. Shen Fei held a favorable impression of Tang Ziling, yet it had not blossomed into affection. But I don't like you. Tang Ziling's eyes narrowed slightly. Then who do you like? Your former fiancé? His tone turned icy. Shen Fei waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. We have already annulled our engagement. We were merely betrothed since childhood. I hold no feelings for him. I simply do not have anyone I like. Shen Fei spoke candidly and straightforwardly. After all, she was not the original owner and harbored no particular feelings for Lin Yuan. Tang Ziling felt satisfied. A slight smile gracing her lips. Isn't marrying me a good option? By tying the knot, our little treasure will possess a legitimate identity, thus sparing them from being labeled an illegitimate child. Moreover, today's events have already transpired, and the Sun family's words may give rise to unfounded rumors. Whether it's you or our little treasure, you might find yourselves subjected to the judgmental gazes of others in the future. Do you wish for our little treasure to grow up, only to face discrimination due to their status? Shen Fei scrutinized Tang Ziling, finding her not entirely unlikable. Perhaps she should contemplate this further. What he said held merit. Even if not for herself, the well-being of their little treasure warranted consideration. This was not the modern era where equality was the norm. Rather, the social hierarchy of this time was pronounced. Neither she nor their little treasure had offended any powerful figures, and should danger arise, there would be no one to rescue the two of them. Furthermore, this man hailed from the Duke's residence, being a young master there. It seemed she had little justification to decline. Even if she chose not to marry him, he would inevitably wed someone else, and in that case, what rightfully belonged to their little treasure could easily be claimed by another. Shen Fei regarded Tang's Ziling and stated, "I have a few conditions. If you agree, we shall marry." Tang Ziling initially anticipated that it would take considerable persuasion for Shen Fei to acquiesce. However, upon witnessing her willingness, he inquired, "What are the conditions?" Chapter 77. 3 conditions. Shen Fei began. Firstly, if you marry me, you must not take a concubine. Shen Fei absolutely forbade her husband from brazenly presenting his mistress before her, despite the knowledge that in this era, such relationships were deemed lawful, with concubines and secondary wives abundant in affluent households. Tang Ziling was taken aback by Shen Fei's audacious demand, his brow furrowing in discontent. Although he had not contemplated taking a concubine himself, Shen Fei's proposition felt somewhat coercive, leaving him uncomfortable. After all, in this societal structure where men were the breadwinners and women maintained the household, he could not allow a woman to dominate him. Hence, Tang Ziling refrained from an immediate response, instead posing a counter-question. Is there more? Shen Fei, noticing his lack of instant agreement, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed she had overestimated Tang Ziling. He was no different from the men of this era. A huff escaped her lips, pondering whether he was merely a lecher. Disheartened, she declared, "Secondly, until I develop feelings for you, even if we are married, consummation is out of the question." Tang Ziling regarded Shen Fei's petite figure. Despite their shared parenthood, he found himself lacking interest in her current state. "I can concede to that," he replied. Shen Fei felt somewhat insulted by his prompt acquiescence. Glancing at her slender frame, she lamented her immaturity, realizing she needed a few more years to fully blossom. Resentment bubbled within her, stemming from the fact that this man was the cause of her early motherhood. However, considering that he could bestow a legitimate identity upon their child, she resolved to endure for the time being. "Thirdly, should you speak out of turn, we shall part ways, granting me my freedom. I shall take our child with me, and the custody of our little treasure must be awarded to me. Moreover, you are obliged to relinquish your assets." Tang Ziling pondered. Is this woman akin to a mythical beast? The demands she presents are exceedingly harsh, piercing directly to the core. Although this is the first time he has encountered the notion of custody, he comprehends what Shen Fei implies. Indeed, he harbors no affection for any woman, save for the one before him. Thus, he finds it within himself to acquiesce. Had it not been for the fortuitous circumstance of consuming this woman's potion, he might not have survived for much longer. After all, Song Yan had remarked that the lingering poison within him cannot be entirely eradicated, but can only be temporarily subdued. Were it not for that potion, he would likely be awaiting his demise. Therefore, this life of his can indeed be attributed to this woman. She has borne him a child, ensuring his lineage continues. Very well, I accept your 3 conditions in their entirety. Really? You agree to all of them? Shen Fei began to harbor doubts regarding whether he had truly grasped her words. To safeguard her interests, she insisted, "Then you must draft a divorce agreement first, outlining all the conditions you have agreed to." Tang Ziling shot her an exasperated glance. "Who writes a divorce agreement without having been married? No, I cannot concede to that. What if you retract your words? I am a man of my word. Once I commit, I shall fulfill my promise." Shen Fei observed that his neck had turned red with anger, yet she dared not tread upon the sensitive territory of Tang Ziling. The demands she had just articulated were indeed quite overbearing. Now that he had acquiesced, it seemed prudent to set aside the matter of the divorce decree for the time being. It was rather unseemly to contemplate divorce prior to marriage. "Very well, then. Persuade your family. I require a grand procession and a formal marriage ceremony to welcome me into your home." Shen Fei continued to articulate her expectations. Tang Ziling nodded, assuring her that such customs would not be neglected. Once they had settled their arrangements, Tang Ziling cast one last glance at the little treasure before departing. Tang Ziling took a carriage directly back to the Tang residence, intending to persuade the Duke of Tang. However, at that moment, the Duke was not at home. In the imperial city, within the Tai Chi Palace, Emperor Wenda inquired, "Recently, it has been rumored that the 3rd son of the Tang family has taken a fancy to a widow. Is this true?" The Duke of Tang hurriedly knelt, assuring, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, I shall never consent to such a union." He questioned, "He wishes to marry that woman?" Emperor Wenda, intrigued, pondered why his sheltered younger brother had such peculiar tastes, particularly in desiring a married woman. Yet, this was a trivial matter. Anyone from the royal family could marry whom they pleased. The Duke of Tang cautiously glanced at the emperor and replied, "Your Majesty, that young man has been spoiled by my indulgence. I will ensure he is matched with a suitable noble lady." Emperor Wenda lifted his eyelids, saying, "There is no need for that. Since he is fond of her, let him marry her." The Duke of Tang was taken aback. He had anticipated a vehement opposition from the emperor, yet the response was surprisingly agreeable. "How is his health? Has there been any improvement?" The emperor continued. The Duke of Tang, regaining his composure from his astonishment, promptly replied, "It appears he has improved significantly. However, he seldom stays at the residence, and I am unaware of the reasons." "Very well, let the imperial physician take his pulse." "Yes." After exiting the palace, the Duke of Tang found his garments drenched with perspiration. He felt a sense of bewilderment. The emperor was evidently aware of the third prince's identity. So why had he permitted such a union with a woman of questionable reputation? Nonetheless, since the emperor had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Once the duke departed, Emperor Wendy summoned the chief eunuch, Feng Bao. "Go, send someone to investigate that woman's background. What merits could have attracted the third young master to her? Determine if she possesses any remarkable qualities." Feng Bao nodded promptly. "As you command, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lady Tang was visiting her maternal home for the first time since Lu Ruoyan's return. Upon her arrival, she first went to her aunt's quarters. After spending a considerable amount of time there, she, accompanied by her maids and servants, proceeded to her stepmother's courtyard. Lu Ruoyan had been waiting there for quite some time. When Lady Tang entered, Lu Run was struck by the sight of her sister-in-law's attire, adorned with the magnificent seven-tailed phoenix crown, which pierced her vision painfully. Lu Ruoyan had not anticipated that her once subordinate half-sister would ascend to the status of a duchess. Lady Tang had deliberately donned this attire to provoke Lu Ruoyan. "Mother, I apologize for my tardiness. Please do not hold it against me. The position of the matriarch, Lady Lu, within the household is rather precarious. In the past, her eldest daughter married into the Marquis family, even becoming the Marquis consort, basking in the splendor of that time. Now, however, fate has dealt her a cruel hand, as a concubine has ascended to the rank of duchess, rendering Lady Lu's status equally awkward. It is not surprising. It is a relief that Inger has returned. Your elder sister has missed you dearly." Madame Tang, observing the aged visage of Lu Ruoyan, felt a surge of satisfaction. "It seems that my elder sister has endured considerable hardships in the north." Chapter 78. The Lu family's scheming. Madame Tang casually took a seat. Her gaze fixed upon Lu Ruoyan, who appeared considerably older after years of separation. Lu Ruoyan felt somewhat uncomfortable as her younger sister's elegance surpassed that of her youth. Leaving her feeling inadequate, Madame Tang, with a hint of pride, remarked that her elder sister had previously sent her an invitation. Yet due to the pressing matters of the household, she had been unable to attend until now. Surely, she would not hold it against her. Lu Ruoyan shook her head, assuring her that there were no hard feelings. "Then, may I inquire why you sought me out?" Lu Ruoyan asked, her thoughts drifting to her daughter, Sun Mingxue. With a hint of shyness, she continued, "Sister, you are aware that I have only one daughter, Mingxue, who has reached the age for courtship. I wonder if the two young gentlemen in your household are considering matrimony?" Lu Ruoyan recognized that her inquiry might be somewhat forward. Yet for the sake of her daughter's happiness, she felt compelled to speak. Madame Tang inwardly scoffed, realizing that she was willing to entertain even the most unseemly propositions for their household. However, the third son, being frail, might indeed be a suitable match for a daughter of the Sun family. While she found honor lacking, Sun Mingxue was not without merit as a consideration. "Sister, is your daughter named Sun Mingxue?" Lu Rian nodded. "Yes, Sun Mingxue." Madame Tang recalled, "Oh right. The widow that the third son found is also a maid from the Chang'an Marquisate residence." "Sister, does your Sun family have a maid named Sun Mingxia?" Upon hearing her sister mention Sun Mingxia, Lu Rian was taken aback. How did her sister know of that girl? After all, she was the eldest daughter of her younger brother's family. However, that girl had become pregnant before marriage and had already been driven out of the Sun family. Madame Tang was just realizing that she was not even a widow but a woman in a more unfortunate plight than a widow. In these times, a woman who was with a man before marriage had a tarnished reputation. "Sister, you must have heard about the third son's situation in our household, right?" Lu Rian nodded. "Yes, I heard that the third young master has taken a liking to a widow surnamed Shen. Is that true?" It was indeed the case that the third young master of the ducal residence's reputation was at stake, which gave her the audacity to propose a marriage. As for the third young master being infatuated with a widow, Lu Rian did not concern herself much. After all, youth is often frivolous. And which noble family does not have its share of concubines? If the third young master truly harbored feelings, he could certainly take her into the inner quarters. What mattered most was that her daughter Mingxue could marry into the ducal residence. The Sun family was in disarray, and for the sake of the two children, they could not afford any further entanglements with the Sun family. Even now, the divorce papers had not yet been secured, and Sun Bin was stubbornly holding on, which vexed Lu Rian. Madame Tang found Lu Rian's changing expressions quite amusing. Indeed, that individual, none other than Sun Mingxiao from the Sun family's third branch, has now assumed the name Shen Fei. What? You ask who it is? Lu Ruoyan could scarcely believe her ears. How could it possibly be that girl? It seemed unfathomable. Lu Ruoyan could not accept this reality. How could it be implausible? The third son had already proposed to the Duke, yet the Duke had not acquiesced. The two were still at an impasse. Lu Ruoyan seethed with resentment. What was this nonsense with Mingxia? Could it be that Mingxue was indeed at fault? Why was it that those suitable for Mingxue had all been intercepted by this girl? The lad from the Lin family in the northern region was one such case. And now the esteemed young Master Tang was too. How could a woman who had lost her virtue and borne a child possibly compare to her virtuous daughter? A fierce glint flashed in Lu Ruoyan's eyes as she approached Madame Tang, seizing her by the arm. Sister, you cannot agree to this. Mengxia is an indiscreet girl. How could she be worthy of young Master Tang? You must persuade the Duke to reconsider. At this moment, even old Madame Lu interjected. That girl's reputation is tarnished. She is unworthy of the esteemed young master of the household. Madame Tang looked at the pair, amused. She had initially contemplated whether to grant the third son his wish, feeling that agreeing might be too generous to him. However, now her thoughts had shifted. If she consented to this match, it would only serve to infuriate her stepmother and elder sister further. The plan would backfire, and disappointment would surely follow. Madame Tang feigned difficulty, lamenting that she could hardly persuade anyone. In the household, our third son truly walked with a sense of entitlement, and the Duke catered to him, displaying unwavering compliance. Were it not for the woman's exceedingly humble status, the Duke would have relented long ago. Lu Ruoyan, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, Sister, if you all can consent to son Mingxiao entering the family, why not choose Mingxue instead? Mengxue is a pure and virtuous girl. I cannot make such decisions. Our third son does not even know Mingxue, came the reply. Old Madame Lu proposed, Inger, why not invite Mingxue to visit your household this time? It would allow her to engage closely with the third master. After some contemplation, Madame Tang acquiesced, recognizing that bringing son Mingxue back could indeed vex their third son. As for the ultimate outcome, Madame Tang held no reservations. The third son was frail, incapable of siring offspring, and his days were likely numbered. Should son Mingxue succeed in winning him over, it would be a case of reaping what one has sown, allowing her daughter to become a widow. A subtle smirk graced Madame Tang's lips, a glimmer of sarcasm flickering in her eyes. When she departed the Lu residence, she did so accompanied by both son Mingxue and Lu Wanner. Lu Wanner, aware of son Mingxue's impending visit to the Duke's residence, insisted on tagging along. After all, she was the biological niece of her aunt, sharing both parents with her. Why should this distant cousin be favored over her? Lu Wanner harbored a deep-seated aversion towards son Mingxue, perceiving her presence in the Lu household as an encroachment on her own resources. She was well aware of her aunt's intentions. Madame Tang was not particularly fond of her niece. In the past, aware of Tang Ziling's frail health, she even contemplated marrying her off to Tang Ziling. As for her own two sons, they were utterly disregarded. However, presently, Madame Tang's stance seemed to soften. As after many years, both Tang Shizi and Tang Ergongzi had achieved nothing, not even a maid had been born to them. Upon reflecting on this, her initial joy dissipated entirely. After Madame Tang departed, only the old matriarch and Lu Rian remained in the room. The old matriarch sighed, recalling how Tang Zhizhong had once set his sights on you, yet we dismissed him for being a military man and a bastard, leading us to marry Inger off and betroth you to son Shizi. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? Lu Rian twisted her handkerchief. Mother, who could have known that the heir of the Duke's residence would encounter misfortune? Otherwise, Tang Zhizhong would not have attained his title. Indeed, who could have foreseen it? It is my son who suffers in the north, the old matriarch lamented. Lu Rian felt frustrated with herself. Mother, I was truly blind in the past, foolishly devoted to Sun Bin, but I can no longer afford to be shackled by him. Observing her daughter regain her composure, the old matriarch reassured her, Yenner, do not worry. I will devise a plan to ensure your divorce from Sun Bin. Lu Rian threw herself into her mother's embrace, exclaiming, Mother, I am so grateful for you. Chapter 79. Agreement. Upon returning to the residence, Tang Ziling immersed himself in his study, not leaving, but rather waiting directly for Duke Tang. The Duke of Tang returned to his residence, where the chief steward promptly reported, My lord, the third young master has returned and has been waiting outside your study for quite some time. The Duke strode purposefully towards his study, only to find Tang Ziling standing outside, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing the tall and graceful figure of Tang Ziling, the Duke felt a momentary daze. The silhouette bore a certain resemblance to the current emperor. Reflecting on the emperor's arrangements, the Duke felt a tinge of resignation. "Linger, I hear you wish to speak with me about something." Tang Ziling slowly turned, bowing respectfully to the Duke. The Duke, however, stepped back slightly, saying, "There's no need for such formalities. Did I not mention that we need not be so courteous with one another? Come, let us discuss this inside." He led Tang Ziling into the study. A peculiar sensation washed over Tang Ziling once more. It was something he had been oblivious to in his childhood. Yet now it was unmistakable. The Duke treated him distinctly compared to other children. "Father, I wish to speak to you about my desire to marry Shen Fei, and I hope you can grant your approval." Tang Ziling intended to kneel in supplication, but before he could act, the Duke swiftly supported him, saying, "Linger, I have already consented to this matter. There is no need for such formalities between us, nor for you to kneel." Tang Ziling had not genuinely intended to kneel. He merely sought to test the Duke's response. He recalled how his two elder brothers had once knelt in the ancestral hall for their transgressions. Yet he was different. He had never done so. Suppressing the odd feeling within, he asked, "Father, do you truly agree to this marriage?" He had not anticipated such an uncomplicated outcome. So effortless it felt somewhat uncanny. The Duke of Tang sighed. "Linger, you know that you are the one I cherish the most. Recently, we had our disagreements, and your absence has left me quite unsettled. I pondered, since you have affection for that young woman, she must be of commendable character, undoubtedly possessing beauty that could rival even the most enchanting." The Duke intended to continue his praise, yet the haunting image that came to mind caused him to pause. Tang Ziling felt a twinge of awkwardness. To him, Shen Fei was merely passable in appearance, certainly not stunning or captivating. Her visage, when silent, might evoke a sense of pity, but the thought of Shen Fei's incessant chatter swiftly extinguished any such sentiment. "Father, it is time to arrange my marriage, ideally. I would like to wed within the next month. Isn't that rather hasty?" The Duke was taken aback by his son's impulsiveness. Such a rapid engagement suggested that perhaps the woman was with child. Tang Ziling clarified, "Father, the city of Chang'an is rife with rumors and jest regarding Shen Fei and me. I believe that a marriage would quell these whispers." The Duke nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall discuss this matter with your mother." "Thank you, Father." With his objective accomplished, Tang Ziling departed from the Duke's study. As the Duke observed his son's retreating figure, the warmth that had graced his face moments earlier dissipated. He sensed a notable change in his third son over this period, along with a marked improvement in his health. However, he remained uncertain as to when the imperial physician dispatched by the emperor would arrive at their residence. Shen Fei had spent 2 tranquil days at home, devoting her time to playing with her son. She did not allow the prospect of marriage to weigh on her mind. However, Li Mama was aware that her master had already pledged to take Miss Shun as his bride. Upon learning that Shen Fei's child was the third young masteress, Li Mama's opposition softened. She deemed Shen Fei's status superior to that of a widow, for she had always belonged to the third young master. One day, as Shen Fei lay on her bed with little Fu Bao sprawled on the mattress, she called out, "Cuddle, come here." Little Fu Bao kicked his legs vigorously but made no progress. "Oh dear, why can't you crawl yet?" Fu Bao appeared equally distressed, letting out a series of plaintive cries, seemingly protesting his predicament. Shen Fei watched him, laughing heartily at the sight of her little one resembling a motionless turtle. "Oh, you are simply too amusing." In a determined effort, Fu Bao lifted his tiny neck, hoping to elicit sympathy from his mother. Eventually, his strength waned, and with a thud, he fell onto the bed, producing a loud sound. Instantly, the room echoed with the wails of a distressed child. Shen Fei, feeling embarrassed, sheepishly rubbed her nose and hurriedly scooped up little Fu Bao. She remembered that there were no cushions on the bed, and the wooden surface was rather hard. Hearing the commotion, Li Mama rushed in, concerned. "What happened? Why is the young master crying?" Shen Fei, feeling guilty, waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. He just had a little tumble." Little Fu Bao. Upon noticing the flush on little Fu Bao's forehead, Granny Li felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. "Miss Shun, allow me to tend to the child. You should take a moment to rest." As Granny Li attempted to reach for little Fu Bao, the little one turned his head defiantly and clung tightly to Shen Fei's neck. Shen Fei's maternal instincts surged forth, and she thought, "Oh, my darling, this must mean you adore me." Granny Li. Observing the changing sky, Shen Fei spoke up, "Granny, I would like to take the child out for a stroll." Granny Li understood that Shen Fei was a woman of strong will. Once she set her mind to something, there was little anyone could do to dissuade her. "Granny, where did I leave the baby carrier I asked you to make last time?" Granny Li recalled that indeed, Shen Fei had requested a rather peculiar item some time ago. She quickly retrieved it and asked, "Miss Shen, is this what you meant?" "Yes, that's the one. With this, taking the child out will be effortless." Shen Fei accepted the carrier and first secured it around herself before placing little Fu Bao on the small cushion at her abdomen. This carrier, fashioned by Shen Fei in a modern style, intrigued little Fu Bao, who ceased his fussing and broke into a beaming smile. Once Shen Fei ensured little Fu Bao was securely strapped in, she announced, "Granny, we shall be on our way now." Granny Li hurriedly called out, "Mingyue, you must accompany them outside." Madame Li was aware that Aaron and Tainyo would undoubtedly follow, yet while these two could manage ordinary individuals, they would falter when faced with the guards. Thus, Shen Fei set out with her son to explore the bustling streets. Being in the West District, they were not far from the West Market, and Shen Fei intended to visit the market. However, prior to her excursion, she purchased 4 boxes of pastries and entrusted them to the constable, saying, "Dear constable, could you kindly deliver these 4 boxes of pastries to my Uncle Wang, and inform him that they are from his niece?" The constable, taken by Shen Fei's appearance and the round, sparkling eyes of her little treasure, found the situation quite amusing. He recognized the mother and son duo, recalling that Clerk Wang seemed to take good care of them. Thus, he readily accepted the task, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall take care of it." After delivering her gifts, Shen Fei departed with her child. Just as the county magistrate, Yao Sibao, returned, he witnessed the preceding scene. Who was that woman? And for whom were those pastries intended? He inquired. The constable, noticing the presence of the magistrate, hurriedly bowed and replied, "Greetings, esteemed magistrate. That woman is a villager from Chang'an village, here to deliver items to Clerk Wang. She is likely his niece." Yao Sibao nodded. Acknowledging that Clerk Wang's relatives indeed resided in Chang'an village, and the village head was related to him. "Very well, ensure that it is delivered," he commanded. The constable, not daring to delay, swiftly took off with the items. At this moment, Wang Zhubu was sipping tea, reflecting on his recent return to the village, where his cousin, the village head, had mentioned that the woman from the Shen family had not only acquired a servant but also constructed a substantial house. He found this rather perplexing. Could it be that the young girl had experienced some fortuitous turn of events? Wang Zhubu was merely curious, for when he first encountered her, she was clad in rags, almost begging on the streets. In just a few short months, she had managed to afford a servant, which indicated she possessed considerable capability. Wang Zhubu was not a narrow-minded individual. He did not subscribe to the notion that a woman must be incapable. After all, his mother was a formidable woman, having raised him and his siblings after their father passed away during his childhood. She was far from a mere household wife. Consequently, Wang Zhubu held a certain admiration for Shen Fei, who had achieved prosperity in such a brief span of time. At that moment, a constable gently tapped on the door. "Wang Zhubu, are you in?" Wang Zhubu withdrew from his thoughts and responded, "Come in." The constable entered, bringing with him 4 boxes of pastries. "Master, these are from your niece, as instructed." "My niece?" Wang Zhubu pondered. He had numerous nieces, yet none had ever sent gifts to the county office. The constable mimicked Shen Fei's words. "Sir, the lady instructed me to say that this is from your niece, Wang Shu." In an instant, Wang Zhubu recalled that the term Wang Shu must refer to that young girl. Is she perhaps carrying a small infant on her back? He remembered that Shen Fei took her child wherever she went, as if she feared losing him. The constable chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "My lord, this time there is no concealment. It is bound right across the chest, and how amusing it appears." He elaborated on Shen Fei's unique way of carrying her child. Wang Zhubu found it quite entertaining, and, before the constable departed, he handed him a small packet of snacks to take along. After the constable left, Wang Zhubu's spirits were lifted, and he set aside his inquiries into Shen Fei's circumstances. Meanwhile, village chief Wang, observing Shen Fei's actions, grew somewhat apprehensive. Fearing that she might have a formidable background, he urged Wang Zhubu to investigate Shen Fei's connections, to better gauge how to approach her. Presently, Wang Zhubu had no intention of intervening, provided that the Shen family did not provoke the Wang family or cause them distress. He deemed the young lady to possess a commendable sense of propriety. She was not only sincere in her dealings, but also exceedingly courteous. At this moment, Shen Fei, accompanied by and Tainyo, made her way directly to Wei Xiango. I, familiar with the establishment, inquired, "Miss, what brings us here? Isn't this place?" Shen Fei was well aware of the nature of the venue and replied, "This is precisely where we intend to go. Let us see what delightful dishes they offer." I muttered, "But we shouldn't let them profit from us." "Fear not," Shen Fei reassured her. "We are merely here to assess the situation. To know oneself and one's adversary is to be well prepared." It is worth noting that the grandson of the chief steward at Wei Xiangu had harmed Xinyu. Some time ago, Shen Fei had also sustained injuries. This matter had since been set aside. Now, it was opportune to investigate further. Thus, the group entered the establishment with purpose. Upon seeing these individuals, the waiter was momentarily taken aback, as they did not appear to be of good character. Only the petite woman standing in the center seemed somewhat amiable. However, despite her tender age, she had already adorned herself with the hairstyle of a married woman. Esteemed guests, please come in. Would you prefer to sit in the hall or in a private room? The hall will suffice. Please follow me, esteemed guests. After Shen Fei and her companions were seated, they ordered several signature dishes from the establishment. Considering that Erni and Tainyo were both hearty eaters, Shen Fei directly ordered 10 dishes. This was not solely for the benefit of Erni and Tainyo, but also to ascertain the quality of the renowned dishes at Wei Xiangu. This was Mingyu's first time dining out with her master, and she felt somewhat unaccustomed to sharing a table with her. Yet, she was touched by Shen Fei's kindness. It seemed as though, in Shen Fei's eyes, they, the servants, were regarded as equals. Though there were only 4 adults, Shen Fei still ordered 10 dishes, clearly demonstrating her thoughtfulness. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, her small gesture had garnered Mingyu's admiration. At that moment, Mingyu was intently listening to the discussions from the adjacent table. Have you heard? The third son of the Duke of Tang is to be wed. What? Which young lady is he marrying? Indeed, which young lady would dare to marry him? Isn't it said that he has set his sights on a widow? Oh, you are unaware. It is rumored that he is indeed marrying that widow. It is said that the Duke has given his consent, and they are merely waiting to hold the wedding feast. Do you think that third son has lost his mind to be infatuated with such a woman? Who could argue otherwise? However, this is something you may not comprehend. As for those married women, you understand what I mean. Upon finishing his statement, the man let out a lewd laugh, prompting others at the table to join in the mirth. Indeed, brother, you speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Ernie could no longer restrain herself and felt compelled to intervene. However, Shen Fei grasped Ernie's arm and shook her head. Ernie reluctantly sat back down. Miss, those individuals. Shen Fei responded with a shake of her head. There are too many people here. Do not rush. Shen Fei, who had seldom ventured outside, was now realizing that the matter concerning her and Tang Ziling had stirred quite the commotion throughout the city. Even the Duke's residence was not immune. It seemed that any gossip could find its way out. The Duke's household was as permeable as a sieve. Unless someone were to fan the flames, she would write her surname backward. Yet, she had never inquired about Tang Ziling's circumstances within the Duke's household, assuming he was treated as a young master there. It now appeared that such assumptions might be misplaced. Mingyue also cast a deliberate glance at the lascivious man, contemplating a stealthy assault on him. Shen Fei harbored a similar thought. His filthy mouth warranted a sack and a thorough beating. Soon, the waiter brought forth the dishes that Shen Fei and her companions had ordered. Upon seeing the delectable spread before them, little Fu Bao's eyes sparkled with delight as he reached out his chubby hand towards the plates. Shen Fei had yet to release little Fu Bao, leaving him positioned perfectly at the table. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, this little rascal was intent on feeding himself. Just then, a man's voice from upstairs alerted her. Miss Shun, be cautious with your child. Chapter 81. The gluttonous little treasure. Upon hearing a voice calling out, Shen Fei chose not to look to see who was reminding her, but instead directed her attention to the little treasure. At that moment, the small hand of the little treasure had grasped a piece of pork elbow, struggling to stuff it into his mouth. Shen Fei felt a surge of urgency as she attempted to pry the meat from his grasp. However, the little treasure held on tightly. She was hesitant to exert too much force, fearing she might injure his delicate fingers. Observing the broth dripping from the little treasure's hand, she was left speechless. How could this child be so gluttonous, so eager at the sight of food? The little treasure, mistaking Shen Fei's actions for an attempt to snatch his food, protested vocally with a series of ah sounds. Shen Fei pried open his mouth and, seeing it empty, let out a sigh of relief. The pork elbow on the plate bore the faint imprints of tiny fingers. Shen Fei shook her head in disbelief. The meat was hot. Yet the little one displayed no fear of the heat. She retrieved a small handkerchief to wipe the little treasure's hands, noting that a piece of pork skin had already been squished by his grip. While she attended to him, the little treasure continued his vocal protests, seemingly accusing Shen Fei. Song Yin had come to the Wei Xian pavilion with his cousin, and upon spotting Shen Fei with the child on the second floor, he felt a surge of joy. Disregarding his cousin's astonished gaze, he rushed downstairs. Miss Shun, at last, I have found you. His excitement was palpable, though he was oblivious to how easily his words could be misconstrued. The other patrons at the table turned to look in unison. Ni and Tai Nyo glanced at Song Yin, noting his dark complexion, which paled in comparison to that of young Master Tang. Mingwei was aware of Song Yan and, out of curiosity, inquired, "Young Master Song, do you know my young lady?" It was only then that Song Yan took notice of Mingwei. "Mingwei, what brings you here?" After bowing, Mingwei explained, "I am now the maidservant of the young lady. Our young master has entrusted me to her." Song Yan thought to himself, "That rascal Tang Ziling is doing this on purpose. We just met yesterday, and he mentioned he was searching for Miss Shen, yet he revealed not a whisper of information. What a disloyal friend." His teeth clenched in frustration as he contemplated confronting that scoundrel. Shen Fei observed Song Yan's sour expression and was puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. Just moments ago, he had approached her with the excitement of a swallow returning to its nest. "Young Master Song, what troubles you?" "Nothing of consequence. Merely seeking to settle a score with someone," he replied. At that moment, Song Yan's cousin approached. "Cousin, are you not going to introduce us?" Shen Fei turned to see a dashing young gentleman. Song Yan introduced, "Miss Shen, this is my cousin Lu Junhan. Cousin, this is Miss Shen Fei. I purchased my mother's medicine from her." Lu Junhan, who had initially appeared indifferent, suddenly brightened with eagerness. "Ah, so it is Miss Shen. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Noticing the array of dishes before her, Shen Fei realized that if they did not partake soon, the food would grow cold. Therefore, she suggested, "If you two do not mind, please join me for a meal. We have yet to begin." Shen Fei merely intended to be polite. She did not truly believe that Song Yan had any reason to seek her out, considering they were merely strangers who had crossed paths without any significant connection. To her surprise, Song Yan and Lu Junhan took a seat without any reservations. Shen Fei thought to herself, "Ah, I was only being courteous." Lu Junhan closed his folding fan and expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Shen. My cousin and I shall graciously accept your invitation." Shen Fei smiled and replied, "Very well. Let us enjoy a meal together. It is my first time here, and I am curious about the flavors this establishment offers." Although Song Yan had already dined upstairs and was not particularly hungry, he seized the opportunity to converse with Shen Fei and inquire about the spiritual herbs. However, upon noticing that Shen Fei was wholly absorbed in the delectable dishes before her, he decided to remain silent. Shen Fei felt no need for propriety. She surmised that this meal must have been quite costly and thus should not be wasted. I and Tainyo paid no mind to the two young gentlemen, their appetites unabated as they indulged heartily. Mingwei, however, was more contemplative. She needed to keep an eye on the third young master. The way these two young men looked at Miss Shen was unusually ardent, which raised her suspicions. Shen Fei feasted with abandon, exhibiting no concern for the presence of the two handsome gentlemen at her table, completely disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. Little Fu Bao, witnessing his mother's gluttonous display, occasionally voiced his disapproval in an attempt to remind her to be a bit more reserved. Yet, oblivious to his pleas, she had forgotten him entirely, leaving him anxious at the table. Bored, Song Yan turned his attention to little Fu Bao. He recalled having seen the boy a few months prior, and he was astonished by the transformation. The child had grown significantly, becoming quite plump. "Miss Shen, allow me to hold the child for you. It seems rather inconvenient for you to eat while carrying him," suggested Song Yan. Shen Fei shook her head, insisting, "No need. The little one's hands are trapped under the blanket, so it does not hinder my meal." Indeed, she had tucked the child's tiny hands beneath the covers to prevent him from grasping at food. At present, the little one could only move his head, which he turned eagerly every time Shen Fei brought food to her mouth. Particularly at the moment when she delivered the morsel, Song Yan felt a twinge of concern, fearing the infant might twist his neck in the process. As Shen Fei chewed her food, the little one drooled, much to Song Yan's amusement. Lu Junhan found the scene equally delightful. This mother and her child were quite a spectacle. Noticing the drool cascading from the little one's mouth, Song Yan gently reminded, "Miss Shen, your child is salivating." Shen Fei glanced down and wiped the drool away with a handkerchief, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how greedy you are. Truly mischievous." The little treasure did not cry, but instead protested with a couple of ah sounds. Having finished her meal, Shen Fei inquired, "Mr. Song, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Song Yan looked around cautiously and whispered, "Miss Shen, might we talk upstairs?" Observing the surroundings, Shen Fei realized discussing such matters in the hall was indeed inappropriate. Thus, she announced, "I, please remain here for a moment. I shall go upstairs." I appeared somewhat apprehensive, asking, "Miss, are you going alone?" At that moment, Mingyu interjected, "I shall accompany the young lady upstairs." Shen Fei nodded, and thus the group entered the private room originally reserved by Song Yan. As soon as everyone was seated, Song Yan eagerly inquired, "Miss Shen, do you still have that medicine?" Shen Fei shook her head, indicating that she had none left, having sold the last two to him. Song Yan expressed his disappointment. as he had always wished to procure a vial for research purposes. Miss Shen, you may not be aware, but my mother took your medicine, and she is now over 2 months pregnant. Madame Song is in her prime. Pregnancy is quite natural, Shen Fei remarked. Song Yin elaborated. When my mother gave birth to my younger sister, she suffered a significant injury, leading my father to believe she could not conceive again. Yet, after taking your medicine, she is now expecting. Chapter 82. A potential collaboration. Song Yin spoke with palpable excitement, a sentiment that even Lu Junhan could perceive. Lu Junhan had witnessed firsthand the transformation of his grandfather, who, once bedridden, was now able to stroll about with ease. Moreover, his appetite had notably improved, making meals exceptionally enjoyable. Song Yin continued, Miss Shen, is there truly no more of that medicine? Even a less potent version would suffice. Indeed, Miss Shen, any quantity you have, I am willing to acquire at a price you deem fit, Lu Junhan chimed in. Song Yin was taken aback that his cousin would vie for the same, yet he realized he could not compete with Lu Junhan's wealth. Shen Fei pondered. Her concoction was remarkably potent, and revealing it would undoubtedly attract attention. Perhaps she could dilute the formula to lessen its efficacy, making it more discreet and thus more manageable. She is also about to marry, yet she possesses no dowry, which seems rather unacceptable. Shen Fei pondered, stroking her chin. Young Master Song, there are less potent alternatives available. Those are not tinctures, but rather pills. Pills will suffice, as long as they are available, Song Yin interjected. Although the efficacy is somewhat diminished, they are still not inexpensive. Each pill costs 2,000 taels of silver, and there are a total of 10 pills. Shen Fei did not intend to offer too many, as an excess would diminish their value. Song Yin and Lu Junhan exchanged glances, with Lu Junhan affirming, the price is agreeable, but can we acquire a few more pills? Shen Fei shook her head, stating, no, this is all I have. Very well, then where shall we find you? Shen Fei contemplated for a moment and replied, in 5 days, bring your silver notes to the Shun residence in Jiahui Fong to collect the medicine. The two brothers were elated and accompanied Shen Fei downstairs. At this moment, Ernie and Tiniu had finished their meal, leaving the table completely cleared. Shen Fei felt quite satisfied, as no food had been wasted. Indeed, they had devoured everything. Shen Fei took the children to settle the bill, asking the proprietor, Sir, how much is that table over there? Li Wanshan looked up and saw a young girl. Upon noticing the table she pointed to, he replied, Madam, that table has already been settled. Shen Fei was taken aback. Who would pay for her meal? At that moment, Lu Junhan approached with a fan in hand, saying, Miss Shen, the bill has already been taken care of. Shen Fei frowned, feeling quite embarrassed. Lu Junhan waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. Going out to dine with me. And yet it requires Miss Shen to foot the bill. Where shall I place my dignity? Miss Shen, please do not feel obliged. Shen Fei, accompanied by her child, found it inappropriate to engage in further argument with Lu Junhan regarding this matter. She graciously replied, I am grateful for your generosity, young Master Lu. At that moment, a young man hurriedly entered, exclaiming, Father, there seems to be an issue with the dishes we ordered. The newcomer was Li Zhao, the father of Li Fuxing, the chubby boy who had bullied Xin Yu in Master Zhu's academy. Upon seeing Shen Fei and little Fu Bao, Li Zhao immediately recognized them. He had not anticipated that they would patronize Wei Xin Pavilion, recalling his son's description of them as merely ordinary peasant folk. Hearing his son mention a problem with the food, Li Wanshan quickly emerged, demanding, Where is it? Let me take a look. Noticing that Li Zhao was standing still, he scolded, Why are you dawdling? Move. Coming to his senses, Li Zhao disregarded Shen Fei and departed directly. Lu Junhan sensed something amiss and inquired, Miss Shen, do you know that individual? Shen Fei nodded, Yes. There was some unpleasantness in the past. Lu Junhan inwardly chided himself for speaking out of turn. His rapport with Miss Shen had yet to reach the level where he could offend the proprietor of Wei Xian Pavilion on her behalf. The establishments in Chang'an all had their affiliations, often intertwined with powerful officials. It was uncertain whose lucrative venture they truly were. Shen Fei chose not to linger on the matter, saying, Young Master Lu, I am thankful for your kindness today. We shall take our leave now. Shen Fei, accompanied by Er Ni and others, departed from Wei Xian Ge. Before leaving, Ming Yu felt a twinge of regret, as she had wished to teach that loose-tongued individual a lesson. However, by the time she descended from the upper floor, that person had finished their meal and departed. After Shen Fei and her companions had satisfied their appetites, they purchased some trinkets in the West Market before returning to the Shun residence. Meanwhile, Sun Mingxue, who had settled into the Duke's residence, found it hard to believe her eyes. Previously, she had regarded the Lu family as quite affluent and opulent, feeling that they surpassed any grand household in the northern territories. Yet now, upon entering the Duke's estate, She could hardly fathom the reality before her. The Duke's mansion was 100 times more splendid than the Lu residence. She felt overwhelmed, her eyes scarcely able to take in the grandeur. Upon arriving at the Duke's estate, Madame Tang had been occupied with matters and had arranged for her and her cousin to stay in a courtyard that had formerly been occupied by Lu Wanner. Lu Wanner, indifferent to Sun Mingxue, simply selected an empty room for her and left her to her own devices. Sun Mingxue had long grown accustomed to Lu Wanner's temperament and was unperturbed. She felt immensely fortunate to be in the Duke's residence, not only having her own room, but also sharing the courtyard exclusively with her cousin. Moreover, servants had been specifically assigned to attend to her. She now enjoyed the company of her own personal maid. After the morning meal, while Lu Wanner remained secluded in her room, Sun Mingxue found herself restless. She called out, "Lingxiang, take me for a stroll." Shen Lingxiang had already been assigned to attend to Sun Mingxue. Familiar with her, as her mother Chen had spoken of her, Lingxiang was aware that Sun Mingxue had previously been at the Lu residence and thus did not recognize the daughter of the third branch. Shen Lingxiang, while residing at the Sun household, dared not acknowledge the couple, presenting herself merely as the niece of the Chen family. Upon noticing the maid's gaze fixed upon her, Sun Mingxue felt a sense of curiosity and scrutinized the girl closely, discovering that there were indeed certain resemblances between them. At the very least, the maid possessed the signature square face characteristic of the Sun family. "Lingxiang, where are you from?" she inquired. "Miss, I hail from Chang'an," the maid replied. "Oh, do you have any family members?" Though Shen Lingxiang was intrigued by her cousin's interest in her background, she cautiously answered, "My parents are alive, and I have younger siblings at home." "Oh, so you are a native of this household?" Shen Lingxiang grew increasingly vigilant. "No, I am a maid purchased from outside. My family is impoverished, which led to my being sold into service." Sun Mingxue nodded in understanding, softly responding, "All right, I see. Let us take a stroll. I wonder what other places within the Duke's residence I might explore." Although Sun Mingxue was naive, she was aware that this was someone else's estate, with areas that were off limits and should not be wandered into without caution, hence her inquiry with Shen Lingxiang. In Chapter 83, she resolved to distance herself from the scheming women around her. Shen Lingxiang guided Sun Mingxue through the garden of the Duke's residence, a tour that sufficiently delighted her and further fueled her desire to become a part of the Duke's family. She had already cast aside thoughts of Lin Yuan. "Lingxiang, what is the third young master of the household like?" Shen Lingxiang was taken aback to discover that Sun Mingxue was pursuing the third young master. Considering her father's scheme, she felt that some measures were necessary. "My lady, as everyone in this household knows, the third young master is in poor health and possesses a distant demeanor, making him rather difficult to approach." Sun Mingxue, under the impression that the third young master merely had a tarnished reputation, was surprised to learn that his health was equally compromised. "Are you aware of the widow he has been associating with?" Unbeknownst to Sun Mingxue, the widow they spoke of was Shen Fei, and Lu Ruyan had yet to inform her daughter of this news. Ironically, the woman who had captured the third young master's attention was named Sun Mingxia, and it was rumored she had brought a child along. "I wonder how the third young master could possibly be interested in such a woman. Are you inquiring about the third young master because you have feelings for him?" Sun Mingxue was astounded by the maid's speculation and quickly shook her head. "No, how could that be? I was merely curious. Could the woman the third young master favored truly be her cousin? No, that seemed unlikely. Mengxia, that wretched girl, could not possibly have such luck." However, she recalled that during a recent polo match, the fourth young master of the Guogong mansion had seemingly sought out her cousin. Was it possible that the maid was indeed referring to her cousin? With a sigh of relief, Lingxiang remarked, "That's good to hear. Everyone in our household is saying that the third young master does not have long to live, and whoever marries him would essentially be a widow in life. In my opinion, my lady, you and our fourth young master are of similar age." Sun Mingxue, however, was not easily swayed by Shen Lingxiang's few words. The third young master's health is poor, and his reputation is tarnished. Only with her current status could she possibly be deemed worthy. Were the third young master not in such a predicament, she would not dare to entertain such aspirations. The fourth young master is of suitable age, yet she has heard from her mother that although he is a bastard, he is greatly favored by Madame Tang. Furthermore, the fourth young master possesses a brash temperament, making him rather difficult to engage with. She believes that if she were to select the fourth young master, her aunt would certainly disapprove. Is that not so? Proximity in age does not necessarily equate to compatibility. Well, I am quite fatigued. Let us return. Sun Mingxue has no time to engage in idle chatter with the young girl. She intends to investigate whether the widow the third young master is interested in is indeed her cousin. Shen Lingxiang did not anticipate that the young girl would remain unaware of the trap. As they departed, a half-grown youth emerged from behind the rockery. It was none other than Tang Zijin. "Huayan, Look into the background of that woman, and the little maid as well. The servant Huayan nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Zijin had been resting behind the rockery when he overheard the conversation between the two. It was indeed amusing. Did they truly believe that the young masters of the Duke's household were as common as cabbages, free to be selected at will? It was utterly ridiculous. Even a toad wishes to feast upon swan meat. He is not like his foolish third brother, easily deceived by such a woman. In the future, he shall keep his distance from these scheming women. Tang Zijin did not linger in the garden, making his way directly back to his own courtyard. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, Duke Tang was confronting Madame Tang. My lord, you bestow such riches upon the third son, a mere bastard. I cannot agree to this. And where did all these fine items come from? Our storeroom certainly does not hold such treasures. The Duke of Tang cast a glance at the items listed, feeling a profound sense of frustration. These were all gifts sent by the emperor, intended for the wedding of his third son. The emperor even wished to bestow a residence solely for the third son, but the Duke tactfully declined, as such a gesture would be too conspicuous given that he had 4 sons. That was the reason the emperor refrained from granting the property. However, the Duke found himself at a loss when it came to discussing these gifts with his wife. He could only say that these were gifts from others, not from himself, and requested that she consider the remaining dowry in accordance with the standards established for the second son. Madame Tang was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. She regarded the Duke with a cold smile and retorted, to compare it to the second son's gifts? How can you even say that? Including the additional items. The standards would rival those of the heiress wedding. Our heir is marrying the legitimate daughter of an earl, while the woman chosen by the third son is a widowed divorcee. To equate her with the earl's daughter is simply absurd. If you proceed with this, the earl's household will surely come knocking on our door the very next day. The Duke wiped his face, realizing there was spittle on it, which only added to his disgust. Madame Tang noticed this too and felt a bit embarrassed, gently dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief. Oh dear, I became too agitated just now. It infuriates me that a base-born son would presume to stand on equal footing with a legitimate heir, she exclaimed. The Duke then spoke. That young lady is alone in the world and likely has no dowry. I have heard that the Sun family has already cast her out. The dowry we send will essentially serve as her bridal gifts. If the offerings are insufficient, it would reflect poorly on our Duke's household, would it not? Madame Tang laughed in disbelief. Is this merely a matter of face? You have 4 sons, and since ancient times, there has been a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. How can they be treated the same? I have only prepared 30 dowry bearers and 3,000 taels of silver for the third son. The Duke of Tang had no intention of debating with Madame Tang and intended to leave with the list in hand. Very well, you may prepare as you wish. Any excess he planned to bestow privately upon the third son. After all, the gifts bestowed by the higher authority were not to be embezzled. Where are you going? Where are the items listed? Madame Tang wished to retain the objects. The Duke of Tang turned, casting a cold glare at Madame Tang, Lu Ruiying, and said, Do not covet what should not be coveted. With that, he departed without looking back. Upon witnessing the Duke's retreating figure, Madame Tang shattered a teacup in anger. Then, she swept all the tea utensils from the table to the ground. With a series of crashes, the porcelain shattered underfoot. When Tang Shitzi entered, he beheld the chaos. Mother! Madame Tang, feeling a pent-up frustration, found no solace in her eldest son's presence. Mother, there is no need for anger. Eldest son, you cannot fathom the extent of your father's bias. It seems he wishes to cradle the third son in his palms. Moreover, I am astounded to discover how many treasures your father possesses. A flash of irritation crossed Tang Shitzi's eyes. Mother, it is not surprising that father, having fought valiantly against the Hu people in the northern territories, would privately retain some spoils of war. Madame Tang shot him a glare. Do not speak nonsense. All items acquired in battle have been surrendered to the emperor. How could your father dare to hoard them? The Crown Prince Tang was aware that he had misspoken, acknowledging his fault. However, he reassured his mother that there was no need for alarm. Even if his third brother had given something away, it could be retrieved and brought back into the household, as he had his own plans in place. He produced a small box and asked, Mother, can you guess what this is? Upon seeing the box, Lady Tang nodded in understanding. Is this one particularly formidable? That young man seems to have a rather charmed life, she remarked. The Crown Prince nodded, urging his mother to rest assured. After exchanging a few more words, he took his leave. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Shen Fei entrusted little Fu Bao to Granny Li, while she prepared her concoctions. She intended to work in the laboratory, requiring her to sneak in at night for her experiments, using the daytime to catch up on sleep. Knowing that Shen Fei would not be going out or needing to stay home, Aaron and Tang Yo set off for Chang'an village. Lu Sanquan returned to Jihui Fong at night, having mentioned to his family that their piglets were growing remarkably fast, with one already weighing over 30 pounds. Ni and Tai Nyo were delighted, as the prospects of a prosperous new year depended on the pigs from the village. Thus, as long as Shen Fei remained home, they would assist in the village. After 3 nights of diligent work, Shen Fei successfully produced 20 pills. She decided to keep 10 for her own use and sell the remainder to Song Yin and his companions. On the 5th day, Song Yin and Lu Junhan finally arrived. They were invited to the front hall, where, despite the presence of many eyes and ears, they had little choice, for the Shen residence was modest, and the womenfolk occupied the back courtyard, rendering it inconvenient. Shen Fei entered with a box in hand, addressing the 2 young gentlemen, young Master Song, young Master Lu. I apologize for the delay. Song Yin rose to his feet, assuring her, not at all, we have only just arrived. Noticing the box in Shen Fei's grasp, a sense of urgency welled within him. Miss Shen, is this the medicine? Shen Fei nodded and pushed the box forward. Take a look. Song Yin exchanged a glance with Lu Junhan, who nodded in affirmation. He then opened the box to reveal 10 blue pills. The hue of the pills crafted by Shen Fei matched that of the potion, and rather than evoking curiosity, it felt entirely appropriate to them. Song Yin picked one up and placed it in his mouth, intending to chew it. Shen Fei offered him some tea, saying, you should drink a bit of water. After all, the pill was rather sizable, and Song Yin found it slightly difficult to swallow. Shen Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness. The pills had been hastily made, and swallowing them whole could indeed lead to discomfort, while chewing them was a bit challenging. Young Master Song, you can cut the pills in half when you return home. She chuckled nervously. However, Song Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. The initial pang of regret for consuming one was entirely forgotten. Lu Junhan watched Song Yin intently. Aware that his cousin had ingested a poison prior to their meeting, curious to ascertain whether this new medicine would serve as an antidote. With unwavering courage, his cousin was willing to test the remedy, and Lu Junhan wholeheartedly supported him. Thus, he remained focused on Song Yin, inquiring, cousin, do you feel any discomfort? Song Yin shook his head, responding, I am well, I feel nothing amiss. Shen Fei elucidated that her health was impeccable, consuming the medicine posed no risk, and its purported benefits of prolonging life had not altered her condition. However, she noted that this remedy was intended for patients, rendering it less effective for those in good health. Lu Junhan clarified that his cousin had ingested poison in order to test the efficacy of the drug. Shen Fei remarked, indeed, this is rather audacious. When I conducted my experiments, I utilized laboratory mice. She found herself somewhat impressed by Song Yan's audacity to experiment on himself. After a quarter of an hour, with no adverse effects observed, Lu Junhan appeared satisfied. He then presented her with a small box, saying, Miss Shen, please take a look. Upon opening it, Shen Fei discovered a stack of silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels, totaling 20. The quantity was indeed correct. Once their transaction concluded, Song Yin and Lu Junhan departed. Shen Fei, having acquired a substantial sum, felt a surge of joy as she earmarked the money for her dowry. The Tang family had already sent a matchmaker, while the Shen family lacked any elders. Unfamiliar with such matters, Shen Fei entrusted them to Granny Li and Aunt Lu. She promptly brought forth 5,000 taels in silver notes and approached Granny Li's chamber, stating, Granny, please take this money and assist me in preparing my dowry. Taken aback by the amount, Granny Li inquired, Miss, where did you acquire such wealth? Shen Fei replied, I earned it. Please use this money to arrange what is needed for the wedding. Moreover, I recall there is a need for a wedding dress. I am not skilled in embroidery, so please purchase a ready-made one. Shen Fei walked over and picked up her chubby son, cradling him affectionately. She had been preoccupied with preparing medicinal pills these past few days, neglecting her little treasure, and she had not engaged in playful antics with him for quite some time, which felt quite unusual. Without hesitation, she took the child and departed, leaving the astonished Li Momo behind. Miss Shen truly possessed a carefree spirit, bestowing such a substantial sum upon me. Nonetheless, this alleviated an urgent concern. The third young master's impending marriage had already drawn the scrutiny of outsiders. Without a proper dowry, Miss Shen would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Fortunately, with the newfound 5,000 taels, she could now procure a commendable dowry. Li Momo had already formulated plans for the silver and, not lingering any longer, she swiftly made her way to the front courtyard to seek out Aunt Lu. Meanwhile, Shen Fei lay on the bed with little Fu Bao, teasing, my little darling, do you miss me? Fu Bao had learned to roll over, but was still unsteady in a seated position. As Shen Fei set him down on the bed, he toppled over with a resounding thud. The immediate response was an earth-shattering wail that echoed from the main courtyard. Embarrassed, Shen Fei rubbed her nose and quickly scooped Fu Bao back up, soothing him. There. My little one, don't cry. Yet, Fu Bao remained with his eyes tightly shut, wailing loudly. Li Momo had just settled into the front courtyard when the cries reached her ears. Goodness, what has happened so soon after he was embraced? She exclaimed before hastily rushing towards the back courtyard. The wet nurse next door, sipping on pig's trotter soup, curled her lip in disdain, muttering to herself. How can one trust you? Your own mother is the most unreliable of all. In chapter 85, Tang Ziling arrives bearing gifts of money. Little Fu Bao, perhaps feeling particularly wronged, wept for an extended period. Shen Fei noticed that this little rascal's temper had been growing increasingly volatile. It seemed with age, his tantrums had burgeoned as well. Perhaps his peanut-sized brain had expanded to the size of a walnut. When he cried, he began to gauge Shen Fei's expression. If Shen Fei looked at him with a face full of guilt, he would amplify his wails. Shen Fei thought to herself, is this child attempting to play tricks on her? She resolved to ignore him, merely swaying gently. Indeed, little Fu Bao's eyes fluttered open, and his cries softened. His gaze fixated on Shen Fei's countenance. Shen Fei cast a sidelong glance at him, feigning indifference and deliberately avoiding his gaze. Little Fu Bao, feeling urgency, called out to her, making futile attempts to grasp her face with his tiny hands. When Granny Li entered, she was met with this peculiar sight. What has happened to little Fu Bao? Why is he crying again? Upon seeing Granny Li, little Fu Bao felt even more aggrieved, his tiny lips pursed, and he began to wail anew. Shen Fei mused to herself that her child was quite the little performer, displaying such theatrics at merely a few months old. Granny, it's nothing serious. This child is just overly pampered and has bumped his head. Li Mama. Li Mama was at a loss for words once again. How many times had this happened? Under your care, it was either a bump or a knock. She hurried over to inspect little Fu Bao's head, finding no apparent issues. Mama, please make my bedding a bit thicker to prevent little Fu Bao from constantly hurting his head. Li Mama nodded. Miss Shun, I shall attend to it immediately. As Shen Fei observed Li Mama's retreating figure, she felt a wave of gratitude. Having Li Mama at home was truly a blessing. At that moment, little Fu Bao, momentarily distracted by Li Mama, ceased his cries. Instead, he began to watch the commotion, though his cheeks remained flushed and his eyes glistened with unshed tears, rendering him a rather pitiable sight. Shen Fei gently placed him on the bed, allowing him to lie down this time. She delicately tapped his tiny nose, teasing, You truly are a little crybaby. Just then, Xiaoxi reported, Miss, young Master Tang has arrived. At that moment, Tang Ziling had entered the backyard. The courtyard was rather small, and upon his arrival, he immediately heard the wails of the child. Curious about the commotion, he followed the young maid to the backyard to ascertain the reason behind the child's sorrowful cries. Shen Fei promptly sat up, adjusting her attire. Let him in. At this juncture, Xiaoxi opened the door, and Tang Ziling stepped inside. He did not close the door behind him, as they had yet to be formally betrothed. Is little Fu Bao crying? Upon hearing his name, little Fu Bao, lying on the bed, seemed to sense the conversation and promptly turned over, uttering a few soft cries. Upon seeing the flailing legs of the little darling, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, he is crying. He must have bumped his head. Tang Ziling hurried over, lifting the little one into her arms to inspect his noggin. The little darling showed no signs of shyness, nestled in Tang Ziling's embrace, pointing at Shen Fei with his tiny fingers and uttering a few excited sounds. Shen Fei mused, could this little rascal be reporting me? But he is barely a few months old. Is it even possible for him to be such a tattletale? Is this normal? Having never raised a child in her past life, she was uncertain whether a child of this age possessed any awareness. Disregarding the little darling, Shen Fei inquired, What brings you here? Wasn't it said that we shouldn't meet before the wedding? Tang Ziling produced a stack of silver notes from her bosom and handed them to Shen Fei. Take this money, it is for your dowry. Shen Fei accepted it without hesitation. In modern times, her family's finances were managed by her mother, with her father's monthly salary handed over to her. Upon counting, she discovered there were 8,000 taels. Where did this money come from? You're giving it all to me. Tang Ziling cleared her throat and replied, This is my father's private savings he has given me over the years. You may use it as you wish. Shen Fei was taken aback by Tang Ziling's generosity. What will you do if you give it all to me? To which Tang Ziling nonchalantly responded, I still receive my monthly allowance. Shen Fei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How much is your monthly allowance? Does everyone in your family receive one? Tang Ziling gazed into Shen Fei's sparkling eyes and instantly discerned her intentions. Well, it's a fixed sum of 20 taels of silver each month for us. As for your female relatives, I am uncertain of their amounts, as I have never paid much attention, but they likely receive less than us. Shen Fei understood, recognizing that the Tang brothers, being men, needed to traverse the world, incurring greater expenses, thus requiring more funds. However, that works well. If I and my child were to visit your Tang family, would we not be entitled to an allowance as well? Tang Ziling nodded, affirming that there should indeed be such a provision, though she was unsure of the exact amount for the little treasure, given that there were no grandchildren in the family yet. Shen Fei raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Isn't your elder brother of considerable age? Does he not have any children? Tang Ziling echoed her surprise, stating, No, my elder brother has been married for 5 years. Yet there has been no stir in his household. The same applies to my second brother, who has been married for 3 years with no offspring. With her chin resting on her hand, Shen Fei plopped down beside Tang Ziling, exclaiming, I find your family quite peculiar. Shen Fei, with a playful grin, sought to engage Tang Ziling in gossip. However, she was taken aback as Tang Ziling instinctively recoiled, akin to a cat startled by a stepped-on tail. Why are you sitting so close? Tang Ziling's ears flushed crimson. Shen Fei remarked, Is this man unwell? Am I not merely discussing matters? She sighed. I was only considering assisting your family. Tang Ziling firmly declined. There is no need to meddle in their affairs. Shen Fei contemplated that Tang Ziling, being a natural son of the Tang family, naturally had a strained relationship with his elder brother. Well then, if assistance was not forthcoming, so be it. Due to Shen Fei's interruption, Tang Ziling also felt disinclined to linger any longer. Having delivered the items, he stated his departure. He gently placed the small treasure into Shen Fei's arms and hurried away. Shen Fei received a sum of money, her heart brimming with delight. She promptly deposited the 8,000 taels into her money box. With this addition, alongside the 15,000 taels from her second sale of medicine and the previous 4,280 taels, Shen Fei now possessed a substantial total of 27,280 taels of silver, a considerable fortune indeed. Shen Fei concluded that the precious potions should no longer be dispensed. As the supplies in her laboratory were finite and would eventually be depleted, it was prudent to reserve them for her own use. After all, this sum would sustain her for quite some time. Chapter 86. Wealth and Risk. Shen Fei and Tang Ziling's wedding date had been set for the 10th of next month, merely a little over 10 days away. A remarkably imminent occasion. Shen Fei's dowry preparations were nearly complete. Li Mama and the Liu couple, utilizing the funds provided by Shen Fei, had acquired 4 shops in Chang'an and 2 large estates in the outskirts of the capital. The initial 5,000 taels had proven insufficient, prompting Shen Fei to use the additional 8,000 taels from Tang Ziling. Shen Fei had come to understand that these acquisitions, presented as her dowry upon entering the Duke's residence, would belong to the third household. Since the Duke's household had not yet divided, her dowry remained entirely her own. In essence, Tang Ziling was transparently placing his assets under his wife's name. On this day, Shen Fei was trying on her wedding dress. She felt a surge of joy as she donned the bridal attire, for in her previous life, she had never experienced marriage or worn a wedding gown. Little Fu Bao, nestled in Li Mama's embrace, was also thrilled to see Shen Fei in her resplendent red dress, stretching her tiny hands eagerly towards her. Mama, what is the matter with little Fu Bao? Li Mama chuckled in response. Children are naturally drawn to vibrant colors, which is why she wishes to come closer to you. As Shen Fei prepared for her wedding, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, in the Duke's residence, Sun Mingxue was filled with resentment. She had learned that the esteemed young Master Tang was to marry her cousin, Sun Mingxia, and the wedding date had already been set. Sun Mingxue was infuriated not only by her own inability to wed into the Tang family, but also by young Master Tang's lack of discernment. She was equally vexed by the inaction of Madame Tang, questioning why she did not vehemently oppose this union. In her heart, she pondered why such a prestigious household as the Tang Dukes would consent to Sun Mingxia's entry. It was indeed peculiar. Consequently, Sun Mingxue altered her previously carefree demeanor and began to observe the members of the Tang family with great scrutiny. Additionally, she harbored doubts about her maid, Ling Xiang, who exhibited peculiar behavior. One day, while in her chamber, Sun Mingxue overheard a conversation between 2 maids outside. Have you heard? Ling Xiang is planning to buy her freedom. Really? Isn't her mother working in the kitchen? Is it Yun Yang who is redeeming her? Now that you mention it, I find it strange. The person coming to redeem her claims to be her aunt. Her aunt came to redeem her, which was rather peculiar. If her aunt possessed wealth, why not assist her own sister instead? Yet she showered such kindness upon her niece. 2 young maidservants exchanged a few idle remarks before swiftly departing. Sun Mingxue, harboring suspicion towards Ling Xiang, found it odd that the maid was leaving just then. Without hesitation, she rose and made her way to Madame Tang's courtyard. At that moment, within Madame Tang's quarters, the lady observed Chun with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She would soon be related to this woman by marriage, which felt quite unfortunate. As my daughter Mingxia is to wed into the Tang family, having a cousin as a maidservant there is utterly embarrassing, she thought. Thus, her purpose today was to redeem that maid, Lingxiang. Before Madame Tang, Chen felt somewhat diminished in stature. Madame Tang scrutinized Chen closely. She was indeed a relative from the legitimate lineage, and yet, a maidservant in her household. Shen Lingxiang knelt on the ground, gazing up at Madame Tang with pleading eyes. Not wishing to engage further with Chen, Madame Tang simply stated, "Very well, take Lingxiang home. She has served here for many years, though she may not have earned merit. She has certainly endured hardships. For her redemption, you may offer 20 taels of silver." Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, having assumed that Madame Tang might waive the fee out of familial consideration. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, having borrowed the silver from her maternal family. Reluctantly, she produced the 20 taels and handed them over to Madame Tang. "Mama Fong, please bring forth Lingxiang's deed of sale." Soon, Shen Lingxiang was freed from servitude. Ultimately, it was Mrs. Chen who departed the courtyard of Madame Tang alongside Lingxiang. As Sun Mingxue arrived at Madame Tang's residence, she spotted Chen and Lingxiang emerging. In a flurry, Sun Mingxue concealed herself, fearful of being seen by Chen, who was no benevolent figure. Additionally, she was eager to eavesdrop on their conversation, thus stealthily trailing behind them. Chen and Shen Lingxiang made their way towards the servant quarters, intending to gather Lingxiang's belongings. Although Chen had expended money, the thought of her daughter regaining her freedom brought her joy. "Mengxia, you are no longer a maid. You have reclaimed your identity." "Mother, remember, I am not Sun Mingxia. That name is claimed by another. How could I bear it?" Chen dismissed her concerns, assuring her, "You are indeed the true Sun Mingxia. In a few days, your fortunes will change. What is rightfully yours cannot be taken away by anyone." "Mother, can Father's plan truly succeed? What if we are discovered?" Chen patted her chest confidently. "Do not worry. Your father and I have devised a strategy. Once the matter is settled, the Tang family cannot retract their agreement. Besides, you, a pure and virtuous young lady, are far preferable to a widow. The Tang family will surely be satisfied. And remember, you are the genuine Sun Mingxia. Your name is inscribed on the marriage contract, and we have not deceived anyone." Shen Lingxiang still harbored some doubts, yet the allure of wealth often accompanies risk. Chapter 87. Mother, you and father should divorce. Upon hearing this revelation, Sun Mingxue instinctively clutched her chest. What had she just heard? Was that cousin from the past not her true cousin, but rather that little maid? No wonder she found the maid somewhat familiar. Their facial features bore a striking resemblance. Upon overhearing the plans of the two, a calculating glimmer emerged in Sun Mingxue's heart. "If I cannot have it, then neither shall any of you. Whether it be the true cousin or the false one, none shall obstruct my path." It seems that the third uncle's family is indeed audacious. A fierce expression crossed Sun Mingxue's youthful face, rendering her surprisingly intimidating. "Sun Mingxia, if I could ruin your first destiny in love, then I can just as easily dismantle the second. Ha! Regardless of who is genuine or who is not, as long as neither of you can marry in, I shall have my chance." At merely 13 years of age, Sun Mingxue wore a smile that signified inevitable triumph. No longer hesitating, she hurried to Lady Tang's courtyard to bid farewell. "Aunt, I have come to take my leave today. I have been here for quite some time and find myself missing my mother." Lady Tang was genuinely astonished. She recalled that girl Warner never wished to leave once she arrived. What could be the matter with this niece, that she would choose to depart? "Oh, has the Tang residence not been accommodating enough? You may speak to your aunt about it." Sun Mingxue shook her head. "No, aunt, I am quite well here, and no one has treated me poorly. I simply miss my mother after being away for too long." Upon hearing this, Lady Tang ceased her attempts to retain her. "Very well, I shall send a carriage for your return." Sun Mingxue adjusted her posture. "Thank you, aunt." After leaving the Tang residence, Sun Mingxue made her way directly back to the Liu family. At this moment, Liu Rian clutched her divorce papers, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mother, I truly have parted ways, but what will become of my Chier?" Sun Zhanqi is the sole son of Sun Bin, who, under the pressure of the Liu family's influence, has consented to the divorce, yet he cannot relinquish Sun Zhanqi to the Liu family. Allowing Sun Mingxue to be given to the Lus is already a considerable concession. Old Madame Liu interjected to console her. "Yenner, this is indeed the best outcome. You have liberated yourself from the Sun family. With Sun Bin now limping, he is no longer a suitable match for you." Upon seeing her sister, the Liu family naturally looked down upon her husband, who is now merely a commoner. Furthermore, after serving the venerable old Madame Dou for many years in the Sun household, being publicly humiliated was something Liu Rian could scarcely endure. "Mother, I understand, I truly do. I only pity Chier, who must return to the Sun family to endure suffering." Old Madame Lu sighed. Each individual has their own fate. If the Sun family remains obstinate, there is little we can do. At least you can keep Mengxue by your side. You shall not be lonely. Lu Ria nodded. Yes, mother. It is Mengxue, that child, who has been at the Tang residence for some time now. I wonder how she is faring. The Lu family had been entangled in disputes with the Sun family and had not kept track of news from the Duke of Tang's household. At that moment, Sun Mingxue's carriage halted at the entrance of the Lu manor. After disembarking, she rewarded the coachman with silver and sent him on his way. Sun Mingxue's capacity for learning was remarkable. She was no longer the naive girl who had just arrived from the north, whether at the Lu household or the Duke's residence. She diligently observed the behaviors and manners of the ladies of the capital. Thus, she has now grasped some insights into the ways of affluent households. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. To navigate relationships with the servants, one must often bestow small favors, which can yield unexpectedly favorable outcomes. Sun Mingxue quickly entered the Lu residence, heading straight to the courtyard of the matriarch, Lady Lu. She and her mother both resided there. Mother, I have returned. Lady Lu had just been discussing her daughter with the matriarch when she heard her voice and hurried out. Mengxue, why have you returned at this hour? Did you encounter difficulties at the Duke's residence? Lady Lu was aware of her younger sister's temperament and feared that Madame Tang might cause trouble for her daughter. Sun Mingxue anxiously pulled Lady Lu inside. Mother, I need to ask you something. Let us speak inside. What is it? Why the secrecy? After ushering her mother in, Sun Mingxue stated directly, Mother, you should divorce father. Lady Lu glanced at the matriarch and, seeing her shake her head, understood that her mother had not broached the topic of divorce with her daughter. Mingxue, what is the matter? Why do you say this? Sun Mingxue did not shy away from the matriarch's presence. Mother, the Sun family is about to face a great calamity. If you divorce father, you will be spared from the impending troubles. Lady Lu's heart sank. The Sun family was merely a common household now. What calamity could possibly befall them? Did Mingxue hear some alarming news at the Duke's residence? Chapter 88. A marriage approaches. Lady Lu was also intrigued. Mengxue, please explain what you mean. Lady Lu nodded yes. Mengxue, what do you know? Sun Mingxue did not respond, but directly inquired. Mother, are you aware that my original cousin is not the child of third aunt? Lu was taken aback. Mengxue, how do you know this information? It is a secret that the Sun family must protect. Years ago, before the exile of your uncle's family, they secretly swapped children. By the time they realized, they were already en route to exile. The adults could only keep the secret. None dared to divulge it. Mengxue, you must have heard some rumors. There is no such thing. Lu could not bring herself to reveal the truth to Sun Mingxue. Sensing her mother's deceit, Sun Mingxue spoke. Mother, please do not deceive me. Today, I heard with my own ears at the Tang residence that third aunt redeemed a little maid named Shun Lingxiang. That maid once served me. She bears some resemblance to me. It struck me as odd that the original Sun Mingxia bore no likeness to the Sun family. Yet you all insisted she resembled third aunt. I heard with my own ears that the maid referred to third aunt as mother. Sun Mingxue had her own plans, thus refraining from disclosing the intentions of Chun and the others. Although she did not fully comprehend their motives, it was evident that they sought a method of substitution. The thought of her own strategy filled Sun Mingxue with excitement. She would merely need to wait and reap the benefits. Lu had not anticipated that Chun and the others had indeed located their biological daughter. Indeed, throughout this journey, the family of the third son, accompanied by that heavily pregnant woman, likely harbored thoughts of reclaiming their daughter. If that woman were to perish along the way, then Sun Mingxia would cease to exist within the Sun family's records. In the capital, the true Sun Mingxia has vanished. At that time, they still believed that the Sun family would regain their noble title, but now it has all come to naught. However, since the Marquisate of the Ho family has been lost, it matters little whether it is acknowledged or not. Why would the Chen family take such a risk? The Lu family is utterly perplexed. Upon hearing such significant news, the old matriarch of the Lu family was also left in shock. Yenner, isn't the Sun family's third branch guilty of treason? How dare they? Fortunately, you have divorced Sun Bin, which is truly a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingxue's eyes brightened. Mother, is what grandmother said true? The Lu matriarch nodded. Yes, your father and I have divorced. You will stay with me, while your brother remains with the Sun family. As she spoke, the Lu matriarch thought of her youngest son and felt a pang of reluctance. He was her child born in her later years. How could she easily part with him? Sun Mingxue, however, was too preoccupied to concern herself with her mother's emotions. Knowing that she had completely severed ties with the Sun family, she felt a surge of joy. At last, the day arrived for Shen Fei's wedding. Shen Fei and her family had meticulously planned for her marriage into the Duke's residence. Mama Li and the wet nurse took little Fubao, accompanying the staff sent by Tang Ziling to the mansion first. After all, there were numerous formalities to observe during the wedding. Little Fu Bao would be entrusted to Mama Li's care. As for the maidservants entering the Tang residence, they would only bring Mingyue along. Meanwhile, Ernie remained at home. Not long ago, Shen Fei had arranged a simple wedding for Ernie and Tina Yu. Now, Ernie had already become a married young wife. Shen Fei was eagerly awaiting the arrival of Ernie and Tang Yu's child, curious whether their offspring would possess the strength of a mighty warrior. As for Shen Yu and Aunt Li, they remained at home. Once Shen Yu's leg had fully healed, she would first attend classes at the academy. Shen Fei had initially intended to send Shen Yu to the most prestigious Qing Academy in Chang'an, but regrettably, with Shen Yu's current level of knowledge, she was not yet qualified for admission. Furthermore, without a recommendation, the entrance examination for this year had already passed. The prospect of attending Qing Academy would have to be deferred until the following year. However, the academy Shen Yu was set to attend this time was Yushan Academy, which was considerably more esteemed than the previous teachings of Master Zhu, and it was quite renowned in Chang'an. Shen Yu's acceptance into this academy was, in part, due to the influence of Tang Ziling. Once her leg had healed, she would enroll, and it would be necessary for her to reside on campus. On the day of the wedding, Shen Fei rose early, inexplicably feeling her heart race. She attributed this overwhelming emotion to sheer nervousness. The lady appointed by Mama Li for her makeup had already arrived and was currently preparing Shen Fei's face. Observing the woman wielding two fine threads, drawing lines across her visage, Shen Fei winced at the discomfort. "Mama, is it absolutely necessary to do this?" she inquired. Mama Li affirmed, "Indeed, Mississippi. Every bride must undergo this." With no alternative, Shen Fei acquiesced and patiently sat as the servant styled her hair and dressed her. Hours slipped by before she was finally ready. It was only then that Shen Fei learned that the wedding ceremony would not take place in the morning, but rather at dusk, just before the sun dipped below the horizon. Nevertheless, the bride would still need to set off in the afternoon, as the journey would require a considerable amount of time. Madame Li held little Fu Bao in her arms and, upon seeing Miss Shen fully adorned, remarked, "Miss, you truly look exquisite after your makeup." Shen Fei gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, somewhat indistinct, uncertain whether Madame Li's compliment held any truth. At that moment, Mingyue rushed in, exclaiming, "Madam, the servant sent by the third young master has arrived. You should take the items and leave with the young master." Indeed, little Fu Bao possessed quite an array of belongings, all of which Shen Fei had added later. Madame Li glanced at the time, realizing that the hour for the wedding was approaching, and said, "Miss, I shall take the young master and depart now." Shen Fei nodded. "Very well, you may go. Mingyue, you should accompany them to protect the young master." "Miss, what shall you do here?" Mingyue inquired. Shen Fei nonchalantly replied, "What could possibly happen? I shall merely wait at home for Tang Ziling to come for the wedding." Chapter 89. Were these two patches of Highland red intended to frighten the groom to death? Madame Li, bearing little Fu Bao, departed from the Shun residence. Shen Fei sat in the room, feeling rather bored, her heart a mix of anxiety and trepidation. She gently patted her chest, pondering, "What is this? Tang Ziling is hardly a beast to be feared." At that moment, Ernie rushed in, breathless, "Miss, the troublemakers from that day have returned." Shen Fei's expression stiffened. Could her unease stem from the Sun family? Without Ernie explicitly stating it, Shen Fei already knew who had come. What were they here for? Just then, Chun Shi and Sun Hung barged in, declaring, "Mengxia, you are getting married today. As your parents, how could we possibly miss this occasion? Indeed, Mengxia, your mother and I have come to see you. It is rather improper for you to marry without your parents to escort you." As Shen Fei observed their determination to remain, she realized that if she opposed them, they would undoubtedly concoct another excuse to linger. Thus, she relented, saying, "Very well, after I bid you farewell, you must leave the Shun residence promptly." Chun Shi did not hesitate, exclaiming, "All right, Mengxia, you are my daughter after all. I have raised you since childhood, and now that you are marrying, it is only fitting that I come to see you off. I am no longer Mengxia. I have changed my name to Shen Fei. I hope you will remember it," Shen Fei replied, sensing that the two harbored ulterior motives. She decided to keep them close for now to discern their intentions. Nodding, she instructed, "Ernie, please escort them to the front courtyard." "Certainly, Miss," Ernie responded. The couple, Sun Hung and his wife, exchanged a glance before turning to follow Ernie. Shen Fei found their actions puzzling. She could not fathom what the Sun couple aimed to achieve, as they held no affection for the original owner of her identity. She remained vigilant, prepared to observe what their next move would be. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from outside, causing Shen Fei to become alert. She swiftly retreated into her space, observing from within. Shen Fei was quite familiar with the servants of the Shen household, able to discern their footsteps distinctly. Among those who frequented the back courtyard was Aaron I, whose heavy footsteps were unmistakable. At that moment, Shen Fei noticed a small crack in the window through which a tube had been inserted, causing a cloud of smoke to pervade the room. Shen Fei surmised that the substance must be a narcotic. Who, she pondered, could be outside? Did they intend to prevent her from marrying into the Duke's family? Moments later, a faint murmur came from outside, suggesting that the individual had likely succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, my drug is quite potent. The door creaked open gently, and a woman accompanied by a man stepped inside. Shen Fei was certain that she did not recognize either of them. Who were they? What were their intentions? Observing their movements from within her confines, Shen Fei realized they were searching for her. Where could the bride be? Uncertain, but time was running short. You must change into your wedding attire first. I will step outside to find someone and then deal with her. Shen Fei was taken aback upon hearing this. Did these two intend to take her life? The woman nodded in agreement, indicating, very well, you leave first. I will change my clothes right away. The man promptly exited, closing the door behind him. The woman approached the dressing mirror, bringing her dangerously close to Shen Fei. As Shen Fei observed the woman's features, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Although she was certain this was their first encounter, where could this familiarity stem from? Upon noticing the woman's square face, Shen Fei finally recalled the couple. Sun Hung and his wife. Could this woman be their biological daughter? Indeed, the purpose of Sun Hung and his wife's arrival must be for the sake of this very woman. Shen Lingxiang hastily opened her bundle and produced a complete set of bridal garments. Shen Fei was astonished to find that this wedding attire was strikingly similar to her own. The Sun family had certainly made thorough preparations. Shen Fei did not rush to leave. Rather, she wished to observe how this family would proceed or if they had any hidden plans. After all, the man who had just entered was an enigma. With Mingwei absent, Shen Fei refrained from revealing herself, fearing she might become a target for that individual. Shen Lingxiang moved swiftly, soon donning her new wedding attire and utilizing Shen Fei's cosmetics to create her bridal look. Upon witnessing the transformed bride, Shen Fei was reminded of herself and hurried to the restroom in the laboratory. When she caught sight of her reflection, she was taken aback. Goodness! Was this meant to frighten the groom to death, leaving her to become a widow? Those round, crimson cheeks were utterly unbecoming. Was it customary for brides to appear unattractive on their wedding day, ensuring the groom's lasting memory? In a flurry, Shen Fei grabbed a damp towel and wiped away the garish color from her face. She felt that her natural look was far superior, at least in her unadorned state. She retained a certain charm, albeit reminiscent of a modern delicate flower. Shen Lingxiang applied blush to her cheeks, accentuating them with 2 bold strokes of rouge. She then donned her veil, awaiting the arrival of guests. At this moment, Shen Fei became certain that this woman intended to usurp her place and marry into the Duke's household. Chapter 90. Who are you? Just then, a cacophony of voices and festive music echoed from outside. Shen Fei realized that Tang Ziling had arrived to escort the bride. She pondered how best to proceed. Upon hearing the man's return, he voiced a reminder. Cousin, we have not yet located the bride, and the groom's party has arrived. I will search elsewhere. Shen Lingxiang felt a surge of anxiety. Where could the bride possibly be? Very well, cousin. We must find her and ensure she is kept in check. We cannot allow her to disrupt our plans. Shen Lingxiang tightened her grip on her handkerchief, reassuring herself that as long as they could reach the wedding ceremony, even if the Tang family discovered the bride had been substituted, there would be no recourse. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the Sun family. Do not worry, cousin. The man vanished without a trace. Soon, the matchmaker arrived at the back courtyard and guided Shen Lingxiang to the front. As Tang Ziling dismounted and entered to receive the bride, he was taken aback to see Sun Hung and his wife. He recalled the disdain Shen Fei had shown towards the couple and could not fathom why Shen Fei would invite them. However, they were indeed her biological parents, and it was not entirely impossible for them to be present at this moment. The bride has arrived. The matchmaker assisted Shen Lingxiang as she approached. Sun Hung and his wife exchanged glances, and upon noticing Shen Lingxiang's gesture, their previous anxiety dissipated, replaced by broader smiles. Tang Ziling observed the change in their demeanor, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. He scrutinized the bride before him, noting that she seemed to have matured. He distinctly remembered Shen Fei's petite figure, which was far from robust. While this bride was not overly plump, she was certainly more substantial than Shen Fei. Tang Ziling approached Shen Lingxiang and inquired, "Who are you?" His question elicited astonished gazes from everyone in the room. Under the crimson veil, Shen Lingxiang glimpsed a man's large foot, realizing that he was in close proximity. She dared not utter a sound. At that moment, Sun Hung spoke up, "Son-in-law, this is my daughter Mingxia, your bride today." Tang Ziling furrowed her brow and decisively extended her hand to lift the veil. "Ah, no, this is unacceptable," Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Even the matchmaker interjected. "It isn't auspicious to unveil the bride before the wedding ceremony." As Shen Lingxiang's veil was lifted, she was taken aback and quickly lowered her head. "Who are you? Why do you impersonate the bride?" She raised her head and declared, "I am Sun Mingxia, the daughter of the Sun family, your bride." Tang Ziling shook her head, insisting, "No, the person I am marrying is not you, but Shen Fei." At this juncture, Sun Hung stood up, asserting, "Young Master Tang, the marriage certificate should indicate my daughter Sun Mingxia, not Shen Fei. And this girl is indeed our biological daughter, Sun Mingxia." Tang Ziling was unaware that Shen Fei was not a child of the Sun family, and the identity of Shen Fei in Chang'an City could be verified. She was recognized as a daughter married out from the Sun family. It was not merely a matter of her changing her name. The investigation revealed that she remained Sun Mingxia, despite her registration being separate from the Sun family. "You are saying that Shen Fei is not your biological daughter?" Shen then revealed, "Indeed, that girl is not our daughter, the bride before us is." "Then whose child is Shen Fei?" "As far as I know, she returned from the northern lands with you," Tang Ziling retorted. At this moment, the servants of the Shen family turned their gazes towards the bride, inquiring about the whereabouts of our esteemed young lady. And I and Tai Nyo hurriedly dashed towards the backyard, fearful that Shen Fei had met with harm. Sun Hung was equally taken aback, realizing that the bride had been discovered prior to the wedding ceremony. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Wu Yang, accompanying Tang Ziling, also began searching the Shen household for Shen Fei's whereabouts. At this juncture, Chen Shi clung tenaciously to a particular point, asserting that the name on the marriage certificate was Sun Mingxia, thus insisting that their own daughter must be wed. Before long, Shen Fei emerged from the back with I and Tai Nyo, while Wu Yang escorted a man alongside them. Upon spotting Shen Fei, Tang Ziling rushed forward, exclaiming, "Shen Fei, are you unharmed?" "I am well," she replied. "These two intended to harm me, so I simply concealed myself." Chen Shi and Sun Hung, witnessing Shen Fei's safe appearance, were filled with indignation. Chen Shi, observing her nephew being restrained, felt a mixture of anger at his misdeeds and sympathy for his punishment. "What is your intention? Release him at once." Shen Fei then addressed Sun Hang and his wife, saying, "This young lady must be your biological daughter, correct?" Chen Shi had already acknowledged this fact and did not deny it now, affirming, "Indeed, she is my own daughter." Shen Fei then produced the marriage certificate she held with Tang Ziling and remarked, "Oh, according to your assertions, this means I am entirely unrelated to you. Consequently, should I choose to marry, I shall not extend an invitation to you. Kindly take your leave at once. Furthermore, my marriage certificate distinctly bears the name Shen Fei." She displayed the document for all onlookers to see. Tang Ziling could not help but admire Shen Fei's keen insight. At that time, the marriage certificate prepared by the Duke's residence indeed bore the names of Tang, Ziling, and Sun Mingxia. However, upon discussing it with Shen Fei, she found it inappropriate and insisted that Tang Ziling amend the document, crossing out Sun Mingxia's name and replacing it with her own, being the son of the Duke's residence. Tang Ziling found it quite easy to handle this matter at the government office. Sun Hang and his wife were completely unaware of this turn of events. Upon realizing what had transpired, Sun Hung and Chun were infuriated, their teeth clenched in anger. You sly girl." Shen Fei, wishing to avoid any further entanglements with them, declared, "It's my joyous day. Please refrain from disturbing my wedding. Missing the auspicious moment would be regrettable." Shen Lingxiang felt a burning sensation on her face, not wanting to hear any more gossip about her from behind. Sun Hung and Chun, seeing the situation, had no option but to retreat in defeat. Just then, the Shen family found themselves encircled by a group of officials clad in uniforms. A young man stepped forward, demanding, "Who is Sun Hung?" Sun Hung, perplexed by their intentions, approached them cautiously. "Sir, how may I assist you? Are you Sun Hung?" "Yes, that is I, Sun Hung. You are accused of committing treason 10 years ago, substituting your biological daughter with the daughter of a servant. Now, you and your family must come with us." The speaker was none other than Yao Sibao, the magistrate of Chang'an County. Upon receiving the report, Yao Sibao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Sun family's third branch would dare to act in such a manner. In truth, had it not been for an informant, this matter might have remained undiscovered, given the considerable passage of time. The Sun family, now reduced to commoners, had elicited little attention from anyone. However, it was unclear whom they had offended to attract such scrutiny. Chapter 91. A startling resemblance. Sun Hang and Chen Shi were equally astonished by the revelation. "My lord, this is a grave injustice. We are wronged." Yao Sibao then encountered two brides, which piqued his curiosity. Bring them all away, he commanded. At that moment, officials seized Sun Hung and his wife, while others approached to apprehend Shen Fei and Shen Lingxiang. My lord, why are you arresting me? Shen Fei protested vehemently. Yao County magistrate regarded her, recalling that she was the one who had delivered items to Wang Zhibu. However, the girl bore a resemblance to an elderly acquaintance of his. Miss Shen, we kindly request that you accompany us to the county office. The affairs of the Sun family are also pertinent to you. Shen Fei felt that even if Sun Hung had committed treason, it bore no relevance to her. My lord, if Sun Hung and his wife are guilty of treason, it does not concern me. I am the true victim here. For 10 years, I have been unjustly exiled, suffering in the northern territories on behalf of others. I am the most wronged of all. 10 years ago, I was but a child. Treason has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I am not a daughter of the Sun family. She is their true daughter. Shen Fei pointed at Shen Lingxiang. My lord, the Sun couple has today openly acknowledged that she is their biological daughter, and those present can attest to this. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, my lord. We can bear witness. The Sun family even sought to substitute the bride, wishing to exchange her. Indeed, the Sun family truly lacks decency. Today, as Shen Fei was to wed, neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle. Unexpectedly, the events unfolded with numerous twists and turns, providing quite the entertainment. Shen Fei had just expounded upon a multitude of profound principles, all to avoid being taken away. She had no desire to visit a prison. Yao Sibao gazed intently at Shen Fei's face, increasingly struck by her resemblance. He was aware that Shen Fei had no ties to this family. Even if Sun Hung and his wife had once committed treason, it bore no relevance to her. After all, she too was a victim, and her fate was not hers to command. Now, as he scrutinized Shen Fei, he found it rather peculiar. She bore an uncanny likeness to his great-aunt. Tang Ziling noticed Yao Sibao's gaze fixed upon Shen Fei and stepped in front of her. My lord Yao, today marks a joyous occasion for us. I kindly request that, for the sake of the Duke's household, you do not impose difficulties upon us. It would be unfortunate to miss this auspicious moment. After a moment of contemplation, Yao County magistrate nodded. Then I shall not delay you two any further. Congratulations on your union today. He then departed with the Sun family. Tang Ziling promptly veiled Shen Fei once more before carrying her to the bridal sedan chair. At that moment, the sounds of music filled the air, heralding the commencement of the festivities. Soon, the bridal sedan was lifted, and Tang Ziling mounted her horse, leading the procession away from the Shen residence. Sun Mingxue, who had been lurking in the shadows, was perplexed as to why the county magistrate did not take Shen Fei along. She anxiously twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, bewildered by the apparent misstep. Why had that false cousin not encountered any misfortune? Due to the delays during the wedding ceremony, Tang Ziling was now in a hurry on her return journey, fearing that they might miss the auspicious hour. Meanwhile, at the Duke's residence, the Duke himself was equally anxious. Today marked the wedding of young Master Tang San, and the esteemed families of the capital had graciously come to celebrate. However, as the bride had yet to arrive, doubts began to creep into their minds about what could have gone awry. Eldest brother, dispatch someone to ascertain the situation with our third brother, he urged. Young Master Tang, mindful of not opposing his father, the Duke, replied, Yes, father. Curiosity piqued, he refrained from intervening directly, pondering what predicament his younger brother might have inadvertently caused. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ah, third brother, such is your fate. It seems even heaven cannot bear to witness your smooth passage to marriage. In the rear courtyard, the assembled ladies expressed their astonishment at the bride's continued absence. They had come with a mindset of curiosity, especially given the rumors that young Master Tang had been captivated by a widow who was merely an ordinary woman. One could only speculate about the value of her dowry. In ancient times, a woman's dowry represented her strength and was crucial for her standing within her husband's family. If one were to possess wealth, the influence of a mother-in-law would surely be diminished. The wife of the heir and the second young mistress have been eagerly anticipating this moment. Earlier in the afternoon, the two ladies had the pleasure of meeting the little treasure, and it was the first time a child had graced the Duke's residence. Their hearts brimmed with affection for the little one. Although they were aware that this child was not of the Tang family, merely an additional burden brought along, they still hoped that the child's presence would usher in a fortune of descendants for the Tang family. After all, there were whispers circulating outside, suggesting that the Duke's household was somewhat cursed, given that such young heirs, the heir and the second son, had been unable to produce offspring, which was quite an embarrassment. The wife of the heir and the second young mistress kept a watchful eye on Shen Fei's belly, curious to discern whether she was with child. Otherwise, One could not fathom why the Duke and his lady would consent to this union. Shen Fei's dowry was not insignificant, as it comprised her earnings from selling medicine, the funds bestowed upon her by Tang Ziling, and the betrothal gifts from the Duke's residence, all of which she managed to bring back. Thus, the procession delivering the dowry was indeed quite lengthy and impressive. At that moment, the gatekeeper of the Duke's residence, upon hearing the sounds of music and celebration, hurriedly rushed inside to announce the arrival of the bride. Shen Fei, feeling like a wooden puppet, found the weight of the elaborate hairstyle atop her head quite taxing as she swayed wearily along the way. Guided by the matchmaker, she navigated the customary trials of marriage and finally arrived before Duke Tang and Lady Tang. Overwhelmed, Shen Fei felt a wave of relief wash over her when she heard the announcement of entering the bridal chamber. She was then led back to the chamber by maids and matrons. Shen Fei truly desired to lift the veil, yet, recalling the customs of the moment, she hesitated. Initially, she presumed that Tang Ziling would return quite late, as she was aware from her previous visits that the groom would be entertaining guests outside. To her surprise, the door suddenly swung open. Through the red veil, Shen Fei could not discern who had entered. She softly inquired, "Tang Ziling, is that you?" The visitor remained silent, not uttering a single word. Given the unsettling events of the afternoon at the Shen residence, Shen Fei felt a twinge of anxiety and lifted the veil. To her astonishment, she beheld an unfamiliar young girl. "Who are you? What brings you to the bridal chamber?" The young girl scrutinized Shen Fei before scoffing. "I expected someone of notable stature to captivate my third cousin, but it appears you are nothing extraordinary." Chapter 92. Is this young girl implying that I look aged? Shen Fei regarded the girl with curiosity, pondering her identity. At that moment, Li Mama entered, cradling little Fu Bao, who was tearful and distressed. Although Shen Fei, as a mother, was somewhat unreliable, little Fu Bao still sought her out in her absence. Li Mama, recognizing the young girl before her, promptly greeted her, offering her respects. Jiang Zhuiyue glanced at Li Mama, recalling that she was the elderly servant who attended to Tang Ziling, and was intrigued as to why she had returned. "Li Mama, did you not redeem yourself and leave the household? What brings you back?" "This humble servant is now in the service of the third lady, and shall remain by her side henceforth," Li Mama replied. This arrangement was also orchestrated by Tang Ziling. Although Mama Li served beside Shen Fei, she remained unbound by any servitude contract. Tang Ziling held a deep trust in Mama Li, believing that it was essential for an elder to watch over Shen Fei, ensuring her safety within the confines of the Tang residence's rear courtyard. After all, the inner chambers harbored many intrigues, and Tang Ziling felt that Shen Fei's carefree disposition would be ill-equipped to navigate them. Having Mama Li nearby to provide guidance was indeed beneficial. Mama Li entered the new chamber, placing the little treasure in Shen Fei's arms. "Madam Third," she cautioned, "you must not reveal your face until young Master 3 unveils the bridal veil." Shen Fei, too, was reluctant. The new room felt desolate, and the sudden opening of the door was quite startling. The little treasure, unable to see Shen Fei's face, tilted his head and nudged closer, observing his innocent antics. Shen Fei playfully draped her red veil over his face as well. The little one, delighted to see his mother, mistook it for a game and burst into joyous laughter. The sound of the baby's giggles soon filled the room. The women of the Tang household arrived at the new chamber. As they approached the door, they were greeted by the cheerful sounds of the child. One of the aunts from the Tang family's collateral branch exclaimed, "Oh, how curious. After all these years, this is the first time I've witnessed such a phenomenon, a bride with a bonus." Others chimed in, "Indeed, it is quite rare, but young Master 3 is truly fortunate. He has unexpectedly gained a son. What a wonderful surprise." Shen Fei, now concealed beneath her veil, found herself in quite a predicament, fervently wishing for Tang Ziling to arrive post-haste and unveil her. Otherwise, she remained oblivious to who might be mocking her. Shen Fei was not someone to be easily trifled with. She adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked, and if wronged, she would pursue justice relentlessly. As she pondered, Tang Ziling entered, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Upon seeing the women in the room, she paused in surprise. She had not anticipated that her sister-in-law from the collateral branch would grace the new residence. At that moment, Tang Ziling was there specifically to lift the veil. Under the guidance of the matchmaker, Shen Fei, cradling her precious child, and Tang Ziling proceeded to fulfill the customary rites. Tang Ziling then gently removed Shen Fei's veil. After completing these formalities, she was once again enveloped by the crowd as she departed the new house. Finally, Shen Fei was able to behold the company within the room. At this juncture, Granny Li introduced Shen Fei to the other women present. Shen Fei exchanged greetings and took note of the two individuals who had just made their entrance. It was indeed peculiar that, in the generation of the Tang Guogong, there were no grandchildren at all. This absence stirred intrigue among the old Tang Guogong's brothers, who, being direct relatives, recognized their own potential heirs. Behind the scenes, they engaged in subtle competition, vying for the opportunity to have someone from their families chosen to inherit the title of Guogong. The two women who had earlier displayed envy harbored similar ambitions. They had heard tales that children could attract more children, which explained their disdain towards Shen Fei and her offspring. Fearing that these two might unravel the current predicament facing the Guogong estate, Shen Fei took particular notice of the young girl. Through the introduction by Granny Li, Shen Fei learned that this girl was the beloved granddaughter of the venerable old lady Tang. In the Tang household, she held a special place. For all the other children, there bore no blood relation to the old lady. Only the cousin, Jiang Zhuiyue, possessed her bloodline. Jiang Zhuiyue had more to say to Shen Fei, so she urged the others to leave, stating that they had enjoyed the festivities and should promptly depart. The women, upon hearing Jiang Zhuiyue's words, did not dare to contradict her, for her status was not to be trifled with. Her mother was a concubine of the royal family. Thus, they bid farewell to Shen Fei and exited the scene. Shen Fei observed the departing women with curiosity, noting their apparent trepidation towards the young girl. Holding little Fu Bao in her arms, both of them gazed at Jiang Zhuiyue without blinking. Fu Bao, clad in a crimson outfit, appeared rather endearing. Jiang Zhuiyue approached and gently poked Fu Bao's cheek, exclaiming how soft it was. Shen Fei noted the girl's capricious nature. She had initially seemed irritable, but now appeared quite at ease, engaging in playful banter with Fu Bao. Though poked, Fu Bao did not cry. Instead, he beamed a toothless grin at Jiang Zhuiyue. "Ah, you smiled at me," Shen Fei remarked, observing Jiang Zhuiyue's expression, which softened her perception of the girl. "His smile indicates he likes you." "Really? That is wonderful. I've always considered myself quite charming," Jiang Zhuiyue replied, shaking her head with a playful demeanor. Shen Fei felt a twinge of curiosity towards her. "When you first arrived, it seemed you had a grudge against me. What has changed now?" Shen Fei was quite forthright. Speaking directly, Jiang Zhuiyue had not anticipated such candor from Shen Fei. "Naturally, I wish to marry my cousin, yet who would have guessed he would choose you? Especially since you come with a child? How could I not harbor resentment towards you?" Shen Fei found this amusing. The little girl's temperament resonated with her. "Oh, so you no longer harbor animosity towards me?" Jiang Zhuiyue nodded, still harboring some dislike. "But I do adore your child." "Shen Fei, this girl is remarkably blunt." Observing her petite stature, Shen Fei inquired, "How old are you this year?" Jiang Zhuiyue puffed out her chest, stating, "I am 12 years old, and I will turn 13 during the new year." Shen Fei chuckled, noting the considerable age difference between her and Tang Ziling. It was rather unsuitable. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? "My cousin is simply too old, being 18 already." Jiang Zhuiyue sighed, lamenting, "Alas, even if he were younger, my mother would still disapprove due to his poor health. She finds him unworthy." Jiang Zhuiyue, adopting a rather mature demeanor, continued, "However, I still find my cousin's face appealing. It is so cold and handsome." Shen Fei couldn't help but smile, her lips curling up in amusement. Initially, Jiang Zhuiyue had not paid much attention, but upon seeing Shen Fei's small face, a sense of strange familiarity washed over her. After a moment, she exclaimed in astonishment, When you smile, you bear a striking resemblance to my grandmother." "Shen Fei, is this little girl implying that she looks old?" Chapter 93. How fortuitous. 14 years ago, Jiang Zhuiyue scrutinized Shen Fei's face, nodding emphatically, "Indeed, there is a resemblance. Your eyes and mouth bear a certain similarity." Shen Fei's curiosity was piqued. "Who is your grandmother?" she inquired cautiously. Jiang Zhuiyue replied with pride, "My grandmother is the esteemed old princess of the Jingwang mansion, and I am the daughter of the Jingwang." Upon hearing the name of the Jingwang mansion, Shen Fei's heart skipped a beat. She recalled that day when a woman resembling her mother appeared, who seemed to be the Jingwang Fei. Could it be that this little girl is her sister? A suspicion arose within Shen Fei. "What is your position in your household?" Shen Fei, intrigued by the Jingwang mansion, was eager to seize this opportunity now that she had uncovered some information about it. She began to examine Jiang Zhuiyue's head, hoping to find a fallen strand of hair. In truth, she wished to pluck a hair, yet found no pretext to do so. Shen Fei could only console herself, believing there would be future opportunities. Jiang Zhuiyue furrowed her brow at the thought of her elder sister. "HMPF, I have an older sister named Jiang Zhufei, but she is exceedingly unpleasant." "Oh, you do not like your sister?" "Not at all. Who said I must adore my own sister?" Shen Fei was about to ask further when an elderly maid entered. "Second miss, there you are. The princess has been looking for you for quite some time. Do hurry back with me." Jiang Zhuiyue, wishing to continue their conversation, found herself unable to do so. "As I take my leave for now, I shall return to seek you another day." Shen Fei, unusually reluctant, is primarily burdened by unresolved questions. She cradles the little treasure, Xiao Fubao, and accompanies Jiang Zhuiyue to the doorway. The old matron casts a sidelong glance at Shen Fei, her eyes narrowing slightly. Who is this person? Could she be a relative of the old princess? The matron, preoccupied with her thoughts, departs with Jiang Zhuiyue. When Tang Ziling is returned, he is still conscious. It is well known that his health has always been delicate, hence no one dares to ply him with alcohol. At this moment, Shen Fei has had her vermilion hairpin removed by a young maid, allowing her long tresses to cascade freely down her back. Upon Tang Ziling's entrance, he is momentarily taken aback by Shen Fei's appearance. Heavy makeup does not suit her. Rather, her natural elegance evokes a sense of tenderness in men. What are you standing there for? Why not come in? Shen Fei addresses Tang Ziling with remarkable ease. He clears his throat. I have yet to wash up. I shall freshen myself before returning. Shen Fei nods, for she too finds the scent of alcohol on men rather unpleasant. At this moment, Shen Fei holds the naked little Fubao, who is in high spirits, babbling excitedly. The new room is splendidly adorned, vibrant in color. A stark contrast to the monotonous environment of the Shen household. Thrilled by the new surroundings, Xiao Fubao radiates energy, much to Shen Fei's delight. After Tang Ziling has refreshed himself, he enters once more. Outside the door, matronly inquires, Third young master, little young master, should I take him away? Once upon a time, during the evenings, it was always Shen Fei who accompanied little Fubao to sleep. However, tonight marked the occasion of their wedding night, and Li Mama felt it inappropriate to allow the young master to disturb the couple. Tang Ziling responded, Mama, there is no need for that. In this new environment, little Fubao may find it difficult to adjust. You all may retire now. The servants waiting outside the door silently withdrew. After a glance inside, Li Mama returned to her own chamber, having come to care for little Fubao, residing in the same courtyard, albeit in a room within the wing. Once Tang Ziling secured the door, he beheld the mother and child upon the bed, and an inexplicable warmth enveloped his heart. Little Fubao, upon seeing Tang Ziling, showed no signs of unfamiliarity, babbling joyfully at him. Tang Ziling hurried over, exclaiming, Ah, my dear son. Little Fubao, chubby and delightful, was now over 5 months old. Shen Fei shifted to make room on the bed for Tang Ziling, who, after picking up little Fubao, turned to Shen Fei, feeling a bit awkward. Perhaps I should sleep in another room? He tentatively suggested, recalling a previous agreement with Shen Fei. Shen Fei shot him a disapproving glance. Are you implying that I am an uncherished bride in front of the entire household? Oh no, that is not my intention at all, he hurriedly clarified. You should sleep here. Shen Fei then surveyed the bed, noting its small size. We should order a larger bed. In time, the three of us can reside here together. The mention of their family of 3 brought immense joy to Tang Ziling's heart. The 3 of us, a family of 3. Shen Fei was oblivious to Tang Ziling's merriment, yet she had no time to ponder it. Tang Ziling, may I inquire if you are familiar with Jiang Zhuyu? Tang Ziling nodded. She is the daughter of my aunt, who is a concubine of the Beijing Wang. Why do you ask? Has that girl caused you any trouble? Shen Fei shook her head, not at all. I simply find her rather amusing and a bit endearing. Tang Ziling, however, did not share this sentiment. What is there to find amusing? That girl is somewhat dim-witted, speaks rather bluntly, and can be quite foolish. Shen Fei felt an inexplicable sense of being subtly insulted but decided it was not the time to dwell on it. What is the situation at the Beijing Wang's residence? Could you enlighten me? Tang Ziling, curious, asked, Why are you so interested in this matter? Shen Fei candidly replied, Today, that young girl mentioned that I resemble her grandmother. Tang Ziling responded, That doesn't seem like a compliment. Are you sure she wasn't insulting you? Shen Fei hesitated. She did say that my eyes and mouth bear a resemblance. Undeterred, Shen Fei probed further, sensing a connection, especially since the Wang Fei bore a striking resemblance to her own mother. She yearned to uncover more about the Beijing Wang's household. Please share what you know. I am quite curious. It was only today that Tang Ziling learned Shen Fei was not the biological daughter of the Sun family, leading her to speculate that Shen Fei might be seeking to find her true kin. Tang Ziling did not conceal the truth and spoke up. To my knowledge, the Northern Prince is currently stationed in the north. Ever since my father was reassigned, it has been the Northern Prince who guards that region. My aunt, Tang Rong, is the prince's concubine. And what of the Northern Princess? The current Northern Princess is the prince's second wife, having married him after the original Northern Princess tragically passed away 14 years ago during childbirth, leaving behind a daughter. Shen Fei listened intently, noting the curious coincidence of events from 14 years prior. Chapter 94. This is indeed the correct way to languish. Shen Fei reflected on her own age and formulated a bold hypothesis. Originally a researcher, her approach to work involved daring conjectures followed by meticulous verification. Such a mindset allowed for a more refined logical framework during experiments. Having gleaned insights from Jiang Zhiyue's brief remarks, Shen Fei began to connect the dots. When numerous coincidences converge, they cease to be mere happenstance. Nevertheless, to validate her theory, it was essential for her to grow closer to the young girl, Jiang Zhiyue. With a plan in mind, Shen Fei refrained from lingering on Tang Ziling and instructed, "You take care of the little one, and then we shall retire for the night." "Take care of her? How?" Tang Ziling inquired, having never done such a thing before. Shen Fei lay on the bed, her expression devoid of emotion as she replied, "You are all males. Do you truly need me to instruct you?" Tang Ziling's face flushed crimson, ascending to her neck as she stammered, You are exceedingly rude, speaking so bluntly." Shen Fei felt perplexed, noticing how red Tang Ziling's face had become, reminiscent of a monkey's rear. "What is there to discuss? Does he possess something that you lack? Allow me to inform you that if one does not relieve oneself before slumber, this little rascal will surely wet the bed, and we shall both find ourselves in a predicament. You may handle it as you see fit." Without acknowledging the two, Shen Fei simply reclined and covered herself with a blanket. Tang Ziling, cradling little Fubao, felt helpless upon witnessing Shen Fei's demeanor. The only recourse was to carry little Fubao to the adjoining room in search of a chamber pot. After considerable effort, she finally managed to attend to the matter. Tang Ziling noticed that both her own attire and little Fubao's smooth little legs were drenched in urine, leaving her feeling quite exasperated. The clothing was beyond salvage, unwearable, and a bath was imperative. Otherwise, the stench would be unbearable. She quietly instructed from outside, "Ping'an, summon hot water and bring it in," along with a change of clothes to place beside the tub. Upon hearing the request for hot water, Ping'an felt a sense of relief. He understood the implications of such a command. In some households, the master might request water multiple times throughout the night. They had long been prepared, awaiting the master's summons. Swiftly, Ping'an fetched the hot water and delivered it to the adjoining room. Tang Ziling, in a disheveled state, while holding little Fubao, appeared before Shen Fei. Upon seeing the two in such a sorry state, Shen Fei erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Tang Ziling, you are utterly inept, ha!" Ping'an, delivering water in the next room, could scarcely believe his ears. The third young mistress was exceedingly bold, daring to criticize the third young master. Tang Ziling, feeling quite helpless, replied, "I simply lack experience. One becomes familiar with such matters through practice. I shall improve with time." The young servant, Ping'an, could only ponder in disbelief. What audacity! And yet, he is not even married. Do not listen to improprieties. Ping'an hastened his actions and soon prepared the bathwater. "Young master, the bathwater is ready. I shall take my leave now." Ping'an hurriedly exited, ensuring the door was firmly shut behind him, not daring to linger too close. Tang Ziling noticed that Shen Fei showed no intention of assisting, so she quickly rinsed little Fubao in the tub, sensing that the remnants of his urine had vanished. She gently placed the chubby little boy into Shen Fei's bed. "Stay with your mother." Shen Fei turned, embracing her plump son. "Oh my, what a big boy. Come, give me a kiss." Little Fubao giggled in delight. Tang Ziling, in the adjoining room, heard the tender exchange between mother and child and couldn't help but smile softly. She swiftly disrobed, carelessly tossing her garments onto the floor, and stepped into the tub for another wash. Tang Ziling reflected on how having a child had made her more carefree. In the past, she would have requested fresh water again. Now, she found no aversion to using her son's bathwater. After bathing, she donned fresh undergarments and approached the bed, only to discover that both Shen Fei and little Fubao had succumbed to slumber. Tang Ziling felt a sense of helplessness as she observed the two, their sleeping forms mirroring each other, filling her heart with an inexplicable warmth. She retrieved another blanket and joined them in bed, contemplating Shen Fei's suggestion. Indeed, the bed felt rather small. Shen Fei slept soundly, and upon awakening, her gaze fell upon the duo, one large and one small. Little Fubao was now dressed. "What time is it?" Shen Fei sat up abruptly, recalling that on the first day of their arrival, it was customary to serve tea. Tang Ziling nodded, unhurried, for it was still the hour of the hare. Shen Fei calculated that it was approximately 6 or 7 in the morning. At this moment, Aunt Fong inquired from outside. "Third master, has the third young mistress awakened?" Shen Fei replied, "I am awake." Consequently, Aunt Fong entered, accompanied by 4 young maidservants. The maidservants promptly attended to Shen Fei, assisting her in rising from her bed. Shen Fei allowed them to dress her and arrange her hair, merely following their instructions. She raised her hands and feet as directed, displaying remarkable cooperation. Once her grooming was complete, Shen Fei gazed at her reflection in the mirror and thought, indeed, I am quite beautiful. Shen Fei was familiar with Aunt Fong and held her in high regard, recalling how she had assisted her during her time in the dilapidated temple. Aunt Fong, will my mornings always be like this? Aunt Fong, sensing a hint of dissatisfaction, cautiously asked, Madam, is there anything we could improve upon? Please feel free to express any concerns, and we shall rectify them. Shen Fei waved her hand dismissively. No, I am thoroughly satisfied. You are all wonderful, truly. Please continue with this level of service. Having spent considerable time in this ancient era, she felt for the first time that she had truly arrived at the right place. The standard of service was unparalleled. Even the act of dressing and putting on shoes was attended to by others, a luxury she could never have imagined in modern times. Although her mother indulged her, she would never have dressed her. Shen Fei felt that she was perfectly suited for this era, relishing the indulgent lifestyle it afforded her. This was indeed the correct way to embrace leisure. Shen Fei beamed with joy, her face radiant as a blooming flower. Aunt Fong, what is for breakfast? Madam, breakfast has been arranged in the dining hall. You and the third young master may proceed. Shen Fei was quite pleased and followed Aunt Fong to the dining area. Only Tang Ziling was present. Where is little Fubao? Nurse Li has taken him to have his milk. Shen Fei nodded. Oh, then let us also partake in our meal. Shen Fei glanced at the breakfast spread and was thoroughly satisfied. The meal featured not only buns, congee, and xiaomai but also an array of appetizing side dishes. There were 3 varieties of congee, millet congee, white rice congee, and 8 treasure congee. Shen Fei immediately picked up a large meat bun and began to eat. Noticing Shen Fei's hearty appetite, Tang Ziling felt her own appetite improve significantly. After finishing breakfast, Shen Fei followed Tang Ziling towards the main courtyard, with Nurse Li carrying little Fubao trailing behind. Shen Fei was in high spirits. She had not anticipated that married life would be so delightful. Had she known it would be this wonderful, she would have wed long ago. Alas, merely one morning into her married life, Shen Fei admitted to her own indulgence. Chapter 95. Tea ceremony. When the 3 of them arrived at the main courtyard, everyone else was already present. This was Shen Fei's first encounter with her in-laws, and several siblings from the Tang family were also in attendance. Fortunately, with Nurse Li's guidance and familiarity with the Tang family, Shen Fei was well prepared with appropriate gifts. As Tang Ziling and Shen Fei entered, they drew the attention of all present. The heir's wife and the second young master's wife both turned to look, as they had not participated in the wedding festivities the previous day, making this their first meeting with Shen Fei. As for little Fubao, he had already made their acquaintance in advance. Tang Zi jested, We've been waiting for you, third brother. It seems we've waited quite a while just to see you. Tang Ziling retorted mildly, It is actually you and sister-in-laws who arrived early. Upon hearing this, Tang Zi raised an eyebrow, realizing that the third brother's temperament had indeed grown more assertive since his marriage. It was a stark contrast to his previously taciturn nature. Could it be that marriage and fatherhood had emboldened him? Tang Ziling and Shen Fei approached the Duke and Duchess of Tang, offering their respects. We pay our respects to father and mother. At this moment, the Duke scrutinized Shen Fei carefully, though not stunningly beautiful. She possessed a certain charm that revealed itself upon closer inspection. He recalled the portrait and felt displeased, realizing a stern conversation was warranted. The Duke smiled kindly at the pair, saying, Well. It was then that the Duchess spoke. Let us proceed with the tea ceremony. A young maid promptly brought forth 2 cups of tea. As Tang Ziling attempted to kneel before the Duke, he was immediately stopped. Third brother, you and your wife shall stand while offering tea. Tang Ziling was momentarily taken aback, but Shen Fei seized the opportunity. She took 1 cup of tea and placed it in Tang Ziling's hands, while holding the other cup herself. Father, please enjoy your tea. Mother, please enjoy your tea. The onlookers were astonished by this unconventional method of serving tea. Tang Shizi gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, feeling that their father was placing an excessive amount of importance on the third brother. The Duke chuckled heartily as he accepted the tea, while the Duchess, though vexed, drank her tea reluctantly, acknowledging the Duke's concession. Duke Tang and Lady Tang graciously presented red envelopes to Shen Fei and Tang Ziling. Subsequently, Shen Fei and Tang Ziling respectfully served tea to the heir and his wife, receiving 2 small red envelopes in return. Similarly, the second young mistress and young master Tang also followed suit. When it came to the younger siblings, Shen Fei prepared a meeting gift. It was Shen Fei's first encounter with the young ladies of the Duke's household, all of whom were born of concubines and received little affection, appearing somewhat timid. Shen Fei extended the pouches prepared by Mama Li to the 3 young ladies. Finally, it was the youngest, Tang Xijin, who received a gift. Fourth brother, this is for you. Tang Xijin glanced at Shen Fei, dismissing her offering with disdain. He perceived her intentions as ulterior, recalling her attempts to cultivate familiarity. When he did not reciprocate, she promptly sought out third brother. Tang Jijin was visibly irritated by Shen Fei. Noting his rejection, Shen Fei simply reclaimed the gift. If you do not want it, then so be it. I shall save one. However, you have prepared a meeting gift for my little darling, have you not? Shen Fei jested with Tang Jijin. Without hesitation, he produced a silver collar he had prepared. Take it, let him wear it. Shen Fei was pleasantly surprised by his readiness. Thank you, fourth brother. Among those present, some had not prepared meeting gifts for the little treasure, as they were unaware that the child belonged to Tang Ziling. Tang Ziling had yet to uncover the truths surrounding the events in the north and had not fully regained his memories. Thus, he had no intention of revealing the reality at this moment. Moreover, there exists another reason for his reluctance to reveal the truth. By not acknowledging the existence of little Fubao, he ensures that the child may grow up in a semblance of tranquility. Should he admit to it, little Fubao would become a target, an object of scrutiny not only from the heir and Lady Tang, but also from the collateral branches of the Tang family outside, who would regard the child as a thorn in their side. This is a scenario that Tang Ziling is keen to avoid. The heir had not anticipated that the fourth son would be so familiar with Shen Fei, even preparing gifts for the child. Were it a woman who made such arrangements, it would not surprise him. However, the fourth son, who has never seen eye to eye with the third, displaying such thoughtfulness is beyond his expectations. At this moment, Duke Tang presented an envelope to Shen Fei, stating that since she is married into the Tang family, her child is now also a child of the Tang family, urging her to accept the gift. This remark by Duke Tang is, in effect, an acknowledgement of little Fubao's identity. Tang Ziling felt a surge of gratitude and thanked her father. At this juncture, the heiress wife and the second young mistress approached, presenting gifts for the baby. Shen Fei was astonished to discover 2 golden bracelets for infants. Sister-in-law, isn't this a bit too extravagant? She inquired. The heiress wife shook her head, insisting, sister-in-law, please accept it. I wonder if I might hold little Fubao. Without hesitation, Shen Fei placed the child into the arms of the heiress wife. Little Fubao, seemingly aware of the precious gifts received, remained quite docile in her embrace. The second young mistress, witnessing this, was filled with envy, exclaiming, third sister-in-law, this is my gift for you. Please accept it. Shen Fei was taken aback to find it was a small golden lock. She marveled at how generous her 2 sisters-in-law were towards her son. The young lord gazed at the young lady of the house, cradling the little treasure, and he could not help but wish that the cherubic, plump child were his own. Despite holding the esteemed title of heir, the absence of an offspring weighed heavily upon him. The second young mistress, observing the little treasure, spoke up, elder sister, may I hold him as well? Reluctantly, the young lady of the house relinquished the child to the second young mistress, fully aware of her unspoken sorrow. Both women shared the same societal pressures. Madame Tang, witnessing the tender exchange between her daughters-in-law, found her earlier displeasure during the tea ceremony dissipating significantly. It is often said that children attract more children. Perhaps that is why the Duke consented to the third son's marriage. The final moments of the tea ceremony were transformed by the presence of the little treasure, alleviating some subtle tensions. When Shen Fei finally carried the child away, he displayed a hint of reluctance, resting his chin on her shoulder while casting glances at the young lady of the house and the second young mistress. The young lady of the house, observing Shen Fei's petite frame, couldn't help but lament, pondering why, if the slender third sister-in-law could bear children, she herself was unable to do so. On their way back, Shen Fei inquired, what of the old matriarch? Shouldn't we pay her a visit? Tang Ziling shook her head, explaining that their grandmother cherished tranquility and preferred not to be disturbed by younger generations, often retreating to the Buddhist hall for prayers. Shen Fei nodded in understanding, questioning, but when the old matriarch's biological granddaughter visits, does she not see her? Tang Ziling paused, responding, no, when Jiang Zhuiyue comes, our grandmother will indeed meet her. Shen Fei remarked, it seems there is a clear distinction in treatment. Chapter 96. The indecisive Duke of Tang. Shen Fei and Tang Ziling returned to the courtyard together. Shen Fei inquired, do we need to pay our respects to mother every day? Tang Ziling shook his head, no. It suffices to visit her on the 1st and 15th of each month. Shen Fei felt pleased, as she preferred to indulge in leisurely mornings rather than rising early each day for such duties. That is wonderful. I've noticed that life in your Tang residence is quite agreeable. Tang Ziling shook his head, you will understand in time. Moreover, when you go out in the future, you must take Mingyu along with you. All right, that is settled then. I have some matters to attend to and must step out. Shen Fei, intrigued, asked, what could you possibly have to do? I recall you have no official duties. She regarded Tang Ziling as someone who seemed to be devoid of any pressing engagements. With no official duties, one must still prepare for family life, he replied, turning away without looking back. Li Momo observed Tang Ziling's departure and advised, "Third madam, the third young master has been in poor health for some time, which has led to many delays. Now that he is married, his health has improved. It is never too late to begin anew." Shen Fei nodded. "How could his health be poor? After taking my medicine, he has recovered splendidly." Tang Ziling did not visit elsewhere, but went directly to the Duke of Tang's study. The Duke happened to be present, surprised that his son, who had just parted from him, returned so soon. "Father, I seek your counsel," Tang Ziling announced. The Duke of Tang was taken aback. "Oh, you have come to request something from me." "Father, the child has already wed and can no longer indulge as before. The child hopes to find a job and seeks your assistance." Tang Ziling speaks candidly. In the past, due to his frail health, he was preoccupied with mere survival in the pursuit of an antidote, or perhaps finding his biological mother before his demise. These were his past aspirations. However, now that he is married and his health has improved, he can contemplate more long-term plans. The matter of his mother can be investigated gradually, and he firmly believes that his lost memories will eventually resurface. Presently, he yearns for a purpose, as many matters require one to be in a certain position to gain access to influential circles. Tang Ziling understands that his career is still in its infancy. He is merely a secondary son of the Duke's residence, favored though he may be within its walls. Outside, however, few recognize him as Tang Ziling. His elder brother, the heir of the Duke's estate, is surrounded by many admirers, while his companions are all scions of noble families in the capital. His second brother is now a guard, enjoying a respectable position, and his fourth brother is at the Chingsong Academy, where he can befriend some aristocratic youths. Reflecting on this, compared to his three brothers, he seems to possess nothing but his father's affection. Previously, he had not considered such matters, but now he feels like a caged canary. His father appears to dote on him, yet has not contemplated his future. Tang Ziling gazes intently at Duke Tang, who responds, "Linger, what prompts you to seek employment? Your health is still fragile. It would be better for you to rest at home." "Father, the child's health has fully recovered, and he has grown up. Now that he is married, it is time to contemplate the future." Tang Ziling spoke candidly, effectively countering any objections the Duke of Tang might have had. The Duke regarded Tang Ziling with a serious expression, pondering to himself that the third son had indeed changed in some way. "Your health is entirely restored." Tang Ziling nodded affirmatively. "Yes, father." The Duke broke into a smile. "Is that so? Splendid. However, for safety's sake, I shall summon a physician to examine you." Tang Ziling did not decline, replying, "Very well, I appreciate your concern, father." Before long, the physician who frequently attended to the Tang family was summoned. "Doctor, please assess the health of my third son. Is he fully recovered?" The elderly physician nodded. "Indeed, your grace." Tang Ziling extended his hand for the doctor to take his pulse. Upon contact, the physician was taken aback by the vitality he sensed. Suppressing his astonishment, he reported, "I must inform you, your grace, that the young master's health has completely returned. The foundational weaknesses from his premature birth have been remedied, and he is now in excellent health." The Duke's eyes sparkled, though he quickly concealed his surprise, bursting into hearty laughter. "Wonderful, wonderful, my dear third son. Have you encountered some fortuitous event? I can scarcely believe it." The physician, too, gazed intently at Tang Ziling, curious to uncover the cause of this transformation. Tang Ziling cleared his throat lightly. "Perhaps I have taken an excessive amount of medicine, or it might be a reaction between certain remedies." The esteemed physician nodded, acknowledging the possibility. The interplay between medicines can indeed be quite remarkable. Even arsenic, a notorious poison, can serve as an antidote when administered correctly. Tang Ziling agreed, affirming the doctor's insight. After the physician's departure, the study was once again occupied solely by father and son. The Duke of Tang regarded Tang Ziling and elucidated, "My dear Linger, now that your health is restored, I shall endeavor to secure an official position for you. However, given your limited knowledge, it may not be a significant role." The Duke's words were delicately phrased. Tang Ziling nodded, responding, "That is of no consequence, father. I am content as long as I have responsibilities." "Very well, await my news," the Duke replied. "Thank you, father." Upon leaving the study, Tang Ziling departed, and the Duke withdrew his gaze only after the young man's figure had vanished. The transformation of the third son was indeed profound. Within the Tai Chi Palace, Feng Bao presented a memorial to the emperor. As the emperor unfurled the document, he was met with a report from the magistrate of Chang'an, detailing the troubling events which incited his ire. The audacity of the Sun family was truly remarkable. The emperor thought of his newly married brother with a sense of helplessness. However, Upon reflection, it was evident that Shen Fei was indeed an innocent child adopted by the Sun family, a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Having already shown mercy by sparing the Sun family previously, the revelation of this matter left him no choice but to take decisive action. He swiftly composed an imperial edict. Feng Bao, proceed to the Sun residence and proclaim the edict. Yes, the Grand Eunuch Feng Bao retreated. The emperor soon cast aside thoughts of the Sun family's affairs. As this year, Jiannan was ravaged by drought, leading to a significant shortfall in grain production and the emergence of numerous disaster victims. The court was tasked with providing relief. The emperor was somewhat troubled. Having just ascended the throne this year, a severe drought had emerged in the south, which was hardly an auspicious sign. Thoughts of his watchful brothers loomed in his mind, reminding him that he could not afford to be complacent. At that moment, an announcement came from outside. Your Majesty, Duke Tang requests an audience. The emperor withdrew his thoughts and pondered what business could bring the duke at such a time. Please, let him in, he instructed. Upon entering, Duke Tang hastily knelt before the emperor and declared, Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty. Rise, the emperor replied. I wonder what urgent matter has brought you here. Your Majesty, my third son wishes to secure a position. I am at a loss regarding this matter, Duke Tang explained. Chapter 97. The reason for being raised in the Tang household. The emperor set down the memorial and regarded Duke Tang. Curious as to why his brother would seek a post now, the duke cautiously continued. My third son has expressed that he is married and can no longer remain idle as he once did. He desires me to procure an official title for him. The emperor fell into contemplation, considering what position might be suitable for Tang Ziling. This year marked the first time he learned of the existence of this brother, who was indeed unique, having been raised in the duke's household. The circumstances surrounding this brother's birth were far from honorable. Before the emperor's ascension, the late emperor had disclosed this information to him, urging him to look after this sibling. It turned out that Tang Ziling's mother had once been a concubine taken by Duke Tang from the northern territories. This woman, a beauty from the borderlands, had been presented to the duke, who, satisfied with her appearance, took her as a concubine. However, before the duke could fully enjoy her company, he received urgent news from the front lines and hastily departed to confront the enemy. The situation in the northern region is dire, having endured months of stalemate without resolution. Ultimately, the aged emperor personally led his troops to bolster the Duke of Tang. By a twist of fate, a beautiful woman found herself in the emperor's service, resulting in a royal offspring. Were she an ordinary woman, the emperor might have welcomed her into the imperial harem. However, this lady was the concubine of the Duke of Tang, complicating matters significantly. This incident could be deemed a scandal, especially given that the duke was engaged in warfare while the emperor consorted with his subject's woman, an embarrassment of considerable magnitude. Aware of the shame it brought, the emperor discreetly withdrew. Months passed as the duke eliminated the remnants of the enemy forces. Upon his return, he discovered that the concubine was already heavily pregnant, which incited his wrath. Ultimately, upon learning the full truth, he had no choice but to cease hostilities. He lacked the authority to decide the fate of the child and could only report the matter to the emperor. The final decision was made. The child would be raised within the duke's residence. The emperor, regaining his composure, pondered whether there were suitable positions within the 6 ministries. The duke replied, expressing concerns regarding the third son's qualifications, suggesting the need for a safer appointment, and proposed the Ministry of Works as fitting. Oh, what position do you deem appropriate? The emperor inquired with interest, recognizing the significance of the 6 ministries. Notably, the duke refrained from selecting the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, or the Ministry of Rights, indicating his awareness of the implications. His recommendation of the Ministry of Works stemmed from sound reasoning. The Ministry of Revenue was the emperor's treasury, and naturally, he would not permit a prince of royal blood to oversee it. As for the Ministry of War, the authority it wielded was not to be entrusted lightly. The Ministry of Rights is accessible to royal relatives. However, Tang Ziling's identity is rather awkward, as he is a prince whose existence must remain concealed. Thus, this place is not appropriate for him. The Ministry of Justice is even less suitable, for Tang Ziling has not studied the penal laws of the Dayu dynasty. After much deliberation, it seems that the Ministry of Works, abundant with artisans, is the most fitting choice. Your Majesty, I believe we could consider the Bureau of Agricultural Reclamation, I humbly suggested. The emperor was quite pleased, acknowledging that the Bureau of Agricultural Reclamation is commendable, primarily overseeing matters related to land reclamation and agricultural management. Very well. Let us assign the third young master to the Bureau of Agricultural Reclamation as an assistant minister, holding a 7th-rank position. I accepted the imperial decree. The emperor's feelings towards this younger brother are indeed complex. He naturally wishes to exert control over all his siblings across the various fiefs while remaining vigilant against them, especially since he has just ascended to the throne and the court is still unstable. However, this brother, raised in the shadows, is destined to lead a more tragic existence, deprived of the privileges of royalty. The emperor hopes that this brother can live under his watchful eye, without the need for grand achievements. Just a simple, good life will suffice. As long as the conditions are not excessive, he is willing to fulfill his wishes. After Tang Ziling's departure, Shen Fei proceeded to the storeroom. Mama Li, are all these items meant for me? She inquired. Mama Li nodded affirmatively. Indeed, third madam. The boxes here contain your dowry. This one holds fabrics, and these are jewelry. These items were all procured by Shen Fei herself, thus lacking novelty. What about the betrothal gifts from Tang Ziling? She asked. Third young madam. The gifts from the young master are in another room. Let us go and take a look, she proposed eagerly. Shen Fei meticulously compared the items on the list and found everything accounted for, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. It seemed no one had tampered with it. Li Momo, our room's bed is rather small. Let us order a larger one, she suggested. Of course, third young madam, Li Momo replied. After Shen Fei left the storeroom, Li Momo continued to introduce the maids and matrons in their courtyard. Allow me to present to you the servants of our household. Very well. Shen Fei seated herself in a chair, attentively listening to the introductions of the attendants. This is Maid Kai Lian, at your service. This is Maid Kai Wei, at your service. This is Maid Kai Fu, at your service. This is Maid Kai Qing, at your service. Shen Fei scrutinized the young women and noted that their appearances were indeed quite pleasing. All right, you may rise, she commanded. She pondered whether all the maids in the Duke's residence were as lovely, or if it was merely those in the third branch who were so beautiful. Third young madam. These four are your senior maids. The rest are the junior maids and matrons responsible for cleaning, Li Momo elaborated. Shen Fei was aware that among these servants, only Aunt Fong and Ping An were long-standing members, while the others were newcomers. This knowledge gave her a sense of clarity. Among these young maids, there might be spies placed by Madame Tang. However, Shen Fei was unconcerned. As long as they did not err, she would engage them for now. Should any of them betray her, she would have her methods of punishment. From now on, you shall be part of the third branch, she declared. I am quite easygoing and rarely lose my temper, unless you engage in treachery, in which case, I shall not be lenient. In the future, any matters should be reported directly to Lady Li. If Lady Li is unavailable, you may seek out Aunt Fong. That is all. You may now return to your duties. Shen Fei uttered some conventional phrases before allowing the servants to depart. She was now quite eager to ascertain the status of the Sun family's case. Mingwei, go to the Chang'an County office and inquire about the Sun family's case, she instructed. Yes, third young madam, Mingwei replied hurriedly before leaving. After dismissing the servants, Shen Fei took little Fu Bao in her arms and retreated to catch up on her sleep. Meanwhile, in Madame Tang's courtyard, she delicately sipped her tea. Is there any news from the third young master's courtyard? She inquired. Mama Fong has been keeping a close watch. I heard that the third young madam returned and reprimanded the servants, ensuring their loyalty. Madame Tang scoffed. How petty. Oh, third young master. You have chosen such an inconsequential individual. She was displeased with Shen Fei for her initiative in requesting a meeting gift from Tang Zijing. Chapter 98. A retreat. What else has transpired? Madame Tang demanded, refusing to allow any occurrences outside her control. Mama Fong, puzzled by the new bride's potential for trouble, shook her head, stating, No, everything seems perfectly normal. Very well, continue to monitor the situation. You may leave now. Mama Fong quietly withdrew. After leaving the Duke Tang's study, Tang Ziling boarded a carriage and departed. He had also seen Shen Fei's dowry list, and the items listed were certainly not something that could be procured with merely 8,000 taels. After inquiring with Li Momo and Mingwei, it became apparent that Shen Fei had astonishingly sold another 10 pills. Tang Ziling was well aware of the extraordinary nature of these substances. The emergence of such a potent remedy was no trivial matter. If it were to attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives, their family could find themselves in peril. Determined to alert Song Yan, he made his way to the Song family's medical clinic, where he fortuitously found Song Yan present. Tang Ziling, what brings you here? Song Yan inquired, recognizing that Tang Ziling had just married the previous day and expected him to be with his bride. To his surprise, Tang Ziling had come to the clinic instead. I need to discuss something with you. Let us go inside. Noticing the seriousness etched on Tang Ziling's face, Song Yan adopted a more solemn demeanor. Let's head to the third floor. Thus, the two ascended to the third floor, where Song Yan had a private chamber. He often spent his time there experimenting with poisons, hence he rarely allowed anyone to enter. Is there something you wish to convey? Why the caution? Song Yan asked. Tang Ziling cut to the chase. Did you purchase more medicine from Shen Fei? Oh, she mentioned it to you. But it makes sense. You are family now, after all. Naturally, she would confide in you. Song Yin teased. I never anticipated you two would end up together. I must say, old Tang, you are rather inconsiderate. Knowing I was searching for her, you kept it a secret. You are quite the sly one. Tang Ziling, aware that Song Yin was jesting, quickly retorted. Didn't you tell me that the potion was no longer available? Yet your family retained 2 vials for yourselves. Song Yin rubbed his nose, sighing. Isn't that insufficient? He chuckled softly. Now, do tell, what brings you here today? Tang Ziling's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. Song Yin, you are undoubtedly aware of the remarkable nature of this medicine. I implore you to maintain confidentiality regarding the matter of Shen Fei selling you the pills. Song Yin pressed for clarification. Is something amiss? Have you caught wind of something? Having procured 10 pills this time, he was determined not to part with them lightly. After all, they were life-saving elixirs. Moreover, the funds for this purchase had been provided by his cousin. Originally, having consumed 1, only 9 remained. His cousin had retained 3 for himself, taking the rest away. He intended to keep these few for his own research. The medicine is no longer available with Shen Fei. I trust she has informed you. Tang Ziling continued. Song Yin nodded. Yes, I am aware. Then, the remaining pills should not be exposed either. I believe you understand the adage that possessing precious things can lead to peril. Your Song family is already renowned in the medical field. With such a valuable medicine, many influential families in Chang'an will seek you out. What will you do if you cannot provide? Song Yin comprehended the gravity of her words. He was currently engrossed in research, eager to uncover the composition of this remarkable medicine. Rest assured, I grasp this concept. I will procure more, as I wish to delve deeper into its properties. That is reassuring. My stepmother, upon hearing of your mother's pregnancy, may seek your family out. Particularly since my 2 elder brothers remain childless. A sudden realization struck Song Yin. Within the Song family, only his father held the esteemed position of a 5th-rank imperial physician. I understand, he replied. Tang Ziling, too, spoke in veiled terms, having already conveyed her warnings. Should the Song family divulge the existence of the miraculous medicine, they would certainly attract numerous visitors who might trace the origins of the elixir back to Shen Fei. Yet, how many would truly believe that? After all, Shen Fei was merely a young girl who had recently arrived in the capital, previously a fugitive from the northern lands. They would likely assume that the Song family was deliberately concealing the truth. Once Tang Ziling departed, Song Yin promptly took a carriage to the Liu family estate, intent on discussing the peril of the medicine circulation with Liu Junhan. Cousin, we cannot allow that medicine to be sold. We must deliberate carefully. Liu Junhan casually fanned himself and inquired, which medicine? The one we purchased at a great expense. You haven't sold it all, have you? Oh, that, Liu Junhan replied nonchalantly. It hasn't been sold. We have consumed it all. Consumed it? Who has consumed it? Liu Junhan regarded Song Yin as if he were daft. Why? My entire family of 6, of course. Song Yin was incredulous. He could not fathom that his cousin had so readily partaken of it. All of it. Did you not say you wanted to sell it for a handsome profit? Bewildered, Song Yin questioned the nonchalance of the situation. Liu Junhan found his cousin's reaction amusing. Dear cousin, I understand your concerns. The day I witnessed you ingest that pill, which could counteract lethal poison, I was captivated. Such a magnificent remedy should not be squandered on others. It is meant for our kin. As for profit, I have myriad ways to achieve that. Song Yin gave Liu Junhan a thumbs up. Cousin, you truly excel. Liu Junhan, feeling a sense of pride, replied, of course. But cousin, what prompted you to seek me regarding the medicine? Song Yin recounted the situation involving Tang Ziling. Upon hearing it, Liu Junhan burst into laughter. Cousin, you both are overly concerned. That Miss Shun is quite astute. Since she dares to sell you the medicine, she is not afraid of you disclosing it. Why? Because she is confident that you wouldn't be believed if you were to reveal her. Liu Junhan chuckled lightly. But that requires others to place faith in your words. Do you not wonder why she chose to sell the medicine exclusively at your clinic? She must have already devised a contingency plan. This is what we call a calculated strategy. Song Yin was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a young girl could possess such intricate thoughts. Cousin, that seems implausible. She is just a young lady. Haha, cousin, one mustn't judge by appearances. She had already considered her escape route when she sold you the medicine. If you were to disseminate the secret of the miraculous remedy, the powerful in the capital would inevitably come seeking your Song family. I advise you to refrain from further examining the remaining 3 pills. It would be wiser to give them to my uncle and little cousin instead, ensuring their immunity to poison. The health of our family is far more valuable than any wealth. When Song Yin arrived, he was filled with urgency. Yet he returned home feeling defeated. It seemed that while everyone had anticipated the outcome, he alone had not. Reflecting on Shen Fei's sincere gaze, Song Yin was reluctant to accept that he had been deceived. Chapter 99. Your dish truly flourishes splendidly. Shen Fei was unaware of the actions taken by Tang on her behalf. She spent 2 days at home, finding the cuisine of the Duke's residence quite delightful, maintaining a sense of novelty. Today marked the day for her return to her family. Although she did not need to visit the Sun family, she could return to her own home. A couple of days prior, Shen Fei had tasked Ming Wei with gathering intelligence about the Sun family and learned that Sun Heng and his wife had been exiled to Lingnan. Sun Heng and his wife had indeed committed the crime of treason, yet the emperor, considering the unjust execution of the late Marquis of Chang'an by the previous sovereign, spared the other members of the Sun family. Consequently, only Sun Heng and his wife faced punishment, while both the first and second branches of the Sun family remained unscathed. Sun Heng's children were also not penalized, as they were still young and had not participated in the wrongdoing. With Sun Heng and his wife departing from Chang'an, their 3 children were left behind in the Sun household. Shen Fei harbored some concern for Sun Zhanxiang, yet she was uncertain if he still recognized her as his sister. Shaking off her thoughts, she approached Tang, stating that today was her return day and she intended to visit the village. She inquired if Tang would accompany her. Tang was still awaiting news from Duke Tang, uncertain of the position he might hold. With nothing pressing at home, she agreed. All right, I will accompany you to the village. Thus, the group boarded the carriage, with Tang family of 3 sharing one carriage, while Mama Li and the wet nurse took another. The wet nurse was exceedingly pleased to accompany them to the Duke's residence, feeling that life was indeed splendid. Not only was the food exquisite, but she could also venture out at her leisure. Truly, her existence as a mobile wet nurse was quite satisfactory. The wet nurse has already noticed that the lady of the house treats the child with utmost care, as if it were her very own eye. Whenever they venture outside, the child must accompany them. In the car, Shen Fei remarked, Tang, I can't help but sense that you seem troubled. Indeed, Tang had been lacking motivation these past few days, uncertain of what he could possibly do. A couple of days ago, he approached his father, hoping to secure a position, yet he had received no response thus far, leaving him to wonder what concerns his father might harbor. The Duke of Tang held a prestigious rank. Typically, securing an official post would not pose a significant challenge. Tang felt a complex array of emotions towards the Duke at this moment. Shen Fei observed Tang, who usually exuded an air of reticence, revealing a side of himself she had not anticipated. Tang, do you feel under pressure? Tang gently jostled little Fu Bao, pondering the child's future prospects. You tend to overthink, he reassured her. Rest assured, I have ways to earn a living, so there is no need for concern. Are you still selling medicine? Certainly not. Today, we shall take you to witness my thriving pigs. Our future lies in farming. Tang felt a twinge of reluctance at the mere thought of returning to the pigsty, as his past habits made it difficult for him to accept such unclean environments. After an hour of travel, they finally arrived at Chang'an village. Granny Li, cradling little Fu Bao, headed straight to the ancestral home, while Shen Fei accompanied Tang towards the hillside where Lu Sanquan and Uncle Li awaited them. Ernie and Tiniu were also present, primarily at Shen Fei's pig farm, which had caused quite a stir in Chang'an village. The villagers often came to steal glances, leaving Tiniu and the others with no choice but to reside there. Upon the arrival of Shen Fei and Tang, they discovered that the houses at the foot of the mountain had been surrounded by onlookers. Shen Fei and Tang walked ahead, followed closely by Wu Dan and Wu Yang, who were Tang guards, naturally accompanying her wherever she went. As they approached, a voice rang out, Mr. Lu, do enlighten us, do not keep us in suspense. How do you raise your pigs? Another voice chimed in, indeed, Mr. Lu, the pigs from my household were captured alongside yours. In less than 3 months, my pigs are still quite small, while yours have grown so plump. Some even brought their piglets over, exclaiming, Mr. Lu, look at my pig, it was born alongside yours, yet the disparity is immense now. The crowd buzzed with chatter, encircling Lu Sanquan. Tiniu, fearing the villagers' unwarranted fervor, rushed over to shield Lu Sanquan from harm. Lu Sanquan found himself in a difficult position. He was uncertain about the nature of the items brought by the young lady, yet the pigs had indeed thrived remarkably. The 2 piglets he had secretly kept were now starkly different from the 18 others. Everyone, allow me to explain, he said, we feed them just like you do. It's merely that my master is willing to spend money on quality feed. At that moment, a man immediately interjected, asserting that the landlord Li from the neighboring village was also willing to provide grain, yet his pigs were not as plump as those from your household. Are you perhaps hoarding something? The crowd once again encircled Lu Sanquan. At this juncture, Shen Fei approached directly, stating, "Esteemed villagers, if you have any inquiries, feel free to direct them at me." Upon seeing Shen Fei's arrival, the villagers promptly gravitated towards her. Lu Sanquan and Tiniu hurried over as well, exclaiming, "Miss, you have come." Shen Fei nodded affirmatively, assuring them, "Do not worry, leave it to me. Esteemed villagers, I wish to understand your curiosity regarding why my family's pigs are so robust. Am I correct? Indeed, we hope that Miss Shen will not withhold any secrets." Mr. Lu interjected, "You are quite right. My pigs consume a particular type of feed, albeit it is rather expensive, costing 21 per pound." The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Such an exorbitant price? Shen Fei confirmed, "Indeed, it is quite costly." At that moment, many began to reconsider. This feed, it seemed, was pricier than millet, which only costs 5 per pound. Shen Fei continued, "Yes, these pigs are intended for the new year, when the villagers wish to purchase pork. They may come to us." Some villagers were left pondering, while others felt tempted. The feed, though costly, was nonetheless cheaper than the price of pork, which was significantly higher than that of rice. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the quantity of feed required for each feeding. Consequently, a group of individuals dispersed, leaving only 2 behind. Shen Fei approached. "Uncle, you remain. Do you wish to inquire about the pig feed?" Shen Fuqi and Lin Dashan exchanged glances. Shen Fuqi spoke up, "Miss Shen, we are curious about where you procure that pig feed. We would also like to learn how much to feed the pigs each time." "Very well," replied Uncle Ma. "You may accompany these 2 to take a look." "Thank you, Miss Shen." Rather than heading directly to the pig pen, Shen Fei and Tang Ziling first ventured to the vegetable garden. Before they arrived, Tang Ziling was astonished to behold a vibrant expanse of greens. "I can hardly believe it. Your vegetables are flourishing splendidly." Shen Fei knelt down to examine the crop and confirmed that the greens were indeed remarkable, devoid of any pest damage. "Shen Fei, how have you achieved this? What type of vegetable is this? I have never seen it before. Is it edible?" Chapter 100. Truly incomprehensible. Shen Fei plucked a stalk of mugwort, exclaiming, "Ah, it is exceptionally tender." Tang Ziling pointed towards the lush garden. "Shen Fei, your vegetables are remarkable. We also have a farm at home, yet none grow as beautifully as yours." Shen Fei nodded, "Indeed, it is thanks to the fertilizer I mentioned previously that they thrive so well. However, these vegetables are ready for harvest." At that moment, Lu Sanquan rushed over. "Miss, look at our vegetables. I believe we could sell them." Shen Fei affirmed, "Yes, I previously instructed you to investigate the taverns in Chang'an. We can send a complimentary batch." "Complimentary?" Lu Sanquan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Shen Fei nodded, acknowledging that those restaurants each had their own suppliers. "If we were to recklessly promote our goods, it might not yield favorable results. Instead, we shall first provide a selection of vegetables for free, allowing them to sample our offerings. As for my 4 bridal shops, please prepare them for opening. We shall launch them together." Lu Sanquan, during his leisure moments, has also contemplated several strategies for those 4 shops, but has yet to report to the master. "Miss, will all 4 shops exclusively sell these vegetables? I find this rather risky. It would be best to sell our greens within a fortnight, otherwise, they will spoil." Tang Ziling also cast a disapproving glance at Shen Fei, expressing her agreement with Lu's assessment. Once the shops are opened, solely selling vegetables would indeed be quite disadvantageous. Shen Fei realized that this was merely the first year, and her greenhouse could not be constructed this season. She could wait until next year to make a grand effort. "Very well, Uncle Lu. Let us allocate 1 shop for selling vegetables and pork, while you can investigate the most suitable offerings for the remaining shops." Indeed, Shen Fei possessed only a rudimentary understanding of business, her ideas lacking comprehensiveness. Lu Sanquan breathed a sigh of relief. The young lady had one admirable quality: she was very receptive to advice. "Understood, Mississippi. I will ensure everything is managed appropriately. Now then, for this batch of greens. Please attempt to recommend them to the restaurants first. If they decline, we shall approach the small street vendors. I have several recipes that are particularly suited for small shops or stalls, as they will require a substantial quantity of vegetables." Shen Fei envisioned the street food of the future, such as spicy hot pot, mixed vegetables, and skewers, among others. She had no intention of opening a shop herself. Rather, she could entrust it to others, as long as they possessed the recipe. Indeed, it would be feasible to set up a stall by the roadside, ensuring a market for her fresh vegetables. Lu Sanquan was exceedingly pleased. "Very well, miss, please write down the recipe, and I shall manage the rest accordingly." Since Shen Fei had married into the duke's residence, she could not frequently return, which was why Lu Sanquan felt such urgency. Tang Ziling had been present for some time and was rather averse to tilling the land. His feet were already caked with mud, which unsettled his fastidious nature. Unbeknownst to him, he was destined to encounter hardships far greater than this. Shen Fei cast another glance at the piglets. No, they were no longer piglets, but rather plump pigs. Over a dozen pigs weighing more than 100 pounds, though not excessively fat, they were quite substantial compared to modern standards. In this ancient era, a weight of over 100 pounds was considered quite hefty. Shen Fei immediately noticed that 2 of them were particularly small, barely half the size of the others. Uncle Lu, what is the matter with those 2? Why are they not gaining weight? Shen Fei inquired, her suspicion evident. Lu Sanquan appeared somewhat guilty. Miss, it is indeed my oversight. Initially, I was skeptical about the pig feed, so those 2 were not fed. Shen Fei understood and did not hold it against him. Oh, I see. Make sure to feed them from now on. Yes, Mississippi. At that moment, Uncle Lee approached, saying, Miss, our manpower is rather insufficient. Now that the villagers are aware of our large, fat pigs, I fear some may covet them. Although Uncle Lee is a bodyguard, he is unable to manage everything on his own. Tang Ziling, could you come in for a moment? At that moment, Tang Ziling was outside, pinching his nose and not intending to enter. Upon hearing Shen Fei call for him, he stepped inside and inquired, What do you need? To his astonishment, upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of plump pigs, which he could hardly believe. He pointed at the pigs, incredulously asking, Have these pigs been swapped? The last time he visited was just over 3 months ago, when they were merely small creatures, hardly larger than a foot. Now, they had transformed into such hefty beings, which was simply unfathomable. Even though Tang Ziling had never seen pig farming as a child, he instinctively knew that this was abnormal. Just outside, he had overheard the villagers arguing and found it odd. Now, witnessing it firsthand left him quite astonished. Shen Fei found it amusing and clarified, They haven't been swapped. They are indeed the same ones from before. Tang Ziling, undeterred by the dirt beneath his feet, stepped closer and scrutinized the pigs. He recalled that one of them had a distinctive black birthmark on its ear. Finally, he spotted that particular pig, still plump and white. Indeed. Tang Ziling, I need your assistance. Could you help me find someone skilled to keep an eye on my pigsty? I fear someone may steal the pigs. Tang Ziling replied. Who would be willing to watch over a pigsty? Furthermore, I must admit, I lack any connections. He is still relying on the Duke's residence. With no one around him except for Wu Dan and Wu Yang, who were arranged by his father to protect him. Upon observing his expression, Shen Fei quickly discerned the situation. Uncle Lu, let us procure some people, perhaps some adolescents or entire families. Lu Sanquan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mississippi. At that moment, Tang Ziling interjected, I do not know many people, but if we are to select individuals, Wu Yang can accompany us to choose those with strong physiques, so that he may train them later. Tang Ziling was indeed aware of her own shortcomings. Her flaw was the lack of trustworthy allies. Shen Fei nodded, very well. We shall cultivate our own personnel. Uncle Lu, let Wu Yang accompany you when the time comes. Yes, miss. Yes, third madam. Both Lu Sanquan and Wu Yang expressed no objections and nodded in affirmation. Shen Fei chose not to linger in the pig pen any longer due to the overpowering odor and stepped outside. She then thought of Shen Yu and inquired, How has Shen Yu been recently? Is he adjusting well to the academy? Lu Sanquan recalled his wife's words, hesitated momentarily, and then spoke. Young Master Shen Yu has been fine. It is just that Aunt Li has been somewhat Shen Fei frowned. What is the matter with Aunt Li? Before her marriage, Shen Fei had sensed that Aunt Li harbored her own thoughts, yet as long as they were harmless, she chose not to pay them any mind. Chapter 101. Aunt Li's complaints. Seeing Lu Sanquan's hesitance, Shen Fei lost her patience. Speak plainly, Uncle Lu. You are aware of my character. Observing Shen Fei's evident anger, Lu Sanquan decided to reveal the truth. Ever since the young master went to the academy, Aunt Li has acted like the mistress of the house. Miss, I assure you, I am not one to meddle, but now that you are married and the young master is away at school, Aunt Li has taken advantage of her position, making things quite difficult for my family. At this moment, Shen Fei felt an intense fury, her complexion darkening. It appeared that her previous kindness had only served to embolden Aunt Li. Do not worry, Uncle Lu, I will address this matter. When Lu Sanquan first arrived, he mistakenly believed that Shen Yu was Shen Fei's biological brother. Eventually, he realized that they were akin to the servants in his own household. He could not comprehend why the young lady chose to acknowledge Shen Yu as her brother and even financed his education. In Lu Sanquan's eyes, both Shen Yu and Aunt Li had fallen into a life of ease. Yet while he found Shen Yu to be commendable, Aunt Li struck him as rather selfish. Though he initially intended to keep these thoughts to himself, Aunt Li's behavior had become increasingly intolerable. The notion that she would casually order around his wife was beyond Lu Sanquan's endurance. At the same time, Shen Fei was reflecting on her own past naivety. When she first arrived, she had viewed certain matters with undue simplicity. Having spent considerable time in a society that espoused equality, she had hoped for a harmonious coexistence with those in servitude. It is believed that as long as everyone is well, whether they are servants or masters, it matters little. However, she still misjudged the human heart. In this era, it is somewhat justifiable for affluent families to hold the contracts of their servants. At this juncture, Lu Sanquan proposed, "Miss, since you are no longer residing in the city, and the young master is heading to the academy, I think it would be more prudent for my family to move to the village as well. This way, it will be easier for us to tend to the vegetable garden and the pigs." Lu Sanquan's words were indeed sensible. When they were busy, Aunt Lu would often bring her children to lend a helping hand, and it was somewhat troublesome for the entire family to return home each evening. It would be far more convenient for the whole family to reside in the village. Shen Fei nodded in agreement. "That seems acceptable. Let us have Aunt Lu move over, while Xiao Shuang and Xiaoxi will accompany me to the Duke's residence." Xiaoxi, being meticulous, took great care of little Fubao. Initially, Shen Fei had considered having Xiao Shuang serve Xinyu, but now it seemed inappropriate, as a servant should be somewhat older to better attend to their master. Thus, she decided that Xiao Shuang should learn, so that he could eventually become little Fubao's attendant. Lu Sanquan paused momentarily before expressing his gratitude, thanking his master for her support. Tang Ziling, perceiving the situation, added, "Lu, you will not be separated from your children for long. Once we establish our separate household from the Duke's residence, you will be the steward of our family, and you and your wife will be able to live in the estate." Shen Fei recognized that Lu Sanquan might be reluctant to part with his children, yet she understood the necessity of this arrangement. Upon hearing Tang Ziling's assurance, Lu Sanquan felt a significant relief in his heart. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. These individuals have their contracts bound to others. Therefore, I must trouble you, young lady, to take good care of Xiao Shi and Xiao Shuang. They have yet to fully grasp the rules, and I hope you can impart some guidance to them. Shen Fei nodded, assuring Uncle Lu that she would return frequently, and in due time, Xiao Shi and the others would also come to visit. Furthermore, I require you to report the matters regarding my shop to the residents. The implication in Shen Fei's words was clear. There would be ample opportunities for meetings. Lu Sanquan felt an immense sense of relief. It is indeed rare for a master to offer such explanations. In other households, one would not be afforded this level of respect. In those places, one might be met with harshness without hesitation. Suddenly, Lu Sanquan became acutely aware that he had been somewhat presumptuous. He reflected on how Aunt Li failed to recognize her own position, and he too had overstepped by taking advantage of his master's kindness. The two little piglets served as blatant evidence of his transgressions, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. At that moment, Shen Fei remained oblivious to Lu Sanquan's internal musings. Regardless, her indirect approach had earned her greater respect from Lu Sanquan. Even if her future commands appeared dubious, he would carry them out without question. However, that is a matter for another time. After Shen Fei and her companions enjoyed a midday meal at the ancestral home in the village, they set off towards Jiahuifang. Today marked Shen Fei's return to her familial home. Although Aunt Lu was uncertain whether Shen Fei would indeed come back, she had prepared a sumptuous feast well in advance, crafting an array of dishes for the midday meal. Unexpectedly, there had been no commotion outside, leaving Aunt Lu with a tinge of disappointment. Aunt Li adorned herself in a brand new dress, applying rouge to conceal the scars on her face, rendering her appearance less fearsome. Once, Aunt Li was a beauty. Otherwise, she would not have marred her own visage out of fear of persecution. Deep down, Aunt Li harbored a sense of regret. Each time she glimpsed the scars upon her face, a wave of revulsion washed over her. Yet, there was no remedy for her past actions. Where could one find a potion for remorse? Presently, she entertained a thought of beseeching the young lady for that miraculous elixir, though she pondered whether the young lady would acquiesce. Throughout the morning, Aunt Li had peered outside the door multiple times, yearning for a glimpse of Shen Fei. However, she was not overly concerned, for the young lady, being an orphan, had nowhere else to return. Since learning of Shen Fei's background, Aunt Li's respect had dwindled significantly. In her heart, she regarded Shen Fei as a woman of loose morals, capable of bearing a child out of wedlock, an act unbecoming of a young lady of noble birth. She now regretted allowing Xinyu to acknowledge her as an elder sister. Although the young lady had successfully wed into the Duke's household, her lineage and conduct were both questionable. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Aunt Li to hasten to open it. "Young master, you have returned." Xinyu stepped inside, stating, "Today marks the day of my sister's return home. I took a leave of absence to see her." Xinyu, reluctant for Shen Fei's return and feeling the absence of family, mustered her courage after attending a class at the academy, and hurried back home. "Aunt Lee, has my sister returned?" Aunt Lee complained. "Miss, I do not understand what is going on. She still hasn't come back." Shen Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. "Oh, then I shall wait at home for a while." With that, she retreated to her room, placing her book box down. Aunt Lee followed her in. Noticing the sweat on Shen Yu's forehead, and lamented, "Miss, it would have been wise to select a larger scholar or a servant to attend to the young master. Xiao Shuang is far too small. What can they possibly accomplish? The young master is away studying and must now fend for himself. Furthermore, this academy is not nearby and lacks prestige. I have inquired, and Qingsong Academy is the finest. As the daughter-in-law of the Duke's residence, if you truly cared for the young master, you would find a way to secure his admission there. It seems to me you do not hold him in high regard." Shen Yu indeed found Aunt Lee's incessant chattering irksome. "Aunt Lee, please stop." Suddenly, she caught sight of a familiar face, and her remaining words were caught in her throat, leaving her exceedingly embarrassed. Chapter 102. Two choices, sister. You have returned? Shen Yu's voice was strained. She sensed Aunt Lee had changed considerably of late and had privately expressed her grievances about her sister. Shen Yu had requested Aunt Lee on several occasions to refrain from speaking ill of her sister. However, Aunt Lee's audacity has grown increasingly bold, utterly disregarding her elder sister. Shen Yu has also observed this change. Ever since Aunt Lee became aware of her sister's identity, a disdainful glimmer has taken residence in her gaze. Nonetheless, it was Aunt Lee who rescued him from the Xie family, bringing him to Chang'an. After all, due to the Xie family, his appearance was irreparably marred, and he owes Aunt Lee a debt of gratitude. His elder sister has also bestowed upon him immense kindness, liberating him from the shackles of servitude, enabling him to pursue an education, and providing him the opportunity to participate in the imperial examinations. Both women hold significant importance in his life, and at times, Shen Yu finds himself caught in a delicate predicament between the two. Upon hearing Shen Yu's call, Aunt Lee was taken aback. Even if she harbors contempt for the young lady, she remains her mistress. The bond of servitude still lies in the hands of the young lady. Aunt Lee's complexion turned ashen as she turned to bow respectfully, saying, "Young lady, you have returned." Shen Yu stepped outside, approaching Shen Fei. "Sister, you have returned. I specifically requested leave today, hoping to see you upon your arrival." Observing Shen Yu's anxious countenance, Shen Fei could surmise his thoughts. Yet, she had already made a resolute decision. "Shen Yu, accompany me to the back courtyard." With a stoic expression, Shen Fei walked toward the rear, and Shen Yu cautiously followed in her wake. He understood that his sister must have overheard Aunt Lee's words. Had she chosen to reprimand Aunt Lee on the spot, perhaps it could have been resolved. However, Shen Fei remained silent, offering not even a glance toward Aunt Lee, causing Shen Yu's heart to race with apprehension. Aunt Lee's earlier reluctance to kneel and beg for forgiveness hinted at her misplaced hope that perhaps Shen Fei had not heard her, even if she were to hear it. The young lady is inherently benevolent and would likely forgive her. Hence, Aunt Lee's casual demeanor. Shen Yu anxiously followed Shen Fei into the hall. "Sister." After taking her seat, Shen Fei spoke directly. "Shen Yu, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Sister, please go ahead." "I have heard that Aunt Lee now claims to be the mistress of the house and has not hesitated to bully Aunt Lu." Shen Yu was taken aback. How could that be? Aunt Lee would never do such a thing. He had been attending school during the day and was unaware of Aunt Lee's conduct at home, only knowing that she had been somewhat lax in her duties. "Shen Yu, I am considering selling Aunt Lee. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yu was horrified and immediately knelt on the ground. Sister, I implore you, do not sell Aunt Lee. I know she has erred in speaking ill of you behind your back, and that was wrong of her. However, no matter how you choose to discipline her, it is of no consequence to me. Just please do not sell her." Shen Yu's eyes were red with urgency. Shen Fei scrutinized Shen Yu and said, "Shen Yu, Aunt Lee has been with you for some time. Your bond is not ordinary, and I recognized this from the outset. Thus, despite her status as a servant, she has cared for you more attentively than for Xiao Fubao. I have not held this against her. At that time, I had already accepted you as my brother, and for your sake, I chose not to punish her, allowing her to focus solely on your care. I believed I had been sufficiently lenient with her. Yet Aunt Lee has truly overstepped her bounds, failing to recognize her position. Not only has she presumed to take charge in the household, but she has also spoken ill of me behind my back. Shen Yu, I believe this is not the first time she has spoken of me in your presence." Shen Yu's face flushed crimson, and he yearned to defend Aunt Lee, yet his mouth opened and closed without sound. The heat of embarrassment engulfed him, leaving him utterly mortified. "Shen Yu, I now present you with two choices. The first is that I sell Aunt Lee. The second is that you take her away, and from this day forth, we shall no longer be siblings, and you may call back Xie Yu." Shen Fei's words struck Shen Yu like a resounding drum, reverberating painfully in his chest. Sister, sister, do you no longer want me? Tears brimmed in Shen Yu's eyes, rendering him a pitiful sight. Upon witnessing Shen Yu's tears, Shen Fei felt a twinge of compassion. This child had been chosen by her as family upon her arrival in this ancient world, partially compensating for the absence of familial ties in this unfamiliar era. However, some matters must be severed without hesitation. Shen Yu, it is not that I possess a cruel heart, but rather that Aunt Li has behaved excessively. I trust you have discerned that after learning of my origins, Aunt Li has looked down upon me. Sister, no. Shen Yu's voice faltered upon meeting Shen Fei's gaze, leaving him unable to continue. I can no longer trust a servant like Aunt Li. I believe I have been exceedingly merciful by sparing her life. Unbeknownst to her, a chill had crept into Shen Fei's tone. Shen Yu realized that pleading would be futile. Shen Yu reminisced fondly about the days when he was Shen Fei's younger brother. However, Aunt Li was, after all, his savior, and he could not forsake her. Elder sister, I will leave with Aunt Li. Shen Fei felt a pang of reluctance and took out a banknote of 100 taels from her bosom, offering it to him. Take this banknote. Upon seeing the substantial amount, Shen Yu declined, saying, Elder sister, I cannot accept this, it is far too much. Shen Fei pressed it into his embrace, insisting, take it, you will need money while living outside. We shall visit the county office shortly, and I will have your household registration transferred. Shen Yu was taken aback by Shen Fei's decisive manner. Elder sister, may I still reside in Chang'an village? He knew that Shen Fei owned a house and land there, which would allow him to return frequently and catch glimpses of her. Shen Fei nodded, saying, of course, where you choose to live is entirely your decision. Whether you remain in Chang'an or venture elsewhere is your freedom. Upon hearing the word freedom, Shen Yu did not feel joy. Instead, his heart was heavy with a sense of loss and emptiness. He realized that from this moment onward, he had truly lost his sister, the sister who had cared for him wholeheartedly. Noticing the sorrowful expression on Shen Yu's face, Shen Fei did not waver. Having made her decision, she could not turn back. Moreover, she believed it to be the right choice. Aunt Li and Shen Yu were meant to be together. Her earlier mention of selling Aunt Li was merely a test of Shen Yu's resolve. Very well, let us go to the county office, she said. Shen Yu's voice was weak as he replied, all right, elder sister. In the room, Shen Fei and Shen Yu engaged in conversation, while Aunt Li fidgeted anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Oh, what could the young lady and young master be discussing for so long? Chapter 103. She merely expressed a few grievances. As Shen Fei and Shen Yu emerged one after the other, Aunt Li hurriedly approached. Young lady, she began. But Shen Fei offered not a single glance in her direction, lacking her usual warmth. Young master, what did you discuss? Shen Yu succinctly replied, Aunt Li, please wait. I shall return shortly. The residence in Jiaweifang was conveniently located directly opposite the Chang'an County office, making it a brief journey. As Shen Fei and Shen Yu exited the Shen household, Aunt Li attempted to follow, only to be restrained by Aaron I. Aunt Li, let us patiently await the young lady's return here. In that moment, Aunt Li felt a twinge of uncertainty. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her quite anxious. Observing this, Aunt Lu felt a sense of delight, having not anticipated Aunt Li's misfortune, caught red-handed. To Aunt Lu, Aunt Li's position appeared rather awkward. She was uncertain how to address her given the circumstances. Aunt Li held a prominent standing in the Shen family due to her connection with Shen Yu. Yet, as a servant, she shared the same status as everyone else. Why should Aunt Li presume superiority, carrying herself like a mistress? Swiftly, Shen Fei and Shen Yu returned to the Shen residence within a quarter of an hour. At this point, Shen Fei directed her gaze toward Aunt Li. Aunt Li, you shall no longer be a servant of the Shen family. You and Shen Yu will depart together. I permit you to take the belongings you acquired for yourselves. Aunt Li was taken aback. Miss, are you truly sending us away? Yes, from now on you shall be free. Here is your contract of servitude, Shen Fei replied, returning the document to Aunt Li. However, Aunt Li did not reach for it. Instead, she turned to Shen Yu. Young master, is what the miss says true? Aunt Li still found it hard to believe that Shen Fei could be so heartless. She had merely expressed a few grievances. How had it escalated to this point? Wasn't the miss always known for her kindness? Miss, I implore you. At that moment, Shen Yu tugged at Aunt Li. Aunt, my sister and I have already discussed it. Let us leave together. Yet, Aunt Li dashed to Shen Fei's feet, clutching her skirt. Miss, have mercy on us. If we leave, we truly will have no means of survival. Having lived in the Shen household for several months, Aunt Li felt it was the finest place she could be. Though the Shuns were not exceedingly wealthy, no one oppressed her, and she had little to do. Life in the Shen residence was exceedingly comfortable, making Aunt Li reluctant to depart. Even though the contract was being returned to her, she felt no joy in it. Aaron I, please pull Aunt Li away. Shen Fei commanded. Aunt Li clung tightly to Shen Fei's leg, startling her. However, and I, possessing considerable strength, quickly managed to detach Aunt Li. Shen Fei had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Aunt Li. Shen Yu, I shall grant you 3 days to find a place. Once you have secured a residence, take Aunt Li and leave. Also, inform her of the reasons for her dismissal. Shen Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Shen. Shen Fei approached Lu Sanquan once more. Uncle Lu, after Shen Yu and the others depart, please lock up the house and return to the village. The grain from our home will be transported to the old residence in the coming days. Lu Sanquan nodded in affirmation. Yes, young lady. Turning to Aunt Lu. Shen Fei continued. Aunt Lu, I've taken Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi to the Duke's residence, where they will look after little Fu Bao. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu's eyes brightened with joy. Wonderful young lady. I shall prepare the children at once. Shen Fei waved her hand. Just 2 changes of clothes will suffice. I will provide them with new garments. Ah, yes, young lady, I understand. Aunt Lu replied, her spirits lifted. She had her own considerations. The young lady was kind-hearted, and her children growing up alongside the young master would forge a bond of extraordinary depth. Moreover, the Duke's residence was a place of distinction, not easily accessible to just anyone. Xiao Shi, aware of her impending visit to the Duke's residence, was filled with excitement, tugging at her brother Xiao Shuang with sparkling eyes. Once Shen Fei had made all the necessary arrangements, she joined Tang Ziling in the carriage. Granny Li cradled little Fu Bao, who had already succumbed to slumber. Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi were nestled in the carriage, and Granny Li looked at the two of them. You must remember to speak and act with caution. Life at the Duke's residence is far different from home. You will learn the proper etiquette in due course. Do you understand? Having already received Aunt Lu's admonitions, Xiao Shi nodded earnestly. Granny, my brother, and I will heed your advice. Granny Li smiled, knowing that the third madam greatly valued the Lu family. She actually felt that the third lady was too lenient. A servant like Aunt Li deserved a proper punishment. Yet, the third lady merely expelled her and even returned her contract of servitude, which seemed exceedingly generous. Reflecting on Shen Fei's compassion, Granny Li felt a sense of joy. After all, those in servitude often wish to serve under a benevolent master. Chapter 104. It is never too late to begin learning. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Tang Ziling was summoned by a young servant. He entered the study of Duke Tang. Father. The Duke raised his head and gestured to a nearby chair, saying, have a seat and wait for a moment. Tang Ziling promptly took a seat, his heart filled with anticipation, as he believed his father's summons must pertain to matters of his official position. After finishing his writing, the Duke set down his brush. Once he had washed his hands, he sat down as well. My dear third son, I have arranged a position for you in the Ministry of Works. Tang Ziling felt content, for at least he was placed in the Ministry of Works. Father, what position is that? The Duke cleared his throat lightly. You will be serving as an assistant minister in the Department of Agricultural Reclamation, a 7th-rank official, primarily overseeing matters related to reclamation and cultivation. Third son, are you satisfied with this position? Tang Ziling was taken aback. He had never anticipated being assigned to the Department of Agricultural Reclamation. This was far from his expectations. In his heart, he believed he could have secured a position in the Ministry of Rights. The Ministry of Revenue, Personnel, or Military were realms he had never dared to dream of, yet among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works was the most modest. Observing Tang Ziling's silence, the Duke inquired, what is it? Are you not pleased? Tang Ziling withdrew his thoughts and said, no, thank you, father. Duke Tang sighed. Third son, your knowledge is superficial. Without a formal education through the imperial examination, you will find yourself overshadowed in more competitive arenas. It would be better for you to remain in the Ministry of Works. Tang Ziling clenched his hands tightly, a wave of indescribable sorrow rising within him. Among the 4 brothers in the Duke's household, their father had always treated him with particular leniency, which once filled him with pride in his youth. Yet now, a sense of anger welled up in Tang Ziling, and he found himself at a loss as to whom to direct it. Suppressing his emotions, he softly replied, no. Thank you, father. Duke Tang nodded and offered a few words of encouragement. That is good. Report to the Ministry of Works in 2 days. Yes. With the answer in hand, Tang Ziling departed promptly. Upon her return, Shen Fei brought the awakened little Fu Bao straight to her room. Little Shi and little Shuang had already been taken by Granny Li to learn the proper etiquette. The 2 children, brought back personally by Shen Fei, resided in a different area from the maidservants of the Duke's household. They did not occupy a designated servant's quarters, but instead stayed in a small room beside Granny Li. Given their tender ages, the room was divided by a screen. Shen Fei had not expected little Shuang, being so young, to contribute much, so she allowed him to stay with his sister for mutual support. Shen Fei gently placed little Fu Bao on the bed and lay down beside him. The mother and child spent a delightful time playing together on the bed. Little Fu Bao was quite the lively spirit, delighting in playful antics with Shen Fei, his laughter ringing out like joyous chimes. Shen Fei found him amusing, despite his small stature. His voice was remarkably resonant. Zai, come crawl to your mother. Come on, move forward. Little Fu Bao resembled a tiny turtle, energetically kicking his legs. At that moment, Tang Ziling entered the courtyard and was immediately greeted by the sound of little Fu Bao's laughter, which lifted his spirits just a fraction, though his face still bore no trace of joy. Noticing Tang Ziling's somber demeanor upon his arrival, Shen Fei inquired, "What troubles you, Tang Ziling? Have you faced some setback?" Tang Ziling cast a glance at Shen Fei and replied, "My father has secured me an official position. I have been appointed to the rank of a 7th grade official." Shen Fei's face lit up with excitement. A 7th grade official. That's wonderful. Isn't that equivalent to a county magistrate? Tang Ziling shot her a disapproving look. You cannot compare a 7th grade county magistrate to a 7th grade assistant minister. Shen Fei, unfamiliar with the intricacies, asked, "Assistant minister? What does that entail?" "The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, specifically overseeing the Department of Land Reclamation," Tang Ziling clarified. Shen Fei, still puzzled, responded, "Isn't the Department of Land Reclamation a good position? It sounds like it deals with land management." She maintained her optimistic view. With patience. Tang Ziling elaborated on the responsibilities and scope of the Department of Land Reclamation, and Shen Fei's eyes brightened with understanding. "This sounds promising. If you take on this role, you could achieve great accomplishments." Shen Fei confidently patted her chest and assured Tang Ziling, "You must have seen my land, right? Look at my vegetables. They are exceptionally well grown." Tang Ziling nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they are quite impressive." Shen Fei gave Tang Ziling's shoulder a hearty pat, exclaiming, "See, everything is fine. I am here for you." Observing Shen Fei's earnest demeanor, Tang Ziling couldn't help but smile. Regardless of whether Shen Fei was jesting, she was at least willing to share the burden with him. Tang Ziling took the little bundle of joy, Xiao Fu Bao, from Shen Fei's arms, clasping the chubby hand in his own. "Am I not a bit too old to begin preparing for the imperial examinations at the age of 18? To navigate the bureaucratic world successfully, one must come from a proper scholarly background. Otherwise, advancement may be hindered." "Are you really too old at 18? Shen Fei disagreed, encouraging Tang Ziling. "I have heard that some individuals here take years to pass the scholar exams. If you start studying now, you will surely be on time." Chapter 105. The third brother's status is only worthy of associating with craftsmen. Tang Ziling indeed had some thoughts of his own. Hearing Shen Fei's words sparked a decision within him. Previously, he had not thoroughly contemplated the path he wished to pursue, as he was uncertain about his longevity or preoccupied with resisting Madame Tang. Now that his health had improved, he was genuinely considering his future. "All right, then I shall resume my studies." Shen Fei stroked her chin, her curiosity piqued as she replied, "Tang Ziling, I find your decision a bit peculiar." "Oh, what seems strange to you?" "I find your family, the Tang family, quite intriguing. You have 4 children, yet it seems that the Duke of Tang holds a particular fondness for you, treating you with an unusual leniency and affection." Tang Ziling, in a subdued tone, remarked, "Isn't leniency a good thing?" Shen Fei shook her head. "Have you ever heard of the concept of flattery leading to one's downfall? I sense something amiss. But considering he is your biological father, it seems improbable. Typically, such tactics are employed by women." Tang Ziling's gaze turned somewhat frigid. This was precisely what he found peculiar, prompting his desire to delve into his origins in the Northern Territories. He wished to ascertain before the poison took effect whether he truly belonged to the Tang family, or who his biological mother might be, as well as the nature of his relationship with his father. These were the questions that lingered in Tang Ziling's mind. Shen Fei, not receiving a reply from Tang Ziling, continued her musings unperturbed. "Tell me, do you think you were adopted by the Tang family?" Tang Ziling, unfazed, lifted his eyelids and replied, "Even if I were adopted, how could you prove it?" Shen Fei noted Tang Ziling's lack of denial and surmised that he must have harbored suspicions long before. Her doubts arose from observing that Tang Ziling resembled a caged creature. The other 3 sons of the Tang family had their own social circles and were likely aware of the paths they were destined to tread. As for the heir, he was on course to inherit the title, ensuring a life free from financial worries. The second son of Tang was both learned and martial, currently serving as a guard in the palace. The youngest son of Tang seemed poised to pursue the imperial examination, potentially becoming a scholar in the future, which would also be a commendable path. Among the 4 children, only Tang Ziling's health was compromised due to poisoning, an unusual circumstance indeed. Shen Fei cast a glance at Tang Ziling and said, "If you trust me, procure a strand of Duke Tang's hair or a sample of his blood. I can conduct a small experiment to provide proof." Tang Ziling was aware of Shen Fei's capabilities. He recognized the potency of the potion she possessed and the peculiar fertilizer concocted by her, both of which were beyond his prior knowledge. Was the outcome reliable? More precise than a blood test for paternity? Shen Fei assured him, "It is absolutely reliable, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Remember, it must be Duke Tang's hair or blood. If that proves elusive, seek out the other brothers in the Tang family. I can experiment with them as well." Tang Ziling replied, "Very well, there seems to be no other course of action. I shall give it a try. Wait for my news." With that, he entrusted the child to Shen Fei and announced his departure. Shen Fei waved him off. "Go ahead." She paid no heed to Tang Ziling's intentions or plans. Instead, she cradled the child and strolled into the courtyard. "Aunt Fong, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" "I desire lamb stew with bread." Aunt Fong nodded. "Certainly, third madam. I shall make arrangements in the main kitchen." Shen Fei found her days at the Duke's residence quite agreeable, provided that Madame Tang did not create disturbances. However, it seemed that Madame Tang held little regard for her, not even permitting her to pay respects. Shen Fei had resolved that as long as Madame Tang did not summon her, she would refrain from approaching that side. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, the heir and the second son of the Tang family were present in Madame Tang's quarters. Father has secured an official position for the third son." Madame Tang furrowed her brow, realizing that as soon as the third son had regained his health, he was up and about. "Do you know what position he holds?" The Tang heir, filled with a sense of schadenfreude, replied gleefully, "Mother, father has sent that lad to work the fields, ha ha ha." Upon learning that Duke Tang had secured an official post for Tang Ziling, the heir felt a twinge of discontent and had been sending people to keep an eye on the situation. Eager to discover the nature of the position bestowed upon Tang Ziling, his curiosity piqued when he observed Tang Ziling leaving the Duke's study with a sullen expression. Eventually, he discovered that the position was that of a Tunshin supervisor, which nearly made him burst with laughter. "Mother, you wouldn't believe it. Old 3 has been appointed as an assistant director of the Tunshin Bureau." Madame Tang, not one to be easily fooled, understood that advancement in such a role would be quite challenging, especially since it belonged to the Ministry of Works. "Indeed, Mother, those working there are merely artisans." The Tang heir adjusted his posture and smoothed his robe disdainfully, adding, "Old 3's status is only suitable for dealing with common craftsmen." Ha ha ha. His spirits soared at the thought of Tang Ziling's predicament, rendering him less bothersome in his eyes. Tang Ji, the second son, found himself perplexed. What could father be thinking? Hasn't he always favored old 3? Madame Tang, now quite pleased, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "What is so strange about it? Old 3 can hardly recognize a handful of characters. I genuinely worry that he might not even be able to handle such a minor official post." Chapter 106. Reporting to the Ministry of Works 2 days later, Tang Ziling donned his official robes and set off early in a carriage to report for duty. Wu Dan and Wu Yang accompanied Tang Ziling, but they could only escort him to the entrance of the imperial city, beyond which they could not proceed. Upon reaching the city gate, Tang Ziling lifted his robe and gracefully descended from the carriage. Today, he had taken special care in his appearance, donning a green official's robe that accentuated his tall stature. Although his complexion appeared somewhat youthful, it marked a significant departure from his usual demeanor. Tang Ziling walked composedly inside, joining the throng heading towards the Ministry of Works office. As it was his first day at the Yamen, he was still unfamiliar with the surroundings and did not know many individuals. Hence, he followed the other officials into the building. After passing by the Honglu Temple and the Yushir Tai, they finally arrived at the Ministry of Works office, where Tang Ziling entered directly. At that moment, several officials had already gathered inside. Among them was Zhang Junyi, the assistant minister of the U Department, who, upon seeing Tang Ziling, took the initiative to greet him, saying, "You must be the assistant minister from the Tuntian Department." They were already aware that a newcomer would be joining them today. Tang Ziling responded warmly, "I am Tang Ziling. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "I am Zhang Junyi, assistant minister of the U Department," came the reply. Tang Ziling, newly arrived and noticing that Zhang Junyi appeared to be in his 30s, clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you, Minister Zhang." He exuded a demeanor of tranquility as he engaged in cordial conversation with Zhang Junyi, taking the opportunity to inquire about matters related to the Ministry of Works. The questions he posed were simple and did not delve into confidential matters, to which Zhang Junyi responded readily and openly. Zhang Junyi had long been aware of the newcomer's identity, recognizing him as the son of a duke. Initially assuming him to be an arrogant character, he was pleasantly surprised to find him quite amiable. After conversing with Tang Ziling and observing his youthful visage, Zhang Junyi began to formulate plans in his mind. This young man was still somewhat naive, certainly not comparable to the seasoned individuals like himself. He felt a sense of relief. At least this young master was easy to deal with. Although Tang Ziling did not ascend through the imperial examinations, his lineage spoke for itself. As his father held the esteemed rank of a first-class duke, a status that someone of Zhang Junyi's modest background could hardly contend with. Now that he had discerned Tang Ziling's character, Zhang Junyi felt quite content. He took the initiative to escort Tang Ziling to the office of the Department of Agriculture, pointing out that this vacant position was that of the deputy minister. Remember, we convene for the Grand Court Assembly on the 1st and 15th days of each month. Furthermore, while we conduct our business here in the imperial city, we may also travel to the western mountains, where most of our artisans are located. In the space there is considerably more ample. Tang Ziling nodded in gratitude, expressing his thanks to Lord Zhang. At this moment, during a small court assembly, Emperor Wendy sat upon the dragon throne, holding the memorial in his hands. The calamities in Jinan, my ministers, do you have any solutions? How much silver can the Ministry of Revenue allocate for disaster relief? Minister Lu Guanxuan stepped forward, bowing to the emperor. Your Majesty, although we have collected taxes from the autumn harvest, we must also disburse military salaries for the Anbei and Xian garrisons, along with the construction expenses for the Taiji Hall and the cost for the Crown Princess wedding. After accounting for these expenditures, the ministry can only provide 50,000 taels of silver. The Minister of Revenue candidly laid out the financial obligations, leaving the decision to the emperor himself. Although the emperor had only recently ascended the throne, he was already 32 years of age at the time of his coronation. His eldest son was 16, and this year, the crown prince had also been designated a consort, with only the ceremonial rites remaining. Having served as the crown prince for many years himself, the emperor promptly named his eldest son as the heir apparent. This decision was inevitable, given that he was both the legitimate and the firstborn son. There was no other viable option. Furthermore, with several brothers holding titles in their respective fiefs, the emperor dared not entertain the notion of not appointing a crown prince, fearing that one of his watchful siblings might seize an opportunity to undermine him. Upon hearing the meager sum of money presented to him, the emperor was visibly displeased. Was the national treasury truly so impoverished? He cast a discontented glance at the Minister of Revenue, questioning the dire state of the coffers. What could such a paltry amount accomplish? Angered, the emperor's fury compelled the ministers below him to collectively prostrate themselves on the ground. The Minister of Works, Jia Zong, hastily followed suit, joining the others in kneeling. He harbored a suspicion that the Minister of Revenue was not being forthright, yet he secretly relished the spectacle. This particular minister, who often regarded him with disdain, had a tendency to flaunt his authority over the treasury, acting with an air of superiority. Now, however, faced with the emperor's demand for funds that he could not provide, Jia Zong found a fleeting sense of satisfaction. As the most overlooked and voiceless among the 6 ministries, he allowed himself a moment of internal triumph, though he dared not express it outwardly, for he still needed to seek the favor of that very man. Even in his amusement, he could only indulge in it quietly, away from prying eyes. The Ministry of Works is merely a financial reservoir, a place where experiments are conducted and the tools for craftsmen are utilized, all of which incur wear and tear. Whenever supplies run low, he must humbly approach the Ministry of Revenue to seek approval for additional resources. Thus, the Minister of Works, old Jia, dares not show any sign of discontent. Not only that, but he must also feign respect towards that old fellow in front of the Minister of Revenue. Chapter 107. Special attention. After the court meeting concluded, the officials exited in unison. During the assembly, the Minister of Revenue had been severely reprimanded, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed as he walked ahead with a sour expression. Minister of War Chun Jing hurriedly caught up, saying, "Old Lu, wait a moment, don't walk so briskly." Lu Guanxuan halted and cast a sidelong glance at Chun Jing. "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" With a cheerful demeanor, Chun Jing reminded him, "Old Lu, when will our requests from the Ministry of War be approved? The military salaries for the northern and western regions must not be delayed any longer." Chun Jing was well aware of the refugee situation in the south, yet he understood the critical importance of the military as well. Thus, he felt compelled to keep a close watch on the situation. He also recognized that requesting funds at this juncture might seem rather inconsiderate, but the treasury had its limits. If they did not secure the funds, other departments might seize them, leaving their soldiers in dire straits. "Old Lu, the north has already experienced several heavy snowfalls. The soldiers are in desperate need of provisions and warm clothing." Lu Guanxuan, fully cognizant of Chun Jing's concerns, lamented the reality that the treasury was limited in its funds. Allocating resources here would inevitably create shortages elsewhere, driving him to the brink of despair. Rest assured, Minister Chun. I will expedite the approval for the Ministry of War's requests. The Minister of Rights, Zhuan Huai, had been quietly listening from behind. Ah, Minister Liu. Shall we also approve the documents from our ministry? You are aware that the Crown Prince's wedding is a joyous occasion for the entire nation. We cannot afford to be parsimonious, otherwise it would be inexcusable. Chun Jing was displeased. He had just indicated that old Chun would relent. And now this person was stirring up trouble. Ah, Lord Zhua, I arrived first, and if there are matters to be resolved, they should be addressed in the order of arrival. Naturally, Zhua Anhuai was reluctant. Minister Qin, that is not quite right. What we say holds no weight. It ultimately depends on how Minister Liu decides. After speaking, he turned his gaze directly to Lu Guanqiu. Lu, feeling quite overwhelmed, shook his head. Upon looking up, he noticed Jia Zhongji standing ahead. Jia stroked his beard and chuckled. Minister Liu, please do consider our ministry's documents as well. His Majesty is awaiting news from the Tai Chi Hall. Without funds, we cannot proceed with repairs. Minister Liu, feeling a headache rising from the commotion, clasped his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. All right, I understand. We shall discuss the financial matters further. With that, he hurried away, surprisingly nimble for his age. Li Tai, the Deputy Minister of Works, approached Jia. My lord, what shall we do now? Jia sighed. We must urge our subordinates to expedite matters. We must act before that old fellow distributes the funds to other departments, or we will be left helpless. Understood, my lord. Jia adjusted his robe and said, Let us return and prepare. We shall have a newcomer joining us today. Li Shilang hurriedly followed, pondering in his heart who had arrived to warrant such attention from Lord Shang. He dared not delay, hastening to keep pace with Minister Jia. At this moment, Tang Ziling had already commenced his duties. His immediate superior, Gu Qinghai, the director of the Land Reclamation Department, had arrived and assigned him tasks. As a newcomer, Tang Ziling was given a collection of documents by Gu Qinghai to familiarize himself with the work. He did not express any reluctance, accepting whatever was assigned to him. In this place, he would not face undue hardship, yet it was equally impossible for him to expect others to revolve around him. After all, he had not risen through the imperial examination, and thus those who had achieved their positions through merit might harbor a sense of discontent, even if unspoken. Upon Minister Jia's return, he did not immediately head to his office, but instead strolled around the outer chamber. Eventually, he spotted a youthful figure, engrossed in reading scrolls, and nodded in satisfaction, mentally noting how fortunate it was that he did not appear to be a troublemaker. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed rather obedient. In the capital, rumors regarding Tang Ziling had spread like wildfire, particularly concerning the third son of the Duke's residence, who had taken an interest in a widow, a matter that had become the talk of the town, stirring discussions over meals for quite some time. However, no one anticipated that this widow would ultimately become a legitimate member of the household, even arriving in a grand sedan chair. When Minister Jia heard that Tang Ziling was coming to the Ministry of Works, he felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that the young man might be difficult to manage and potentially spoiled. It is not so much fear as it is that Minister Jia does not wish to create difficulties for Duke Tang. After all, striking at the young is likely to summon the elder. Having personally witnessed the individual, Minister Jia felt satisfied and promptly returned to his office. Minister Li also took note of Tang Ziling, recognizing him as someone of interest to the esteemed minister. He resolved in his mind to keep a watchful eye on this young man and to investigate his background to determine the appropriate attitude to adopt towards him. Chapter 108. Treating a bastard as a treasure. While Tang Ziling prepared to attend court during the day, Shen Fei was not idle either. Her vegetables were ready for sale, and today marked the grand opening of her vegetable shop. She intended to take her child along for a look. Once Shen Fei had made the necessary preparations, she inquired, Li Momo, are we all set? Madam, everything is ready, and young Master's belongings are packed as well. Very well, let us depart. As the year drew to a close, the weather had turned cold, prompting Shen Fei to dress warmly. When she first arrived, it was late summer, and now nearly half a year had passed. The group exited the estate and boarded their carriage to leave. The young maid, Ziling, hurried to inform Madame Tang. Madam, the third young lady has taken the child out. Madame Tang paused in her pruning of the flowers. Oh, she has gone out again? It has only been a few days since her marriage, and she is already running off. Truly lacking in decorum. Madame Tang felt a twinge of irritation at Shen Fei's disregard for her presence. She had not anticipated that her suggestion to forego the third daughter-in-law's morning greetings would be taken so literally. This greatly displeased Madame Tang regarding Tang Ziling and Shen Fei. Do you know where they are going? Ziling whispered. I overheard the maid in the courtyard mention that the third young mistress's shop is about to open, and today she is going to inspect it. Madame Tang was aware of Shen Fei's dowry and knew she possessed 4 shops in Chang'an, along with 2 small estates outside the city. That woman was merely a peasant. How could she afford a substantial dowry? It must be that the Duke secretly provided the 3rd young master with funds, which he then used to procure the dowry for that widow. The thought infuriated Madame Tang. In the vast Duke's residence, every corner demanded money, and yet the Duke showed such favoritism. Each time she contemplated this, it felt as though a dagger pierced her heart. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently ruined the flower while pruning it, leaving it quite bare. Upon witnessing the destruction of her most cherished flower, Ziling shrank back in dismay. Madame Tang snapped back to reality, her emotions a tumult of anger and sorrow as she gazed upon the ruined flower. Ziling, why did you not remind me? Ziling immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Madam, it was my fault. Please punish me. Ziling was genuinely fearful of Madame Tang, even when it was not her fault. She sought forgiveness, lest the punishment be even more severe. Madame Tang replied coolly, you may go, receive 5 strikes. Yes, madam. Ziling cautiously retreated. Mama Fong, come in. Hearing the punishment of Ziling from outside, Mama Fong felt a sense of trepidation as she entered. Alas, within this household, the lady has yet to find a moment of solace. Lady Tang cast the scissors onto the table, exclaiming that the flower pot was ruined and should be discarded. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, replied the old servant. No need, let the young maid take it away. I have matters to discuss with you. Mama Fong nodded, taking the flower pot and handing it to Ji He, who stood outside the door, softly instructing, please remove it. After closing the door, she returned to Lady Tang's side. Lady Tang held Mama Fong in high regard. Mama Fong, have the provisions I prepared for the 3rd master's family been consumed? Mama Fong affirmed, indeed, my lady. I personally witnessed the kitchen staff delivering the food, and our people confirmed that the 3rd madam partook of it as well. You did not mistake this? Lady Tang inquired. Mama Fong shook her head. Absolutely not. Both the 3rd master and 3rd madam consumed it. The servants in that courtyard saw it with their own eyes. Oh, that is peculiar. Why has there been no word of it? Lady Tang continued. And what of the poison afflicting the 3rd master? Do you have any knowledge of its remedy? Doubts lingered in Lady Tang's heart. She had administered a secret potion to Tang Ziling, one so potent that even the imperial physicians could not discern its nature, only noting his frail constitution. Yet, now Tang Ziling appeared to have recovered remarkably. Moreover, Lady Tang observed that since his improvement, Tang Ziling had begun to engage in physical training, even practicing martial arts alongside the guards. Although she recognized he had reached adulthood and that the opportunity for optimal martial training had slipped away, she remained discontented. She could not fathom where the error lay or who might have aided Tang Ziling in restoring his health. The relationship between Lao San and his wife appears to be quite harmonious. As for the maidservants I provided, none have lost their virtue. Mother Fong shook her head in response, stating that the 3rd young master shares a chamber with the 3rd young mistress every night. And even the young master sleeps with them. I have heard that, for the sake of the young master, the 3rd young master even commissioned an oversized bed. Lady Tang scoffed, exclaiming that it was absurd. It is merely a case of someone who cannot bear children treating an illegitimate child as a treasure. Chapter 109, Rest assured. I guarantee that my field shall yield seedlings rather than weeds. When Shen Fei and her companions arrived at the West Market, it was already bustling with activity. During her journey, Shen Fei had also recognized the shortcomings of the residential layout in Chang'an. Unlike the later periods, where shops lined the streets and residential buildings here, for the sake of management, the houses were enclosed, forming distinct wards, which restricted the residents' shopping options. The citizens of Chang'an had to travel a considerable distance to the east and west markets to shop. Reflecting on history, Shen Fei recalled the along the river during the Qingming festival, remembering that trade flourished during the Song dynasty. Thus, although the Song dynasty was not militarily strong, it was nonetheless affluent, with a wealthy treasury. Alas, such matters are for the emperor to ponder, and they do not concern her. Upon arriving at the shop, Lu Sanquan was already present. Shen Fei disembarked from the carriage and assisted old Madame Li in alighting as well. Xiaoduan and Xiaoxi were the last to leap down from the vehicle. Upon spotting Lu Sanquan, they called out, "Father!" Lu Sanquan was delighted to see the children thriving. Wonderful! Wonderful! After tending to the children, he hurriedly greeted Shen Fei. "Young miss, greetings." Shen Fei took little Fubao from Li Mama's arms and inquired of Lu Sanquan, "Uncle Lu, how are our vegetables selling?" Little Fubao was in high spirits, overjoyed to accompany his mother outdoors, his tiny hands waving enthusiastically. During her leisure moments, Shen Fei would teach him to greet others, so upon seeing Lu Sanquan, Fubao eagerly extended his little paw and waved. Lu Sanquan chuckled heartily. The young master recognizes the old servant. The source of Lu Sanchuan's elation lay in finally witnessing a return on his investments. As the year-end approached, he had sold off more than half of the pigs from the pig pen, and he had already captured a new batch of piglets, totaling 100. Lu Sanchuan conceived a plan to raise sows himself, ensuring a continuous supply of piglets in the future. Moreover, the restaurants and inns that Shen Fei had instructed Tiniu and others to investigate were proving beneficial, as their vegetables were being sold in successive batches. The newly opened vegetable shop was also intended to inform the residents of Chang'an that they could place orders for vegetables. Observing Lu Sanchuan's beaming smile, Shen Fei discerned that the tasks she had assigned him were proceeding smoothly. "Young miss, let us step inside and I shall report the recent developments to you." "Very well. Let us enter." At present, Shen Fei's shop was solely dedicated to selling vegetables. Shen Fei's utmost desire is to establish a modern agricultural market hall, which would not only offer an array of vegetables, but also fruits, grains, and various condiments. She envisions a diverse selection of meats and fish as well. Although the current offerings are limited to vegetables and somewhat rudimentary, the vibrant green produce she presents is indeed enticing, especially during the vegetable-scarce winter months. Typically, fresh vegetables have a short shelf life. However, Shen Fei employs unique preservation methods. A common technique from later times involves the application of a vegetable preservative spray directly onto freshly harvested produce, ensuring it remains crisp and visually appealing. Although the shop officially opened today, it had already been in a trial operation for several days, attracting customers who are currently perusing the selection. Shen Fei, accompanied by Granny Li and others, followed Lu Sanchuan to the backyard. The store, while modest in size, approximately 50 square meters and limited to a single floor, boasts a backyard that includes 2 additional rooms and a central square space. At this moment, Lu Sanchuan has arranged tables and chairs in the area. "Miss, please take a seat," he said. Once seated, Shen Fei inquired, "How are the new servants faring?" Lu Sanchuan nodded affirmatively, responding, "They are quite obedient. Currently, Li Jun oversees them, and the younger children are particularly amenable to guidance, while the older ones are nimble in their tasks." Shen Fei expressed her satisfaction, stating, "Regarding my 2 small farms, please have Ma Lu and the others check on them. We should also procure a few cattle for our family. I intend for us to manage the farms ourselves rather than outsourcing." Lu Sanchuan pondered, refraining from contradicting Shen Fei. After all, the winter wheat sown in autumn was flourishing remarkably well. He had heard from Ma Lu that it outperformed even the finest wheat fields in the village. He had come to trust Shen Fei and dared not oppose her. "Miss, do you have any other plans?" Shen Fei nodded. "Indeed, I intend to cultivate new crops. By the arrival of spring next year, we shall plant corn instead of wheat." Shen Fei had her own considerations. The yield of wheat could not be compared to that of corn. With fertilizers and pesticides at her disposal, the production would surely be substantial. "Miss, our 2 farms combined total 230 acres. I fear we will require a considerable workforce for weeding." Lu Sanchuan felt that the labor demand was excessive. Shen Fei smiled nonchalantly. "Rest assured, I guarantee that my fields will sprout seedlings, not weeds." Lu Sanchuan, is the miss speaking nonsense? Chapter 110. Cultivated fields. Shen Fei had already discerned Lu Sanchuan's skepticism. However, further explanations would be futile. It would be far more effective to showcase the results when the time came. "Uncle Lu, I would also like your assistance in finding suitable fruit trees for our region. I hope we can plant some fruits come spring next year." Lu Sanchuan nodded, realizing that the miss was determined to focus on both cultivation and livestock. "Very well. I shall gather information upon my return." This path was not without merit, as it promised immediate financial returns. Lu Sanchuan pondered the type of pig feed and inquired, "Miss, is that fast-growing feed exclusively for pigs? Can chickens, ducks, and geese partake in it?" Shen Fei's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. Indeed, she could also raise free-range chickens. "There is specialized feed for chicks, and in due time, we could rear some on the hillside. It would be best to enclose that little hill. I wish to raise chickens there." Lu Sanchuan nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, I will return and have someone commence the work. Take your time, there's no rush. As long as it can be completed by spring, that suffices." Shen Fei and Lu Sanchuan discussed a few more matters before departing with the child. Having made the effort to come to the West Market, Shen Fei and her companions did not hasten their departure. Instead, they strolled around the marketplace. Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi were left in the shop, encouraged to engage in conversation with Lu Sanchuan. Granny Li observed Shen Fei, who was effortlessly striding ahead while carrying the child, and shook her head, deciding it best to remain behind in the future, allowing Aunt Fong to accompany Shen Fei instead. With her aging limbs, she truly found it difficult to keep pace with the third madam. Shen Fei's market excursion was not aimless. She had already spotted several food stalls. Indeed, she discovered the hot and spicy dish stall she had mentioned, along with one selling skewers. Stopping at one stall, she called out, "Uncle, we would like 3 servings of hot and spicy dish." Granny Li hurriedly cautioned, "Third madam, is it appropriate to eat here in the market?" Shen Fei gently pulled her down to sit and whispered, "Granny, let us give it a try. We shall only taste a little. This was my idea, after all." Meanwhile, Mingwei had already seated herself, eagerly awaiting the hot and spicy dish. The proprietor moved swiftly, and soon 3 servings of the spicy dish were prepared. "Dear guests, please enjoy your meal." This dish, akin to a spicy hot pot without broth, consisted solely of various vegetables, which required only a brief cooking time, thus ensuring a rapid service. Upon seeing the dish, Shen Fei suddenly recalled something amiss. In this era, chili peppers had yet to be introduced. Hence, while the dish possessed a pleasing flavor, it lacked a vital essence. At that moment, the piquant foods that existed were primarily pepper and Sichuan peppercorns. Shen Fei resolved that next year, she must hasten the planting of her chili peppers. Little Fu Bao, watching the others dine, was filled with longing, saliva pooling and drooping from its mouth. Tang Ziling, together with several colleagues, happened to pass by the West Market and witnessed this scene. Tang Ziling had gradually acclimated to his duties at the agricultural department, and now he had a few subordinates, 3 clerks and 2 assistants under his command. They had just returned to the city from the outskirts. As Tang Ziling approached Shen Fei, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Shen Fei looked up and spotted Tang Ziling. "Why aren't you at your post? Have you taken a day off?" Tang Ziling, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "No. We just went to the outskirts to exchange duties with Dr. Liu from the ritual department." Upon hearing duty fields, Shen Fei's eyes lit up. "Do all officials have duty fields?" Clerk Xiao Shan replied, "Of course. That is precisely our responsibility." Assistant Wang Zhongshan concurred, "We oversee the allocation of these duty fields, including matters pertaining to their yields." "Oh, I see." Tang Ziling cast another glance at Xiao Fubao and remarked, "Well, if you have finished your meal, do return to the residence promptly. We wouldn't want the child to catch a chill. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Shen Fei did not intervene, watching as Tang Ziling departed with his companions. Over the past few days, Tang Ziling had frequently ventured out, resulting in his skin becoming somewhat tanned, and he appeared notably more robust. Zhao Shan, recalling the woman he had just seen, felt a twinge of curiosity, as he had finally encountered the principal subject of the rumors. The affairs of young Master Tang were well known throughout the capital. He had assumed that Lady Tang would be a woman of enduring grace. However, upon meeting her, he discovered she was quite young, far from the exaggerated tales that circulated. Indeed, rumors can be misleading. Nevertheless, seeing how much the adults cared for the child, he perceived that Lord Tang possessed a kind heart. Showing such kindness even to a child not of his blood, he felt fortunate to be in the company of such a benevolent figure, albeit still somewhat immature, yet undeniably good-hearted. With Tang Ziling's departure, Shen Fei and her companions lost their appetite, and after settling the bill, they left the establishment. Shen Fei was eager to wait for Tang Ziling's return that evening to inquire about his official duties. Chapter 111. You are not the child of Duke Tang. In the evening, when Tang Ziling returned, Shen Fei had already been waiting in their quarters for quite some time. "You are quite late returning today." Tang Ziling, however, presented her with a blood-stained bandage, stating, "This is the bandage my father changed, stained with his blood." Although Shen Fei had mentioned that hair would suffice, Tang Ziling, opting for prudence, had brought the bloody bandage of Duke Tang. Recently, Duke Tang has returned from leading his troops to eradicate bandits, which is why Tang Ziling has not found an opportunity. Tang Ziling places great importance on his lineage and would not casually seek out a few brothers for verification. What if something were to go awry? How could his father sustain injuries? Shen Fei found this somewhat perplexing. Tang Ziling did not exhibit the surprise Shen Fei had anticipated. After all, his father is a martial general, and sustaining minor injuries is quite normal. Oh, as long as it's just superficial wounds, that's a relief. How long until we receive results? Will my blood be needed? Tang Ziling countered. About half an hour. A single strand of your hair will suffice, Shen Fei replied. She had expected that. Given Tang Ziling's temperament, he might even cut his own finger, but to her surprise, he merely plucked a hair and handed it to her. "Here you go. I await your results," he said before leaving the room. Shen Fei took the hair and blood sample provided by Tang Ziling and turned to enter her laboratory in the spatial research facility. After collecting both of their samples, she swiftly conducted a DNA analysis. While awaiting the results, Shen Fei exited her laboratory. Each time she entered this research base, she always made her way to her laboratory first, which served as a passageway. Her laboratory was the bridge connecting her to the research facility. She proceeded downstairs. eager to inspect the seeds and medicinal supplies. Shen Fei was also contemplating a particular issue. Although the laboratory is filled with numerous resources, once used, they are depleted. She could retain seeds for vegetables and grains for her own cultivation. However, the fertilizers and feed have been diminishing with each use. The best solution would be to produce them independently. Thus, she needed to ascertain whether the machines were still operational. The outcome was promising. All the machines here function well. Akin to her laboratory. In the future, she would merely need to bring materials into the space to utilize these advanced machines. Shen Fei's eyes sparkled. This news was undoubtedly a boon. Although animals and plants were not within her research purview, she had observed her senior colleagues operate the machinery, and it did not seem overly complex. Upon returning to the laboratory, Shen Fei reviewed the results and was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Tang Ziling was indeed not the child of Duke Tang. Exiting the space, she felt a sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated this outcome. At that moment, Tang Ziling had already tidied himself up. Every day after returning from duty, he would first ensure he was presentable. Noticing Shen Fei's expression, he braced himself. How did it turn out? You can speak frankly. Shen Fei glanced at Tang Ziling with a hint of helplessness. You are not the child of Duke Tang. Tang Ziling, having thought he was prepared for the news, nonetheless felt a pang of distress upon hearing it. He clenched his fists. Your experimental results must be accurate. Shen Fei bristled. Of course, my results are beyond reproach. Did you not suspect this long ago? Tang Ziling fell silent. His spirits further dampened. I simply did not expect it. Shen Fei approached him and sat down beside him. When did you start to have doubts? Tang Ziling sighed. About 2 years ago, I suppose. Since childhood, I have never laid eyes on my mother. Each time I inquire about her, he grows exceedingly irate and remains tight-lipped. Is this the sole reason? Tang Ziling shook her head, asserting that it is certainly not the only reason. There is also my father's apparent fondness for me, which, in truth, does not translate into genuine concern for my well-being. I often wish to be as accomplished as Tang Laojiu, proficient in both literature and martial arts. Yet the outcome speaks for itself. Do you feel disappointment in me now? Shen Fei, unfazed, replied, Disappointment? Why would I feel that? My own circumstances are hardly remarkable, and I believe that as long as I have sufficient food and clothing, my demands are modest. Tang Ziling affectionately ruffled Shen Fei's hair and sighed, acknowledging that one cannot have absolutely no expectations. However, I have come to realize that since I am not his child, I need not ponder whether he shows favoritism or harbors true affection for me. At the very least, he has raised me, and that is commendable in itself. Shen Fei now posed a question. If you are not his daughter, then who are your real parents? I think it would be worthwhile to delve into your origins during our leisure time. Tang Ziling responded with exasperation. How can we investigate that? It's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Shen Fei playfully tapped Tang Ziling's head, exclaiming, Silly, you have me to assist you. When you are out and about, observe anyone who bears a resemblance to you, and simply acquire a strand of their hair. Upon your return, I shall conduct an experiment for you. Shen Fei found the task rather simple and recalled the Princess of Beijing's. She wondered aloud, when shall we visit the Beijing's royal residence as guests? Chapter 112. Situation at the Jingwang Manor. Tang Ziling was pondering the matter that Shen Fei had mentioned regarding the plucking of hair when he overheard discussions about the northern Jingwang Manor. His expression grew serious. What business do you have at the northern Jingwang Manor? Tang Ziling had already entered the realm of officialdom. He was no longer the naive youth unaware of the intricacies of the world. Each day at work, he would glean tidbits of news from the court, be it matters of the court itself or the affairs of various ministers. This was an entirely new sphere, no longer confined to the constraints of the duke's residence. The northern Jingwang was stationed in the north, commanding an army of 200,000. The expenditures for provisions and military salaries this year amounted to a significant sum. Furthermore, as a prince of a different surname, the northern Jingwang was viewed with considerable trepidation by the imperial family. The old royal consort residing in Chang'an was essentially a hostage. The side consorts and the primary consort within the manor were subjected to meticulous surveillance. Tang Ziling's aunt, Tang Rong, was a side consort to the northern Jingwang, which explained why the old matriarch often spent her days in the Buddhist hall, and why Tang Rong rarely returned. Even when she did, her visits were fleeting, allowing only for a hasty meeting with the old matriarch, leaving little time for lingering. Consequently, their younger relatives seldom received invitations to the manor. Shen Fei gazed at Tang Ziling with eager anticipation, revealing her intention candidly. I wish to meet the northern Jingwang's consort. Shen Fei was curious to discern whether the northern Jingwang's consort was akin to her own mother, or whether her mother had not traversed into this world, and if she shared any blood ties with the consort in this era. After all, Jiang Zhuiyue had once remarked that she bore some resemblance to her grandmother. Shen Fei was eager to verify her suspicions. Yet the relationship between the Tang and Jiang families proved to be quite tenuous, leaving her with no opportunity thus far. Tang Ziling recalled Shen Fei's previous words and remembered that Shen Fei was not a child of the Sun family. Was she perhaps questioning if she was the child of the Northern Jing King? Shen Fei lifted her small head. It was not entirely impossible. And wouldn't a trial reveal the truth? Tang Ziling, you are quite audacious in your thoughts, even attributing yourself to a family of high status. We have not received an invitation and thus cannot visit the royal residence. However, you may wait until the second day of the new year when my aunt returns to her family. She will bring my cousin back with her. Shen Fei felt a twinge of disappointment, for she truly wished to meet the Northern Jing princess. Is there any way for me to meet the princess? Shen Fei pressed on, undeterred. Tang Ziling shook her head. The women of the Northern Jing royal household, due to the king's circumstances, rarely attended gatherings. Furthermore, since the princess returned from the north, she had suffered an injury and was said to be bedridden, her health lingering in a state of decline. Shen Fei gasped in astonishment. Is what you say true? Tang Ziling nodded. Yes, I heard that the imperial physician was summoned, but to no avail. This information was relayed to Tang Ziling later on. Inside, Shen Fei felt a surge of anxiety. After all, it had been several months since her injury, and the princess's lingering illness seemed unnatural. Regardless of whether or not she was her mother, she felt compelled to offer her assistance. Tang Ziling, do you have a way to reach the royal residence? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ziling finally spoke. The best approach is to foster a good relationship with your cousin when she visits the estate. This will create opportunities in the future. However, Shen Fei harbored different thoughts, feeling that waiting for her aunt's return would be overly slow. All right, I understand, she replied. Noticing Shen Fei's agreement, Tang Ziling chose not to pursue the topic further. Remembering that Shen Fei had inquired about his official land earlier, he asked, "Did you have any particular thoughts when you asked me about my official land?" Shen Fei smacked her forehead, almost forgetting the matter. Yes, how much official land do you have, and where is it located? Tang Ziling, responsible for the allocation of official land himself, responded, I possess 350 acres. Shen Fei was taken aback, realizing that this individual, despite being a minor official, held such an extensive tract of land. Suddenly, Shen Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Tang Ziling had such land, it was akin to her possessing it as well. Wouldn't that mean she was destined for great fortune? If they cultivated high-yield grains, the profits would be astronomical. With so much land, Tang Ziling, we are surely on the verge of prosperity. Tang Ziling, aware of the official lands held by others, remarked, how much do you think I have? My father's rank is that of a first-class duke, with a fief of 3,000 households, and his official land amounts to 42 acres. Shen Fei was taken aback. She knew that during this distribution of land, officials received significant portions, but she had not anticipated the extent of land held by these officials. Is it permissible to cultivate the official land allocated by the court? Tang Ziling had never heard of any official managing their own land. Such lands were uniformly administered by the court. As for the income from these lands, the yield was approximately 1.5 stones of grain per acre, which translates to about 180 jin. This information was gleaned from recent readings of official documents, and Tang Ziling was now quite well informed about it. Shen Fei, contemplating this figure, noted that such a yield seemed rather insufficient, especially considering this was before any natural disasters impacted production. Chapter 113. Little one, who do you think you resemble? This yield was from a time before calamity struck. Previously, Tang Ziling had been entirely oblivious to such matters, but now his knowledge stemmed from diligent study of the records. Shen Fei pondered the current state of the Dayu dynasty, noting that historically, such a dynasty had not existed. The typical course of history after the fall of the Tang dynasty led to the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, during which the central plains were dominated by 5 major powers, later Liang, later Tang, later Jin, later Han, and later Zhou. Furthermore, the 10 kingdoms referred to various separatist regimes such as former Shu, later Shu, Wu, southern Tang, Wuyue, Min, Chu, southern Han, southern Ping, and northern Han, among others. However, history took an unexpected turn at the end of the Tang dynasty with the establishment of a new dynasty by the Chu family. Shen Fei was aware that the high-yield crops, including corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, were introduced during the Ming dynasty, which meant that during this era, crops yielding 1,000 jin per acre were non-existent. With this realization, Shen Fei felt a surge of confidence. The rice seeds in her laboratory were hybrid strains improved by later generations, promising yields far surpassing those of the current time. Amused by her thoughts, she couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Tang Ziling was startled by Shen Fei's laughter. What happened? Your laughter is quite frightening. Shen Fei gazed at him intently. Tang Ziling, can we reclaim our official fields and cultivate them ourselves? Tang Ziling assumed Shen Fei was concerned that the court would assign someone to manage the fields poorly. So he explained, although the official fields are registered under your name, this arrangement is subject to change. If there is a transfer, your fields will also be affected. Therefore, officials do not tend to manage their fields with meticulous care, as it is entirely unnecessary. If you secretly apply fertilizer and improve the soil, it may ultimately benefit others. Tang Ziling clearly conveyed the information he had gathered to Shen Fei, fearing she might misunderstand. However, Shen Fei was not preoccupied with that issue. The yield of 180 gene per mu was indeed far too meager. Such land, when managed collectively, was a gross waste. Tang Ziling, I do not wish to meddle in other matters, but regarding your official fields, can we decide what seeds to use or what to plant? Tang Ziling nodded this time, acknowledging that it was possible, although there were only a few crops that could be cultivated, which did not differ significantly from what the authorities would allow. Shen Fei smiled mysteriously. You'll understand in due time. In any case, come spring next year, we shall follow my lead. Tang Ziling had no objections, as he did not regard the matter with great importance. Well, it is getting late. I need to rest. Shen Fei had grown accustomed to living under the same roof as Tang Ziling and said, I will go fetch the child. Little Fubao is currently in Granny Li's room, where she has crafted a small cloth tiger for him, a toy he delights in. He is seated on the bed, playing merrily, accompanied by Xiaoshuang and Xiaoxi. Xiaoshuang engages with him while Xiaoxi watches closely, concerned that Fubao might stumble. As Shen Fei approaches, she can hear the joyful peals of Fubao's laughter. He has grown chubby and can now sit steadily. However, Shen Fei muses that the sound of his laughter lacks a certain clarity, pondering whether it has become somewhat coarse. Upon entering, Fubao's large eyes immediately spot her, and he excitedly calls out to her, recognizing that she has come to take him away. Madam, the young master has already been fed and is ready for a rest, Granny Li informs her. Noticing that Granny Li is still sewing so late, Shen Fei expresses her concern. Granny, it's dark now. You shouldn't be working with needle and thread. It's not good for your eyes. Touched by Shen Fei's considerate words, Granny Li smiles and replies, Yes, madam. Xiaoshuang, Xiaoxi, you both should return to your rest as well, Shen Fei instructs. Yes, miss. They respond, retiring obediently. Shen Fei gazes at Fubao's cherubic face and turns to Granny Li, saying, Granny, do you think Fubao has changed? He seems quite different from before. Shen Fei reflects that Fubao used to resemble Tang Ziling somewhat, but now he has transformed. Only his eyes retain that likeness, while other features have evolved, and even his laughter has lost its sweetness. If it weren't for the child being constantly by her side, she might have begun to suspect that this little one had been swapped. Granny Li, who watched over the child daily, had truly not paid much attention until now. Upon scrutinizing the little treasure more closely, a shiver ran through her. The child bore a striking resemblance to that person. Previously, she had harbored some doubts, but now she was genuinely certain. This child is indeed the young master's offspring. Otherwise, such a resemblance would not exist. Granny Li cast a meaningful glance at the little treasure, pondering in her heart whether this resemblance would prove to be a blessing or a curse as he grew older. Shen Fei paid no heed to Granny Li's moment of daze. She merely intended to voice a complaint without any ulterior motive. However, no matter how this little one grew, he bore no likeness to her. He was unrecognizable in his childhood, and even less so now. Shen Fei gently tapped the little treasure's nose and playfully asked, Darling, who do you think you resemble? Chapter 114. Leading questions and indirect paths naturally. The little treasure was unable to respond to Shen Fei. He presumed she was engaging him in play and gurgled in delight, babbling incoherently in reply. Shen Fei could not comprehend his infantile language but mused to herself that this little one might very well grow into quite the chatterbox. As the days passed and the eve of the new year approached, the festive atmosphere intensified. Even the streets of Chang'an were imbued with the spirit of the new year. Shen Fei's vegetables had all been sold out before the holiday, and the remaining pork had also found buyers. Today marked the 22nd day of the 12th month. With the little new year just around the corner, Shen Fei had already sent word to Lu Sanquan, instructing him to visit her today and to bring Xiaoshuang and Xiaoxi back to celebrate the new year together. Lu Sanquan, holding the account book, sat atop the cart driven by Tainyo. This time, Erin had also accompanied him, eager to catch a glimpse of Shen Fei. Although she was now well fed, she still found life less interesting without Shen Fei by her side. Erin and Tainyo were already married and expecting a child, yet her naturally plump figure concealed her condition from others. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, the robust young lad, the future chief protector of Xiao Fubao, had already arrived. Upon reaching the gates of the duke's residence, Lu Sanquan approached the side entrance and gently rapped on the door. The elderly man who answered scrutinized Lu Sanquan and inquired, "Whom do you seek?" As it was Lu Sanquan's first visit to the Duke's residence, he hastily straightened his attire and respectfully replied, "Good sir, I am the steward accompanying the third young lady of the household. I have matters to report to our esteemed young miss." The old man's demeanor softened as he responded, "Please wait a moment. I shall inform her." With that, the side door was firmly shut once more. Aranai, standing beside Lu Sanquan, remarked, "Uncle Lu, the rules of the Duke's residence are indeed quite stringent." Lu Sanquan gazed at the expansive estate and mused, "Indeed, this is the residence of a first-rank duke. Naturally, there are regulations to uphold. Just refrain from speaking too much and stick close to me. Should anyone inquire, do not respond, understood?" Aranai nodded. "Uncle Lu, I understand." The two waited outside for a full quarter of an hour before the side door was opened again. This time, a young maidservant appeared. "I am Kai Wei, and I have met Steward Lu. I serve as a head maid beside the third young lady." Lu Sanquan responded courteously. "Greetings, Miss Kai Wei. Mr. Lu, the young madam has been awaiting your presence. Please, allow me to guide you." With that, Lu Sanquan and Ernie followed Kai towards the courtyard where Shen Fei resided. Along the way, Kai discreetly inquired about the purpose of their visit, her gaze occasionally darting towards the box in Ernie's arms. Lu, being astute, effortlessly diverted the conversation. Observing Lu's reticence, Kai shifted her attention to Ernie. Although Ernie appeared unassuming, she was far from dull. Noticing Lu's silence, she engaged in light-hearted banter with Kai, discussing various delicacies, prattling on about one dish after another. The conversation flowed without awkward pauses, yet the responses remained tangential. Regardless of Kai's topic, Ernie invariably steered it back to food. Kai felt a pang of exasperation. Observing Ernie's robust physique and ample belly, she found herself incredulous. How could anyone be so indulgent? Was she a mere glutton? Finding the exchange tedious, Kai ceased her inquiries, deeming the plump maid rather foolish. Thus, she decided to lead them directly to Shen Fei's courtyard. Lu had sensed something amiss. He surmised that this young woman had ulterior motives. However, being within the Duke's residence, he felt compelled to comply, wary of disturbing the household. Meanwhile, Ernie was captivated by the grandeur of the Duke's estate, marveling at each sight, pondering that had she been less indulgent in her youth, she might have had the chance to serve as a maid in such a prestigious household. The young master Tang Zhishuan furrowed his brows upon spotting Lu Guanshi and Ernie. "Mo Zhu, please inquire about those two individuals and discern why they have wandered into the eastern courtyard," he commanded. The young servant, Mo Zhu, promptly nodded. "I shall investigate who they are." However, Tang Zhishuan interjected, "No need for that. Instead, let us follow discreetly and observe where they go. Remember, do not let them notice us." "Assuredly," the young master replied. "I shall proceed at once." Meanwhile, Shen Fei was anxiously awaiting Lu Sanquan and Ernie, her furrowed brow reflecting her unease as time dragged on. They should have arrived by now, she thought, worry gnawing at her heart, fearing that something might have gone awry within the estate. "Ziling, would you kindly step outside and ascertain the situation?" Before Ziling could comply, a commotion was heard at the entrance. "Madam, they have arrived." Chapter 115. Account settling upon seeing the two arrive, Shen Fei instructed, "You may go down for now." The several young maidservants complied obediently, exiting the room. Shen Fei regarded the maidens and servants sent by Madame Tang as invaluable assets, fully aware of their capabilities. Unfazed by any potential methods they might employ, she felt secure in her family's invulnerability. Thus, the numerous delicacies infused with enhancements that Madame Tang had provided were thoroughly consumed by Shen Fei and her little treasure, both of whom remained lively and sprightly. Moreover, the maidservants dispatched by Madame Tang were well trained, and Shen Fei found great pleasure in their services, particularly appreciating the massage techniques of Kaiqing. Shen Fei found life in the Duke's residence rather pleasant, with monthly allowances dispensed punctually, servants attending to her needs, and the grand kitchen preparing an array of delectable dishes, making her days exceedingly enjoyable. After a few maidservants departed, only Lu Sanquan, Aranai, and Mingyue remained in the house. "Lu San uncle, why did you arrive so late?" Shen Fei inquired. Lu Sanquan explained, "Miss, the maid named Kai Wei took us on a rather circuitous route." Shen Fei expressed her confusion. "Kai Wei is quite honest, isn't she?" "Oh, did she have any ulterior motives that you discerned?" Lu Sanquan recounted Kai Wei's inquiries about their circumstances, stating, "Kai Wei primarily asked these questions, but Aranai and I managed to divert the conversation." Shen Fei pondered why Kai Wei would show interest in her estate. Is there anything beyond the matters of our estate that she could be concerned with? At that moment, Aranai interjected, "Miss, That girl kept glancing at the small box in my arms, but I successfully shielded it from her view. Well done, both of you, Shen Fei praised. And I then placed the box on the table and turned to Lu Sanquan, who appeared equally excited. Miss, this box contains our earnings and account books. You should take a look. Lu Sanquan had not anticipated that their first year of vegetable cultivation would yield such remarkable results, with substantial sales. Shen Fei opened the account book and reviewed the entries for the vegetables. She had cultivated 10 acres, utilizing high-yield seeds from the future, along with fertilizers and pesticides to enhance the soil, resulting in an abundant harvest free from pests, especially as the year draws to a close. Vegetables are priced at 15 when per gene. Shen Fei's produce boasts exceptional quality, making it a splendid choice for winter gifts. After all, such fresh leafy greens are indeed a rarity during this season. Uncle Lu, our vegetable yield per mu is 900 gene, Lu Sanquan said with a smile. Indeed, miss. Our vegetables at Fubuozai are among the finest in Chang'an. They are currently quite popular. Lu Sanquan was pleasantly surprised by the substantial income derived from not cultivating grains. Upon seeing that the total sales of vegetables amounted to 138 taels of silver, Shen Fei sighed inwardly, realizing that earning money from farming is no easy feat. A mere 100 taels for such an abundance of vegetables made her appreciate the value of her medicinal herbs even more, which sold for an astonishing 3,000 taels. Relying solely on agriculture for substantial profits proves to be quite challenging. Shen Fei's earlier enthusiasm began to wane. Lu Sanquan noticed the shift. The young lady, who had been so cheerful, now appeared somewhat disheartened. Cautiously, he reminded her, Miss, you should consider our pigs. The selling price is quite promising. Upon examining the figures again, Shen Fei noted that they had 20 pigs, each fetching approximately 4 taels and 501, resulting in a gross profit of 94 taels. After deducting 28 taels for feed, the net gain stood at 66 taels. Shen Fei could not help but reflect on how traders often reaped greater rewards than those engaged in farming and livestock. Quickly regaining her composure, she remarked, Uncle Lu, you have done remarkably well this past half year. It seems our family's first year of land allocation will yield a profit. Lu Sanquan contemplated Shen Fei's acquisition of land and the individuals involved, recognizing that she had meticulously calculated her expenses. In comparison, it was evident that the costs had yet to be recouped. He thus consoled her, Miss, this is merely our first year. By next year, when we cultivate the estate, our income will surely increase. Shen Fei nodded and inquired, Uncle Lu, have the remaining 3 shops been rented out yet? Lu Sanquan shook his head. There have been inquiries, but one party wishes to sign a 10-year lease, which feels excessively long to me, so I declined. Another party proposed alterations to our shop's layout, which I deemed unprofitable. Hence I did not agree. Shen Fei affirmed, do not lease them out. I intend to utilize them next year. We will open our own store. Understood, Mississippi. Shen Fei then produced 50 taels of silver and handed them to Lu Sanquan. Uncle Lu, with the new year approaching, please take this back to distribute among your family. Lu Sanquan hesitated, as they had a total of 15 servants in the village, and he found it challenging to allocate the money appropriately. Shen Fei pondered for a moment. You may keep 6 taels, while Uncle Ma and Uncle Li can each receive 4. The remainder can be distributed as 3 taels each. This year, our profits are modest. However, next year, we shall share more abundantly. Lu Sanquan quickly waved his hand. Miss, the servants are already immensely grateful. He genuinely believed this arrangement was quite satisfactory, for at least they were well fed and warmly clothed under the Shen family's care, which was both generous and did not restrict their freedom. As for the women at home, during their leisure, they could engage in handicrafts, thus contributing to the household income. Chapter 116. The reason for being noticed. Take this. What about the 4 new servants at home? Are they obedient? Lu Sanquan nodded. Yes, they are all quite honest. Shen Fei expressed her satisfaction. Uncle Lu, please train them well. When spring arrives, I intend for them to assist at the estate. It is essential to cultivate their managerial skills. Shen Fei contemplated her financial situation. Her current resources could not sustain an excessive number of servants, and there was no necessity for it. She felt it prudent to learn from the local methods of managing servants and farmland. It would be unwise to invest considerable effort only to receive meager returns. Her own servants were manageable, as she merely oversaw the household's provisions and occasionally rewarded them with silver, without offering monthly stipends. If she were to acquire more servants, it would truly be overwhelming. Uncle Lu, you have also maintained good relations with the villagers. Next year, we will need temporary labor for our estate. Lu Sanquan felt relieved that Shen Fei had finally abandoned the idea of purchasing more servants. Certainly, Mississippi. I have a good rapport with Village Chief Wang. That's excellent. Take this 5 taels of silver to buy some pastries. one portion for Wang Zhubu and another for village chief Wang in Chang'an County. Shen Fei was keen to maintain her connection with Wang Zhubu, as he had assisted her during her most difficult times. Understood. Lu Sanquan felt content, noting that Miss had grown and was now considering these matters, unlike before. After finishing her inquiries, Shen Fei recalled and asked, Uncle Lu, have any individuals from the northern Jing Wangfu in Chang'an come to our home to purchase vegetables? Lu Sanquan pondered carefully, attempting to remember if anyone had come to place an order for produce, but he could not recall anyone. He shook his head and replied, Miss, I truly have no recollection. Is there something specific regarding the northern Jing Wangfu that you wish to know? Naturally, Shen Fei refrained from disclosing the details to Lu Sanquan. It doesn't matter if there hasn't been any contact. Please pay more attention in the future and try to cultivate a good rapport with them. I have my reasons. She replied. Lu Sanquan noticed Shen Fei's reticence about the purpose and did not press further, understanding that the timing was not yet right. Understood. I will keep that in mind. Very well, Uncle Lu. Please head next door and check on Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi. They are waiting for you. Once you've tidied up, take them back to the village. Thank you, Mississippi. After Lu Sanquan departed, Shen Fei beckoned to Aaron I, who promptly approached. Miss. Shen Fei noticed that Aaron I had gained some weight and exclaimed in surprise, Aaron I, have you gained some weight? Feeling a bit shy, Aaron I replied, Miss. I am pregnant. Shen Fei was taken aback. You are pregnant? How quickly that happened. But this is indeed wonderful news. How have you been at home? Aaron I, feeling bashful, responded, I am well, though it can be rather dull at home. I would much prefer to be by your side. Sighing softly, Shen Fei reflected. This household is not an easy place to endure. Once we establish our own residence in the future, we shall invite you over. For now, it is not yet feasible. You should remain at home and focus on childbirth, as I shall require your offspring to accompany little Fubao then. At this moment, Ernie too smiled with delight. Very well, young lady, I shall heed your words. After discussing the household matters with Lu Sanquan and Ernie, Shen Fei bid them farewell. Before Lu Sanquan departed, Shen Fei admonished, Uncle Lu, there is no need to bring Xiao Shuang and Xiaoxi over right after the new year. Lu Sanquan, eager and anxious, inquired, young lady, have the children done something amiss? No. Uncle Lu, please do not overthink it. I have other reasons that I cannot disclose at this moment. Once they are a bit older, I shall certainly employ them. Xiaoxi has a talent for arithmetic. I implore you to nurture her well, for I intend to assign her responsibilities pertaining to external affairs in the future. Lu Sanchuan's heart soared with joy. This news delighted him even more than if he had heard of his son's advancement. With his daughter securing a promising position, she would also have the prospect of finding a suitable match. Thank you, young lady. After the four departed, Shen Fei commanded, Mingyue, I have a task for you. Please gather information regarding the Jing Wangfu. Remember, do not take unnecessary risks. I'm aware that the guards at the Wangfu are numerous, so you must exercise utmost caution. I merely wish to ascertain the health of the Wangfei. Mingyue nodded, rest assured, madam. Once the others had left, Shen Fei finally comprehended why Kai Wei had been probing for information. It must be connected to the vegetables delivered to the residence a couple of days prior. However, Shen Fei had not anticipated that Madame Tang would send a maid from her courtyard to inquire about the matter. Shen Fei recalled the recent unusual demeanor of the wet nurse, a chilling glint emanating from her eyes. She had never anticipated that Madame Tang would resort to violence against the little treasure. Initially, she had no reservations about consuming the provisions sent from the grand kitchen, as the wet nurse appeared to be in good spirits at that time. Shen Fei remained oblivious to whether the food had been tampered with. Observing the wet nurse's current state, however, she became acutely aware of the situation, prompting her to send Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi away to avoid implicating them. Yet, Shen Fei found herself at a loss for an effective means of retaliation. In Madame Tang's courtyard, the atmosphere was tense. Have you extracted any information? Asked Madame Tang. Mama Fong shook her head, while Kai Wei commented that the two servants were tight-lipped and that the plump maid was as foolish as a pig, only concerned with eating. Mama Fong was puzzled by her mistress's renewed interest in the third Madame's land. It seemed quite peculiar. Madame Tang slammed her hand on the table in frustration, exclaiming, What utter incompetence! Chapter 117. Sister-in-law, you truly are amusing. Mama Fong tentatively suggested, Madam, I believe the third young madam possesses a certain naivety. Perhaps we should summon her for a subtle probe. She does not appear to be particularly cunning. Having been married for a while now, Mama Fong had contemplated Shen Fei's character and deemed her to be no threat. The only apparent ambition Shen Fei possessed was a penchant for food, in Mama Fong's eyes. Aside from eating and playing, the third young madam was utterly ineffectual. Madame Tang's gaze shifted, pondering the idea of inviting her over to glean some information. In the past, She had dismissed the young widow, yet she had not anticipated the considerable stir she would create. A few days ago, Lady Tang received some vegetables, which she initially dismissed as purchases made by Shen Fei. However, upon inquiring further, she discovered that the newly opened vegetable shop in the capital sourced its produce from Shen Fei's estate. The freshness of these vegetables was unprecedented, prompting Lady Tang to ponder the secrets behind Shen Fei's success. After all, which official family in the capital lacks land or an estate? Very well. Summon the third son's wife, Lady Tang instructed calmly. At once, my lady, replied Mama Fong. As she approached the door, Lady Tang added, ensure she brings that little child with her. I wish to see him. Lady Tang tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her hand. The medicine had been administered some time ago, yet the third son's family appeared unfazed, which struck her as peculiar. When Mama Fong arrived, she found Shen Fei playfully engaging with little Fu Bao, his laughter ringing out joyously from afar. Mama Fong felt a sense of nostalgia. It had been many years since the sound of children's laughter graced the estate. Upon seeing Mama Fong, Granny Li's gaze flickered. Sister Fong, what brings you here? Oh, Sister Li, I come bearing the lady's orders to invite the third young mistress to the lady's courtyard. Granny Li maintained her composure and led Mama Fong to Shen Fei's door. Third young mistress, the lady requests your presence. Creaking open, the door revealed Shen Fei cradling the child. Mama Fong, may I inquire as to the reason for the lady's summons? Alas, my lady, how would I know? I kindly ask you to accompany me post-haste. Shen Fei placed the little treasure into the embrace of Granny Li and said, let us go, Mama Fong. Mama Fong cast a glance at the little treasure and remarked, it has indeed been a while since the lady has seen the young master. It would be nice to take him along for a visit. Shen Fei thought to herself. This is likely a scheming weasel paying a New Year's visit to a hen, harboring ill intentions. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed. Very well, Granny Li, let us proceed together. Indeed, Granny Li was also concerned that Shen Fei might face difficulties, especially since her mistress was rather naive to the intricate dynamics of the grand estate. She feared Shen Fei might encounter trouble with Lady Tang. This visit marked Shen Fei's third encounter with Lady Tang, primarily because Lady Tang had never summoned her, and Shen Fei had little interest in mingling in social gatherings. Even when she ventured out, she seldom informed Lady Tang, relishing her freedom within the household. Shen Fei regarded this as liberty, yet to outsiders, it appeared as a lack of decorum. Her nonchalant demeanor had spread beyond the estate, tarnishing her already questionable reputation. But did Shen Fei care? Not in the slightest. She was utterly oblivious to it. This indifference was also related to the narrowness of Shen Fei's social circle. She truly had no close friends in the capital and was devoid of invitations to any banquets. Furthermore, with Tang Ziling holding a modest position, despite being the daughter-in-law of a duke, her reputation outside was far from commendable. Before long, they reached Lady Tang's courtyard, where the young master's wife and the second young master's wife happened to be present as well. Lady Tang had not anticipated the arrival of both daughters-in-law at such an inopportune moment, as she had intended to speak with Shen Fei privately. Upon entering, Shen Fei bowed respectfully to Lady Tang and her two sisters-in-law, greeting her mother and acknowledging her sisters-in-law. Madame Tang still intends to perform some superficial gestures. Third sister-in-law, please take a seat. Shen Fei plopped down onto the chair, her posture starkly contrasting with that of the heir's wife, who perched delicately on the edge. This juxtaposition highlighted Shen Fei's lack of decorum, revealing a significant gap between her conduct and that of a lady from a prominent family. However, would Madame Tang offer any reminders? Absolutely not. She eagerly awaited the opportunity to embarrass Shen Fei in public, just as she had with Tang Ziling, whom she neglected during her school truancies in childhood. Mother, I wonder why you have summoned me. Madame Tang glanced at her two daughters-in-law before speaking again. With the new year approaching, I wanted to inquire about the gift-giving arrangements. The heir's wife and the second young lady exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the necessity of such a personal inquiry, as it was customary to follow established protocols each year. Shen Fei, somewhat bewildered, asked gift-giving? To where? Madame Tang responded. This person truly is a simpleton. At that moment, Mama Fong quietly interjected, it's about how much gift is appropriate for your maternal family. Understanding dawned on Shen Fei, and she replied directly, Mother, I have no maternal family. If you truly wish to present gifts, you may send them to me. I can manage them myself. Madame Tang. Madame Tang's expression soured once more. Was this person truly foolish? The heir's wife burst into laughter, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, you are quite amusing. She had not anticipated that the third sister-in-law would possess such charm. Initially perplexed, the heir's wife now realized that Madame Tang likely had ulterior motives behind her inquiry about gift-giving. It is uncertain whether my sister-in-law genuinely does not understand or is merely feigning ignorance. Chapter 118. Counterattack of the second young Madame Tang is accustomed to the intricate dynamics of the inner chambers. Even her speech is veiled, requiring a subtle dance of words before the true meaning emerges. Both the young madam and the second young madam grasp Madame Tang's intentions, sharing an unspoken understanding, while the daughters-in-law tend to steer the conversation directly. However, Shen Fei remains oblivious, not delving deeply into the matter, which leads to an abrupt halt in their dialogue. Madame Tang, feeling vexed, finds herself at an impasse. The grandfather of the second young madam holds the esteemed position of Minister of Works, the highest superior of Tang Ziling. Casting a glance at Madame Tang, she deftly redirects the conversation. Sister-in-law, were the vegetables from the grand kitchen sourced from your estate a few days ago? Shen Fei nods. Yes, second sister-in-law. Did you enjoy the vegetables? They were quite fresh, weren't they? The second young madam smiles and affirms, indeed, they are remarkably fresh. It is a rarity to find such quality produce during winter. However, our supply is somewhat limited. I wonder if there is more at your estate? With honesty, Shen Fei shakes her head. No, they are all sold out. I did not anticipate such a high demand for greens in the capital. The second young madam glances at Madame Tang, receiving an encouraging nod, and continues, Sister-in-law, I must express my curiosity. I had no idea you possessed such a talent for farming. Your vegetables are cultivated so splendidly. You must have made a fair profit. Please, enlighten us on your methods and any secrets you might have. Shen Fei observes the second young madam, realizing that their conversation has finally arrived at the crux of the matter. What can be done but to apply more fertilizer? Although I have not personally engaged in the labor, I am aware that the servants have spread a considerable amount of manure, predominantly from farm animals. You are familiar with farmyard manure, are you not? Not only is cow dung effective, but human excrement proves useful as well. Once properly fermented, it is directly applied to the vegetables, resulting in remarkable growth. The complexion of the second young madam turned pale, accompanied by a subtle feeling of nausea. Alas, you cannot fathom the discomfort I felt when the fertilization commenced. The sight of excrement being cast upon the greens was rather unrefined. Yet the efficacy of the fertilizer is undeniable. At this juncture, the second young madam could no longer contain herself and began to retch. Observing her distress, Shen Fei ceased her crude discourse and, with a spark of excitement, inquired, Sister-in-law, could it be that you are with child? I experienced similar symptoms when I was in your position. Shen Fei, with her wide, expressive eyes, continued, the onset of nausea typically occurs around the first month of pregnancy. At this moment, both Madame Tang and the young master's wife fixated their gazes upon the second young madam's abdomen. Madame Tang had longed for a grandchild, and this yearning had become an affliction of her heart. Her eyes now radiated with intense anticipation. Conversely, the young master's wife felt a pang of envy, her emotions swirling in complexity. What if her sister-in-law truly was expecting? Would such news only exacerbate the rumors that painted her as a barren hen? She tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her possession. The second young madam, however, felt no thrill of joy. She cast a lingering, sorrowful glance at Shen Fei. The younger sister-in-law truly harbors a grudge. After she assisted her mother-in-law in gathering information, she retaliated with unreserved ferocity, akin to a dagger thrust. Just a few days prior, she had consulted a physician and received a prescription for restorative medicines. Thus, she was acutely aware that she was not with child. The repulsive tales from Shen Fei regarding the rural filth had thoroughly disgusted her. The mere thought of consuming those vegetables, potentially tainted with excrement, sent her stomach into turmoil. And she could no longer contain herself, expelling her contents right there in her mother's hall. The second young mistress's complexion turned ashen, and she had vomited within her mother's esteemed abode. Madame Tang, however, was not enraged. Instead, she called out loudly, Mama Fong. Swiftly summoned the doctor to our residence to attend to the second young mistress. The second young mistress grew even paler at these words. At this juncture, Shen Fei pinched her nose and said, Mother, I shall take my leave now. Madame Tang, preoccupied with the situation, waved her hand dismissively. You may return home. Shen Fei promptly bowed, addressing her mother, elder sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law. I shall take my leave now. The heir's wife, observing the second young mistress's ghastly visage, deduced the truth. It was likely not pregnancy, but rather the revulsion instigated by the third sister-in-law's words. Third sister-in-law, do not confine yourself to your quarters. When you have the time, bring little Fu Bao to my courtyard for a visit. Shen Fei nodded, certainly, but little Fu Bao is rather restless, and I fear I may disturb the elder sister-in-law. The heir's wife gazed enviously at the soft and tender little Fu Bao. pondering when she might be blessed with a child of her own. Shen Fei, cradling little Fu Bao along with Mama Li and others, strolled leisurely back to her own quarters. At this moment, Li Momo spoke. Third young madam. The maternal family of the second young madam is none other than the residence of the Minister of Works. The second young madam's grandfather serves as the Minister of Works. Shen Fei responded. Oh dear, isn't that the highest authority of Tang Ziling's department? Alas, have I offended someone? No matter, let them resolve it themselves. Li Momo, please refrain from informing Tang Ziling about this trivial matter. Li Momo cast a peculiar glance at Shen Fei and replied, Understood, third young madam. Meanwhile, Tang Ziling found herself surrounded by several individuals at the Ministry of Works who were inquiring about the green vegetables from Fubozai. The exquisite quality of these vegetables had garnered quite a reputation in the capital. Thus, those with ulterior motives, upon investigation, discovered that they were produced from the fields of the third young madam of the Tang family, leading to much excitement. Some even meticulously calculated the area of cultivated land to ascertain the impressive yield. Consequently, they had cornered Tang Ziling. Chapter 119. The Ministry of Works seeks profit. Tang Ziling was genuinely unaware of the particulars and felt rather bewildered. Minister Tang, do share your secret. Indeed, Minister Tang. You must not keep it to yourself. If our land reclamation department could increase the yield, it would be a collective achievement. Tang Ziling, feeling helpless, replied, Gentlemen, I truly am not privy to the specifics. Seeing Tang Ziling's genuine confusion, the record keeper Zhao Shan interjected, Minister Tang, that land belongs to Madame Tang. Perhaps you could inquire with her upon your return. With Zhao Shan's suggestion, the others began to surmise that Tang Ziling herself might not be fully informed. Thus, it occurred to them that Tang Ziling, originally a scion of the Guogong mansion, could hardly fathom the intricacies of agriculture. Many concurred, suggesting that the esteemed Tang should consult with his wife for guidance. At that moment, a gentle cough interrupted, prompting silence among the assembly. Everyone turned to discover it was Deputy Minister Li Tai. Greetings, Minister Li. The scribes and clerks in the room bowed deeply, as encounters with the deputy minister were rare, primarily due to the considerable difference in their ranks. Li Tai gestured for them to refrain from excessive formalities before turning his attention to Tang Ziling. Tang Ziling, the assistant minister of the Tunshan office, accompany me. Emerging from the crowd, Tang Ziling replied, I am here, Minister Li. Observing the youthfulness of Tang's visage, Li Tai nodded slightly. Very well, the minister wishes to see you. Follow me. Though doubts lingered in Tang Ziling's mind, he obediently followed the deputy minister. Meanwhile, his immediate superior, Guan Qinghai, narrowed his eyes. As a sixth-rank official, he held a mere rank above Tang Ziling, and a sense of unease began to wash over him. He had initially perceived Tang as a naive novice, yet the latter had stirred such significant commotion. Guan had remained silent in the crowd, eager to discern Tang Ziling's thoughts and to ascertain whether he was merely feigning ignorance. He sensed that Tang was not as harmless as he appeared. Perhaps the rumors circulating in the capital originated from this very individual, aiming to elevate his own reputation and stature. After all, he found it hard to believe that such high yields were genuine. Furthermore, given that these were merely vegetables rather than staple grains, there seemed little cause for astonishment. The officials of the Ministry of Works were undoubtedly exaggerating. Tang Ziling followed Li Tai towards the office of Minister Jia. At this moment, Minister Jia furrowed his brow, taken aback by the obstinacy of the old fellow from the Ministry of Revenue. The necessary approvals remained ungranted, and the emperor provided no viable solutions, ultimately leaving them to resolve the issue independently. Was this not an insurmountable challenge? Their Ministry of Works was the most financially strapped department. Every research endeavor incurred substantial costs. It was utterly outrageous. As he contemplated the old visage of Minister Lu Guanchuan, he felt compelled to yank a hair from his beard. Ouch, that truly stung. The old man could not help but utter a curse. Minister Jia began to sift through their resources, pondering how they might generate income. Perhaps if the Ministry of Works operated autonomously, they could earn a bit of extra revenue to address their material needs. Each time he recalled those elderly bureaucrats, brazenly pressing them for progress on their research, only to retract into their shells when funding was mentioned, it fueled his ire. Oh, the lack of funds. This was all a monetary dilemma. In truth, Minister Lu found himself in a quandary as well. The funds were limited, and each year, they barely warmed up before calamities struck here and disasters loomed there. Regardless of who it was, all requests for money culminated at the Ministry of Revenue, leaving him powerless. This time, the emperor prioritized the needs of the disaster victims, reallocating funds originally designated for the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights. Ultimately, They were left with the ungracious mandate that whichever department generated more revenue and contributed more to the Ministry of Revenue would receive funding approvals preferentially. Minister Liu acquiesced, hoping to inspire all departments to devise innovative strategies. It cannot merely remain stagnant. Thus, when will the Treasury finally possess a surplus, liberating itself from its financial constraints? The old man was deep in contemplation when a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Tang Ziling and Li Tai entered. "Your Excellency, I have brought Tang Yuanwei here." "Greetings, Your Excellency." Tang Ziling hastily bowed. Minister Jia lifted his head, scrutinizing Tang Ziling before fostering a closer rapport. "There is no need for such formalities, Tang. After all, our families are connected by marriage. Your second sister-in-law is my own granddaughter, and your second brother addresses me as grandfather. You are essentially my junior, so it would not be inappropriate for you to call me grandfather in private. We are family. No need for formality." Li Tai raised an eyebrow, realizing that the minister was unusually cordial, which suggested he had a request. Previously unaware of Tang Ziling's status, he had not understood why the minister extended such favor towards him. After some inquiries, he learned of the familial ties between Minister Jia and the Duke of Tang. Tang Ziling's eyes flickered with curiosity, pondering what incident could have prompted such amicable overtures from the Minister of Works. "Minister Jia, how could I presume to?" Minister Jia, employing a tactic to extract information, replied with a smile. "Very well, let us discuss matters privately later. I summoned you today to inquire about something. Please, do go on." Without further preamble, Minister Jia asked directly, "I have heard that your estate yields an astonishing 900 jin of vegetables per mu. How do you achieve such results?" Minister Jia was taken aback by the revelation. Such a feat was unprecedented in this dynasty. At this time, the yield of grain, even in good harvests, was only around 200 jin per mu. Although vegetables and grains cannot be directly compared, the disparity is indeed staggering. Tang Ziling was equally astonished. "What? 900 jin? That seems utterly implausible."